Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
A new game begins. Anton. Wake up, Anton.
Betty Brant's voice rang out, laced with a mix of frustration and helplessness as she stood over the man slumped over his desk.
Anton Jameson, the new editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle.
A title he had somehow inherited overnight, despite being a college dropout with no relevant skills to his name. Betty still couldn't wrap her head around it. Jonah Jameson, the hard-nosed, lifelong journalist, had handed over the empire he built from the ground up to his seemingly clueless grandson. Had Jonah finally lost his mind? Anton groggily blinked awake, rubbing the drool from the corner of his mouth. For a brief moment, he wasn't sure where he was. Betty let out a sharp sigh and thrust a document into his hands. "You need to review and sign off on tomorrow's front page," she said, already sounding exhausted. Anton took the papers without thinking, scrawled his signature, and handed them back. Betty twisted on her heels and walked away without another word, disappearing into the bustling newsroom. Anton watched her leave, something nagging at the back of his mind.
Then, he noticed it. His signature.
Or rather, the name on the document he had just signed.
Anton?
Since when was his name Anton? Memories flooded his brain.
The Name Jonah Jameson. The Daily Bugle. New York City. Tone stark. Superheroes.
His breath caught in his throat. This wasn't just the 21st century, this was an alternate universe. One where superheroes and villains were real.
His head spun.
"Is this some kind of comic book plot?" he muttered. Then, as if pulled by an invisible force, his surroundings shifted.
The Hall of Heroes.
He was no longer in his office. Instead, he stood inside a vast futuristic hall, lined with high-tech glass cases, each containing a different superhero suit. The suits glowed faintly, encased in protective barriers like priceless artifacts. But these weren't just any suits. These were from DC Comics.
Batman. Flash. Green Lantern. Wonder Woman. Cyborg. Captain Atom. And dozens more.
Anton took a step forward, reaching out toward one of the cases, only for his hand to meet an invisible force field. A line of text appeared in the air before him. To unlock, increase hero fan value. A sudden rush of information overwhelmed him, flooding his brain with details. These suits weren't just for show. Each one contained the full power of the corresponding hero. If he could unlock them, he could become them.
Anton's heart pounded. He could be Batman. He could be Superman.
He could be the greatest hero this world had ever seen.
Excitement surged through him.
But before he could fully process his new reality, a notification popped up before his eyes. "Please select a primary hero template."
Anton didn't hesitate. Batman. Obviously. The Pass of the Bat.
A new interface materialized before him, showcasing a list of Batman suits and armors. From the classic Batsuit to the Justice Buster, the Hellbat armor, the Thrasher suit, and even the Batman Who Laughs twisted design, every possible version was available. Then, another message appeared. "Congratulations! You have selected Batman. Special offer, unlock Batman's armor package for only 9.98 million fan value. Original price, 50 million fan value."
Anton nearly laughed.
This felt like one of those ridiculous in-game purchases. But there was no denying the possibilities. With Batman's resources, intellect and combat abilities, he could take on anyone in this world.
Still, there was a catch.
Unlocking these suits wasn't free.
Each armor came with a price.
Fan value, earned by gaining public recognition and admiration. Justice value, gained by stopping crime and fighting for justice. The more heroic acts he performed, the stronger he could become. Anton skimmed through the suit requirements.
Thrasher suit, 5 million Justice points.
Azrael's armor, 8 million justice points.
Hellbat armor, 20 million Justice points.
Final form, 6th dimension Batman, hundreds of millions. His excitement dimmed slightly.
This is gonna take some work.
It wasn't enough to just exist as Batman, he had to earn the title.
He needed influence. A legacy.
And as the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, he had the perfect tool.
The media. A new mission.
Anton leaned back in his oversized chair, staring at the ceiling. If he played this right, he could build the DC legend in a Marvel world. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, they weren't just characters here. They were potential realities. And if he could convince the world they existed, the fan value would skyrocket. He could reshape history. He could change everything. With a smirk, Anton clasped his hands together.
Time to build the legend of the Dark Knight.
And with that, his new game truly began. A game of pride and fortune. The bright yellow sunset crept over the horizon, its golden rays casting long shadows across Anton's office. The light filtered through the tall windows, illuminating half his face, giving him an almost ethereal glow. Slouched in his oversized leather chair, he exhaled deeply, exhaustion creeping into his bones. The sky outside was a masterpiece of fading blue, blending into amber and violet hues as evening approached.
Anton glanced at the clock.
Time to get off work, he muttered.
He stretched, preparing to leave. Then, ring, ring, ring.
His desk phone buzzed violently, vibrating with a crisp, almost impatient rhythm. Anton frowned, picking it up. The moment his gaze landed on the caller ID, he froze.
Tony Stark.
A moment passed before a familiar, arrogant voice rang through the receiver.
Anton.
You didn't forget about tonight's party, did you? Anton clenched his jaw as the image of Tony's smug, mustached face flashed through his mind. If you're thinking about backing out, I won't mind showing you some mercy, Tony added, his tone dripping with mockery. Anton rolled his eyes, his irritation spiking. A rivalry born in vanity. Tony Stark had always been the epitome of arrogance. And unfortunately for Anton, their paths had collided far too often. A few months ago, Anton had been nothing more than a spoiled rich kid, a regular at New York's high society parties, flashing wealth and indulging in a lavish lifestyle. He wasn't at Stark's level, of course. After all, Tony was practically the king of the social scene, the billionaire genius who owned Stark Industries. But Anton had status.
He had influence.
And that inevitably led to a clash. At one particularly high-profile event, a bet had been made. Both Anton and Tony had set their sights on the same woman, wagering who could win her over first. Naturally, Tony won. Effortlessly. He didn't just win the bet, he humiliated Anton in the process. By the end of the night, every woman at the party was swooning over Tony, including the cleaning staff. Anton had been the laughingstock ever since.
And it didn't stop there.
Tony had found entertainment in their rivalry, using every party as an opportunity to flaunt his superiority. The New York elite watched their competitions like a sporting event, placing bets on how quickly Anton would lose.
And tonight?
Tonight, the game continued. A new strategy. Anton hung up the phone, his lips curving into a smirk.
Pick up girls,
he muttered to himself. That wasn't what tonight was about.
Not for him.
He grabbed his keys and strode toward the garage, excitement building in his chest. The engine of his Bugatti Veyron roared to life, the deep growl of horsepower echoing into the evening air. As he sped toward the coastal mansion, where the party was already in full swing, he reflected. Tony's charm was undeniable. But wasn't it all just money? If it came down to throwing wealth around, Anton could do that just as well as anyone.
Maybe better. The party scene.
The mansion's sprawling pool area was a playground of excess. Glasses of champagne clinked as New York's elite lounged on designer chairs, basking in their wealth. And, as always, bets were being placed. Is Anton even coming tonight? One man muttered. I bet 100,000 on him, don't tell me he's chickening out.
You bet on Anton? Another scoffed.
He's never won against Stark. Yeah, but this time, it was a lottery system, a third chimed in. None of us would willingly put money on him. Laughter rippled through the crowd.
Then, Ruer.
The unmistakable sound of a high-performance engine cut through the night.
Heads turned.
Anton stepped out of his sleek car, his expression unreadable. Well, look who actually showed up. Someone called, amusement in their voice. You came, Anton. A friend clapped him on the back. Anton adjusted his cufflinks and smirked. Tonight, I'm here to make you all a lot of money. A murmur rippled through the crowd. At the center of it all, surrounded by beautiful women, stood Tony Stark, the undisputed king of the scene. Noticing the commotion, Tony looked up.
His smirk widened.
Well, well, Tony called out, striding forward, a cocky gleam in his eyes. If it isn't my favorite opponent. Anton met his gaze, suppressing a scowl. Tony, do you really think that ridiculous mustache of yours is what wins you over women?
Tony shrugged, grinning.
I don't rely on looks alone, Anton. Why bother with emotions when I have enough money to inspire admiration? He spread his arms, gesturing at the adoring women around him.
Anton scoffed. True.
But maybe for some, the chance to be on the cover of a magazine is more appealing than a night with you. He turned his gaze toward one of Tony's admirers.
How about it, beautiful?
Ever thought about starring in a movie? The woman laughed, shaking her head.
Tempting, Anton.
But I'm spoken for tonight.
Anton gritted his teeth.
The truth was undeniable. Tony owned this social jungle. His wealth, reputation, and global influence outclassed Anton in every way.
But tonight was different. Anton had a plan.
You're looking different tonight, Anton, Tony mused, studying him with genuine curiosity. It's almost as if you have confidence.
Anton smirked.
Everyone's handsome, Tony. The real question is, who has the strength to back it up?
Tony arched an eyebrow. Anton stepped closer.
I recently acquired the Daily Bugle.
Tony blinked. And? Anton crossed his arms.
I don't care about running a newspaper. I care about movies.
Tony laughed. You? Making movies?
Let me guess, another attempt at showing me up.
Anton's smirk deepened. Think what you like.
Here's the deal, 100 million investment.
Half each.
We'll bet on the box office returns.
If I win, I keep the profits.
If I lose, I'll carry your bags and call you Big Brother, whatever you want.
Tony tilted his head, amused. 50 million each, huh? Fine.
But here's the catch, if the movie doesn't exceed 50% returns, you lose.
Anton didn't hesitate. Deal. He extended his hand.
Tony took it, shaking firmly. The crowd erupted into murmurs, stunned by the stakes. For the first time in their rivalry, Anton felt like he had a real shot. Tony had money, charm, and influence.
But tonight?
Tonight, Anton was playing for something bigger. Something Stark couldn't buy.
And for the first time,
Tony seemed genuinely intrigued.
Tony and Anton are at it again. Did you just hear about it? They've changed the stakes this time. Apparently, it's all over some Hollywood starlet Tony's been flaunting. Filming, though? This sounds fun. It's intriguing, makes me want to join in. There are so many stars in Hollywood, and I haven't even slept with a fraction of them yet. Those two know how to keep it lively. For them, money isn't even the main thing, it's Anton trying to prove he can actually direct. Seriously, what's he thinking? This whole Showdown will be a better show than any movie they make. Someone ought to make this gambling story a movie in itself and market it with Stark's name. It'd be a guaranteed blockbuster. The gathering of well-heeled young heirs chattered animatedly about Anton and Tony's latest wager. The usual extravagant party around them had lost its appeal. Now, they only had eyes for the latest, juiciest drama unfolding. Are they still inside? Yep, no brawl yet, but they've been taking jabs back and forth. How do we settle bets on who'll actually win? Keep the bets on hold. We'll see when the movie is finished. I heard if Anton loses, he's going to be Tony's go-to assistant. Can you believe that? It's going to be wild. With a renewed interest, the young millionaires pushed their way back into the banquet hall. Inside, Tony Stark held court with two gorgeous women on either arm, while Anton was already surrounded by admirers, despite coming alone. Being an eligible bachelor with a notable family background in New York, Anton naturally attracted attention. And news of the high-stakes wager had reached beyond just their social circle, leaving many agog over their audacious display of wealth. Anton, are you really making a movie? Cooed one of the party's more glamorous guests, a striking blonde wrapped around his arm. She leaned in closer, her voice barely a whisper in his ear, because I think your movie could use a leading lady. Anton wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close with a grin. Well, in that case, gorgeous, how'd you like to be my star tonight? The next morning, Anton left his penthouse hotel suite, refreshed and ready to face the day. Before sliding into his car, he casually tossed a scrap of paper with her number into the trash. At the Daily Bugle, Betty's eyes widened as Anton strolled into the office on time for once. She raised an eyebrow, surprised. Sun must be rising in the west, she murmured to herself. Seeing her, Anton stopped, cocking his head with a smile. Betty, how long have you been working here? She was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Since graduation, about 3 years now, she replied cautiously. He nodded thoughtfully. You've been assisting Mr. Jameson this whole time. I bet you know this place inside and out. I think you're more than ready to take over my work. This place would be in capable hands with you at the helm. Huh. Betty blinked, momentarily at a loss. But Anton was already moving down the hall, waving over his shoulder. I'll tell Mr. Jameson I'm leaving it to you. Betty stood there, staring as Anton disappeared around the corner. She couldn't tell if he was serious or not, but she knew her boss would be less than thrilled. She was right. In a flash, the entire office shook as Jameson bellowed, "You little scoundrel. Do you think the Daily Bugle is some playground you can wander into and out of at whim?" Anton remained unfazed, arching an eyebrow. It only makes sense, sir. You'd always planned for Betty to succeed you, hadn't you? Bah. Jameson snorted, bracing himself against the desk. That girl's a fine assistant, sure, but an editor-in-chief? Are you out of your mind? She's young, fresh out of school. It's not her place. That sounds a lot like sexism, sir. And as a man of media, aren't you a bit behind the times? Jameson looked fit to explode, his voice shaking. Sexist? Me? Everyone in this city knows I'm for equal rights. And just you try to slander me, I'm so well connected, even the mayor would think twice. Anton shrugged, unmoved. I just think she's got potential, and I'm sure you'll see it too. Anyway, I'm off. I have my own project to worry about now. Jameson's frustration turned to disdain. You? A movie director? Don't make me laugh. You'd have better luck starring in one of those adult flicks in Hollywood. You might make back enough for a single bottle of champagne. Funny you say that, old man. I don't need a cent of your money, I've got a backer already. Anton flashed a smug grin. Who on earth is foolish enough to fund you? Oh, I knew you'd appreciate this, Anton chuckled, relishing the moment. It's someone you know well. He's the genius of the century, an arms mogul, and has a penchant for magazine cover girls. You could even call him a prodigy in brainless decisions. Jameson looked stunned. Tony Stark. Anton nodded, savoring the old man's reaction. He actually fell for this harebrained scheme of yours. See, it's rare, but we've finally found common ground, Anton replied with a smirk. For once, we're both on the same page. Jameson rubbed his temples in frustration. Anton, let's cut to the chase. Which actress is it? Who are you chasing after? That's unfair, sir, Anton replied, affecting mock offense. You think so little of me, that I'd go into this just for a fling? I'm appalled. I'll tell you what, I'm going to distance myself from you for 3 months while I dive into this venture. We can pick things up again after I've wrapped. Oh, don't be ridiculous. Jameson sneered. Maybe I should lock your trust fund while you're at it. Anton's confidence wavered slightly. Let's hold off on anything drastic. Besides, I've already got a script ready. Prove it then. Show me the script. Right. Anton faltered, scratching the back of his neck. I'll bring it by tomorrow. Jameson threw up his hands in exasperation, waving Anton away. Go on, then. And get out of my sight before I change my mind. As Anton left, Jameson shook his head, muttering to himself. He couldn't fathom how Tony Stark, with all his business acumen, had entangled himself with a frivolous trust fund kid. But maybe that was Stark's flaw, there was just enough madness in him to dive into such a whimsical venture. Well, Jameson thought to himself, at least with Stark's millions on the line, he didn't have to worry about bailing Anton out of this one. With that thought, he resolved to revise his will later that week, leaving Anton's cash inheritance to the family trust fund instead. Anton opened the computer file and began typing in the title of his movie project, Batman Begins. His golden finger ability didn't just grant him the DC hero template, it also made his memory unforgettable. This ability didn't simply mean he had a sharp memory, it was more than that. Every detail from his previous life remained etched in his mind, down to the faintest memories, like the shape of a bubble he'd blown in the bathtub as a toddler. No scene, no line from a movie he'd watched was ever forgotten. This memory was powerful enough that he could even recall every line and soundtrack piece from each film he had seen. Despite his remarkable memory, Anton wasn't exactly skilled at screenwriting. However, he figured he could use his photographic recall to draft a loose adaptation of the original Batman storyline. He planned to expand the existing background slightly and write an introductory novel with around 200,000 words. But after scribbling a few lines, he paused, a smirk crossing his face as he remembered his status. He was, after all, an arrogant and indulgent heir of considerable wealth. Why should he struggle to write a script himself when he could simply hire a ghostwriter? I can just pay someone else to do it, Anton thought, smiling to himself. He decided to draft a rough outline and enlist the help of professional screenwriters when he contacted filmmakers, leveraging his grandfather's connections. The happiness of the rich is unimaginable to the poor, he mused as he lay back on his lavish European-style bed, smiling at the ceiling as he pictured the glitzy future ahead. His eyes slowly closed, and he drifted into a restful sleep, dreaming of fame and accolades. The next day, Anton continued working out his plan, even devising an idea to boost the movie's popularity. He'd create a virtual fan account for Batman to generate hype, much like how iconic figures from his previous life like characters from One Piece, mythical figures like Sun Wukong, Norse gods like Odin, and the Greek pantheon had won massive fan followings. Using his system, he could track fan value, an audience engagement metric with a massive impact on his project. His strategy was to capitalize on this metric to build a loyal fan base. Though a bit costly, it would yield multiple benefits, giving him both revenue and fan popularity in one swoop. Anton was confident in his approach. Superhero culture had already taken the world by storm in his previous life, so he knew the potential of these stories. Now, in a world where superheroes actually existed, he believed that demand for superhero films would only grow. With his plan in mind, he felt certain that he'd achieve the desired popularity in no time. The night passed quickly, and by morning, Anton woke up with a new determination. As he headed downstairs, he spotted his grandfather, Jonah Jameson, already seated at the breakfast table. The script. Where is it? Jameson asked, casting a steely glance in Anton's direction. But Anton wasn't fazed. He had long grown used to his grandfather's gruff demeanor. "I've got the outline," he said casually. He retrieved a stack of papers from his bag, detailing the background, character profiles, and a rough story outline. "Do you call this a script?" Jameson's mouth twisted with a look of disapproval. The skepticism in his gaze was plain, as though he were second-guessing the idea of placing any faith in Anton's creative abilities. "Just give it a read before you start criticizing," Anton said calmly, a hint of a smile on his lips. While his work was only a rough outline, he believed it captured enough of the essence to resonate. Jameson sighed and picked up the papers, his brow furrowing as he scanned the Batman outline. Despite himself, he couldn't help but be drawn into the story. As he flipped through the pages, his expression shifted, and a flicker of intrigue replaced his earlier disdain. "You wrote this?" Jameson asked, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. "Or did you lift it from somewhere else?" Anton crossed his arms, chuckling. "Where would I copy this from? I practically live at the Daily Bugle. It's not like I'm spending my days hanging around writers looking for handouts. Besides, do you think I'm some kid who'd rely on others to entertain me with stories?" Jameson sighed, rubbing his temples. "Fine. I'll admit, it's got a certain appeal." He paused, considering his options. Given his ties in the entertainment industry, he knew he could pull a few strings to help Anton set up his project. "All right," he said finally. "I'll help you find someone to support this project, but don't expect a single dollar from me. You'll have to handle the rest yourself. If you can make this work, I'll consider staying out of your business from now on." Anton's grin widened. "No worries, old man. I don't intend to give you another opportunity to interfere in my life." As expected, his grandfather's response was one he had anticipated. Thanks to the memories of his past self, he knew exactly where he stood with Jameson. To the outside world, Jonah Jameson was a sharp-tongued, hard-nosed businessman who valued profit above all else. Yet to Anton, he was the classic tough-love grandfather, gruff on the outside but genuinely caring on the inside. Despite his harsh words, Anton knew Jameson supported him in his own way. As for the remaining funds he needed to secure for his bet with Tony Stark, Anton had a plan. Between his savings and some creative accounting, he'd gather the required sum. He was confident he could handle it, even if it required some clever maneuvering. "Oh, and by the way," Jameson said, his tone softening just slightly. "You're staying at the Daily Bugle for now. I'll find a new editor-in-chief to take over your position. You can stay on as deputy editor until you make something of yourself." "Fine with me," Anton shrugged. "So, who's the lucky successor?" "Don't tell me it's Betty." "Eddie Brock," Jameson replied flatly. "He's a seasoned reporter from Global Journal with nearly a decade in the field. I doubt you'd know him, but he's got talent." Anton raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Actually, I've heard of Eddie." Jameson nodded, seemingly unperturbed. "Good. Shows you've been paying some attention. He's been blacklisted by Daily Globe, so I'm giving him a second chance. Otherwise, he'd be out of work." "But, why not Betty?" Anton asked, frowning slightly. Jameson's expression hardened. "You became editor because you're my grandson. How could Betty, fresh out of school, hold the reins of a newspaper on her own?" Anton sighed, conceding his grandfather's point. Fair enough. But as he thought more about it, a sly grin spread across his face. The idea of Eddie Brock working under his family's company alongside the notorious Jonah Jameson, a staunch Spider-Man critic, seemed too amusing. Not to mention, with Brock on board, the Daily Bugle was likely to become a unique melting pot of competing egos, each with their own quirks and vendettas. Add Spider-Man and Venom into the mix, and the workplace would be a fascinating powder keg. Anton chuckled to himself, imagining the antics that would ensue. The Daily Bugle was about to get a lot more interesting. "Anton, I hesitated for a long time before deciding to come to see you." Eddie fidgeted, clearly anxious, as he began. "There's something I need to get off my chest. I haven't felt at peace since, well, do you even know why I was fired from my last job?" "I heard you offended a big man," Anton replied with a shrug, motioning for Eddie to take a seat. He pulled out a chair from behind his desk. Eddie sat down, his posture tense. "Do you want to know why I offended him?" he asked, his voice edged with frustration. "Let's hear it," Anton replied casually, leaning back with a smile. "Relax, Eddie. Whatever you say, I can't fire you. I'm just the associate editor. You're the editor-in-chief. So go on, say what you need to say." After a deep breath, Eddie began. "It's Carlton Drake, the owner of the Life Foundation. His pharmaceutical empire grew because he's been using homeless people as guinea pigs, testing dangerous drugs and conducting illegal experiments. His entire business is built on a mountain of corpses. I investigated it for a story, and that's what got me fired." Anton nodded thoughtfully. "So, you're still not over it? You want to keep pursuing the story?" Eddie hesitated. "I don't know. I got another job eventually, but, yeah, I'm not at peace with it. He ruined my life. I feel like I owe it to myself to see it through." Anton was silent for a moment before replying, "I'll talk to the old man and see if we can do something about it. For now, go back to work, and I'll let you know as soon as I have an answer." The mention of Carlton Drake was significant. As the young, wealthy CEO of Life Foundation, he wielded substantial influence. Going up against him would mean the Daily Bugle was essentially declaring war on the Life Foundation. Anton privately admired Eddie's resolve to expose Drake, yet he understood the weight of his decision. The Daily Bugle wasn't his newspaper. Jonah Jameson, his grandfather, had the final say. Eddie looked unconvinced, his disappointment evident as he rose to leave. Thanks anyway, Anton, he said, sounding resigned. Wait, Eddie. Anton softened his tone. Personally, I support you. But you know this paper isn't really mine. Trust me, I'll do my best to convince the old man. Eddie paused, his expression shifting as he registered Anton's sincerity. I understand. Thank you. After Eddie left, Anton wasted no time calling his grandfather, laying out the entire situation. He was fully prepared to plead Eddie's case but was taken aback when Jonah Jameson didn't hesitate. Tell Eddie to pursue it, Jameson said with a chuckle. Let him dig as deep as he can. If there's a story there, we're not going to back down. Anton was stunned. But, Grandpa, you know how dangerous this is. The Life Foundation is no joke. I've heard rumors they'd go to any length to protect their secrets. If Eddie keeps investigating, there's a real chance we'll face threats, maybe even worse. Anton, Jameson replied firmly, New York is our territory. The Life Foundation operates in San Francisco. Believe me, they wouldn't dare to overstep. If this is something you're serious about, don't let fear hold you back. Anton smiled, his respect for his grandfather growing. I'll have to change my opinion of you, old man. Turns out you're a retired newspaper editor with a backbone, not just the penny-pinching boss I remember. Jameson laughed. You've surprised me too, Anton. Whatever comes of this, you're showing the grit it takes to lead a newspaper one day. Save the praise until we're out of the woods, Anton replied, ending the call. He had intended to find Eddie and share the good news right away, but another knock interrupted him. This time, it was the gold medal screenwriter he'd been expecting for the Batman movie script discussion. Anton put thoughts of Eddie aside and turned his focus to the screenwriter. He knew that the movie project was a priority, especially with a lot riding on its success. The screenwriter, a man named Toby, had risen from a tough background and knew the value of hard work. Money meant everything to him, and he respected Anton as a client who valued quality. Their conversation was immediately productive. Toby quickly realized that Anton wasn't a stereotypical, clueless rich kid. The ideas and settings Anton proposed for Batman surprised him with their creativity and insight. Toby could tell he was here to enhance a solid foundation rather than save a sinking ship. This kind of rich and rewarding job? Yes, please. Toby thought to himself, excited. Perfect, Anton said. Now, take what we discussed and polish the script as fast as possible. Oh, and I have another task in mind for you. Go ahead, Toby replied eagerly. I want this story written as a novel and published as a promotional move before the movie, Anton explained. It'll be our first step in marketing. And don't worry, you'll be compensated well. Consider it done, Toby agreed without hesitation. The work was easy, the pay generous, and he was excited to collaborate with Anton. Tomorrow I'm flying to Los Angeles to meet Jim. If you'd like to head back to LA, you're welcome to join me, Anton added. Thanks, Anton. I'll see you tomorrow, Toby replied, catching Anton's subtle hint to wrap up their conversation. He left the office, his mind already brimming with ideas for the script and novel adaptation. As Toby left, Anton glanced out the window, momentarily lost in the glow of the setting sun. He hadn't expected the Batman project to pick up momentum so quickly. Inspired, he headed to the staff area to track down Eddie, wanting to tell him the news before leaving for LA. He spotted Betty, who was packing up to leave. Hey, Betty, have you seen Eddie? He asked. No idea, she replied curtly, not even glancing back as she left, her hips swaying indignantly. Anton scratched his head, bemused. Did I offend her somehow? Or maybe she's just annoyed she didn't land that editor-in-chief position. Women can be so particular. Just then, Eddie stepped out of his office, saving Anton from further self-reflection. Hey, Eddie, are you free for a drink? Anton called, grinning as he approached. There's a bar just down the street. I have some news to share. Anton, thank you, Eddie murmured, his voice tinged with gratitude as he held his glass unsteadily, clearly already tipsy. The excitement and relief in his eyes burned brighter than the whiskey in his hand. Hearing that Anton, on behalf of the Daily Bugle, supported his decision to reignite the investigation into the Life Foundation had brought him back to life. He appeared reinvigorated, as though a lost sense of purpose had been returned to him. You're welcome, Anton replied, dismissing the praise with a casual wave. He took a sip from his own glass, barely suppressing a grimace as the harsh taste of the whiskey hit him. Whiskey had never been his choice of poison, but tonight, he could make an exception for the occasion. But there's something I want to remind you about, he added, setting his glass down with a determined look. Eddie's gaze sharpened, though his expression remained thoughtful. Look, Eddie, Anton continued, the Life Foundation has some serious power in San Francisco. You know this better than anyone. They may be breaking moral and legal boundaries, but they've got the medical patents and financial muscle to shield themselves. Even if we expose them, we're probably just going to make their lives a little more uncomfortable. Eddie's excitement dulled slightly, and he gave a small, reluctant nod. He already knew the risk, of course, but having it spelled out by Anton made it feel more real. I know, he admitted quietly, his hand tightening around his glass. Exposing the Life Foundation might ruin Carlton Drake's reputation, maybe even block his ambitions for a while, but getting him behind bars? That's a whole other battle. And that's exactly why I think you shouldn't go back to San Francisco right now, Anton warned, his voice steady but firm. Eddie glanced up, caught off guard. He opened his mouth to protest but paused, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. You're too close to the story, Eddie, Anton continued, leaning forward. Your face has become too recognizable, and if you go back, it's practically an invitation for the Life Foundation to notice us coming. We need you here, working the investigation from the shadows. You can't put yourself in the line of fire. Eddie sighed, visibly disappointed. You're right, he conceded, his excitement waning a little, replaced by a sense of resignation. But it's tough, Anton. I've been on the front lines before, digging for the truth. Being told to sit on the sidelines now feels wrong. I get it, Anton said, sympathy softening his tone. But trust me on this. Once the first piece hits and public opinion catches fire, there will be more freedom to dig deeper. Patience, Eddie. The impact will be greater, and the message will hit harder. And once the public gets involved, well, Drake will have a lot more to worry about than just you. Eddie looked down at his drink, reflecting on Anton's words. He nodded again, understanding the bigger picture. All right, he agreed quietly, feeling both supported and confined. Thanks for looking out for me. Think nothing of it, Anton replied with a smirk, tossing a thick stack of cash onto the bar counter to cover the tab, along with a generous tip for the bartender. As he turned to leave, he threw Eddie a casual salute. Tomorrow, I'm off to Los Angeles. In the meantime, hold down the fort at the Daily Bugle. Eddie watched him go, feeling a strange mix of gratitude and apprehension. For the first time, he felt like he was in this fight with someone who genuinely had his back. As Anton left the bar, his mind turned over the puzzle pieces he'd gathered about Eddie's story. There was something strangely familiar about it all. San Francisco, Life Foundation, fired journalist. It was hard not to think of the Venom storyline from his past life. The pieces were lining up too well. Intrigued, he pulled out his phone and searched for news on the Life Foundation. The recent rocket crash was the first result, a headline about an accident that had occurred just a few weeks prior in Malaysia. Anton frowned. So, the symbiote's already here, he muttered to himself, scrolling through the article. If things were following that storyline, the Life Foundation would be working overtime to retrieve the symbiote specimens before anyone else did. Though it all felt surreal, Anton knew one thing for certain: where there was Tony Stark, there was bound to be SHIELD. And that meant the world wasn't as vulnerable as it might appear. Earth had a way of dealing with alien threats, no matter how big they were. Even if this world was an amalgamation of various cinematic universes, he knew one constant truth: Tony Stark's presence all but guaranteed that SHIELD was out there, lurking in the shadows and ready to act. With that reassurance, Anton pocketed his phone and headed home, his mind already racing with thoughts of his next project. The following day, Anton and Toby, his top-tier screenwriter, arrived in Los Angeles. They were escorted from the airport to a high-end apartment complex close to Hollywood, a prime location for their upcoming work. Inside, they were greeted by Jim Lambert, their producer, who was more than ready to dive into the details. Anton, finally, Jim exclaimed, offering a warm handshake. We're almost set for production. The crew's ready, and we're just finalizing the main roles. Any input on the casting choices? Anton shrugged nonchalantly. I'll leave that to you, Jim. My main focus is on getting this film rolling. But just as he brushed off the suggestion, he caught sight of the roster Jim held. Wait, are you doing the casting today? He asked, surprised. Jim nodded, grinning. Tomorrow, actually. 7 or 8 of Hollywood's finest are scheduled to audition for the lead female role. I thought you'd want to weigh in after all, this is Hollywood. Anton's demeanor shifted, a playful grin spreading across his face. Well, if you insist, he replied with mock seriousness. Let's make sure the leading lady has a strong presence. You know, someone good-looking, cooperative, and, well-rounded. Jim raised an eyebrow, giving Anton an amused look. Got it, boss. Over the next few days, Anton worked tirelessly, finalizing the prop designs and overseeing every aspect of the production. The process was exhausting, but his excitement grew with each completed step. Then, on the day before filming was set to begin, Jim handed Anton the final budget sheet, $110 million. Anton winced at the number 10 million over his initial agreement with Tony Stark. But considering the high production quality he envisioned and the futuristic tech he wanted to showcase, he couldn't deny that it was reasonable. Sighing, he signed off on the expense, knowing he'd put everything he had on the line for this project. He'd mortgaged his assets, invested his heart, and was ready to bring his vision to life. The day of filming finally arrived, and Anton stood at the helm of a small army of assistant directors and crew members, feeling a mix of exhilaration and anticipation. This was his moment. He'd waited and worked for this, and now, it was all coming together. Meanwhile, back in New York, Eddie had assembled a small team of reporters to dig deeper into the Life Foundation's secrets. They'd already started sending back intriguing snippets of information, a trickle of leads that promised bigger revelations to come. The investigation was moving forward, and soon enough, Eddie would have enough evidence to confront the dark side of Carlton Drake's empire. Eddie read over the information his team had gathered, his expression growing darker with each passing word. The investigation into the Life Foundation was proving to be even more challenging than he had anticipated. Initially, Eddie had assumed that the Life Foundation's unethical experiments were confined to exploiting the homeless of San Francisco, tricking them into signing misleading agreements for dubious drug trials. But the new intelligence revealed a much deeper conspiracy. The Life Foundation had now collaborated with the city government to create the San Francisco Homeless Association, a partnership that provided cover for their actions. Funded entirely by the Life Foundation, this organization was portrayed to the public as a philanthropic initiative, but it was nothing more than a gilded cage for the city's homeless. Under the guise of the Home of the Homeless, the Life Foundation had herded nearly every homeless person in San Francisco into a remote area that was heavily monitored and patrolled. These individuals, effectively imprisoned, had lost the freedom to leave or even move about freely. It was essentially a prison under another name, but cleverly designed to avoid scrutiny. For Eddie, it was an unsettling realization. This setup wasn't just an inconvenience for his team but a profound moral atrocity. The Daily Bugle reporters stationed in San Francisco were facing an uphill battle. Surveillance cameras and regular patrols made it virtually impossible to infiltrate the home of the homeless or gather tangible evidence of wrongdoing. Days had passed, and yet the trickle of useful information was so meager that it would barely scratch the Life Foundation's reputation if published. Eddie clenched his fists. Carlton Drake. He muttered under his breath. You're one slippery opponent. With nearly all of San Francisco's homeless population now isolated in the home of the homeless, the Life Foundation's grip on the city was firmer than ever. Public sentiment, largely misled by surface-level improvements in the city's appearance, was firmly in favor of the initiative. The local government, meanwhile, basked in the praise from citizens delighted with cleaner streets, while enjoying the Life Foundation's substantial political donations. And for Drake, it meant a steady and controlled supply of subjects for his human experiments, all without raising suspicions. Eddie's phone buzzed with an incoming call. He picked up to hear the voice of Phil Urich, one of the Bugle's newer reporters. Editor-in-chief, the investigation has hit a dead end. We've tried everything, but with the Life Foundation's tight security and the cameras on every corner, we can't get close. The only way left is if we pose as homeless ourselves, sneak in, and try to document whatever we can from inside. No, it's too dangerous. Eddie cut in immediately. Risking one of our people going in blind isn't an option. Let's take a different approach. If we can't get any closer from the outside, we'll need to find a way in from within. Phil paused, then replied, You're suggesting we look for someone inside? Good idea. I'll start working on it. Hold on, Phil, Eddie cautioned, don't rush this. We can't afford to tip our hand too early. Got it, boss. We'll proceed carefully, Phil promised before hanging up. Meanwhile, on the West Coast, Anton was beginning the long-anticipated filming of his movie. The initial days were fraught with setbacks as the crew struggled with logistical issues, timing, and the usual teething problems of a new production. Anton found himself frustrated by the details, actor coordination, lighting quirks, and props that didn't quite match his vision. However, he had hired professionals for a reason, and his crew's growing cohesion allowed them to quickly get back on track. Once his assistant directors proved their reliability, Anton decided to divide and delegate. While he focused on scenes featuring the main character, his deputies took charge of supporting roles and the broader setup. This two-pronged strategy not only expedited the process but also relieved Anton, allowing him to devote his energy to perfecting the scenes that mattered most. Anton looked over Jim's projected timeline. The experienced producer had estimated a 120-day filming schedule, with an additional 90 days for post-production and special effects. In total, Jim expected the film to be complete in about 200 days, a reasonable time frame for a high-budget project. But for Anton, who was impatient to reach the end goal, even this felt excruciatingly long. If I go with this timeline, it'll be half a year before I can redeem the Batman template, Anton mused. That's way too long. With this in mind, Anton pushed the team to increase their pace. By eliminating non-essential shots and sequences, he managed to compress the filming process further. Within a month, they had already completed nearly half of the movie. Noticing Anton's frenetic approach, Jim voiced his concerns, but Anton stood firm. As both the film's investor and director, Anton had the final say, and Jim, after some heated exchanges, eventually conceded to Anton's vision. Despite the rapid pace, Anton made sure to maintain quality. By the time the second month rolled around, he had nearly caught up with his ambitious goal. The special effects team was also brought in ahead of schedule to begin working in parallel with the ongoing filming, pushing the possibility of a 3-month completion within reach. Still, morale was mixed on set. Some crew members saw Anton as an inexperienced rich kid recklessly speeding through a process that should be handled with care. Rumors circulated among the staff, with even the lead actress, who played Rachel, muttering her doubts during her late-night sessions with him. Anton shrugged off the complaints. He was determined to finish the movie in his own way. After another grueling day, Anton wrapped up shooting and dismissed the crew, ignoring a request from the lead actress to discuss the script. As he massaged his sore muscles, he noticed a missed call from Toby, the film's screenwriter. He dialed Toby back. Anton, the Batman Begins novel draft is ready. I've sent it to your inbox. Take a look and let me know if there are any changes. Thanks, Toby. I'll check it right away, Anton replied, ending the call and quickly reviewing the manuscript. The storyline, dialogue, and pacing were excellent. Toby had exceeded expectations. Without hesitation, Anton decided to start promoting the novel immediately. He placed a call to Eddie, who picked up almost instantly. Hey, Anton. What's up? I've just sent you the manuscript of Batman Begins. We're going to serialize it in the Daily Bugle over the next 60 days, Anton instructed, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. This is crucial for the film's promotion, so make sure it's top priority. Understood, Eddie replied, his tone weary yet obedient. Noticing the fatigue in Eddie's voice, Anton remarked, you sound like you haven't slept in days. What's going on? The Daily Bugle can't be that demanding, can it? The Life Foundation is more cunning than we thought, Eddie explained to Anton with a helpless tone. Whether externally or internally, they've taken extensive protective measures. We can't find any flaws. More than a month in, and no progress at all, Anton asked, taken aback. When he watched a movie in his previous life, taking on the Life Foundation hadn't seemed this difficult. Turns out, reality doesn't always match the movies. Not exactly, Eddie replied. We've gathered some intel from researchers. Recently, it seems the Life Foundation is preparing for a mysterious experiment. This experiment demands a significant number of human subjects, and they've started increasing their investment in it. But without direct access to the Homeless Association or any concrete evidence that they're crossing ethical lines, there's nothing we can do legally, unless we pose as homeless people to infiltrate and look for a lead, Anton interrupted, narrowing his eyes. Exactly, Eddie responded, though there was a noticeable hesitation in his voice. The risks of posing as homeless were considerable, especially if Anton's team took the risk while Eddie remained in New York. With the Life Foundation's power in San Francisco, getting exposed as journalists would almost be a death sentence. They could even wind up as human test subjects for the Life Foundation's experiments, aiding the enemy rather than stopping them. The thought of it made Eddie uneasy, unable to make a definitive decision. Mysterious experiment. Anton mused. He could already surmise that the Life Foundation had started researching symbiotes. With Carlton Drake's obsession, it was only a matter of time before he pursued results that would likely transform him into a villain. But that was Drake's path to take. Anton, meanwhile, was busy making movies in Los Angeles, with his life rooted in New York. In this world, the boundaries between cities were as stark as those between countries, each with its own gangs, territories, and undercurrents. If the Life Foundation intended to stretch beyond its borders, they'd find it difficult. However, Anton knew that once they openly confronted each other, it would be a different story. He pondered for a moment before asking, can we bribe any employees at the Life Foundation? Employees only know bits and pieces, and the senior staff all have their families held hostage by Drake, Eddie admitted. That scumbag is ruthless. We're at a standstill. After a pause, Eddie spoke with determination. Anton, I have to go to San Francisco. I can't sit here and let Drake get away with it. In that case, I wish you well, Anton replied, respecting Eddie's choice to go despite the risks. Though frustrated by the stalemate, Anton understood Eddie's conviction. He'd given his word to Jameson to investigate, and giving up now would be a betrayal of both Eddie's trust and Jameson's expectations. In a way, Anton realized, Eddie was the protagonist of this particular story, almost as if fate had given him the task. With a bit of humor, Anton thought, if he's the son of luck, he might actually pull through. Putting these thoughts aside, Anton added, before you go, make sure to arrange your work, especially my novel. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Eddie assured him. In his darkest moments, the Daily Bugle had given him a lifeline. Now, as he faced danger for the publication, he was resolved to do his job with perfection. Anton, meanwhile, had little time to dwell on it. Filming was intense, and he soon fell asleep after ending the call. Half a month flew by. The filming progressed at an unexpectedly swift pace, and under Anton's watchful eye, post-production was already well underway. Everything was on track, and the crew began seeing Anton in a new light. They were astonished by the seamless flow of the first half hour he'd edited. It was remarkable. To save time, Anton had cancelled some location shoots in favor of using special effects or clever tricks, handing over on-site shoots to the assistant director. This cut down the timeline further. Within just 50 days, 2/3 of the production was complete. Jim, a producer who occasionally visited the set, grew increasingly frustrated, convinced he'd underestimated Anton's skill and fallen into a big hole. Anton didn't waste time dwelling on Jim's irritation, but his mind was soon occupied by another worry. Eddie had gone missing. Since arriving in San Francisco over 2 weeks ago, Eddie had consistently checked in every 2 days, updating Anton on his safety and progress. But a week ago, after infiltrating the Homeless Association, Eddie's updates stopped. Now, Anton felt a gnawing concern. Although Eddie's fate didn't directly impact him, Eddie's return to San Francisco was indirectly Anton's responsibility. He had approved Eddie's plan, and, truth be told, he admired the man. Eddie's commitment to justice and his adherence to his moral compass were qualities that made him difficult not to respect. After a moment's thought, Anton grabbed his phone and dialed a number Eddie had left him before going undercover. The contact was Phil Urich, a young reporter Eddie had stationed in San Francisco. Phil, too, worked for the Daily Bugle. A young voice answered. Hello, Phil Urich. Anton asked. This is Anton from the Daily Bugle. Phil sounded immediately anxious. Yes. Hello, boss. This is Phil Urich. How's it going with Eddie? He hasn't contacted me in a while. Is he okay? Anton didn't waste any time getting to the point. Phil hesitated. We're not sure. The Homeless Association has some kind of information blocker, and we've lost all contact with him. However, we've bribed a security guard, who told us that Life Foundation personnel have recently been visiting the homeless shelter. We're guessing Eddie should be safe. For now. But Phil's voice had lost confidence by the end of his explanation. So if Life Foundation staff are there, Eddie's probably not safe, correct? Anton pressed, his voice hardening. Phil stammered, clearly not wanting to confirm Anton's fear. Silence lingered as Anton weighed the gravity of the situation, his mind racing with options. The Life Foundation was proving to be a formidable adversary, and Eddie's life could very well hang in the balance. Damn it. Anton cursed under his breath, trying to keep his anger in check. He said steadily, Phil, you need to find a way to get information on Eddie's situation. Ideally, find a chance to get him out. Understand? I understand. We'll do our best. Phil replied quickly, though his voice shook slightly. He felt the weight of the investigation more intensely now. Realizing that Eddie hadn't let him infiltrate the homeless shelter was starting to dawn on him. Eddie had chosen to take the risk himself and was likely sacrificing much to do so. During the past days, with Eddie unreachable, guilt had gnawed at Phil. He kept thinking that if he hadn't suggested the infiltration, Eddie wouldn't have returned to San Francisco. Mr. Anton, don't worry. I'll do everything possible to get Eddie out. After hearing Phil's resolve, Anton offered a few encouraging words and hung up. Though reassured, a nagging unease lingered. Trying to distract himself, he decided to check on his newly released novel, Batman, and dialed Betty's number. She picked up immediately. Anton, I'm off work, she said, sounding both tired and slightly amused. Welcome to the joys of overtime, he replied, trying to play the boss role. Then he asked, how's the novel doing? Betty shifted to her professional tone and reported, about 1/3 has been serialized so far. It's doing well. We're getting letters from readers asking us to publish more every day. She paused. Also, daily newspaper sales are up. However, I've noticed some pirated copies online. Should we send a warning? Anton chuckled. The more piracy, the better it's free advertising. Still, let's put a serialized section on the Daily Bugle's official website for readers to follow it. The tech team can get that up fast. Understood, Betty replied. Then, with some hesitation, she asked, anything else? Yeah, run a PR campaign to build up hype for the novel. Link Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark, play up the connection between them. It'll get people talking. Betty sounded skeptical. Are you sure that won't annoy him? Don't worry, I'll handle any fallout. Batman's film has Stark's investment. We're all making money off this. Anton replied confidently. After Anton hung up, he checked his cheat to see the fan engagement. He scrolled to the total count of Batman's supporters, 32,145. It wasn't bad, but the goal of 50 million felt like an eternity away. At least the cheat offered him discount on this one. Now that they'd started, though, he was determined to see it through. Once the movie released, he was betting on a massive surge in attention. Meanwhile, in San Francisco, at the homeless shelter, Eddie sat in a corner, caked in dirt and stinking of sweat. His surroundings a hopeless mix of dejected, silent people left him deeply troubled. Since arriving, he'd witnessed the ugly reality of the place firsthand. Far from the image the Life Foundation painted in press releases, the shelter treated the homeless without dignity. In truth, it was a social garbage dump, neglected by the city and exploited by the Life Foundation. Occasionally, a truck arrived, collecting volunteers who were never seen again. Staff insisted these individuals return to normal life. Eddie knew better. Those people were likely used in Life Foundation's experiments, probably held in glass cages like rare animals. He felt his anger boiling over. Carlton Drake, Eddie muttered, clenching his fists. He wanted nothing more than to expose every crime Drake had committed. Through his hidden camera, Eddie had captured hours of footage. Unfortunately, wireless signal jammers around the shelter prevented him from transmitting any of it. But he had an idea. If he could find a way to leave with the footage, it would expose the Life Foundation's violations and, hopefully, force an investigation. Just then, a rumbling truck pulled up to the shelter's entrance. Uniformed security, different from the usual shelter staff, climbed down from it. Eddie tensed up. He knew this was a Life Foundation vehicle. They're coming for new test subjects, he thought, his pulse quickening. A wild idea popped into his head. Why not smuggle himself into the Life Foundation's compound? Eddie felt a trickle of cold sweat as he weighed the risk, but before he could overthink it, he took a deep breath and began walking toward the truck. At the outskirts of the shelter, Phil sat in his car, nervously checking his phone. Suddenly, his GPS tracker started to beep. A small red dot had appeared, indicating Eddie's location. Phil's eyes widened as he realized Eddie was on the move. Without hesitation, Phil slammed on the accelerator, hoping to catch up. A short distance away, he spotted the Life Foundation truck rumbling along. Knowing he couldn't rescue Eddie directly with all the security present, he decided on a risky plan. He sped up and purposefully rear-ended the truck. What the hell? The truck driver yelled, slamming the brakes. He stumped over to Phil, who was looking shaken and apologetic. I am so sorry. Phil stammered, digging out his wallet. I'll pay for everything. Just please don't be too mad. The driver grunted, whatever. Just don't let it happen again. As he turned, Phil subtly approached the back of the truck, glancing toward an open window. Inside, Eddie spotted him and immediately tossed the mini camera, containing all the footage, out of the small vent. Phil caught it without drawing attention. Let's go. Work to do, the driver barked, slapping his co-worker on the shoulder. With one last, impatient glare, he left Phil standing there as the truck pulled away. Phil breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back to his car, clutching the camera. He couldn't contain his excitement. Eddie had outsmarted them all. Quickly, he dialed Anton's number to relay the success. What? Anton's voice was sharp with anger. You're saying Eddie was taken by the Life Foundation? Phil could feel the heat of Anton's rage through the phone. Yet, emboldened by his recent experience, he responded with conviction. Yes, but before he was taken, Eddie managed to leave behind video evidence of the homeless shelter. Video evidence. Anton's brow furrowed, his voice direct. Tell me everything. After Phil's quick rundown, Anton's anger subsided, replaced by a calculating calm. Send me the video, Anton ordered. And Phil, stay in San Francisco. Keep an eye on the Life Foundation, and report back if you see anything suspicious. Understood, Phil nodded. A few minutes later, Anton received the video from Phil and watched it, his expression hardening with each frame. The raw footage from inside the homeless shelter brought the grim reality to life, and he could almost feel Eddie's discomfort among those abandoned souls. The homeless shelter. Carlton Drake, I thought I knew the depths of your depravity, but this is lower than I expected, Anton murmured. Eddie, well done. Now, it's my turn. He booked a flight to New York immediately. Before leaving, he gathered his assistant, several associate directors, actors, and other crew members for a meeting. I have to leave for a bit, Anton announced. The shoot is almost complete, so I trust you can finish up without me. More than half a month had passed since Eddie's disappearance, and they were nearing the end of filming. Thanks to the efficient pace of the production team, only a few key scenes remained, some of which didn't require Anton's immediate input. Confident in his team, he left with the promise that they'd wrap up filming in his absence. The assistant directors nodded, promising Anton they'd finish in 20 days. Meanwhile, the special effects work was well underway, with a detailed design draft guiding the artists. Anton's hands-off approach meant he could let the specialists handle the final touches, adding effects once the film was edited. With his orders given, Anton boarded his flight to New York. The following morning, Jim, one of the senior crew members, learned that Anton had returned to New York. His initial reaction was exasperation. He fumed quietly, but as an investor and director, Anton's decisions were his to make. All Jim could do was ensure the crew stayed focused. Anton arrived in New York at dawn, where Betty waited outside the airport, her expression frosty. She was clearly not thrilled to be woken at such an early hour. Betty, I'm still your boss, Anton grinned as he got into the passenger seat of her BMW. A little smile wouldn't hurt, especially considering your salary's 90% above average. Betty scoffed. Strictly speaking, the Daily Bugle is owned by Jonah Jameson, not Anton Jameson. Well, it's all in the family, so technically, it's mine too, Anton quipped, smirking as they approached the Daily Bugle building. And this morning, I think there are a lot of people who share my perspective. What are you talking about? Betty looked at him, confused. Once they arrived at the Bugle's headquarters, her confusion cleared. The building was bright, lights blazing as if it were midday. The newsroom bustled, every desk occupied, even interns were at work, looking weary and irritated. Anton, what are you planning? Betty asked, sensing something big was coming. The atmosphere was charged, and every employee present seemed as bewildered as she was, having been called in for an early meeting by Anton. Anton strode to the center of the room and addressed the gathered staff in a calm, assertive tone. Thank you all for coming in early. I've gathered everyone here to make an important announcement. Tomorrow's front page will be scrapped. He clicked a remote, and a video projected onto the wall. The room quieted as the footage began playing, everyone's attention locked on the screen. A murmur of shock rippled through the room. Someone broke the silence. What the Anton, do you know what you're doing? Ignoring the question, Anton continued, this will be our new front page. He surveyed the room, his gaze steely. After a long silence, faces turned grave as the weight of the footage settled in. What, where is this? Betty asked, her voice unsteady. Understanding dawned, and she whispered, is this Eddie's footage? Anton nodded. Yes, Eddie captured this footage while investigating the homeless shelter. He's gone undercover, and the Life Foundation took him in retaliation. The staff exchanged glances. Some of them remembered Eddie's recent arrival and his swift disappearance, speculating that he'd either left or been dismissed. But here was proof that Eddie, their new editor-in-chief, had risked everything to expose Carlton Drake and the Life Foundation. For those who don't know, Eddie was a journalist with years of experience, promoted directly by Jonah Jameson. He's incredibly skilled at fieldwork. His exposé on Drake got him blacklisted in San Francisco, but Eddie's persistence brought him to us. And now, he's gone undercover to capture the truth. The video continued to play, casting a chilling light on the Life Foundation's secret operations. Drake's charitable image was shattered by the footage of the homeless shelter, a grim reminder that the Foundation exploited the destitute for inhumane experiments. Eddie had recorded everything, right down to the truckloads of volunteers being dragged away, never to return. Anton, one of the reporters said hesitantly, what's our plan? Our plan is simple, Anton replied, his voice firm. We expose them. This is the Life Foundation's scandal, and we are the ones who will break it. This shelter is a front, hiding their illegal experiments. Eddie lost his job, his home, everything because he tried to reveal this. Now, he's been taken by the Life Foundation. To protect him and any other potential victims, we must act swiftly, releasing this footage to ignite public outrage. He turned back to the staff. Tomorrow's front page is cancelled. This story will be the lead. He paused, allowing his words to sink in. From this moment forward, the Daily Bugle is officially at war with the Life Foundation. In the midst of the chaotic day-to-day at the Daily Bugle, time slipped by quickly, blending into a flurry of activity. For the seasoned newsroom, taking down a corporation like the Life Foundation was a rare and lucrative opportunity, a chance to boost profiles and secure a hefty year-end bonus. Fueled by motivation, everyone dove into the task. With the front page now dedicated to the exposé, the entire issue had to be restructured. Anton emphasized that they needed to release the video materials promptly to spark social conversation, pushing the deadline into overdrive. Luckily, the Daily Bugle usually finalize its daily editions in the evening, print them by midnight, and distribute them by early morning. By canceling the original front page layout a day early, they faced minimal losses, though it did irritate the editors who had worked on it. But in the face of big news and the potential bonuses, any resentment was set aside. "Are we all set?" Anton asked, showing no sympathy for Betty, who looked utterly exhausted. "Yes," she replied, barely hiding her frustration. Anton's detached oversight was only fueling her irritation. The life of a boss seemed to involve little more than barking orders while the team scrambled. Anton nodded. "Good. Start publishing limited versions of the video on our official site and get our PR team ramped up. Twitter, Facebook, video platforms, forums, make sure we're visible everywhere." Betty, despite her fatigue, gave a firm nod. "We won't let you down," she said with confidence. She knew how to manage a media hype better than anyone, thanks to her years with the Bugle. Also, Anton added, send an official email to the Life Foundation, warning them to halt their experiments on human volunteers immediately. We need this message to reach them loud and clear. With a hint of concern, he sighed, this is all we can do to ensure Eddie's safety right now. Anton understood the precarious position Eddie was in. The video of the homeless shelter documented disturbing evidence against the Life Foundation. With it, the Daily Bugle could corner the corporation into public disgrace. By exposing the Foundation's unethical practices, they would provoke backlash from the public, forcing them to tread cautiously around Eddie and the other volunteers. In the worst case, the Life Foundation might eliminate the volunteers to wipe out evidence. But rumors of their unethical experiments had already surfaced, so any overt cover-up would only make them look guiltier. Carlton Drake, the mastermind behind the Life Foundation, was ruthless but not foolish enough to take such drastic measures openly. "Good luck, Eddie," Anton muttered under his breath, resigning himself to the little he could do from afar. As expected, once the Daily Bugle's exposé went live, the Life Foundation's email inbox buzzed with the attached photos from the homeless shelter. Anton had purposely signed the email with Eddie Brock's name, banking on confusing the Foundation and keeping Eddie's exact role unclear. If they thought Eddie was merely an informant, they might refrain from targeting him immediately. The Life Foundation's initial reaction was shock. Their employee, who opened the email, quickly escalated it up the chain. When it reached Carlton Drake, his calm shattered. With a slam, he threw an ashtray across the room. "What happened?" he roared. "Didn't I tell you to keep the homeless shelter secure? How did Eddie Brock manage to get these photos?" His assistant, who exuded a polished, corporate air, visibly trembled. "Sir, we've been monitoring the shelter closely. There was no sign of anyone breaking in or tampering with anything." Drake's glare only intensified. "Then how did this happen?" The assistant gulped, his voice barely a whisper. "Perhaps he slipped in by pretending to be homeless." Drake's anger simmered. "Fine. Go through every individual at that shelter, cross-check every detail. If you find anyone suspicious, deal with them." "Understood," the assistant stammered, hurrying out. Drake turned to another subordinate. "What does the Daily Bugle want? Have they made any demands? Maybe a payoff to suppress the story." The subordinate shook his head, hesitant. "They haven't asked for anything yet." At that moment, the door burst open as the head of the Life Foundation's PR department stormed in, visibly shaken, a rare sight for someone known to remain cool under pressure. This was the person who had spun favorable coverage after the Foundation's last scandal, and Drake trusted him deeply. "Mr. Drake, we have a major crisis," he said urgently. "The Daily Bugle's email content has already spread online. It's not just still images, it's the full video." Drake's face went pale. The PR chief didn't need to elaborate. The footage spoke for itself, depicting the Life Foundation's staff manhandling the homeless. The disturbing scenes had already ignited a wave of outrage, especially given the Life Foundation's public image as a charitable organization. For years, they had maintained a facade of helping the community, and now that image was in shreds. Drake scrolled through the trending topics and comments, his anger bubbling up with each new post. The comments ranged from shock to disgust. People were furious that they'd been deceived, especially those who had supported the Foundation under the impression it was a force for good. "Someone is coordinating this campaign," he growled, noticing the careful distribution of comments and shares across platforms. "Find out who's behind it." The PR chief hesitated, glancing at Drake's assistant, who looked even more apprehensive. "Should we try to negotiate with the Bugle?" the PR chief suggested cautiously. Drake clenched his fists, his voice cold. "Contact our allies in New York. Whatever it takes, stop the Daily Bugle from running any more stories. And Eddie Brock," he added, his voice dropping to a menacing tone, "make sure he disappears permanently." Understood, the PR chief replied with a nod, steeling himself for the task ahead. The head of the Life Foundation's propaganda department sprang into action, knowing well that the scandal had spiraled beyond containment. His sole hope was to minimize the damage. Yet, neither he nor Carlton Drake had anticipated the explosive momentum of online activism. In mere hours, netizens rallied, posting relentless messages on the official websites of the San Francisco city government and even the White House. They demanded a full investigation into the mistreatment of homeless people at the Life Foundation's facility, amplifying public scrutiny. Meanwhile, an unanticipated force was rising. Citizens, tired of the Life Foundation's influence and keen to hold the city accountable, had organized themselves. Anton, seated at his Daily Bugle office, observed this wave of outrage with a mix of surprise and intrigue as the scandal's momentum exceeded his expectations. Looks like Life Foundation isn't just our solo target, Anton mused, glancing at the surging comments and posts online. It seems we're not the only ones with knives out. He realized that other powerful interests, most likely business rivals, had also joined the fray. Life Foundation, with its patents and rapid growth, had accumulated more enemies than it cared to know. Now, with the Daily Bugle as the instigator, various factions were quietly fueling the uproar, each hoping to claim a piece of Life Foundation's assets if it fell. Anton smirked, realizing that he and his newspaper had become the de facto spokespersons for a coalition of hidden interests. This scandal had grown into a public feast, and Life Foundation was the sacrificial lamb. But despite the unfolding drama, Anton's primary concern was rescuing Eddie Brock, who was tangled up in the Foundation's web. Time to turn up the heat, he murmured to his colleague Betty. You know what to do. Betty, dressed sharply and radiating excitement, responded with equal zeal. Absolutely. Sales are through the roof, triple what we saw last month. People are clamoring for more exposés. She leaned in, adding, Life Foundation just reached out. They're offering $100 million for us to back off and fire Eddie Brock. Anton chuckled darkly. Tell them they can shove it. This was no longer just a financial maneuver, it was a battle of principle and power. On the streets of San Francisco, Phil, another of Anton's associates, wasted no time setting the stage for public action. He orchestrated a protest under the banners "Dignity is priceless, boycott the Life Foundation, and homelessness is not a crime, fight for justice." Within hours, people began rallying, fired up by the truth of what was happening to those society had already discarded. The scandal, with its concrete video evidence of homeless abuse, had struck a nerve, and ordinary citizens poured out in support. Phil led them to the Homeless Association's premises, now besieged by media personnel and curious locals, each wanting a glimpse of the horrors that had come to light. Video bloggers, local journalists, and even self-styled activists captured every moment on their cameras, creating a digital flood of evidence that quickly spread across social media. For the Life Foundation, it was a nightmare come true. The scandal had become an unstoppable force. Simultaneously, Anton decided to unleash a final wave of allegations. He orchestrated a Daily Bugle exposé revealing that the Life Foundation had coerced homeless individuals into signing exploitative agreements that they could not fully understand, which were then used to conduct human experiments on them. According to the exposé, the rapid growth of Life Foundation was fueled by these unethical experiments, with countless lives lost in the name of scientific progress. The article painted the Foundation's home for the homeless as nothing more than a modern-day human farm, where lives were treated as disposable commodities. As the story broke, it hit the public like a sledgehammer. Netizens and activists shared the article en masse, rallying around the Daily Bugle and its newfound reputation for justice. Interviews with homeless individuals further corroborated the story, with many revealing that those who entered the Life Foundation's trials never returned. When pressed by reporters, representatives from the Homeless Association clumsily cited privacy as a reason for withholding names and details of those allegedly returned to normal life. This only served to fuel public suspicion. Riding this wave of outrage, Phil led another protest. This time, the crowd marched to the gates of the Life Foundation's experimental base. His covert goal, however, was personal: to break Eddie Brock out of this fortress. The Life Foundation's experimental base sat in a prime location beside the Golden Gate Bridge, a position Carlton Drake had secured at a steep price. Drake's extensive investments and promises to the San Francisco city government had paid off, providing the Life Foundation with high visibility and publicity in the competitive pharmaceutical market. Yet, the base itself, built at a cost of several $1 billion, was only a fraction of the Foundation's true wealth. The real treasure lay in its pharmaceutical patents, intellectual property worth untold billions and fiercely coveted by competitors. However, today, that valuable asset stood vulnerable. Outside the gates of the experimental base, protesters gathered, chanting slogans such as, "Volunteers should be released," and "Boycott the Life Foundation." Drake, step down. The crowd's anger was palpable, with many calling out the corporation for its unethical practices and voicing their support for the homeless volunteers caught in the Life Foundation's schemes. Inside, the base's security team, armed and watchful, observed the protesters with growing unease. To them, it was simply a job. After all, how much was a homeless person's life worth? But as they looked out at the swelling crowd, even the guards realized that the tide of public opinion was turning sharply against the Life Foundation. Carlton Drake, standing atop the base and looking out through floor-to-ceiling windows, seethed with fury as he observed the crowd. "Idiots," he muttered, grinding his teeth in frustration. The Life Foundation had once dominated public opinion effortlessly, but the Daily Bugle had outmaneuvered him, turning public sentiment against the Foundation in record time. To make matters worse, even officials within the San Francisco city government had begun questioning his operations. If he failed to contain the situation, it could mean jail time. He muttered under his breath, "Eddie Brock." Clenching his fists, he turned to his assistant and asked, "Any updates?" The assistant responded, "Eddie Brock is currently the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, but he hasn't been seen at the company for a month. The last travel record we found for him was a plane ticket from New York to San Francisco." Drake's eyes narrowed as he pieced together the situation. So Eddie is in San Francisco. It must have been him who recorded that footage. This whole mess started with him. Pausing, he asked, "What was the Bugle's response to our request for silence?" "They refused," the assistant replied nervously. Drake's expression darkened. "Fine," he said coldly. "This won't be resolved through conventional means." Meanwhile, inside the Life Foundation's Symbiote Research Center, Eddie Brock was trapped in a glass chamber, oblivious to the protesters outside. He could see the faces of other homeless people around him, many of whom appeared despondent or even unconscious. A sense of dread washed over him as he thought about what lay ahead. The sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. A woman in a white lab coat approached, and Eddie felt a surge of fear. He knew they planned to use him for their inhumane experiments. When the door to his chamber opened, he made a desperate attempt to escape but was immediately restrained by the guard accompanying her. "Tie him up," the woman ordered coldly. "He's a valuable volunteer. With the situation outside, we may not get many more of his kind." The guard smirked. "Don't worry, we'll keep your toy intact." Eddie's heart sank. He was escorted into another chamber, where only the woman remained with him. Desperation gave way to anger, and he spat out, "You're not getting away with this." The woman looked at him with a smirk. "Eddie, you're in no position to make threats. Do you know who really isn't getting away with anything here?" The realization struck Eddie like a blow. You know who I am," he stammered. "Of course," she replied with a smug smile. "You're Eddie Brock, the journalist who thought he could take down Carlton Drake." She leaned closer. "I'm actually a fan." Outside, the protests continued. At the head of the crowd was Phil, an ally of Anton from the Daily Bugle, who had orchestrated the rally to expose the Life Foundation's abuses. As he looked around, he could see that public sentiment had turned overwhelmingly in their favor. Life Foundation was on the defensive, and with every passing moment, their reputation crumbled further. Phil pulled out his phone and called Anton. "We've cornered Drake," he said, barely containing his excitement. "They're being forced to confront the public backlash. I bet Drake will soon be promising to release the volunteers." Anton listened carefully, pleased with the outcome. "Good work, Phil," he replied. "Keep a low profile. We're deep in their territory, and it's dangerous to reveal yourself. If anything changes, report back immediately." Phil nodded, blending back into the crowd to avoid detection. He knew that revealing himself could jeopardize the entire operation. After all, they were on the Life Foundation's turf, and retaliation could be swift. Meanwhile, Anton received a call from Jonah Jameson. "You can congratulate me now, old man," Anton joked. "I hope I didn't disappoint." Jameson, never one to mince words, replied gruffly, "Don't flatter yourself. You didn't do this alone." He paused, then added, "Get down here, I've sent a car for you. There's someone you need to meet." "Who?" Anton asked, intrigued. "You'll see," Jameson replied, hanging up before Anton could ask any further questions. A short time later, Anton found himself in a car heading toward the Oscorp building. He looked out the window, wondering who could be waiting for him. When they arrived, Jameson was already at the door, waiting impatiently. "Let's go," Jameson said curtly, leading Anton inside. "Someone's been expecting you." "Norman Osborn?" Anton asked, suddenly realizing who they were about to meet. Jameson gave him a knowing look. "Let's just say Norman's been pulling a few strings behind the scenes. This little scandal didn't blow up on its own. When you see Norman Osborn, don't care about his attitude." Anton listened attentively, nodding in agreement without hesitation while Jonah added, "You know, Osborn needs the Daily Bugle, not the other way around." "What do you mean?" Anton asked, confusion evident on his face. In the back of his mind, Anton felt a nagging suspicion that the person Norman Osborn had appointed might not be himself, but rather the old man Jameson himself. Yet it was clear that Jameson had granted him full authority in this meeting. "Go in," Jameson instructed as they reached the top floor, standing in front of Norman Osborn's office. Jameson paused, a smile creeping onto his face. "Go in and take a good look at yourself. Remember, you now represent the Jameson family." "Understood," Anton replied, his expression a mix of apprehension and determination. He straightened his collar and knocked on the door. "Come in," came Norman Osborn's voice from within. With a firm push, Anton opened the door and stepped inside. Norman looked up, surprise flickering across his features. "If I remember correctly, your name is Anton, right?" He smiled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "I'm genuinely surprised that old Jonah actually gave you the Daily Bugle. I thought he'd cling to his power until the day he died. He must be quite pleased with you." "Thank you," Anton replied, nodding slightly. He skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. "The old man didn't tell me what to say, but I believe the purpose of our meeting today concerns the Life Foundation. Am I correct, Mr. Osborn?" "Not bad," Norman said, motioning for Anton to take a seat. The Life Foundation is our common adversary. From what I gather, you're the mastermind behind the scandal originating from them. I must admit, you did a commendable job, quite reminiscent of Jonah's style. Old man. Anton raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It seems he's brought down more major companies than I think. Of course, I admire him and regret his retirement, Norman said sincerely. Anton was unsure if Norman's words were genuine or just a facade. However, as a young man eager for success, he preferred to cut through the niceties and get straight to business. What exactly does Mr. Osborn want from me today? He asked. Cooperation, Norman stated bluntly. I came to the Daily Bugle for a partnership. It seems that the Oscorp company has a keen interest in the Life Foundation, Anton observed, feigning surprise. Norman continued, after all, our collaboration hinges on the downfall of the Life Foundation. While Oscorp is primarily an arms manufacturer, we also rank among the top companies globally in biological genetics. In simpler terms, we are a renowned pharmaceutical company as well. The Life Foundation is one of our rivals in this field, and the pharmaceutical patents they possess are exactly the kind of supplement that Oscorp dreams of. Bringing down the Life Foundation and taking over is indeed a significant advantage, Anton acknowledged. But what's in it for the Daily Bugle? Shares, Norman replied. He understood the importance of maintaining a mutually beneficial relationship. As long as the Daily Bugle cooperates with Oscorp to successfully acquire the Life Foundation, I can transfer 5% of the shares of the Life Foundation to the Jameson family afterward. As Norman discussed the business deal, he assumed a demeanor that was almost detached. I believe this sufficiently conveys my sincerity. Then, happy cooperation, Anton replied, his voice steady. Anton couldn't help but feel that the offer was straightforward. 5% of the shares of the Life Foundation might seem paltry at first glance, but considering the size of the Life Foundation, it represented a staggering amount of wealth. Norman Osborn was indeed generous. It dawned on Anton that the real reason the Oscorp company sought cooperation with the Daily Bugle stemmed from the latter's influence over public opinion. Without the Daily Bugle, Oscorp would struggle to buy the Life Foundation, unable to even grasp the intricacies of such a goal. Money alone wouldn't suffice. The existence of the Daily Bugle filled a critical gap for Oscorp in the realm of public relations. This partnership was indispensable to his plans, which clarified why Norman was willing to invest so heavily. As Anton exited Norman Osborn's office, he reflected on the earlier comment about how he reminded Norman of Jonah Jameson back in the day. His expression turned contemplative. He began to ponder the origins of the Jameson family's wealth. Had the old man truly relied on the Daily Bugle to exploit opportunities, take advantage of situations, and ultimately amass a fortune worth billions? Meanwhile, in San Francisco, within the walls of the experimental base and the Symbiote Research Center, a different narrative unfolded. Are you really going to let me go? Eddie Brock asked incredulously, staring at the woman named Dora Skirth. He could hardly believe his luck. I didn't let you go. You broke free, knocked me out, and escaped, Dora corrected him, her tone serious. Understood. Eddie nodded eagerly. Don't worry, I won't expose you. Before you leave, there are some important things you need to know, Dora said, her expression turning grave. Eddie sensed the weight of her words and his expression shifted to one of concern. What is it? He asked. Dora leaned in, her voice low. Do you know why the Life Foundation, a pharmaceutical company, suddenly decided to build rockets and launch a space program? Because of Earth's overpopulation and climate change. Drake wants to be ahead of the curve, Eddie replied, recalling various interviews and comments made by Drake. Is that not true? No, it's all true, Dora confirmed. Drake did send a spacecraft to search for a habitable planet. But on the return trip, they unexpectedly discovered a comet. A comet? Eddie asked, confused. What does that have to do with anything? The onboard computer detected thousands of signs of life on the comet. Dora explained, her voice filled with urgency. They brought some samples back. Eddie's eyes widened in shock. Wait, are you saying there are aliens? You could say that, Dora admitted. However, we refer to them as symbiotes. They cannot survive in our environment independently. They require hosts, much like traditional parasites. Eddie took a deep breath, trying to process the information. Then these experiments I've witnessed in the past few days. Yes, Dora said, her tone somber. Drake believes that merging humans with symbiotes will be key to our survival in space. But these experiments weren't included in the test reports. He's been conducting them recklessly. If the experiments fail, the host dies, which you might call a grotesque violation of life. He's a lunatic. Eddie exclaimed, stunned. He had initially assumed Drake was conducting illegal human experiments for profit. However, it was becoming apparent that Drake's ambitions extended far beyond mere financial gain. He was attempting to fuse humans with extraterrestrial beings, a notion that felt both absurd and terrifying. This revelation left Eddie grappling with a stark reality. The Life Foundation was delving into realms of science and morality that could have far-reaching consequences. His perspective shifted as he understood the depths of their experiments and the potential dangers they posed to humanity. Don't worry. Once I'm out, I'll expose Drake's actions and ensure he spends the rest of his life behind bars, Eddie declared, pounding his chest with conviction. He had plenty of reasons to despise Carlton Drake, but what he had recently uncovered about Drake's experiments had escalated his feelings from dislike to utter loathing. Locking Drake away for life would be merciful given the depth of his crimes. I just don't want to see anyone die for something so twisted, Dora murmured, her face shadowed with guilt and sorrow. Eddie's gaze softened as he caught Dora's meaning. In the past, Dora had managed to justify the sacrifices made by Life Foundation's volunteer test subjects, convincing herself it was all in the name of medical progress. But Drake's recent experiments testing alien symbiotes on human subjects, risking their lives for an experiment that was barely understood, had crossed the line. Dora couldn't ignore her conscience any longer, and Eddie's appearance had given her the courage to finally take a stand against her employer's unethical practices. "You have my word. I won't let Drake get away with this," Eddie reassured her, his tone steady and determined. With a small nod, Dora unlocked the door of the glass chamber, setting Eddie free. But before he could make his escape, a security guard burst into the room, his hand instinctively reaching for his gun. "Freeze! Move, and I'll shoot," the guard shouted, his voice trembling slightly with tension. Eddie cursed under his breath. The timing couldn't have been worse. Trying to keep calm, he raised his hand slowly, pretending to surrender, all while edging subtly closer to the guard. Click! Without warning, the guard fired, and Eddie dodged just in time. The bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging, hot sensation. He barely had time to process it when he heard the sound of shattering glass behind him. Both Dora and the guard turned toward the sound, their faces filled with shock and dread. The guard, now pale with fear, seemed to forget Eddie altogether. He backed away slowly, his gaze fixed on something behind Eddie. "Run!" Dora screamed, her voice hoarse with terror. The guard didn't wait for further instructions. He bolted from the room, abandoning both Eddie and his gun in a blind panic. Eddie was left alone, confused but relieved until he felt something cold and viscous against his heel. He froze, dread creeping up his spine. Slowly, he turned and saw it, a black, gelatinous substance slithering across the floor, inching up his legs and wrapping around his body. The sticky, alien ooze crept upward, as though it had a mind of its own. Eddie struggled, but it only tightened its grip. "No," he yelled, horrified by the realization. This was a symbiote. He'd never seen one in person, but the stories were unmistakable. The alien parasite latched onto him, melding with his skin, as if sinking into his very being. A chill of fear washed over him, but he felt something else too, a strange surge of energy, raw and untamed, as the symbiote began to merge with him. Meanwhile, in New York, Anton and Jonah Jameson were discussing the fallout from the Life Foundation incident. "Did you reach an agreement with Norman Osborn?" Jameson asked, looking more satisfied than usual. Anton nodded. "The deal's set. But I have to ask, how did you build such a fortune, old man?" Jameson chuckled. "Making money legally is an art. I invested wisely and used every legal advantage I could. Do you really think I got to where I am by blackmailing people?" Anton smirked. "I underestimated you. Stick around," Jameson said with a grin. "You'll learn a thing or two." Just then, Anton's phone buzzed. It was Phil, calling with an update. "Boss, the Life Foundation just announced a press conference to address the allegations. It looks like we're winning." Anton's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Let's see how Drake handles the pressure," he replied coolly, as he and Jameson climbed into a waiting car. During the drive, Anton pulled up a live stream on his phone. The screen displayed the Life Foundation's headquarters in San Francisco, surrounded by a crowd of protesters and reporters. They were there to hear Carlton Drake address the mounting scandals surrounding his company. "Do you think they'll actually admit fault?" Anton asked, glancing at Jameson. Jameson scoffed. "Not likely. But remember, the truth always comes out eventually." In San Francisco, the doors of the Life Foundation's headquarters opened, and Carlton Drake emerged, flanked by bodyguards. Reporters swarmed him, shouting questions. "Mr. Drake, how do you respond to the allegations? Is it true that the San Francisco Police Department issued a warning? Are you facing jail time?" The questions came thick and fast, the crowd buzzing with anticipation. Drake raised his hand for silence, stepping up to the podium with a calm, collected expression. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Life Foundation has always been dedicated to curing the most pressing diseases of our time," he said smoothly. "We've developed groundbreaking treatments, including new drugs for pancreatic cancer. Although I'm facing false accusations, I assure you, my conscience is clear. I am committed to saving lives." Back in New York, Anton and Jameson exchanged a glance as they watched Drake's speech. "Think he'll admit anything?" Anton asked. "Not a chance," Jameson replied with a scoff. "But we have the upper hand. Let's see how long he can keep up this act." In the Life Foundation laboratory, Eddie's body was fully enveloped by the symbiote, which had now merged with him completely. He felt its presence within him, a foreign, insistent voice whispering in his mind. "We are Venom. Eddie, you." Dora's voice trembled. She stared at the man before her, his face pale and wide-eyed, and asked with a hint of panic, "Are you all right?" "I'm all right, but you look like you've seen a ghost," Eddie said, patting himself down to check if he was all in one piece. "Do you want me to have an accident or something?" No. Dora shook her head quickly. Then, the researcher within her took over, excitement lighting up her eyes. "You're okay? You're okay, Eddie. You've successfully bonded with the symbiote? You've become the perfect host. Wait, does this mean I can survive in space now?" Eddie looked bewildered, his mind racing to catch up. Of course, a deep, gravelly voice echoed in his head. "You are my perfect host." Eddie's eyes bulged. Who said that? What do you mean?" Dora looked at him, utterly baffled. "No one else is here." "No, I swear someone was talking to me." Eddie insisted, shaking his head as if he could shake out whatever had invaded his mind. Did you imagine it? Dora's brows knitted together. Could there be a side effect of the symbiote? You need a medical examination, Eddie. Eddie wasn't listening. He glanced around, realizing that staying here was a bad idea. If they didn't leave now, he wouldn't live to see another day, let alone an examination. Run! We need to get out, now. Eddie grabbed Dora's hand, and the two bolted toward the exit, dodging through the maze-like corridors of the research center. There? That way. Dora pointed frantically. Just as they rounded a corner, a group of security guards blocked their path, weapons raised. One guard shouted, "Halt, or we'll shoot." Eddie barely slowed down. He knew stopping was a guaranteed way to end up dead. Behind them, he heard the shout, "Fire!" Blinding blue light and deafening shots erupted around them, bullets striking close enough to make them jump. Eddie was sure he was done for when he saw a bullet speeding his way, too fast to avoid. But to his surprise, his body moved on its own, twisting unnaturally, just enough to avoid the hit. What the hell was that? He thought, but he couldn't slow down to figure it out. His body seemed to act as if on autopilot, navigating every shot, every turn, with superhuman precision. The thrill and terror mixed in his veins like electricity. Dora struggled to keep up, clinging to Eddie's arm as they sprinted faster than she ever thought possible. Soon, though, they found themselves cornered again, more armed thugs blocking their path. In a moment of desperation, Eddie's body lurched forward, his fist swinging wildly and hitting a guard with a force he didn't know he had. The man was flung backward like a rag doll, crashing into the wall. The guards around him gaped, frozen in shock. Dora stumbled back, her eyes wide. Eddie wasn't just fast, he was powerful in ways she couldn't comprehend. Eddie, she breathed, awe and fear battling in her voice. But Eddie wasn't in control. His movements were erratic, almost animalistic. He knocked down guards with ease, his body stretching and morphing in ways that should have been impossible. And then, something more horrifying happened. Eddie's skin started to change, becoming slick and black, stretching over his entire body. His face twisted and elongated, transforming him into a monstrous figure with bulging white eyes and a wide, toothy grin that was both sinister and triumphant. The guards stared, frozen in terror as the alien creature laughed, a sound that reverberated through the halls like a mocking growl from the depths of hell. "Oh my god," Dora gasped, taking a step back. She clapped her hands over her mouth as the alien creature Eddie grabbed one of the guards and, with a sickening crunch, bit down on the man's head. Panic erupted among the guards, and they scrambled to escape, tripping over each other in their terror. Dora screamed, her face pale with horror. In a flash, Eddie's form snapped back to normal, leaving him panting and trembling. What was that?" he muttered, clutching his head, still reeling from the transformation. "What is the symbiote?" Dora stammered, barely able to get the words out. "What did it just make you do?" "I don't know," Eddie said, shaking his head in despair. He didn't have time to process it. They had to get out. More guards were closing in, and he knew their luck was running out. Dragging Dora along, he darted through the exit and didn't stop until they were well clear of the building. Back in the press conference room, Carlton Drake's voice echoed through the speakers, a smooth, rehearsed speech about his noble ambitions and dedication to scientific progress. But as he spoke, a loud, metallic bang interrupted him, startling everyone in the room. The press and guests turned their heads toward a massive iron door near the back of the hall. It was bulging outward as if something on the other side was pushing with immense force. Is there something behind that door?" one reporter whispered, backing up instinctively. Boom! With a violent shudder, the door flew off its hinges, crashing to the floor. A man and a woman appeared, stumbling through the empty doorway. "What the who are they?" someone shouted. Drake's face went pale as he recognized the disheveled figures standing in the entryway, Eddie and Dora. "Eddie," Carlton Drake whispered to himself, a mixture of fear and fascination flickering in his eyes. The press immediately erupted into a frenzy, cameras flashing as questions rained down like bullets. "Mr. Drake, who are those people? Is this part of your experiment? Did they escape from your facility?" Drake's assistant quickly jumped in, ushering Drake off the stage. "There has been an unexpected development," she said, trying to maintain some semblance of control. "The press conference is over. We'll provide further information as soon as we have clarity on the situation." But the press wasn't having it. Journalists pushed forward, shouting questions, demanding answers. Drake didn't respond, slipping out of the hall as his assistant followed in haste. In a dimly lit car across town, Anton and Jameson watched the live broadcast on a small screen. Anton's eyes narrowed, his jaw clenching as he watched Eddie's chaotic escape unfold in real time. "Eddie." Jameson's eyes narrowed, trying to recognize the powerful figure he had just seen with the memory he had of Eddie. Although he'd only met Eddie once, he had collected enough information on him to have a vivid impression. "Could that really be Eddie?" he muttered, watching the footage of the man kicking down the heavy iron gate, a scene more like an old Captain America video from 70 years ago than anything he'd expect from Eddie. "Yes, it's him," Anton confirmed. "Eddie somehow infiltrated the Life Foundation disguised as a homeless person, and we received footage through our source. But then, Eddie was taken inside as a volunteer subject." He kept his explanation short and to the point, and it was enough for Jameson to understand. "So, Eddie's transformation is related to Drake's research," Jameson said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. He muttered to himself, "No wonder Norman Osborn would go to such lengths to acquire the Life Foundation. This is bigger than I thought." Are you saying Osborn already knows about the Life Foundation's secrets? Anton asked, surprised. 9 times out of 10, yes. Norman must have some intel on Drake's operations, or he wouldn't be willing to meet our high demands, Jameson replied, a knowing tone in his voice. Osborn's not one to act impulsively. Anton shook his head, feeling like a rookie in the face of such powerful players. If the situation hadn't gained such media attention, spurred by Oscorp's interference, the Life Foundation wouldn't have been as easy to pressure. Back at the Daily Bugle, a lively buzz greeted Anton as he entered. We did it, someone cheered. The Life Foundation's reputation is in ruins. The team had just watched Carlton Drake's floundering press conference, his responses to the mounting accusations exposing his guilt. Who was that guy who broke out with the woman? He looked familiar. Looked like a scene from some kind of action romance. And did you see how he shattered that iron door? Anyway, it's clear now something strange is going on inside the Life Foundation's labs. Yet, Drake's career is toast. Anton raised his hand, signaling for quiet. This is only the first stage of our battle, he reminded them. We have to keep the pressure on, to make sure Drake and the Life Foundation don't find a way to wriggle out. And after we've won, there'll be double bonuses for everyone. That's the spirit, boss. The room erupted in cheers. After settling in his office, Anton dialed Phil. Did you see that footage? Phil's voice was barely controlled excitement on the other end. It was Eddie, wasn't it? Yes, Anton replied. Even with the Life Foundation in trouble, they won't let Eddie go. Stay in San Francisco and try to locate him. I'll do whatever I can to support you from here. Understood, boss. Phil's voice held a note of determination. I'll find him. Anton hung up, his head aching as he rubbed his temples. Venom. He could almost guarantee Eddie had bonded with a symbiote and acquired the powers of Venom. But instead of ending the matter, this seemed only to be the beginning of something much larger. If the Life Foundation escalated the situation, his own ability to influence events might be severely limited. He could only hope Eddie could handle the fallout. With Oscorp now attempting to acquire the Life Foundation, Eddie might have a brief reprieve. Perhaps the corporate chaos would buy him some time. Otherwise, Eddie would have no choice but to take down Carlton Drake, as Venom did in the movie. But things had already diverged from the movie. The Daily Bugle was now actively involved, and Osborn had jumped into the fray, throwing the situation into disarray. Trying to predict the outcome based on the original story was pointless. This waiting isn't going to work, Anton muttered to himself. I need to get the Batman template ready. If I can access its power, even just the basic suit, I'll be far less vulnerable. He quickly called the film crew to check on progress. They were in the final stages of production, with only editing and promotions left after a solid plan for special effects had been set. The serialized Batman Begins novel, published in the Daily Bugle, was also nearing its final chapters. Its thrilling storyline and quality had attracted a loyal fan base across New York. Checking the fan value for Batman, Anton saw the numbers had reached 210,000, a promising start, but still, he couldn't shake his sense of urgency. He called Betty next. Increase the promotion for the Batman novels, he directed. I want every person in New York to know Batman's name by the time the movie releases. That'll cost a pretty penny, Anton, Betty replied. Your personal account's already running low. Why is that coming out of my personal account? Anton snapped. The Bugle's publishing house is printing Batman. Shouldn't they put something behind the books the boss writes? Betty shrugged. You're the boss, you call the shots. She smiled, heading out of the office. Meanwhile, in a quieter part of San Francisco, Eddie carefully set Dora down. We need to separate, he said in a low voice. Dora's face fell. Are you leaving me to fend for myself? She asked, her voice filled with shock. No, it's not like that, Eddie explained. Drake is after me, not you. If you hide somewhere safe, he won't come looking for you. Just lay low until this is over. But my daughter is still in Drake's hands, Dora protested, her voice shaking. As a mother, I can't abandon her. Eddie paused, then said, as a senior researcher, you know a lot about the Life Foundation's operations, right? You might even know some of Drake's secrets. What are you getting at? Dora asked, eyes narrowing. Don't forget, I used to be a journalist. Eddie said, if you go to the Daily Bugle and reveal what you know, public opinion could force Drake's hand. He'd be too exposed to target you. And as far as I know, you aren't the only family he's taken hostage. Dora considered this. What about you, though? Eddie gave a bitter smile. My situation's different. Drake won't stop coming after me. I'm the only person who has successfully bonded with a symbiote. As long as he's in power, he'll be after me. Dora clenched her fists, knowing he was right. This wasn't the time for sentimentality. Fine. We'll part ways here. Give me a way to contact you, she said. I know more about symbiotes than you. If you're ever in need, I'll help however I can. Eddie nodded, grateful. Here, this is my private email. Memorize it. After Eddie and Dora separated, Eddie gazed towards downtown San Francisco, his expression thoughtful, before turning and heading toward the suburbs. Moments later, his face contorted as he felt his body twist involuntarily. Hungry. I want to eat, a deep, alien voice echoed within his mind. What? Eddie's eyes widened, finally certain that the voice wasn't a hallucination. There really was someone, or something, inside him. What do you want to eat? He asked sarcastically, holding out his hands helplessly. He recalled with horror the moment he had bitten someone's head off while escaping the experimental base. His stomach churned, and he grimaced, muttering, "Don't tell me you want to eat people." Before he could finish his thought, his body moved on its own, accelerating with unnatural speed. Ah, hell. Eddie cursed under his breath as he realized he had lost control. Meanwhile, in New York at the Daily Bugle, Anton received an email containing critical information. He promptly contacted Phil, instructing him to head to a location in San Francisco to meet a woman named Doris Girth. Dora, grateful to finally find allies, shared everything she knew about Carlton Drake's unethical experiments. She detailed the cruel, inhumane methods of the Life Foundation and the experiments that preyed on the homeless. Phil, under Anton's guidance, crafted a 1,000-word article revealing Drake's twisted ambitions while carefully referring to the alien symbiotes as mysterious experiments. In his writing, Phil portrayed Drake as a ruthless villain, focusing on how the Life Foundation manipulated vulnerable individuals and exploited families of researchers to secure compliance. Once published on the Daily Bugle website, the article spread like wildfire. In no time, it became one of the most read pieces on the site, garnering millions of hits. The Daily Bugle quickly gained a reputation as a crusader for justice, praised by the public as the last conscience of journalism. Over at Oscorp, Norman Osborn saw the public outrage and knew this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Pleased with Anton's initiative, he called in his secretary, instructing her to formally submit an acquisition proposal to the board. Oscorp would soon take over the Life Foundation. Leaning back with a triumphant smile, Norman muttered, "Symbiosis. I must have it." Norman then ordered his bodyguards to find Eddie in San Francisco before the Life Foundation could capture him, threatening that failure would not be tolerated. The race was on. Back at the Daily Bugle, Anton sat in his office, looking out at the night sky and reflecting on how much the last few days had taken out of him. "These have been the most exhausting days of my life," he muttered, though a hint of satisfaction lingered in his voice. The newspaper's recent articles had sparked enormous public backlash against the Life Foundation, with every new release stirring even more outrage. Despite the seeming lull from the Life Foundation, Anton knew they were hunting Eddie relentlessly. He wired a significant amount of money to Eddie to support him while he was on the run, knowing that it was the best he could do for now. Meanwhile, the Life Foundation had finally uncovered Eddie's identity and tracked his escape route. Carlton Drake's fury was palpable, but instead of retaliating publicly, he ordered his team to release Dora's family as a facade of goodwill. It was a calculated move to appear cooperative and avoid further bad press. In the midst of this chaos, Anton finally received some good news. The filming for Batman Begins was complete. After nearly 3 months, the film had entered post-production. Drawing on his prior knowledge, Anton had prepared many of the special effects shots in advance, speeding up the editing process significantly. Working with the editor for 3 intense days, Anton cut the footage down to a thrilling 140-minute blockbuster. When Jim, one of the producers, saw the finished film, he was visibly impressed. "Anton, this is incredible work. I never thought a film made on such a tight schedule would look this polished." Jim's initial reservations vanished as he marveled at the cinematic quality. With production wrapped up, the focus shifted to distribution and marketing. The Batman novel, serialized in the Daily Bugle, had already gained a devoted readership, especially in New York. This initial popularity gave Anton the idea to host the film's premiere in the city. "If we can invite Tony Stark to the premiere, it would be a game-changer for publicity," Jim suggested. "Don't worry," Anton replied with a knowing smile. "This is Tony's investment, after all. He wouldn't miss it." Jim quickly secured a movie distributor. With the weight of the Jameson family name and his own experience as a former top-tier producer, arranging a theater release wasn't a challenge for him. Even the screen opening and percentage of showings were easily managed, given his connections and confidence in the film's quality. The biggest selling point of Batman Begins, beyond any actor's name, was its backer Tony Stark. Known as a genius, playboy, and billionaire, Stark's name alone brought clout and curiosity. People might debate his character, but they couldn't ignore his fame. The mere mention of Tony Stark's investment turned the film into a spectacle worth at least a 20% theater allocation, and with Jim's assurance in the movie's quality, securing 40% wasn't a problem. But Jim was aiming for 60%. This release, a chance for his career revival, deserved his fullest efforts, and he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. A premiere date was set, and promotion ramped up. As a new, popular book in New York, Batman Begins already had a strong following. Forums on the Daily Bugle's website were alive with fans discussing the novel, and anticipation was high. The news of Tony Stark's $50 million investment spread quickly, reminding many of the wager made between Stark and Anton. This fueled further interest, as people speculated on the film's origin story, which began as a high-stakes bet between 2 wealthy heirs. Opinions on the film's potential varied. Some skeptics claimed it would flop and vowed not to see it. But Anton was strategic, releasing a story that the idea for Batman came from Tony Stark himself, a man who, much like Bruce Wayne, inherited a fortune, appeared as a carefree playboy, but held a serious side driven to make a difference. This storyline intrigued people, even if opinions about Stark's motivations were mixed. Regardless, public interest was building, and Batman Begins' visibility soared. As he monitored the movie's buzz, Anton checked his fan value, a system tallying the number of Batman fans. It had grown to 800,000, thanks to the novel alone. With the film about to premiere, he felt confident that the fan base would soon hit the 9.98 million mark, enough to cement the character's legacy. Anton called Tony Stark, enduring a few sarcastic jabs before Stark finally agreed to attend the premiere. Tony was notorious for his insatiable curiosity and, though he wouldn't admit it, had a vested interest in seeing what Anton had created. The idea of poking fun at Anton also sweetened the deal. To Stark, Anton wasn't the type to produce a blockbuster, let alone invent a superhero genre. Jarvis, Tony said with a smirk, notify Pepper. Move my trip to Afghanistan back. I have a premiere to attend, and maybe a female companion, if she's interested. The premiere night arrived, with the Daily Bugle buzzing. Anton watched as Jonah Jameson arrived, who chuckled, I hope this movie doesn't put me to sleep. Anton replied confidently, I promise, it won't. The theater filled with guests, though Tony, true to form, was fashionably late, arriving with Pepper Potts. Anton knew her well, she often helped manage Tony's chaos at events. Always the late arrival, Tony, Anton greeted him. After the movie, I'll be waiting to make you my errand boy, Tony quipped, recalling their bet. As the film's release neared, he'd been reminded of the wager, spurred by the relentless media coverage. We'll see if you still feel that way after the movie, Anton replied calmly. Tony shrugged, rolling his eyes as he took his seat with Pepper. If he wasn't impressed, he figured he could leave early and return for the ending. Meanwhile, across the country in San Francisco, the atmosphere was starkly different at the Life Foundation headquarters. Carlton Drake sat in his spacious office, looking out over the city with a brooding expression. He threw a file in the face of his lead bodyguard. How many days has it been? Drake fumed. A single man Eddie has slipped past you repeatedly, costing us resources and manpower. Yet you can't catch him. Boss, we aren't the only ones searching for him, the bodyguard replied carefully. There's another well-equipped team involved. They seem to be from Oscorp. Drake clenched his fists. Oscorp. Norman Osborn, that parasite. While Life Foundation was powerful, they couldn't confront Oscorp directly. Yet, as a San Francisco powerhouse, Drake wasn't about to let an outsider push him aside. His only chance to regain ground was to capture Eddie, gather data on their research, and present it to San Francisco city officials. Once they saw the potential in his research, politicians would undoubtedly line up to support the Life Foundation. Drake was convinced the symbiote technology was groundbreaking. What about the Daily Bugle? He asked the bodyguard. Anton Jameson, the grandson of Jonah Jameson, seems to be behind the online smear campaign. He and Eddie were close when Eddie worked as editor-in-chief. Teach him a lesson, Drake growled. The bodyguard hesitated. The Jamesons are politically protected in New York. Any action against them could provoke retaliation. The San Francisco government is already wary of us, and a reckless move could. Drake clenched his teeth until his gums bled. Every path felt blocked. The Life Foundation was trapped in a web of public opinion and rival power plays, and any misstep could ruin them. Just make sure he understands the consequences of meddling with us, he ordered. As his bodyguard left, Drake turned his thoughts to Norman Osborn. Norman, you think you can steal my company? It will never happen. The movie begins with an introduction to Bruce Wayne's tragic background, which quickly captures Tony Stark's attention. Bruce's story resonates deeply with Tony, as he's reminded of his own tumultuous relationship with his father, Howard Stark. Tony recalls the arguments and unresolved tension that built up over the years. When Howard and Maria Stark passed away in a car accident, Tony was left with regrets and unfinished business, which only makes Bruce's loss as a child feel more poignant to him. For Bruce, the loss was even more devastating, leaving him to grow up without his parents at a young age, under the care of his loyal butler, Alfred, and isolated from close connections. Just as Tony contemplates leaving the theater, Bruce's character makes a powerful choice on screen. He decides to leave Gotham, travel the world, and dedicate himself to mastering the skills he'll need to fight crime. His transformation is guided by his desire to honor his parents' memory and redeem Gotham, a city that has fallen into decay. Bruce endures rigorous training in the League of Assassins, emerging as a man with both the physical prowess and strategic mindset to become a symbol of fear for criminals. The mood in the movie lightens slightly as Bruce takes back control of his family's company and recruits Lucius Fox to help him create the iconic Batman suit. By donning this armor, Bruce channels his childhood fears into a mission to save Gotham. His principles of justice, including a strict code against killing, earn him admiration from the audience. In the movie, Bruce is portrayed as a dark knight who, with extraordinary skills, wisdom, and technology, brings hope to a city overrun with crime. The emergence of Bruce's old mentor, Henry Ducard, as the villain provides a surprising twist, catching viewers off guard but feeling authentic due to the thoughtful storytelling. When the climactic confrontation ends, Bruce must face his own moral limits. The screen goes dark, leaving the audience captivated, then an Easter egg scene teases a second installment, and the credits roll. The audience erupts in applause, yet Tony Stark sits silently, wrestling with mixed emotions. Though begrudgingly impressed, he has to admit that the movie is well made. Anton, his rival, seems to have pulled off something extraordinary. Those who came expecting to see a train wreck find themselves congratulating Anton instead. To their surprise, Anton held several key roles in the movie's creation, from director to screenwriter, and even editor. For many who know Anton, this discovery is eye-opening, and it cements his talent. Jameson, a longtime supporter of Anton, is especially thrilled. He sees a promising future for Anton, who has recently also proved himself capable at the Daily Bugle. With a twinkle of pride, he envisions Anton elevating the family legacy to new heights. After the premiere, Anton seizes the opportunity to thank Tony Stark, knowing full well that the movie's success owes some credit to Tony's investment and public presence. Tony, frustrated but refusing to let Anton have the last word, reminds him, "You only beat me this once. I've had countless wins over you at parties." Anton grins, brushing off the comment with confidence, which only irritates Tony further. Feeling defeated, Tony grabs his assistant, Pepper Potts, and leaves the theater without another word, visibly agitated. Once Tony is out of sight, Anton shifts his focus back to the event and reconnects with a glamorous actress, one he has spent many late nights discussing the film with. The two share a private evening celebrating the success of the premiere. The following morning, Anton arrives at the Daily Bugle, albeit slightly worse for wear. Betty, his sharp-witted colleague, is waiting for him, holding a newspaper with the film's box office results prominently displayed. "Congratulations, Anton. Your movie's a hit," she remarks, her expression unreadable. With an opening box office of $14 million, the film has proven itself despite its lack of an established fan base. "Although, you probably have Tony Stark's influence to thank for drawing that kind of crowd," she adds, her tone a bit cold. Anton, still in a triumphant mood, says, "Oh, don't worry, I've already thanked him." He then notices Betty's glare and teases her with, "What's the matter? Not happy for me?" Betty's eyes narrow. "Maybe if you'd scrubbed that lipstick off your neck, I'd feel more inclined to celebrate with you," she snaps. Unfazed, Anton leans in, lowering his voice to a playful whisper. "Come on, Betty, you know you can't resist my charm," he quips. "How about dinner tonight?" Rolling her eyes, she retorts, "Keep dreaming." With a final sigh, Betty shifts to a more professional tone, briefing Anton on the film's current ratings and the next steps for its promotion. "If you're serious about pushing this success, we'll need to ramp up our marketing. Only a handful of top critics have weighed in so far, and the score might fluctuate once it reaches a wider audience." Anton waves a dismissive hand. "Whatever you think is best, Betty. Go ahead." He's too elated to worry about the fine details, especially after celebrating late into the night. "Anything to boost the box office is fine by me," he says, adding with a wink, "I'm not worried about numbers as long as we're making waves." Betty, as always, is quick to get back to business, understanding Anton's priorities but ensuring everything stays on track. Anton knows his real goal isn't just the box office, it's the visibility, the fan engagement, and the broader recognition that come with a successful film. The buzz will boost his fan value, a goal he's kept closely in mind since embarking on this project. The movie's popularity is more than just a financial victory for Anton, it's proof that he can stand toe-to-toe with Tony Stark and even claim a win. The movie Batman Begins premiered with a solid opening box office of $14 million, reaching an impressive $87 million by the end of its first week. For an original film without prior sequels, these numbers were staggering, close to breaking records for non-franchise movies. As Betty noted, much of the credit could be attributed to Tony Stark, whose fame helped generate significant buzz around the release. Without his promotional influence, it's likely that even a well-reviewed film wouldn't have garnered this level of success right out of the gate. With professional movie websites projecting the film's final box office at around $500 million domestically, and close to $200 million internationally, expectations were high. A total estimated revenue of $700 million was impressive, especially given that the initial investment was only $100 million. This yield suggested a return on investment of over 150% from ticket sales alone, and once earnings from DVD, streaming, and other media were factored in, the film was likely to exceed a 200% return. This success story elevated Anton's profile as a director, instantly earning him the title of genius director across the industry and the media. For the retired media mogul Jonah Jameson, Anton's rapid rise was both surprising and gratifying, giving him hope that the Jameson family legacy was in good hands. The week following the release, Batman Begins quickly gained a large fan base, with an estimated 5 million fans. Box office figures steadily climbed, reaching $270 million in record time. However, growth eventually started to slow, with the curve of daily earnings flattening. This shift led movie websites to lower their projections to around $460 million for the final box office total. Yet, Anton had already recouped the film's initial cost, so everything beyond that was pure profit. According to their agreement, there was no obligation for Anton to share profits with Tony Stark. In fact, Anton's personal return had already surpassed 400%, a figure that left even the seasoned old Jameson marveling. For the first time, old Jameson found himself feeling that Anton's newfound success in filmmaking had generated more wealth than he had accumulated throughout his entire media career. But just as Batman's popularity was soaring, news broke that shocked the world. Stark Industries' biggest shareholder and CEO, Tony Stark, had gone missing while showcasing a new missile in Afghanistan. Details were scarce, but the report indicated that Tony was unaccounted for, a phrase that suggested they had no idea whether he was dead or alive. The news jolted Anton. He realized this marked the beginning of the Iron Man storyline, where Tony Stark would transform into the iconic superhero. Anton couldn't help but feel an odd sense of anticipation, recognizing that Tony's life was about to shift dramatically. Yet he didn't doubt Tony's safety. After all, Tony Stark was essentially the Marvel Universe's chosen one. The idea of him being lost forever felt absurd, unless this was some weird version which he could confirm in the coming days. The incident, however, sparked an idea in Anton's mind, so he called Betty. "Boss, what's the call for?" Betty answered from the Daily Bugle, noting yet again that Anton was nowhere to be found at the office. As she often did, she envied the boss's freedom to skip work at will. "Did you hear about Tony's disappearance?" Anton asked bluntly. "Of course," Betty replied, slightly exasperated. "It's all anyone's talking about. He's Tony Stark, the biggest name in the arms industry, and he's gone missing." Anton paused for a moment before revealing his plan. Remember, Tony was one of the investors in Batman Begins. The movie contains some of his ideas, too. Let's push the angle that this was his final project before his disappearance. Betty, startled by the notion, took a moment to digest it. "Are you suggesting we call this his last work?" She smirked, marveling at her boss's audacity. "Boss, sometimes I wonder if your heart is made of stone." "Make it happen," Anton instructed, dismissing her comment with a chuckle. "If I don't see a boost in the box office tomorrow, consider yourself fired." Betty rolled her eyes, muttering, "It must be stone. No need to check." Pleased with himself, Anton opened his dashboard and saw that Batman's fan count had reached 8.8 million. The response was growing, and he anticipated the new publicity angle would give it a further push. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the country, the powerful figure Drake received the news of Anton's success. As he stared at the picture of the director, a smirk spread across his face. "A genius director," he murmured to himself. "Soon, the world will see that the higher they raise you, the harder you'll fall." Simultaneously, in Manhattan's financial district, inside the Continental Hotel, a sanctuary for the world's most skilled assassins, Winston, the hotel manager, scrutinized a photograph handed to him by a colleague. As a well-informed insider, he recognized the young man in the picture as the person stirring up a media storm across the United States. Given who was funding the hit, Winston wasn't surprised at the order. A bounty of 10 million, he mused, for a troublesome kid who's just a bit too high profile. He raised an eyebrow and sighed. How many resources does this guy have? Just then, a familiar figure entered the room. John Wick, the Continental's most lethal assassin, was ready to take on his last job before retirement. "John," Winston greeted him warmly, "this is one final task for you before you step away." He handed Wick the file. Wick examined the photograph for a few moments before looking back up. "Is this your way of sending me off with a farewell gift?" "Call it that if you'd like," Winston replied with a friendly smile. "When you're done, remember you're always welcome back at the Continental. Consider it an open invitation." John nodded. "Goodbye, Winston," he said simply, turning to leave. "Goodbye, John," Winston replied, watching him go with the admiration a king might reserve for his bravest knight. Winston knew Wick had been one of his most valuable allies over the years, but he also understood that it was time to find new talent to replace the legendary hitman. Leaving the Continental, Wick drove with his loyal dog to a quiet, luxurious villa district, where homes easily priced in the tens of millions. The assassin had amassed a considerable fortune, though he knew he could afford only the most modest of these residences. That knowledge didn't bother him. For someone of his disposition, envy and anger were emotions he had long ago abandoned. Looking at the assignment as his final job, Wick felt an odd sense of detachment. Winston had given him an unusually simple target for his send-off, a movie director, unguarded, inexperienced in combat, and wholly unprepared for what was coming. It wasn't his usual kind of assignment, but as he entered the neighborhood and mentally prepared for the task, he resolved to finish this final job as he'd finished all the others efficiently, swiftly, and without a trace. And so, the infamous assassin, known as the King of Killers, was now on a collision course with Anton, Hollywood's newest genius director. Unaware of what was heading his way, Anton was simply basking in his recent box office triumph, with plans for an even brighter future unfolding in his mind. "Tony Stark, you're the man I owe it all to." Anton was overjoyed as he saw his fan count hit the target. He practically bounced off the floor with excitement. He had thought he'd have to wait until the next day to redeem the main Batman template, but thanks to Betty's brilliant hype campaign about Tony's last project, the Batman movie had surged onto the hot search, drawing in a flood of viewers eager to support the supposed last work of the late Tony Stark. Fans who hadn't originally planned to watch the film felt compelled to buy a ticket, as if paying tribute. Once in the theater, many were blown away by the movie, finding it worth every cent and joining the Batman fan club. The fan base was growing at a pace that thrilled Anton. Redeem. Anton eagerly entered the system space, choosing the Batman template. Suddenly, a remarkable transformation overtook him. His height shot up to 188 centimeters from 180 centimeters, and his muscles tightened, pulsing with raw power. His ABS, 8 finely chiseled blocks, were now as hard as a steel plate. At that moment, a surge of information flooded his mind. A skill panel appeared before him, filled with abilities he could now access: ultimate physical fitness, unyielding will, master of martial arts, master detective, master tactician, anti-terrorism specialist, interrogation expert, and master of disguise. The list went on and on. As he absorbed the knowledge, Anton took a deep breath, marveling at Batman's achievements. Bruce Wayne, he thought, was a man who had squeezed every ounce of human potential to its fullest. His skills, intelligence, and advanced tech arsenal were what made him the formidable figure Gotham needed. Anton felt a tug in his mind, and suddenly he was wearing Batman's basic armor, the bat helmet, bat suit, bat gloves, multi-function utility belt, bat boots, grappling gun, and a host of other gadgets now accessible from his system toolbar. This is so cool, he said, barely able to contain his excitement. Anton was quickly becoming addicted to the experience of embodying Batman. When he explored the toolbar, he found he could summon various bat vehicles, the Batmobile, Batplane, Batmotorcycle, Batboat, Badge, Bathlicopter, and more. He selected the Bat motorcycle. In an instant, a sleek, powerful machine with enormous tires and heavy firepower attachments appeared on his floor. Anton hopped on, feeling the massive engine rumble as he twisted the throttle. The controls felt like a natural extension of his own body. He dismounted after a while, satisfied, and, with a mental command, dismissed the bike along with the armor, returning to his usual self. It left him feeling oddly empty, as if he'd just been stripped of a powerful part of himself. I could maintain the Batman physique all the time and just say it's from intense fitness if someone pointed, Anton thought, stroking his chin. But then the allure of the armor returned, and he summoned it again, basking in its cold, sleek feel. Now he understood why Tony Stark was so invested in building his Iron Man suits. As he tested the armor's capabilities, he activated infrared scanning and thermal sensing. To his surprise, he noticed a heat signature approaching his window, inching closer from the outside. A thief. Anton wondered. This was supposed to be a secure, high-end area with tight security, especially at night. Intrigued, Anton pulled up a chair by the window, watching the figure silently approach. Outside, John Wick carefully opened the window and pulled back the curtains, only to freeze in shock. Sitting in front of him was a man in sleek, high-tech armor, with two pointed ears on his helmet, gazing at him with an intense, almost amused expression. The man's lips curled into a grin, and then, as if by magic, he vanished. Not good. Wick's instincts kicked in. He released his hold on the window frame and tried to jump to the lawn below, but before he could react, a force slammed into him, sending him sprawling onto the grass. His mind was reeling, but his years of experience kept him moving as he struggled to his feet. The soft lawn had cushioned his fall, minimizing injury. Before he could make it far, he felt another blow at his knee, and he rolled forward again. Damn it, he muttered, knowing this opponent was no ordinary target. Realizing he couldn't outrun this armored figure, he whipped out his pistol, aiming toward the dark shape and steadying his breath. A strange laugh, almost like a taunt, seemed to carry on the wind as the shadow moved closer. Wick's finger squeezed the trigger, and the silenced gun spat out a deadly bullet aimed squarely at the figure's chest. Clang! The bullet met metal with a deafening sound, and John Wick's heart sank. Bulletproof armor. His thoughts ran wild. Before he could process the thought, another strike came out of the dark, and his world went black. When he regained consciousness, Wick found himself tied in a dim basement, every limb restrained. In front of him stood the mysterious man in the high-tech armor, arms folded, looking down on him with an almost regal authority. Let's talk. The man's voice was firm, commanding. Who sent you here? Wick met his gaze, his face devoid of fear. Just kill me. John Wick spoke without a tremor. His voice was calm, his eyes unwavering as he looked up at the armored figure looming over him. He had lived his life in a world of violence, betrayal, and death. Closing his eyes, he allowed himself a brief, fleeting memory of a warm face that was never conventionally beautiful, but that held infinite tenderness. Then, he thought of a small, lively dog, and his heart tightened. Is that so? Anton, observing him with a scrutinizing gaze, could sense the heavy aura that only the most skilled killers radiated. Batman's training had taught him to distinguish between amateurs and professionals. The man before him was clearly the latter. Everyone wants to live, Anton continued, his tone steady but edged with subtle authority. Especially people like you, who've lived so long in the darkest corners of the world. You yearn for the light more than anyone. John Wick's expression remained unchanged, though his silence was telling. Woof. A sudden bark snapped him out of his stoicism, and his eyes flew open. He glared at Anton, the anger blazing in his eyes almost palpable. Your dog's fine, Anton reassured him, stepping behind Wick to reveal the animal, its limbs bound just like its master's. But I can't guarantee that it'll stay that way. In certain parts of the world, dog meat is considered a delicacy. Served in a hot pot, spicy yet smooth, flavorful but never too greasy. Wick's jaw tightened, a slight twitch betraying the rage he was struggling to suppress. The Continental Hotel, he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. I come from there. The assassins never know who hires us, the jobs are assigned by our handlers. In my case, that's Winston. Now that the stakes were laid bare, Wick didn't bother concealing the truth any longer. His identity was no secret in New York. Many knew his reputation, but he'd been unfortunate enough to underestimate this young man standing before him. At this point, his only wish was to save the dog, the final gift from his late wife, his last link to a life that once held love and hope. Anton nodded, piecing together the situation. The Continental Hotel, and John Wick, he muttered under his breath. Though he recognized the name, the person before him didn't look quite like the famous Keanu Reeves. If Anton weren't playing the role of Batman, he would have dispatched Wick without hesitation. But he was, in fact, embodying Batman's persona and, thus, bound by his code, no killing. Batman's approach was to confront violence without becoming its instrument, to stop death rather than perpetuate it. The line between justice and vengeance was thin, and Batman walked it carefully. He had heard once that Batman, if he killed, would cease to be a hero and instead resemble his most notorious enemy, the Joker. Anton didn't wholly agree with this sentiment, but he understood its logic. With the skills he had inherited as Batman, slipping into the role of the Joker would indeed be all too easy. Wick, observing the man before him, watched as the anger in his eyes softened, replaced by a quiet contemplation. Then, without warning, a sudden blow struck him on the head, plunging him into darkness once more. When Wick regained consciousness, he found himself in the same position, bound hand and foot, his dog snoring peacefully at his feet. Relief washed over him as he noted the dog's steady breathing. Meanwhile, the armored figure had vanished, replaced by two men deep in conversation nearby. One was young, likely in his early 20s, while the other had the wearied look of a man hardened by years of ruthless business dealings. John Wick immediately recognized the elder as Jonah Jameson, a powerful figure in New York's society and next to the target of his current contract. "He came here to kill you." Jameson's face was tense, his voice laced with an unsettling calm. His intuition, honed over years of maneuvering through dangerous waters, had quickly led him to the most likely mastermind behind this attack. "The Life Foundation," he spat, his jaw clenched. "I underestimated them." Turning to Anton, he continued, "You need to keep a low profile for a few days while I handle this. They'll pay for their arrogance." "No need," Anton replied, his voice steady. "I'll deal with this myself. All I ask is that you tie up any loose ends on your side. Deal with it yourself." Jameson was momentarily taken aback, studying Anton closely. "How do you plan to do that?" Anton gestured toward Wick, now fully alert and listening. "You think I captured this man by accident? This is John Wick, the top assassin in New York, not exactly someone you'd confuse with an amateur thief." "John Wick." Jameson's eyes widened, taken aback as he regarded the man before him, now bruised and battered but still projecting an air of quiet defiance. A flicker of amusement crossed his face. "Well, he doesn't look like much at the moment, but his dog seems well taken care of." After a moment's pause, he continued, "Do what you will with him." Anton nodded, giving his instructions. "Contact the NYPD and tell them to keep an eye on Manhattan's financial district, particularly Wall Street Court, at midnight tonight." Jameson's eyes narrowed. "You're going after the Continental Hotel." "Exactly," Anton replied, locking eyes with the older man. Jameson's expression darkened with concern. "Anton, the Continental Hotel isn't the root problem here. Its owners, the High Table, are enforcers of their own brutal order. They follow rules, and they expect everyone else to do the same. Our real enemy is the Life Foundation." Jameson didn't need proof that the Life Foundation was behind the contract on his life. To him, it was an undeniable truth. Anton, however, had his own reasoning. "The High Table may not be our enemy," he said thoughtfully, "but they've accepted a job they couldn't complete. If you take a job, you pay the price when you fail." The older man sighed, his gaze heavy with doubt and worry. "You're walking into a storm, Anton." But Anton's resolve was unshakable. As he left the basement, Jameson watched him go, catching a glimpse of the determined young man as he slid behind the wheel of Wick's classic 1969 Ford Mustang and sped out of the villa. Returning his attention to Wick, Jameson observed him with a calculating expression. "So, the infamous John Wick," he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "You have quite the reputation." He reached into his coat and pulled out an old revolver, aiming it squarely at Wick's head. Wick's face was stoic, accepting his fate. But then, to his surprise, Jameson lowered the gun, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. "How would you like a change of employment?" he asked. "If my grandson manages to take down the Continental Hotel, then you'll work for me. If he fails, I'll kill you myself." The offer was laughably one-sided, but Wick sensed Jameson's absolute confidence. Despite the absurdity of the situation, the veteran assassin found himself asking, "Why do you trust him to succeed?" Jameson's face softened. "Because he's my grandson," he answered simply. "And he's grown up." When Anton took over the Daily Bugle, Jameson was actually extremely dissatisfied with Anton's performance. Despite being his grandson, Anton's management style and vision for the paper clashed with Jameson's traditional approach. Fortunately, the Daily Bugle operated under a well-established set of procedures, which allowed it to continue functioning even if Anton didn't take any significant actions. However, Jameson's dissatisfaction reached a boiling point after an interaction with Anton in which he expressed his desire to pursue a career in filmmaking. Jameson couldn't fathom how his grandson, who was supposed to uphold the legacy of the newspaper, could want to divert his energy into an entirely different field. But at the end of the day, he had to accept Anton's ambitions. After all, it was always better for a young man to be self-motivated, even if Jameson believed that motivation was misdirected. Unexpectedly, from that day on, Anton seemed to undergo a dramatic transformation. The biggest change Jameson noted was not just in Anton's career aspirations but in his demeanor and capabilities. It was particularly striking when Jameson learned that Anton had easily captured John Wick, a notorious assassin. In that moment, he realized that Anton had the potential to fly solo, needing less shelter and guidance than Jameson had previously believed. Jameson stood at the window, staring into the evening sky as he thought about his grandson. It was already 10:28 p.m. Anton had mentioned calling the New York Police Department to clear out the area after midnight, and Jameson knew that Anton had little time left to act. With the clock ticking, he felt a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Let me see how far you can go, Anton, he thought, anticipation creeping into his heart. Though their relationship lacked deep communication, both Anton and Jameson understood each other's expectations. You wait for a good show, and I'll put on a performance. To prevent anyone from directly linking him to Batman, Anton had been traveling through remote areas since he left the house. His purpose was to evade any cameras, not wanting to reveal himself as the man behind the mask. Finally, he reached a deserted industrial area where he could safely enter the sewer system. It was here that he summoned the Bat motorcycle from the vehicle category in his utility belt and entered his Batman state. The basic Batman armor emerged from his body, enveloping him like a second skin. Laying prone on the Bat motorcycle, he started the engine, revving it with an eager thrill. The low, rumbling turbocharged growl filled the air. As the Bat motorcycle flew out from another exit of the sewer, Anton estimated the time. It was about an hour and 10 minutes before midnight, and from this location to Manhattan would take approximately 20 minutes at the bike's top speed. That left him with a tight 50 minutes to achieve his mission concerning the Continental Hotel. Enough time. Anton's excitement bubbled beneath his helmet. Although the power of Batman's basic battle armor could not make him invincible against the formidable opponents in the Marvel Universe, it gave him significant confidence. In the realm of the Continental Hotel, which unified the assassin world of New York's underground, he was confident that he would be unmatched. No matter how strong the individuals affiliated with the Continental Hotel were, they were still ordinary people. If Anton failed to match their strength, it would reflect poorly on him rather than the capabilities of Batman. Zooming down the street on the Bat motorcycle, Anton reveled in the speed, leaving behind a trail of astonished onlookers. Even in heavy traffic, he maneuvered skillfully, jumping over car rooftops with ease like a stuntman in a film, soaring dozens of meters into the air with grace. His disregard for caution was palpable. While he adhered to his principle of not killing, he recognized that New York was different from Gotham City. He didn't have to hide the existence of Batman as much here. The world was changing, and superheroes were becoming more accepted. Comparatively, when Iron Man battled the Ironmonger at the Stark Industries gate, or when the Hulk grappled with Abomination, it became clear that displays of power had become a part of the city's fabric. What was Batman riding a motorcycle through the streets compared to those grand spectacles? It was, in essence, a small scene in a much larger picture. After all, this was on the cusp of a world where superheroes would soar through the skies, and the presence of Batman didn't need to remain a secret. It aligned perfectly with Anton's inner vision of harvesting fan value. However, Anton also planned to keep the truth about his identity hidden from the public, which would help him avoid unnecessary complications. What? You might wonder. As the director of Batman, how could no one connect him to the character? The answer was simple, he simply wouldn't admit it. After all, aren't young people fond of role-playing? What was wrong with a little Halloween spirit? As long as he didn't confess, he could exist in that duality of identity. He could be Anton and Batman simultaneously. Wow, a passerby on the street exclaimed, seeing Anton's striking appearance. What is that? Another person questioned, captivated. It's so cool. Is he role-playing? What role is he playing? He's so handsome. I have to dress like that for Halloween, no matter the cost. It's Batman? The recently released movie seems to be the posthumous work of Tony Stark, someone said, eyes wide with excitement. I'm going to see it right away. Every person who witnessed this scene lit up with excitement, regardless of age or gender. The allure of Batman captured everyone's attention, proving that his charisma transcended demographics. Did-a-day? The honking of horns filled the air as vehicles veered away from Anton's path. Especially the owners of the cars that were nearly crushed under the weight of the Bat motorcycle. Some of them were less than pleased. Someone call the police, shouted one driver in frustration. Others watched Anton's antics with admiration, yearning to learn his daring skills. Motor stunts? I'll learn how to do that when I get home. Master, don't go. Teach me how to ride a motorcycle, another exclaimed, while a few more were contemplating the price of such an extraordinary bike, whispering, how much does this motorcycle cost? I need to buy one. With his audacious attitude, Anton swiftly broke into Manhattan, the most densely populated and economically vibrant area of New York. The bustling environment contrasted sharply with the eerie stillness of the deserted streets he had traversed earlier. However, after a few minutes in Manhattan, he was soon spotted by patrolling police officers. Given Anton's reckless behavior and the numerous calls coming in about his antics speeding and destroying property, they instinctively began to pursue him. But just as they were about to give chase, their communicators crackled to life with orders, "Don't chase." After midnight, all police units in Manhattan were instructed to gather at the entrance of the Continental Hotel. This was the designated time to make their arrests, and it was imperative they followed orders. The officers exchanged confused glances but ultimately complied, knowing that disobedience was not an option for their survival. As Anton approached the vicinity of the Continental Hotel, the atmosphere changed drastically. Local businesses were closing their doors, and shopkeepers began arming themselves, pulling pistols from beneath their counters and assuming defensive stances. Passers-by hurriedly found refuge in the shadows, eyes wide with apprehension as they observed the armored figure barreling toward the hotel. Under the watchful gaze of the terrified onlookers, Anton drove straight into the Continental Hotel, as if challenging fate itself. This, one observer gasped, dumbfounded. Is he going to die? Close the doors, urged another, their face grave. This matter has nothing to do with us. No matter how the Continental Hotel reacts, we best stay out of it. Yeah, the first man nodded solemnly. It's a shame about that motorcycle. And that suit? That armor is so cool. Suddenly, the second man recalled something. Speaking of that look, where have we seen it before? The two exchanged puzzled glances, both straining their memories but ultimately unable to recall where they had seen such a distinctive figure. The waiter at the entrance of the Continental Hotel opened his eyes wide, watching as a motorcycle with huge, wide tires approached him. He hurriedly dodged aside, barely escaping the impact. Boom! The bulletproof glass at the hotel's door shattered, and the steel frame crumpled like paper under the sheer force of the motorcycle. Immediately after, the motorcycle skidded across the lobby floor, leaving a striking black tire mark before finally coming to a halt. The man riding it dismounted, clad in dark armor and a helmet with pointed ears. His eyes were cold and calculating as he surveyed his surroundings, exuding an air of calm confidence. The waiter, who had managed to avoid being hit, quickly drew a gun from his waist and aimed it at the armored figure before him. Batman, he shouted, recognizing the character from a recently released film. You must be crazy. Don't move. If you think you can come into the Continental Hotel and cause trouble, you've got another thing coming. Boom. Before the waiter could finish his sentence, Anton's expression remained impassive as he flicked his wrist, launching a bat dart. The projectile struck with deadly precision, severing the waiter's wrist and sending the gun clattering to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound, and the waiter, now in shock and pain, stared in horror at the figure before him. Is this really happening? He thought, panic overtaking him. The thought of revenge didn't even cross his mind as he picked up his severed hand and turned to flee. He knew he couldn't afford to confront someone as dangerous as Anton. He could always go to the hospital to get his hand reattached later. Meanwhile, Anton's dramatic entrance caught the attention of everyone in the Continental Hotel. Whispers of alarm spread through the crowd. Someone's causing trouble. Is there a killer at the Continental Hotel that violates our rules? This guy must want to die. The guests instinctively began to retreat, moving away from the chaos that was unfolding. Other waiters and a few assassins gathered in the lobby, their eyes all fixed on Anton, who stood next to his motorcycle, an imposing figure in the midst of the chaos. Rules. Anton replied coolly, glancing at one of the bystanders. I'm here to establish new rules. Kill him, someone shouted, the urgency of the situation palpable. Before the words had even finished echoing in the air, multiple guns were drawn, and the assassins pulled their triggers simultaneously. In their terrified eyes, the motorcycle seemed to vanish from sight. With lightning speed, Anton disappeared into the shadows, evoking the very essence of Batman. Click, click, a barrage of bat darts shot forth, and the lights in the Continental Hotel flickered before plunging the room into darkness. The once bright lobby became a chaotic swirl of shadows and sounds. The assailants' bullets found only empty air as Anton navigated the space with uncanny agility, using the darkness to his advantage. Where is he? One of the assassins yelled, frustration and fear merging in his voice. Ah, another screamed as he felt a dart strike him in the arm. Anton moved with grace, the confusion and panic among his attackers only enhancing his resolve. Bang, bang. On the top floor of the Continental Hotel, Winston, the manager, received frantic reports from his subordinates. He turned on the monitor screen, expecting to see the chaos unfold, but all he could see was pitch blackness. Yet, the sound of gunfire and the cacophony of screams reverberated through the room. Who is causing this uproar? Winston demanded, furrowing his brow in frustration. It's Batman, one of his subordinates replied hesitantly. Who? Winston questioned, puzzled by the unfamiliar name. He listened intently as the chaos continued in the dark. It's a movie character, the subordinate explained, his expression equally bewildered. A movie character? Winston echoed, disbelief creeping into his voice. Regardless of the character's origins, someone was blatantly defying his authority and disrupting the peace within his establishment. This was no longer just a matter of pride, it was a threat to his position as the head of the Continental Hotel. If he didn't handle this situation properly, he could find himself at odds with the High Table, the organization that oversaw the assassin's world. Send out all the killers. Winston ordered, his face a mask of cold determination. I want him dead in front of me immediately. Don't worry, his subordinate replied, nodding briskly. The order has been issued. Winston's expression softened just slightly as he added, check into this Batman's identity. I want to know exactly what we're dealing with here. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Continental Hotel, Anton maneuvered through the darkness like a specter, weaving between his attackers as they struggled to adjust. The chaos turned the once opulent hall into a hellish battleground. The assassins fell one by one, wounded but miraculously, none were dead yet. Their injuries served as a testament to Anton's prowess, and the fear of the elusive figure in the shadows began to mount. The once cocky assassins, trained to kill without mercy, now found themselves paralyzed with terror, wishing for a second chance to escape the chaos. This is how Batman used fear as a weapon against violence. Anton was determined to leave a mark, to establish his name and create a new order in this underworld. He sought not only to make Batman a household name but also to prove that he was a force to be reckoned with. Soon, amidst the chaos, Anton climbed the stairs, radiating a sense of triumph. After warming up in the fray, he felt the powers of Bruce Wayne flow through him. It was as if he had been granted divine strength, allowing him to tap into abilities he had only read about in comics. Boom! A powerful shotgun blast rang out, jolting Anton from his thoughts. A well-dressed man in a sharp suit stood in the corner, his eyes narrowed as he aimed the weapon at Anton. The black man had made the classic mistake of underestimating his opponent. Anton remained calm, knowing the basic armor he wore was designed to withstand such attacks. As the shotgun fired, Anton braced himself. The impact knocked him back slightly, but he remained standing, the armor absorbing the blow. What? The man gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. He had never encountered anyone who could take a hit like that without flinching. Anton smirked, stepping forward with renewed determination. In one swift motion, he closed the distance between them and delivered a powerful punch that sent the man crashing to the ground, blood pooling around him. Having passed the fallen adversary, Anton approached a metal door. Boom! He smashed his fist into the control panel, using the skills he had gained to easily bypass security and open the door that was supposed to be airtight. Inside the room, a disheveled man, clearly inebriated and surrounded by empty whiskey bottles, stared at Anton with a mixture of confusion and fear. "Winston, I expected a better welcoming committee," Anton remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "But it seems you've already lost one round." As the tension in the air thickened, Anton prepared for the showdown he had been waiting for, ready to establish his dominance in the underground world. "Winston, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Do I need to introduce myself to show my respect?" Anton's voice was low and smooth as he walked slowly toward Winston, a slight smile playing on his lips. Winston was taken aback. He never expected Anton to crack the code to enter his secure safe house. He set down his wine glass, a sense of urgency washing over him as he pointed his gun at Anton. At that moment, the dark armor Anton wore was still pristine, devoid of blood or any signs of the carnage he had wrought to reach this point. Despite the facade of calm, Winston felt the weight of the man's presence. He had left a trail of broken bones and paralyzed bodies behind him, and the atmosphere was thick with an unsettling tension. Sweat trickled down Winston's forehead, a clear indication of his growing anxiety. He knew, deep down, that the weapon in his hand would be ineffective against the armored figure standing before him, yet he couldn't bring himself to lower it. "The Continental Hotel has been established for so many years, and you are the first person to break in here," he said, attempting to regain control of the situation. "Batman, I don't care who you are, this is the Continental Hotel, which is under the jurisdiction of the High Table. If you kill me, you not only offend all the killers in the underground of New York City but also the High Table itself." Anton's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Winston's anxiety. "This isn't an attitude of reconciliation," he replied, his voice steady and low, sending a chill down Winston's spine. Winston understood that this wasn't just a casual meeting. Even if Anton decided to spare him now, the inevitable report to the High Table would follow, and it wouldn't be pretty for either of them. "What the hell are you going to do?" Winston asked, his voice taut with fear. "Retaliation." Anton's tone remained eerily calm. "You send someone to kill me, and I will retaliate. Isn't that reasonable?" Winston's eyes widened in realization, the gravity of the situation hitting him like a punch to the gut. "Did I send someone to kill you?" he stammered, suddenly comprehending that this whole situation was a calamity brought about by previous miscalculations, a sinking ship in murky waters. "How can you let me go?" he continued, a desperate edge creeping into his voice. Anton's gaze was unwavering. "Life Foundation," he stated plainly, the name hanging in the air like a thunderclap. Winston's eyes widened further, remembering the last assignment he had handled not long ago right before John Wick's retirement. "You are," he began, but the weight of Anton's cold stare made him hesitate. He couldn't bring himself to say the name out loud, not in this moment. As the hour hand ticked ominously toward midnight, a cacophony of police sirens filled the air, echoing through the streets outside the Continental Hotel. A large convoy of police cars gathered, their flashing lights casting eerie shadows against the walls of the hotel. Not far away, reporters with cameras scrambled to capture the unfolding chaos, their excitement palpable. They sensed something big was happening. The Continental Hotel was known for its powerful connections, and the sight of police presence was an anomaly that piqued their curiosity. "Is the Continental Hotel finally crumbling?" they murmured among themselves. Who could have possibly offended such a powerful establishment? The anticipation in the air was electric. This was big news, an event that could shake the very foundations of New York. Just then, a squad of police officers stormed into the hotel, swiftly apprehending a group of severely wounded killers and dragging them out to awaiting police vans. Despite the chaos inside, the reporters didn't hear a single gunshot. The whole area was shrouded in an unnatural silence. Where did these killers even come from? They pondered as they scribbled down notes for their articles. But when they returned to their newsrooms, the headlines would read, "New York police capture gangsters at the Continental Hotel," completely unaware of the true story that lay behind those walls. Meanwhile, the police were equally stunned as they stepped inside the Continental Hotel. Bodies of fallen killers littered the ground, and the sheer amount of equipment scattered around spoke of a fight that would have required far more firepower than they were used to handling. They knew, deep down, that this wasn't a typical gang skirmish. If a real battle had ensued, it might have taken the National Guard to restore order. Where does this fierce man come from? One officer wondered aloud as he recalled seeing Anton, the man dressed as Batman, engaging with the criminals. As word spread, the situation escalated quickly, prompting a direct call from City Hall to the police department. Police Chief George Stacy, who had already left for the night, was summoned back to the Continental Hotel. As a seasoned officer, he was well aware of the hotel's reputation, having dealt with its underworld connections many times before. Normally, he wouldn't have intervened. The underground had its own way of handling its affairs. However, George wasn't naive. He had the wisdom to understand that certain situations required careful handling. He believed that magic had to be met with magic, and that a figure like Batman, who was willing to dip into the filth of the underworld, would only create more problems in the long run. Batman. George muttered under his breath, rubbing his temples as he contemplated the situation. The law and order in New York had already been precarious, and complaints against the police department were piling up. Now, the emergence of a vigilante character like Batman made things infinitely more complicated. Go find out the true identity of Batman, George instructed his officers. Also, prepare a report for City Hall. We can't afford to take credit for this. Understood, Chief. Don't worry. I'm the best at writing reports, one officer reassured him with a slap on his chest, though the tension in the air suggested otherwise. As the officers moved about, an elderly figure with a haggard face emerged from the Continental Hotel. George squinted at the familiar visage. Mr. Winston, he greeted, a forced smile plastered on his face. With such a serious gang fight happening here, it's good to see you're all right amidst the chaos. Winston's expression darkened as he processed the reality of the situation. The hotel, once a beacon of his success, was now surrounded by police, its reputation tarnished. He glanced at the prison vans outside, his heart aching at the sight. Years of hard work and dedication were being dismantled right before his eyes. Chief George, I have something important to report, Winston said, taking a deep breath as he steeled himself for what was to come. I want to report, he announced confidently, projecting his voice for the reporters to hear. These people are sent by the Life Foundation. Those San Francisco thugs are trying to ruin my hotel. George's eyes widened in shock, unable to mask his surprise. He hadn't expected to hear such accusations. The Life Foundation? How could a group from San Francisco come all the way to New York to stir trouble? Surely, the New York Police Department wasn't that naive. You think they sent these thugs? George's incredulity bubbled to the surface, but he had to maintain his composure in front of the cameras. He forced out a righteous smile, suppressing his anger. You said it, I will seek justice for you. Winston's demeanor shifted, adopting a more calculating expression. The Life Foundation and the Continental Hotel have no prior grievances, they're seeking revenge for the Daily Bugle incident, he explained, his tone laced with conviction as he spoke to the reporters. Everyone knows what transpired, and they're using my hotel as a pawn in their game. Why target the Continental Hotel? George interjected, genuinely perplexed. You'll have to ask the Life Foundation, Winston replied, his voice steady as he redirected the question. I don't need to lie on this issue. In short, the Life Foundation is the true culprit. George was left dumbfounded, torn between disbelief and the realization that Winston's claims might hold some truth. However, something felt off. If it was indeed the Life Foundation, why were they targeting him? And why did Winston seem to hold no animosity toward Batman, a figure who had just dismantled a significant portion of his organization? Just then, a gust of wind swept through the area, drawing everyone's attention upward. Look, a voice cried out in astonishment, pointing toward the top floor of the Continental Hotel. What is that? A long and narrow shadow was projected onto the ground by the light on the outer wall of the top floor of the Continental Hotel. The shadow bore a cape on its back and two pointed ears, resembling a massive anthropomorphic bat. As people around began to exclaim in surprise, they instinctively looked up. The source of the shadow was revealed to be a tall figure standing imposingly at the highest point of the Continental Hotel, a sight that was both awe-inspiring and unnerving. Batman, someone murmured, as the realization struck. Many of the policemen present had seen the popular movie that had recently been released. Particularly, the officer who had been patrolling Manhattan and had received the report was utterly astonished. This. He stammered, struggling to find the right words to convey the gravity of the situation. The reporters, sensing a major story unfolding, quickly shifted into action. Big news? The public rivalry between the Life Foundation and the Daily Bugle had escalated into a spectacle that was drawing everyone's attention. The revelations by the Daily Bugle had put the Life Foundation in a dire position, with its market value plummeting to nearly half of what it once was. Could Carlton Drake, the head of the Life Foundation, not be seething with rage? He had sent operatives from San Francisco to New York, crossing thousands of miles to take on the Daily Bugle, only to be thwarted by the unexpected appearance of Batman. The plot thickened further when they considered the connections between Anton Jameson, the grandson of the Daily Bugle's boss, and the masked vigilante. Did Anton have any ties to Batman? Was there some secret collaboration between Batman and the Daily Bugle? As the reporters began to connect the dots, they glanced at the police officers outside the Continental Hotel and exchanged knowing looks. They all understood the implications, they had to play their cards right. Of course, they would acknowledge that the New York City government had executed a commendable job in handling the situation and that the police had acted swiftly. Yet, they were keenly aware that they must not offend those in power nor miss any opportunity to secure a compelling story. The flashes from their cameras were incessant, illuminating the night like strobe lights at a concert. Suddenly, the figure above transformed into a giant bat with the cape as the wind whipped around. The shadow cast on the ground opened wide, and with a thrilling dive, Batman soared through the air, leaping from the Continental Hotel to a nearby building before vanishing into the darkness. "Everyone, you are not allowed to follow up in the next action," Police Chief George Stacy ordered, his face dark with frustration. He turned to the person in charge of the Continental Hotel, saying, "Mr. Winston, I assume you don't mind coming back to the police station with me." "Of course, I'm here to serve the people," Winston replied, his voice dripping with feigned sincerity. Meanwhile, at the Life Foundation headquarters in San Francisco, Carlton Drake seethed with fury as he watched the news on television. His eyes were bloodshot with rage as he imagined himself leaping through the screen to confront Winston directly. To make matters worse, the Daily Bugle had published Winston's accusations against the Life Foundation on the front page, causing a sensational uproar. The Life Foundation had fallen from grace, its market value cut by more than half, barely maintaining a third of its former worth. Drake slammed his fist on the desk, sending papers flying. "Is this how you do things for me?" he growled, glaring at the head of his security detail. He was unable to contain his anger, hurling office supplies at the man, who ducked to avoid the onslaught. "Is this what you call getting the job done?" Drake's voice was laced with venom. If Anton had died and he faced accountability, he wouldn't have been angry, he would have been satisfied that his objective had been met. But this? It was a complete disaster. Drake felt like he was losing everything, the battle and the operatives. Seeing the latest news unfold made his head spin. Eddie, the symbiote he had hoped would yield results, remained elusive, and the potential to advance their experiments seemed out of reach. To make matters worse, the plan for revenge had blown up in their faces, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. "Boss, the Continental Hotel is a killer organization. They broke the rules. We have grounds to complain to the high table." The bodyguard leader finally spoke up, attempting to offer some semblance of consolation. Drake shot him a cold, incredulous look. "Complain? Do you still think we can rely on others?" he scoffed. "Last night, all the killers in the Continental Hotel were subdued by Batman and taken into custody by the police. Hoping for help from the high table is futile. We need to focus on what to do about this Batman who appeared out of nowhere." The bodyguard leader fell silent, processing Drake's words. He had been entrenched in the underground world long enough to understand the intricacies of power and the fear the Continental Hotel instilled in people. Recently recruited by the Life Foundation, he had become Drake's right-hand man, yet he was still stunned by how a single vigilante could dismantle a powerful organization like the Continental. "Who is this Batman?" he finally asked, a hint of desperation in his voice. "Boss, if he could infiltrate the Continental Hotel so easily, he must be someone significant." Drake's expression darkened. "It's not that he's an unknown figure," he replied, his voice low and dangerous. "He is exactly the person we need to eliminate. Anton." The bodyguard leader's eyes widened, disbelief etched on his face. "Anton, Batman, Daily Bugle," Drake muttered, a throbbing headache building in his temples. He couldn't afford to be distracted by the entangled connections. His focus tightened on the threat before him. Meanwhile, in a villa area in New York, Anton found himself facing Jonah Jameson, who was staring at him with an intensity that made Anton uneasy. "Old man, you've been watching me all day. What is it that you want to say?" Anton asked, irritation creeping into his tone. Jameson's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "When did you gain such abilities? Batman? If you truly are Batman, I'll eat the newspaper in front of you right now. Is that so?" Anton raised an eyebrow, transitioning into his Batman persona while simultaneously summoning his basic armor. In an instant, he transformed into the enigmatic figure who had captivated the city only the night before. "Fuck!" Jameson exclaimed, taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Anton revealing his secret so openly. The old man's shock was evident as he struggled to process the sight of Anton clad in armor, the essence of Batman embodied before him. "I'm very compassionate and respectful towards the elderly. You don't really have to eat the newspaper," Anton said with a hint of humor as he reverted to his normal appearance. "But there are some things you don't need to ask about, old man. You'll come to re-understand the world in time." Jameson blinked, his initial shock fading as curiosity took over. "Where's your motorcycle?" he demanded, the glimmer of enthusiasm returning to his voice. "I must say, you've inherited my taste. That bike did a superb job last night. Bring it out, I want to try it." Anton chuckled at the old man's excitement, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. As he prepared to show Jameson his latest acquisition, he couldn't shake the feeling that their world was about to get a lot more complicated. Anton didn't promise Jameson to get the Bat motorcycle out for the old man to play with. Instead, he agreed to give him the motorcycle props used in the filming, which looked similar. Jameson was satisfied and stopped pestering Anton. After a brief exchange of a few words, Jameson headed to New York City Hall to deal with the aftermath of the Continental Hotel incident the night before. Anton noticed that the driver serving Jameson was John Wick, who had failed to assassinate him the previous night. This surprised Anton, but he accepted it without much thought. After all, Jameson had his own reasons for choosing Wick as a driver, and Anton figured it was a sensible decision. Besides, with New York City bound to become more dangerous in the future, having someone like Wick, a former king of assassins, serving his family wasn't a bad idea. After all, John Wick was about to retire. Finding a job as a caretaker would suit him well. Anton could only sigh, acknowledging that the old man had a knack for foresight. Watching Jameson leave the villa area in a vintage car driven by Wick, Anton smiled slightly. He had confided in the old man about being Batman after careful consideration. The identity of Batman was somewhat of an open secret. Everyone knew about it but often chose to ignore the implications. Jameson was Anton's closest ally, and Anton felt it was essential for him to understand that he had the means to protect himself and his family. What needed to remain hidden was the more convoluted truth about Anton's existence. It was a complicated matter, one that could easily confuse Jameson. Anton himself wasn't entirely sure whether he had taken over Anton's body or if he was the result of a personality awakened by some other means, aided by a mysterious system. Regardless, Jameson was his closest connection in this life, and Anton felt a sense of responsibility to keep certain truths to himself. After tidying up his space, Anton drove to the Daily Bugle. Anton, the incident at the Continental Hotel yesterday caused a sensation in New York and even nationwide, Betty said when he arrived at the office, looking surprised to see him. Currently, the New York Police Department has opened an investigation and is preparing to collaborate with the San Francisco Police Department on the Life Foundation. She paused for a moment, gauging Anton's reaction. And that mysterious figure who appeared at the Continental Hotel, the guy who played Batman, has taken the internet by storm. Is it? Anton remained calm. How much impact does this matter have? He had seen the morning news and the buzz circulating online. The most viewed and liked photos were of Batman leaping from the Continental Hotel. The photography was remarkable, with perfect lighting, shadow, and composition. It's a shame he isn't an employee of the Daily Bugle, Anton mused. I wonder if we should recruit him. Betty continued, because of this incident, Batman movie tickets in New York City are selling out fast. Attendance rates in other locations have also increased to 70%. Today's box office results may double. Betty had specifically called the theaters to confirm. That's good, Anton replied with a smile. Congratulations, you've earned the bonus I promised. After a brief pause, he noticed Betty hadn't left yet and asked curiously, is there anything else? That Batman. As someone who worked at the newspaper, Betty had access to more detailed information from the reporters who had been on site at the Continental Hotel. Curiosity was gnawing at her, making her feel like a cat scratching at a door. Do you know who he is? How would I know? Anton waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. I only know he is a good person. Okay. Betty huffed, unimpressed with Anton's evasiveness, and left in a huff. Once alone in his office, Anton sank into the chair and began to assess the previous day's events. After the confrontation, the durability of his battle armor had decreased, but it wasn't damaged. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that the fan value could also be used to replenish the durability of his armor and equipment. Even if they were damaged, they could be repaired using fan value. But that wasn't the most critical aspect of what he had learned. Frustrate the Continental Hotel, reward, 2 million justice points. The message that popped up on the system panel, visible only to Anton, was what concerned him most. He recalled that he had to focus on two indicators, fan value and justice value. The fan value was for redeeming heroes from DC, while justice value was for redeeming the main template heroes versions, which included Batman's specialized armor and the ability to unlock more powerful forms of Batman. Various armors were available in the system's store: Extreme Environment Armor, Insider Suit, Thrasher Armor, Rabbit Armor, Bat Enhancement/Powered Armor, Anti-Superman Armor, Fenrir/Justice Buster Armor, and the legendary 6th Dimensional Ultimate Armor. Just looking at them sent a thrill through Anton. He often felt the urge to jump in and explore their details. The Extreme Environment Armor, Insider Suit, and Thrasher Armor were the cheapest options at 5 million justice points each. They were followed by others priced at 8 million, 10 million, 40 million, 50 million, and finally, 80 million for the highest tiers. The ultimate armor cost a staggering 100 million justice points. If Anton could redeem all these armors, he would assemble Batman's strongest and most complete lineup. He imagined himself like Iron Man, using these armors to create dazzling displays to impress the ladies. Just how many times can I save the world? He wondered, his mind racing with possibilities. The actions taken the night before served dual purposes, one to warn the Continental Hotel and lay traps for the Life Foundation, and the other to hint at the justice value he could gain. With the Continental Hotel defeated and the city environment purified, he expected to be rewarded with a hefty amount of justice value. If he could defeat the Life Foundation next, he figured the rewards would be even greater. Perhaps he could finally redeem a special armor to exchange for the basic one. The thought of it made Anton giddy with anticipation. He opened his computer, entered his email, and sent a message to Eddie, letting him know he had found a helper and would be heading to San Francisco soon to tackle the Life Foundation alongside him. After hitting send, he pondered for a moment before calling Betty again. Eddie will be back soon, Anton informed her, and your temporary position as editor-in-chief will probably be replaced by him once he returns. Betty's expression shifted as she processed this information. You're not angry at all? This isn't like the Betty I know. Anton mused over her reaction. Is being angry useful? She replied. No, he admitted. Then what's the point? But if you're angry, I could recommend a new job for you, Anton teased. What for? She asked, intrigued. My personal assistant, he said with a straight face. I would never be angry then. Anton choked at her unexpected retort. Seriously, Betty, your talents are wasted at the newspaper. It would be better for you to be my personal assistant. I have plenty of work for you here. What could you possibly have in mind besides picking up girls? Betty questioned skeptically. You don't want to hit on me, do you? Because I'm not interested. Do you really think I can't find other women? Anton replied, a bit annoyed. Don't forget, I'm still a genius director. I have many creative ideas swirling in my head, waiting for the right moment to be unleashed. Let me think about it, Betty said, her teasing demeanor replaced with seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, she added, no problem. Anton nodded, relieved. You can let me know your decision after Eddie returns. And by the way, book me a ticket to San Francisco, preferably for tonight. Are you going to San Francisco? Betty exclaimed, her eyes wide. That's the Life Foundation's territory? Anton, have you thought this through? I want to cut this problem off at the root, Anton replied, waving her concerns away. Just do as I say and book that ticket. Fine, I'll see what I can do, Betty said, rolling her eyes, but a smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she turned to leave. The next morning, an airplane landed at San Francisco Airport. Anton walked out of the terminal and stood on the curb, waiting for a taxi. Man, do you want to get in the car? A familiar voice rang out. Of course, Anton replied, smiling as he approached the co-pilot's seat. Eddie, it seems you've been having a good time lately. Yes, despite the misunderstandings we had before, things are going well now, Eddie responded, his demeanor much more relaxed than when he had first encountered the symbiote. He even introduced the entity within him, saying, it's called Venom. Hello, Anton. You smell delicious, Venom suddenly announced, causing Eddie's face to twist into a grotesque grimace. With sharp fangs bared and a wide, gaping mouth that seemed otherworldly, Venom's appearance was unsettling. Its snake-like tongue flicked out, reminiscent of a demon that had just emerged from the depths of hell. Although unsettling, Anton recognized it was just Venom greeting him. Hello, Venom, Anton replied, his expression unfazed. He gestured toward the road ahead. But you're about to crash. Oh, little problems. Venom quickly retreated back into Eddie's body as Eddie expertly maneuvered the vehicle, executing a dramatic drift to avoid an oncoming car. Hey, fuck you. Watch the road, a driver yelled, but Eddie paid no mind as he sped on. How are things? Anton asked casually. The Life Foundation has been a mess, and Carlton Drake is having a rough time. With Osborn backing us, he'll be in prison soon enough. Osborn. Eddie's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Anton. There's something I need to tell you, Anton. Is it about Osborn? Anton inquired, his brow furrowing. Exactly, Eddie confirmed, his expression darkening. Among those who wanted to capture me recently, besides the Life Foundation, Osborn was also involved. Osborn knows about the symbiote, just as we suspected, Anton said, rubbing his temples. The implications of this were troubling. The Life Foundation and Oscorp operated on very different levels. While the Life Foundation might dominate in San Francisco, Osborn had significant influence throughout the United States. Anton wasn't intimidated by Osborn's power. It was the combined pressure from both major corporations that could complicate matters considerably. Don't worry, neither poses a threat to us, Eddie reassured him, confidence bolstering his tone. Our only real opponent right now is Carlton Drake. What do you mean? Anton asked, pondering Eddie's words. In the days since they had maintained contact through email, Anton had gained some insight into Eddie's situation. The memories he accessed revealed a universe teeming with symbiotes, millions of them drifting through space. Besides Venom, countless others awaited those on Earth who could bring them back. The spacecraft belonging to Drake was pivotal. According to Venom, it wasn't Drake who had discovered them but rather the symbiotes that had sought him out. Yes, Eddie continued, there were 7 of them brought to Earth by that spacecraft, but it crashed in Malaysia. The Life Foundation managed to recover only 6. Another symbiote is still in Malaysia. Anton asked, processing the implications. It's called Riot. Exactly. Riot is likely in San Francisco now, Eddie confirmed. He aims to assist millions of alien symbiotes in occupying Earth. Venom has agreed to help me with this, Eddie said firmly. We want to coexist peacefully on this planet. Anton raised an eyebrow. What does this have to do with Carlton Drake? Eddie elaborated. Riot escaped the Life Foundation's control. Based on what I've gathered, he was possessed by an employee of the search team during that time. Therefore, it's logical to assume he knows that Carlton Drake could help him return to space and reunite with millions of his kin. He paused, then added, Drake has been planning to launch rockets. He has a grand vision for the aliens, but he underestimates the dangers lurking in the universe. I understand, Anton nodded. So, we need to keep a close watch on Drake. If Riot comes into contact with him, we can deal with the situation, and the Life Foundation will cease to be a threat. Eddie nodded in agreement. Then we can focus on Osborn afterward. Good plan, Anton smiled. You really surprised me, Eddie. It looks like you can handle this without much of my assistance. It's all thanks to Venom, Eddie said, shaking his head modestly. But I appreciate you coming to San Francisco. You've helped me more than you realize. As they drove, Eddie suddenly recalled something. By the way, your movie is breaking records? I haven't had a chance to congratulate you. And that Batman character, who is he? Is he our ally? You'll meet him soon, Anton replied with a mysterious smile. Before long, they arrived at a modest house. This is the home of my ex-girlfriend, Annie Weighing. She's been a tremendous help to me, Eddie explained as they stepped out of the car. At the door stood a couple waiting for them. That's Annie's boyfriend, Dan Lewis. He's a doctor, Eddie said, looking a bit awkward. It felt strange to ask his ex-girlfriend for help, especially since he was now living with her current boyfriend. Anton observed Dan closely. He seemed like a decent guy, though perhaps a bit naive. Once inside, the group gathered around a table. This is Anton, whom you all should be familiar with, Eddie introduced, grinning. He's the genius director who's been taking Hollywood by storm. I just checked the box office, and Anton's first film has already grossed over $350 million. Many see him as a walking goldmine. Hello, Anton, Annie and Dan said, their surprise evident as they shook his hand. Thank you for coming. He works for me, Anton said, not wanting to take credit for Eddie's achievements. He genuinely believed that Eddie could resolve the Life Foundation issue independently, his own involvement was merely a bonus. After introductions, the conversation shifted to the task at hand. According to Venom, symbiotes are vulnerable to sound frequencies between 4,000 and 6,000 Hz, as well as to flames, Eddie stated seriously. We need to exploit this weakness to deal with Riot. That sounds manageable, Anton responded, a smile spreading across his face. I can reach out to Stark Industries for weapons. Creating sound wave launchers and flamethrowers within that frequency range will be straightforward. He pulled out his phone, exuding confidence. With the right funding, I can probably have customized weapons ready by tomorrow. A chorus of incredulous gasps echoed around the room. Eddie, who was strapped for cash and entirely reliant on Anton, couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of their situation. He felt an unexpected sense of joy at being supported by his wealthy friend. When Anton saw this, he put down his phone contentedly and felt happy. However, in terms of wealth, Bruce Wayne of Gotham City is indeed at another level. Anton is far from it. A man who defines his superpowers as simply being rich is terrifying. In the Marvel world, with such an enviable form of power, only Tony Stark and the future king of Wakanda can touch this threshold. One is a wealthy businessman, while the other is a ruler of a nation. The latter is ruthless in this regard, he truly is a king. This is a great opportunity, I have to seize it and follow this man with Eddie. Venom thought to himself watching Anton's demeanor, while Eddie echoed the sentiment with a sigh of awe. Do you still need to ask? Eddie retorted instinctively. After saying this, he noticed that all three people present were staring at him, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. He forced an awkward smile. Let's get back to the discussion. Where did we leave off? Oh right, we were talking about the symbiote's weaknesses, sound and flame. Eddie hurriedly resumed the topic, hoping to steer the conversation away from the embarrassing moment. Meanwhile, a little girl was walking out of San Francisco airport. She broke free from her mother's hand and disappeared into the crowd. 10 minutes later, while her mother anxiously searched for her daughter at the airport, the girl surprisingly appeared on the Golden Gate Bridge. It usually takes about half an hour to travel from the airport to the Golden Gate Bridge, yet the little girl managed to get there in 10 minutes. This was a miraculous phenomenon. Some passers-by noticed the pale, dull little girl and were curious about her presence. Despite their shouts, she ignored them entirely and walked toward the experimental base of the Life Foundation, located near the edge of the Golden Gate Bridge. Only the little girl knew that the person she was seeking was there, and she had her own companion. For the creature residing within her, the world was enchanting, yet it also stirred a desire to destroy it. Stop right there, little one. Where did you come from? The security guard at the entrance noticed the little girl, frowned, and approached her with an impatient tone. Your mother is not here. If you're lost, I can call 911 for you. Okay. The little girl stopped and looked at the tall man with a grin. What kind of expression is that? The man felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was off. Boom! The little girl suddenly transformed into a monstrous figure. Although she was only the size of an adult and appeared to be weaker, her sharp teeth and gaping mouth immediately reminded him of someone. No, not again. The next moment, the security guard was pierced through the chest by the little girl's arm, which had transformed into a sharp blade. He was then thrown back violently. The man had not anticipated this. He had narrowly escaped an earlier attack from Eddie, but today, he wasn't so lucky. There is reincarnation in the way of heaven who can escape its grasp? Toot toot. The sirens blared again at the Life Foundation experimental base. Everyone was thrown into a panic, fearing that another incident like Eddie's would unfold. The terrifying monster struck fear into the hearts of the employees. Many researchers who had only witnessed the horrifying footage of the previous attack felt their heart rates spike and their scalps prickle with dread. That creature devoured a man alive? Boom! Security personnel quickly assembled and headed toward the alarm's location. When they arrived at the scene, they saw a monster about the size of an adult, strikingly similar to Eddie before his transformation. A wave of relief washed over them. Thank goodness this one doesn't look as fierce. Little did they know that the creature was merely a manifestation of a little girl. In terms of combat effectiveness, Riot was undoubtedly stronger than Venom. On the other side, the discussion between Anton and the three others did not last long. It was essentially a planning session. Once Riot appeared, they would take advantage of its contact with Carlton Drake to eliminate both threats, simultaneously saving time and energy. It wasn't that they couldn't take a shot at Drake in advance, the key was that if Riot did not show itself, it would always remain a hidden danger. The best strategy was to wait for these two individuals to reveal themselves together. At that moment, they could kill two birds with one stone and avoid future complications. By the way, Anton, when will our ally arrive? Eddie asked curiously, unable to suppress his eagerness. The news in New York has been tumultuous lately. I read that the Life Foundation dispatched someone to deal with the Daily Bugle. How's the situation there? Eddie paused before continuing. I know what the Continental Hotel is. Don't forget, I worked for the Daily Globe in New York for a long time. Our ally should be the one who recently emerged victorious, the one who knocked out all the assassins in the Continental Hotel. Batman, right? Annie and Louis exchanged glances. The two, who were somewhat unfamiliar with New York and the Continental Hotel, couldn't grasp Eddie's point. However, they quickly understood the topic of Batman. Batman was currently a hot topic on the internet. The photo of Batman that surfaced in Manhattan, New York, the night before had become a viral sensation, and some people had even turned it into a series of emojis. Want to learn to ride a motorcycle? I'll teach you. After 2 days of social media buzz, the most captivating images of Batman attracted countless fans. Older generations loved cool boys. If Batman wasn't cool enough, then no one could be considered cool in this world. As for Tony Stark, he was not cool, he was more of a show-off. In addition, the gossip that spread rapidly on the internet, combined with the film Batman Begins created by Anton, led many people to regard Bruce Wayne as a real person. Some even speculated that Anton himself was Batman and that Bruce Wayne was merely a fictional character to hide his true identity. Numerous reasons contributed to this perception. It is undeniable that the concept of Batman was first introduced by Anton. Secondly, Tony Stark and Anton are friends, of course. The term friends is used loosely. In any case, by using Tony Stark as a prototype, Anton created the Wayne Group and Bruce Wayne, a character depicted as wealthy and powerful in the film. Isn't this just Stark Industries and Tony Stark in real life? With Tony Stark's genius intellect and Stark Industries' technological prowess, creating Batman's suit would not be a difficult task. The most significant improbability lies in everyone's perception. In reality, Tony Stark has no chance of becoming Batman. Batman and Tony Stark exist in completely different realms. They are not only individuals from separate worlds but also embodiments of contrasting concepts. Thus, when it comes down to choosing one, Anton is Batman. In fact, Anton had seen this speculation circulating online. He had considered leaving a comment beneath the post, "You are so wrong." But enough about that. There was another point that could not be denied regarding the speculation of netizens. Batman dealt with the assassins sent by the Life Foundation to target the Daily Bugle. Wasn't that concrete evidence? As for those who refused to admit Anton was Batman, their reasoning was equally sound and plausible. Anton's life story had been scrutinized. Countless individuals had summarized and concluded, he was merely a lucky prodigal son. In the process of growing up, he had achieved nothing remarkable and had a somewhat dubious resume. Picking up girls didn't count. Anyone with enough money could do that. Yet, this same prodigal son had suddenly created an outstanding film, developed a superhero, and achieved great success in the process. These individuals generally believed that Anton's success was aided by the Bruce Wayne behind him. Otherwise, how could a wayward son suddenly become a talented director? As long as someone is supporting them, even a pig can find a way to soar. The arguments from both sides were fierce, a tit-for-tat battle of words, with no one conceding ground. Annie and Louis had also been paying attention to the Daily Bugle due to their connection with Eddie, so they were no strangers to the man behind it, Anton. This topic piqued their interest. When Anton noticed their curiosity, he smiled and replied lightly, "Batman. He has arrived, and he is sitting right in front of you." After Anton finished speaking, the living room fell into a deep, unsettling silence. It was as if the very air had thickened, leaving Eddie, Annie, and Louis all holding their breath. "He's here," Anton announced calmly. "He's here? Where?" Eddie's head whipped around, scanning the room. Anton replied with a hint of amusement, "Right in front of you." "No way." Eddie, Annie, and Louis shared the same stunned expression. Their minds tried to process Anton's words, their initial confusion slowly morphing into shock. They finally stared at him, wide-eyed, trying to grasp the unbelievable claim he'd just made. "Are you Batman?" Annie gasped, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle a scream. "How could you be Batman?" Eddie exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. Louis wasn't quite as vocal as the others, but his expression showed his surprise. Though he had read a lot of wild theories online, it seemed utterly surreal now to even consider that Anton could be the man behind the mask. Anton couldn't help but chuckle at their reactions. He leaned back, glancing at each of them in turn before answering, "Why can't I be Batman?" "It's not impossible," Eddie stammered, still in shock. "But it is," Annie insisted, her eyes narrowing. "You can't be serious." Anton's face shifted from amused to serious. "Batman's identity is a secret, and if it's possible, I'd like it to stay that way. To be honest, the whole Batman thing is a burden. What I'd really rather be doing is sitting back and inheriting my grandfather's billions." Eddie was visibly moved. He replayed their interactions in his mind and realized Anton might have even taken on the role of Batman because of him. A sudden wave of gratitude washed over him, and he knew he could trust Anton completely. With a friend like this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of security he hadn't felt in a long time. Venom's voice echoed in Eddie's mind, breaking the moment. He really cares about you. This must be love, right? Eddie, I think I like your boss. Shut up. Eddie blurted, his face reddening. Anton, Annie, and Louis all turned to look at Eddie, each of them slightly confused by his outburst. Eddie rubbed the back of his neck, realizing how it must have looked. No, it's not what you think, he said hastily. It's Venom. He, has his own opinions. We understand, Annie said, rolling her eyes. But she looked curious. Still, I want to know, what did Venom just say? The following day, Anton headed to Stark Industries' San Francisco branch to pick up some weapons he had ordered, including sonic devices and flamethrowers tailored specifically to counter the symbiotes. Meanwhile, Eddie and his team had disguised themselves and were gathering information around the Life Foundation's headquarters, as well as its experimental base, located near the Golden Gate Bridge. The Life Foundation's massive rocket project had attracted a lot of attention, both for its scale and its budget. Carlton Drake, the head of the foundation, had poured billions into this ambitious project. But as Anton and his friends knew, something darker lay beneath its shiny facade. As Eddie studied the rocket base from a distance, Venom's voice suddenly broke his concentration. Riot has arrived in San Francisco. Eddie's eyes widened in surprise. What? How do you know? I saw it, Venom replied, his tone tense. It's happening right in front of us. Eddie focused his gaze on the base, and sure enough, he saw Carlton Drake emerge from one of the buildings. A cold realization hit him. Drake had bonded with Riot. In that instant, Eddie's phone rang. It was Annie. Eddie, we just found out that Drake restarted the rocket launch. Something's wrong, he's become Riot's host. Annie's voice was frantic. I know, I just saw him, Eddie replied, his voice barely above a whisper. As he spoke, he felt a sudden, piercing gaze settle on him. He looked up sharply, his heart pounding, to see Drake's eyes locked onto his position. Drake, walking through the rocket base with his usual air of arrogance, turned to one of his security officers. Prepare to launch immediately. I'll be piloting the rocket myself. We don't need the final checks, I want it launched now. He stopped, narrowing his eyes as he stared toward Eddie's hiding spot. Venom, he muttered, a malicious grin forming on his face. Terry, get everyone armed and in position. Lock down the entire area, especially that section of the forest, Drake ordered his security chief. The security chief nodded, though he looked somewhat surprised. Understood, sir. Without warning, Drake's body morphed. In a powerful leap, he launched himself high into the air, landing in the dense forest where Eddie was waiting. His transformation was complete. He was now Riot, a monstrous, towering figure with razor-sharp fangs and gleaming, malevolent eyes. Venom, he sneered, his massive arm morphing into a deadly axe. Join me, and we'll take this world for ourselves. No, Venom's voice echoed firmly through Eddie. I won't let you destroy this world. Pathetic. Riot's face twisted with disdain. With a roar, he lunged forward, swinging his massive weaponized arm directly at Eddie. Meanwhile, Anton was driving back from Stark Industries with a trunk full of sonic devices and flamethrowers. He hadn't yet realized that Eddie was already facing off against Riot. The weapons had been made in record time, thanks to Stark Industries' resources and Anton's willingness to pay a hefty premium for urgent delivery. As he drove, his phone rang, and he answered to hear Annie on the other end. Anton, you need to hurry. Eddie's in trouble. Drake has bonded with Riot. Anton's expression darkened. Don't worry, I'll be there as fast as I can. And listen, don't come near the area. It's too dangerous. After hanging up, he looked at his GPS and adjusted his route, steering his car off the main road. Once he found an isolated spot, he brought the vehicle to a stop, glancing around to ensure there were no onlookers. Then, with a smirk, he thought to himself, time to upgrade my ride. Golden Gate Bridge. Two monstrous figures clashed on the bridge, their fierce battle causing chaos among the surrounding cars. Some unfortunate drivers, panicked by the sight, lost control and collided, while others even plunged off the bridge, sinking into the sea below, never to be seen again. Waves surged ominously, as horrified citizens scrambled out of their vehicles, yelling for help and running frantically to escape. Yet, in the crowd, a few fearless individuals clung to their phones, recording the fight, mesmerized by the nightmarish scene before them. One young man, with a bright-eyed addiction to internet fame, felt as if he had stumbled upon the perfect viral moment. The monsters before him seemed straight out of a fantasy game, and he had no intention of missing the chance to capture every second. This video is going to blow up, he thought excitedly, already imagining millions of views, a lavish influencer lifestyle, and a hot model girlfriend. His aspirations filled him with reckless determination as he edged closer, his phone focused intently on the chaos. Suddenly, the monsters collided with a bone-rattling impact that reverberated through the bridge. The internet-addicted youth blinked, his courage wavering as one of the creatures swung a railing, tearing it from the structure like a twig and hurling it through the air. The realization hit him with a chill. He wasn't nearly far enough to be safe. Run, someone shouted nearby, jolting him back to reality. But before he could move, his legs went weak, every grandiose fantasy vanishing in a flood of pure terror. The twisted steel railing spun toward him, leaving him frozen as he watched his life flash before his eyes. Just then, a roaring sound pierced the tension. A sleek, black car shot through the air from the distant skyline, descending toward the bridge. Perched on its front, with cloak billowing in the wind, was a figure unmistakably familiar to everyone watching. Batman, a voice from the crowd exclaimed. Eyes lit up across the bridge as people recognized the legendary figure, now rumored to be more than a myth. Recent internet buzz had spread stories of Batman's heroics, his name frequently trending alongside videos and discussions, his fame rivaling that of Hollywood stars. Batman is here to help us. The internet-addicted youth's heart swelled with hope as he continued filming, now filled with the ecstatic belief that he was saved. Batman? I'm your biggest fan, he yelled, his voice cracking with relief. But the monsters didn't care about his newfound enthusiasm. As they tore pieces of the bridge to hurl at each other, the stray railing barreled toward him. He saw the twisted steel approaching in horrifying clarity, his life flashing before his eyes yet again. At that exact moment, Batman leaped from the front of his Batmobile, landing squarely on the bridge. His boot struck down on the flying railing, halting it with a crash that sent a gust of wind across the bridge. The internet-addicted youth, now mere inches from being impaled, stood there in disbelief, his camera trembling in his hands. You saved me, the young man stammered, unable to tear his gaze away. He could hardly believe his luck. Not only had Batman saved him, but he'd captured the entire thing on film. Get out of here, Batman replied curtly, his gaze already shifting to the two monstrous figures continuing their clash. Without another word, he sprinted toward the symbiotes, his car, now in autopilot, hovering close behind, ready to supply him with whatever he needed. Batman reached the center of the battle just as the symbiote known as Riot noticed his approach. Its chilling smile stretched wide as it snarled, another little shrimp for me to crush. Little shrimp. Batman scoffed, his expression hidden beneath his mask, though the mocking tone was unmistakable. Nearby, Venom, struggling under Riot's relentless attacks, managed a smirk despite his own dire situation. He knew Anton had come prepared with a weapon that could tip the scales. Batman didn't waste time with words. He signaled to his Batmobile, which released two specialized weapons from its chassis. Venom, keep him busy. Don't let him escape, he ordered as he seized the weapons. Of course, Venom grunted, lunging at Riot with renewed aggression. Seeing the threat, Riot growled, you think you can take me down? Pathetic? I'll devour you both. With a terrifying roar, Riot launched himself toward Batman, sharp fangs bared. Anton was ready. Without hesitation, he activated the sonic cannon, releasing an ear-piercing blast in the 4,000 to 6,000 Hz range that shattered the air. Riot's scream tore through the bridge, as his symbiotic form convulsed, his body writhing in agony under the assault. The sound waves boiled his substance, breaking it apart piece by piece. Even Venom, standing at a distance, felt the agonizing effects, barely managing to keep his balance. But Anton wasn't finished. As Riot collapsed to the ground, quivering, Batman raised the flamethrower, unleashing a blaze of thousands of degrees toward the fallen symbiote. The intense heat reduced Riot's form to a shriveling mass, his once menacing frame crumbling away like an insect underfoot. Anton smirked beneath his mask, addressing the villain with scathing sarcasm. What happened to devouring us? I thought we'd be fighting a real challenge here, but you're done before we even get to the next chapter. Eddie, still aching from the sonic blast, managed a tired chuckle. The sarcastic banter felt oddly familiar. There was something about Anton that reminded him of Tony Stark, the snarky billionaire genius with whom Anton shared a peculiar friendship. That same irreverent attitude seemed to carry through, and Venom couldn't help but appreciate it, even if it was at Riot's expense. The entire scene had been captured by the internet-addicted youth, who remained crouched on the bridge, his legs too weak to carry him to safety. Fear kept him frozen, yet his phone never wavered, recording every second. In his mind, he was already imagining the upload, the hero Batman saving his life, the monstrous clash, the epic takedown. He was convinced he'd go viral. If this video doesn't make me famous, nothing will, he thought with a shaky smile. As the flames subsided, a limp figure emerged from the remains of the riot. The young man's jaw dropped as he recognized the man behind the monster. Carlton Drake, the founder of the Life Foundation and one of the city's most prominent figures. People on the bridge stared, realizing the horrifying truth. Drake, the city's respected businessman, had been the creature wreaking havoc. As the young, internet-obsessed man watched from afar, he couldn't shake his curiosity about the other monster's identity. But as Batman Anton in disguise shut off the sonic weapon, silence flooded the bridge. The ringing in his ears faded just in time to hear the low growl of the remaining monster. For a brief, electrifying moment, the monster's dark, hollow eyes turned towards him. Panic surged through the young man. His adrenaline spiked, and suddenly, his body snapped out of its frozen state. He scrambled to his feet, hands shaking, legs barely holding him up. Without a second thought, he bolted down the bridge, fighting his way into the crowd for safety, all questions about the monster's true identity forgotten. He only stopped once he was deep within the chaotic throng of people, finally able to breathe as the fear slowly ebbed away. Back on the bridge, Anton gripped the wounded, barely conscious Drake and glanced over at Venom. You don't need to stay here any longer. It's too risky for you to be seen like this. Go on, I'll handle the cleanup. Venom, with Eddie Brock struggling to stay upright within the symbiote, nodded. Understood. With a surge of energy, Venom leapt over the side of the bridge, plunging into the murky waters below, disappearing from sight. Anton heft Drake's limp body onto the Batmobile, activating its flight mode, and set off in the direction of the San Francisco Police Department. As they soared above the city, police sirens wailed below. The entire force, from patrol units to specialized squads, was converging on the Golden Gate Bridge in response to the chaos. Near the bridge, one of the patrol officers froze, staring in disbelief as a sleek black car glided over the rooftops, boosted by thrusters. Its body, intimidating and bristling with weaponry, seemed plucked straight from a sci-fi movie. Even more surreal, a caped figure stood on the car's hood, holding a battered Drake in one hand. "Batman," one of the officers gasped, recognizing the unmistakable figure. Another officer, eyes wide, stammered, "Who is he holding?" "That's Drake, the CEO of the Life Foundation." The officers exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to understand the implications. Suddenly, without warning, Anton dropped Drake's nearly unconscious body onto the hood of a police car. The CEO landed with a heavy thud, slumped against the windshield, struggling to breathe. His face was marred by burns, his breathing shallow. If not for the now-dead symbiote's protective shell, he would have been reduced to ashes by the flame attack. "He's all yours," Anton said coldly. "Let's hope the San Francisco Police Department can handle him from here." Without another word, he activated the Batmobile's thrusters, ascending into the sky with a dramatic, powerful departure. A growing crowd gathered around the scene, drawn by the spectacle. Phones flashed as people documented every angle of the fallen Drake and the departing Batman. The officers, wary of the frenzied onlookers, scrambled to maintain order and secure Drake. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Annie and Dan Lewis, who had initially rushed to the bridge, observed the aftermath from afar. They exchanged relieved smiles, finally letting the tension drain from their bodies. It was over. The threat had been contained. Anton didn't return to Annie's house immediately. He took a detour, heading to a secluded spot on the outskirts of the city, where he had stashed his own car. After swapping vehicles, he drove leisurely back, a rare sense of satisfaction settling over him. The fight itself had been intense, but Anton had anticipated as much. What pleased him even more was the notification he received from his system. Mission complete, neutralize riot and incapacitate the Life Foundation. Reward, 8 million justice points. His justice points now totaled 10 million, enough to unlock a variety of gadgets and enhancements from his system's arsenal. He was no longer starting from scratch, he had the means to level up significantly. Finally, no more basic equipment, he muttered to himself, a grin spreading across his face. With his justice points, he could exchange for specialized armor, adding layers of protection and combat features. Yet, he found himself debating, should he invest in several smaller upgrades or save up for one monumental piece of gear. He decided to mull it over on his way back. Upon arriving at Annie's house, he was greeted by Eddie, Annie, and Dan, all visibly relieved. "Anton, I owe you one," Eddie said, his gratitude evident. "If you hadn't shown up, Venom and I wouldn't have made it. Drake and Riot had us backed into a corner." Anton accepted the thanks with a nod, although he downplayed his role internally. Today had been a wake-up call, a reminder that in this version of the Marvel world, things didn't always unfold as expected. Venom's strength, while formidable, hadn't been quite as impressive as he'd anticipated. Then again, the Venom in his memory hadn't faced Riot in such an all-out confrontation before. He realized that even the most fated events could shift, and the power of key players could be vastly different. This wasn't just Marvel as he knew it, his actions were already altering the landscape. "Drake is in police custody now," Anton said, his tone resolute. "He won't be getting out anytime soon, not with the evidence stacked against him and the media coverage of his experiments." But Eddie's face clouded as he remembered the other threat. "What about Oscorp?" Anton placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Oscorp isn't as reckless as the Life Foundation. They won't come after you directly. Besides, with the Daily Bugle's influence, I have some leverage there. Going up against Norman Osborn would be a massive undertaking, and right now, we're not in the position for that." Eddie nodded in understanding. He knew Osborn was interested in the symbiotes, but with Drake's downfall, Oscorp might shift focus. And with Anton's influence, there was a layer of protection in place. Still, he couldn't ignore the looming threat entirely. Anton, sensing the tension, changed the subject. "Enough about business. Tonight, let's celebrate." At his words, the room's atmosphere lightened. The group quickly agreed, and Anton insisted the night was on him. They spent the evening in a lively nightclub, enjoying the temporary peace. In the early hours, they finally returned to their hotel, barely able to keep their eyes open. But their sleep was soon interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. Each opened their doors to find a stern-looking man in a suit. He flashed a badge with the emblem of SHIELD. "Good morning," he greeted in a calm, yet firm tone. "My name is Phil Carlson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. We've been assigned to investigate the recent, unusual activity at the Golden Gate Bridge." "Phil Carlson?" Anton was taken aback, staring at the slightly bald man in front of him. He thought to himself that while they may not look alike, there was a certain commonality in their appearance. Perhaps men who love to laugh share the same weaknesses. Phil, on the other hand, seemed a bit unnerved, as if he could sense the scrutiny in Anton's gaze, which felt pointed and unfriendly. "I am here because of yesterday's events," Phil said, his voice steady despite Anton's demeanor. He continued, "Please come with me. On behalf of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, I want to talk to you. How do you want to talk? Anton replied, crossing his arms with a dismissive attitude. Your companion is already waiting for you in the meeting room, Carlton stated, unfazed by Anton's flippancy. Let's go then, Anton said, raising an eyebrow and gesturing for Phil to lead the way. Hotel meeting room. Eddie, Annie, and Lewis had arrived first, sitting at the conference table under the watchful gaze of members of the Security Bureau, or SHIELD. Eddie looked around, surprise etched on his face. There was no need for Venom to remind him that these agents, having undergone special training, had an unshakable demeanor. He recalled their self-introduction, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. This was an official department? The events at the Golden Gate Bridge yesterday were likely the reason for their presence. The clash of two monsters and Batman joining the fray was sensational enough to alert such a significant agency. If this kind of incident didn't warrant their attention, one might wonder what purpose the agency served. Anton, Eddie said a few minutes later as they saw Anton slowly entering, looking somewhat sleepy-eyed, with Phil Carlson beside him. Go ahead, Carlson. What do you want? Anton nodded to Eddie and the others, signaling them to come down before pulling out a chair, adopting an air of casual defiance. Hello, this is Phil Carlson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, and I am in charge of this conversation. Carlson introduced himself to Eddie and the others, then continued. We understand the ins and outs of what happened yesterday. Carlton Drake is very guilty, and we will impose the most severe punishment on him. Don't even think about him leaving prison again. You don't need to emphasize that. With or without you, Drake will stay in jail for life, Anton replied confidently, a smile on his lips that did not quite reach his eyes. The relevant departments always show up after the fact. You came to us today because you want to ask us questions about the symbiote, right? You should go to the Life Foundation for that. There are reasons for this, Phil said calmly, unfazed by Anton's challenge. He glanced at Eddie and Anton. After all, among the people present, there is only one symbiote host in the world for now. Eddie frowned slightly, processing Phil's words. What do you mean? This world is not as peaceful as you both imagine. Our agency has made significant contributions to maintaining order, Carlson explained. You might think we arrived too late, but in reality, this has been more of a test. A test for Eddie and me? Anton asked, intrigued. Yes, you passed the test. Therefore, we hope that you both can become special consultants for the Security Bureau to assist us in resolving related incidents, Phil continued. In return, we will handle the finalization of this incident and address any troubles in the future. What if we don't agree? You won't deal with it, will you? Anton challenged. No, we will still address it, Phil replied, maintaining his polite demeanor. The door of the Security Bureau is always open for you. Anton smirked slightly. I hope to see some sincerity before you say that. In fact, we have shown sincerity, Phil countered, producing a document from his briefcase. We have asked Oscorp to apologize to Mr. Brock and ensure that he will not be harassed in the future. Furthermore, regarding the shares of the Life Foundation, Norman Osborn has promised to transfer 10% to the Jameson family. Phil handed a check to Eddie. Mr. Brock, this is part of Oscorp's apology. Eddie took it, his eyes widening as he saw the number of zeros on the check. $10 million? This was not just a token of goodwill, it signified the value of the 10% stake in the Life Foundation. Eddie knew full well that this was just a fraction of the billions of dollars involved in the deal. It looks sincere indeed, Anton remarked, also surprised, as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He then politely declined. Well, regarding the Security Bureau's invitation, I will consider it carefully with Eddie. Although SHIELD seemed powerful, Anton knew it was also a complex web of troubles. He wasn't foolish enough to jump into such a pit. At least, until the Hydra situation was resolved, he wouldn't consider SHIELD a safe place. For now, keeping the lines of communication open, as Phil suggested, was the best course of action. Then don't let me bother you any further, Phil replied, understanding the implication. He smiled slightly, handed over a business card with his contact information, and waved goodbye. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me at any time. Sure thing, Anton nodded. By the way, before Phil left, he turned to Annie and Dan, who had been quietly observing the proceedings. Miss Wang and Mr. Lewis, here is a non-disclosure agreement that you need to sign. Annie and Dan exchanged glances, momentarily confused since they hadn't anticipated any involvement. Nevertheless, they complied and signed the agreement. A few minutes later, Phil and the others departed, leaving Anton and the group sitting in the meeting room. Eddie continued to gaze at the check, grinning widely, nearly unable to contain his joy. He never expected to strike such a lucrative deal, akin to hitting the jackpot. Don't laugh. Anton rolled his eyes. Now that things are settled, it's time for you to think about returning to normal life. What? Eddie blinked in disbelief. I'm a multimillionaire? You want me to go back to work? Anton shot him a serious look. Your position as the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle has been waiting for you. You don't want to leave me hanging, do you? A few days off isn't too much, right? Eddie asked tentatively. 3 days. Anton declared decisively. After 3 days, you will report back to New York. No problem. Eddie agreed, albeit reluctantly. The recent events had opened up new worlds for him, and taking a break would help him adjust, avoiding too much stress and a subsequent mental breakdown. After a moment of silence, Eddie recalled the man from the relevant department named Philosophy. Phil, he pondered. Did we forget someone? An apartment somewhere in San Francisco. Phil Urich was bouncing around his apartment, watching internet videos about the monster wars of the Golden Gate Bridge. Since the news broke, he had sent emails to both Anton and Eddie, but neither had responded. Phil felt a twinge of disappointment, believing that the two were busy dealing with their newfound issues. Unbeknownst to him, his two bosses had spent the night in a nightclub, completely forgetting about the subordinate left behind in San Francisco. The unscrupulous Anton and Eddie finally thought of Phil Urich, who had the same name as Phil Coulson. They greeted Annie and Dan, left the hotel, and contacted Phil, who had been tragically forgotten. Boss, editor-in-chief, you guys are too fierce. When Phil Urich saw the two of them, his expression was extremely excited. Your videos have been uploaded on the internet. There are screenshots of you two everywhere, especially the boss. You jumped from the Batmobile in the sky to save people. Countless people think that this is the craziest scene this year. The video blogger must have made a crazy profit from this video. What? Anton looked at Phil in surprise, his eyes widening as he said, what are you talking about? Why did I jump from the Batmobile? You made a mistake. Impossible? You are Batman, boss, you can't hide it from me, Phil exclaimed. As an insider who had been lurking in San Francisco for so long, combined with the two-way contact with Anton and Eddie from time to time, he had long suspected that Anton was not an ordinary person. His expectations for Anton were very high, even to a certain extent. He was the one who knew Anton best since Anton's arrival in this universe. Those words circulating on the internet led Phil, with his uncommon intuition, to be sure that Anton was indeed Batman. These words can't be said lightly, they will mislead everyone, Anton retorted, trying to remain calm. He patted Phil on the shoulder and smiled. Phil, this time the successful defeat of the Life Foundation also has your share. After you go back, you will be Eddie's assistant. At the same time, the bonus this time will help you count the money softly. Thank you, boss. Phil was overjoyed. Then he cautiously added, boss, don't worry, I won't talk about Batman casually, but can you sign me something with the words Batman? And Bruce Wayne, too. No, I'm a big fan of Batman. Anton couldn't help but feel helpless at Phil's enthusiasm. Also, the two monsters that fought on the Golden Gate Bridge yesterday, one of them was Carlton Drake, and the other. Phil swallowed, feeling he had missed a lot of things. He looked at Eddie and asked, Editor-in-Chief, wouldn't that monster be you? It is not called a monster, it has a name. Eddie's voice was slightly uncomfortable. Originally, he wanted to give Phil a bonus privately from his 10 million. Now this idea had vanished without a trace. He continued, it's called Venom, it's from an alien. You can also call it a symbiote. I have to say, your look is a bit strange. How can I say it? It's like God created human beings and accidentally sneezed while using excessive force. The talkative Phil couldn't control himself, thinking he was being tactful. Eddie's mouth twitched. I do not like him, Venom's voice echoed in his head. He actually said that I am ugly. I am going to eat this kid. He must be the villain you introduced in the previous 3 chapters of our appointment. No, he is just a simple mouth. Eddie gritted his teeth, lowering his voice. Editor-in-Chief, what are you talking about? Phil looked at Eddie curiously. I'm talking to the monster in your mouth, and it's parasitic in my body right now, Eddie explained gloomily. Just now, you said he was ugly and angered him, he said he would eat you. What? Phil paled with fright. He quickly explained, no, I didn't say it looks ugly, I just think that he looks too, not delicate? Yes, just not delicate. Eddie was speechless. Didn't it mean ugly? Okay, I have something to deal with when I return to New York. It's okay, Eddie, do you want to go back with me? Anton interrupted them. Not now, I am going to stay for another 2 days. Eddie shook his head. When Anton heard this, he immediately thought of Annie and then of Dan. He felt that the color of Louis' head was greener and finally looked at Phil. Phil actually didn't want to go back to New York right away. He wanted to talk to Eddie, but he shuddered when thinking of the monster in Eddie's body. He said categorically, boss, of course, I am going with you. Anton nodded and said goodbye to Eddie, I am waiting for you in New York. Okay. Eddie watched the two leave. Boss, is this your private jet? Phil felt the private jet of the rich family for the first time, filled with envy and admiration. When Anton came, he booked a plane ticket, but for the convenience of going back, after arriving in San Francisco, he asked Jameson to transfer his plane. It's so cool, Phil exclaimed, looking happy. Thinking of the bonus he was about to get, he felt that this trip was not a loss. Sir, the plane is about to take off, please fasten your seat belt, the beautiful stewardess said with a smile as she walked by. Phil's eyes went wide. Anton had long been used to it, closing his eyes and resting. A few hours later, the plane arrived in New York, and the two walked out of the airport. At this time, Betty was waiting outside. Miss Betty, Phil smiled upon seeing her. Long time no see. Philosophy. Betty greeted him and then looked at Anton. Something happened? What? Anton was taken aback, confused. What can happen? About Batman's identity, Betty said, her expression serious. A lot of people now think you are Batman, and citizens are about to put a coffin on you. How can it be? Anton exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air. They have no evidence. Betty's heart moved slightly. Anton did not deny his identity as Batman, which she found interesting. Don't forget, you took a plane to San Francisco, and then Batman appeared in San Francisco, also solving the founder of the Life Foundation, Carlton Drake. He is a deadly enemy of the Daily Bugle, Betty explained. How do citizens know that I am in San Francisco? Anton frowned, his mind racing. Don't overestimate the principles of airlines, Betty said with a smirk, clearly enjoying the moment. Anyway, you should first figure out how to face media inquiries. Damn airlines. Anton cursed under his breath, his face darkening. It's not that Batman's identity couldn't be revealed at all. The problem was that he was not Tony Stark. He wasn't good at high-profile exposure and had no plans for it. Don't respond to online topics for now, Anton thought for a moment and said with irritation. I don't want to accept any media interviews, including the Daily Bugle. Understand? Betty shrugged. In addition, Batman's box office has exceeded 400 million, and the overseas box office has reached 200 million. The global box office has reached 600 million. Congratulations, the genius director. It's not over yet. There is still a screening period of almost half a month. Anton finally heard good news and smiled. My goal is 1 billion globally. By the way, Jim couldn't find you recently. He asked me to tell you that he wanted to host a party to celebrate the global box office of Batman begins exceeding 600 million, Betty added. I think this is an opportunity to announce that the Jameson family has officially set foot in the entertainment industry. It makes sense, Anton replied, pondering the possibilities. Respond to Jim for me and tell him I agreed. Did you finish what I asked you to do? After the car drove smoothly for more than 10 minutes, Anton suddenly broke the calm in the car and asked. According to your request, DC, Detective Comics, has been formally established, and you can get the approval procedures tomorrow, Betty nodded. On the night that Anton booked a flight to San Francisco, he asked Betty if she would consider changing her job. She hesitated at first, but quickly thought it through and had a good idea. Before Anton left, she took the initiative to find him and agreed to become his personal assistant. Today, as a genius director sought after by Hollywood, coupled with a sufficiently compelling family background, Anton had become one of the most famous rich kids in the United States. His popularity was only surpassed by Tony Stark before the accident. Not to mention, the two were still friends. After the accident, Tony Stark had disappeared for a few weeks already. The news was heated, but people's attention to Tony Stark waned with each passing day. After all, many had resigned themselves to believing he was dead. He had gone missing after being attacked by terrorist forces in Afghanistan, a place where artillery fire was rampant. The unknown fate of his life was just a fantasy for some who hoped for a happy ending. Most people suspected that Tony Stark had probably met his end. This situation led many to reminisce about Anton Jameson, who was now not only a genius director but also the boss behind the Daily Bugle. According to rumors, he was likely to be the superhero Batman, who had quickly gained admiration since his debut. The regret that accompanied Tony Stark's experiences was mirrored by the attention now focused on Anton Jameson. In a dark twist of fate, it almost seemed as if Anton was stepping into Tony's shoes. However, what everyone did not know was that Anton's confidence in Tony's survival remained unwavering. If Tony Stark were to die, the world would lose at least half of its color. Getting back to the subject, on the way back to the Daily Bugle from the airport, Betty continued her report. The head of the screenwriting department is Toby. He worked with you very well before and happily accepted our invitation. As for Jim, he said he would think about it himself. The movie is just one aspect of our layout, Anton replied, nodding in satisfaction. The capitalist style shone through as he ordered. Manga, animation, and merchandise must be arranged as soon as possible. I know, Betty replied. How long has Toby been in New York? I still have a lot of things to discuss with him, Anton inquired. By the way, have you recruited the associate directors I told you about? 3 people agreed to our invitation, but everyone else declined, Betty informed him. 3 people. Anton touched his chin, trying to keep his tone neutral. Forget it, in such a short period, you've done a very good job. In the back and forth of their conversation, the car stopped on the side of the road at the building where the Daily Bugle was located. Anton and Betty got out of the car. Back at the Daily Bugle, Phil dropped off his luggage, first heading to the finance room with the payslip approved by Anton to collect a substantial bonus. He then excitedly left to head home with his newly acquired wealth. Anton also gave him a vacation, asking him to return to work after Eddie arrived. Sitting at his desk in the Daily Bugle, Anton made himself a cup of coffee, took a small sip, and breathed in deeply. Finally, he felt a sense of ease. However, just before the end of the workday, Betty knocked on the door, her expression slightly awkward as she informed him. Someone knows you are back and wants to see you. Who? Anton asked, slightly puzzled. Winston from the Continental Hotel, Betty replied. Let him come in, Anton nodded. Moments later, Winston pushed the door open. His expression was gentle, devoid of the rage that had marked their last encounter. Anton, should I say we met for the first time? Winston smiled, his eyes assessing the young man before him, keenly aware that Anton was not a simple individual. That night, Anton had embodied Batman and had threatened him like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, a memory that would linger with him. What's up? Anton asked, too indifferent to pretend to be formal. Knowing they had an understanding, He smiled with interest. I thought you would never want to see me again in your life. There is an adjudicator who wants to see you, Winston replied straightforwardly. You must have an explanation regarding the Continental Hotel, right? Adjudicator. Anton raised an eyebrow, a smile on his lips but a hint of danger in his eyes. Let her come in. Winston hesitated slightly. Actually, she hopes you can meet her at the Continental Hotel. I do not belong to the High Table, nor have I offended the High Table. Anton's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening momentarily. He looked at Winston coldly, a dangerous aura surrounding him as he slowly said, on the contrary, the High Table offended me. Go back and tell them that if they want to see me, they should send her to the Daily Bugle. If the High Table wants to deal with me, let them feel free. I will convey your message exactly as you said, Winston replied, remaining composed. He didn't seem to harbor any fondness for the adjudicator either. After speaking, he turned and left. As the workday drew to a close, Anton did not see the High Table's arbiter. He didn't care much about the matter. The High Table organization was not something he worried about. To put it simply, the High Table was a global empire of assassins bound by rules. All killers associated with the High Table were required to follow its regulations. Despite this structure, the High Table did not dominate the killer world uniformly. Various killer organizations coexisted, competing for supremacy like martial artists in novels. Anton understood that the High Table consisted of 12 seats, with representatives from various criminal organizations, including the Camorra, the Mafia, and Russian mobs. Their controllers were spread across the globe, making them a complicated adversary to confront. The Continental Hotel served as a mere outpost under the High Table's influence, not its heart. This is why Anton chose not to fixate on the High Table behind the Continental Hotel after handling matters with the hotel, nor did he seek to dismantle it entirely. If the High Table acted sensibly, they would recognize that provoking Anton as a powerful enemy would be ill-advised. After all, it was not he who made the first mistake. On the other side, within the Continental Hotel, the atmosphere was tense. A short-haired woman with an imposing presence regarded Winston, who wore a smirk, with a blank expression. What did he say? Not much, Winston replied. The important part is that he asked you to see him, not the other way around. After all, in his opinion, we made the first mistake. We. The adjudicator fixed Winston with a piercing gaze. As the owner of the Continental Hotel, Winston's use of we suggested a shared burden, implying he was not willing to shoulder the blame alone. This phrase revealed Winston's deep-seated fear of Anton, a fear of the horrifying Batman who had emerged seemingly from nowhere. When do you plan to meet him? Winston asked, breaking the silence. I will see him, the adjudicator said, her voice steady and unwavering. However, not now. The next day. The following morning, Anton arrived at the Daily Bugle only to find a throng of colleagues gathered at the entrance. He hadn't expected such a crowd and felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Mr. Anton, do you admit what is said on the internet? One reporter shouted as he stepped out of his car. Are you Batman? Another asked, eyes wide with anticipation. Batman's global box office has exceeded 600 million. In the Continental Hotel incident in New York not long ago, a real Batman appeared. Is there a connection between you? The questions came fast and furious, each one sharper than the last. Surrounded by the media swarm, Anton felt like he was being cornered. They bombarded him with questions, their voices blending into an overwhelming cacophony. Everyone, Batman is just a coincidence, he replied, trying to keep his voice steady despite the tension in the air. He paused, looked at the reporters, and added, Bruce Wayne is just a character I created, there is no such person in reality. Why does a Batman appear in real life? I can only think that he agrees with all my ideas about Batman. Then how do you explain that the killers Batman dealt with at the Continental Hotel actually came to deal with you and the Daily Bugle? One reporter pressed, not backing down. The intensity of the questioning grew, with reporters eager for any slip of the tongue. Also, why did you just arrive in San Francisco, only to have Batman show up there as well? He personally sent the founder of the Life Foundation, Carlton Drake, to the police. Another interjected. Mr. Anton, can you explain it? They demanded, the camera flashes capturing every moment of his discomfort. This is just a coincidence, Anton repeated firmly. Coincidentally, no matter how you explain it, it's hard to tell. He knew he was treading dangerous waters and didn't want to provide them with any more fodder. After delivering those words, he pushed through the crowd and entered the Daily Bugle building, finally escaping the relentless barrage of questions. Once inside, he spotted Betty, who was clearly amused by his earlier predicament. Anton, that was the most embarrassing way I have ever seen you, she teased, a playful smile on her lips. If you could pour me a cup of coffee, I would be very grateful, Anton said, his mind still reeling from the encounter. He glanced back towards the entrance, feeling a headache coming on from the thought of the reporters lingering just outside. He had underestimated Batman's influence, and it was becoming increasingly clear. Currently, in the system space, Batman's fan value had exceeded an astounding 14 million. This was a staggering figure, especially when considering he had previously spent 9.98 million on the master template of Batman. If the 14 million fan value could be converted into a template for other heroes, he might not be far from the goal of creating another identity. The fan value wasn't just a number, it had real potential. Whenever he fought opponents as Batman, the armor and equipment would sustain damage, meaning the fan value would be crucial at that time. Of course, at present, 14 million was a significant amount, and it was still increasing. Although I anticipated that Batman's identity would become a well-known secret, I did not expect this day to arrive so soon. Anton rubbed his temples, trying to process the whirlwind of events. Online public opinion suggested that as many as 80% of people believed he was Batman. However, there were still those who vehemently denied it. The best way to refute a claim, he reasoned, was to sever the connection between the fact and its implications. The primary evidence supporting the belief that he was Batman revolved around two key points: Batman's deep ties to the Daily Bugle and his uncanny timing in appearing wherever Anton was. These two facts provided fertile ground for speculation and reasoning. To eliminate the connection, the first point was easy to handle. He could continue to deny any association. However, the second point required more finesse. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Jim scheduled to host a party in Los Angeles in just a few days, and the media would surely be watching. If Batman were to make an appearance at the same time, Anton could effectively distance himself from the character. It was the perfect opportunity to disconnect from Batman publicly. To achieve this effect, he would need a prop or a special suit. With his current justice value, he could easily afford the armor. He touched his chin thoughtfully, realizing that he needed to act decisively. Unlike Tony Stark, who openly declared himself Iron Man, Anton preferred to stay out of the limelight for now, at least. This was a temporary arrangement. With the rapid growth of the DC company he had established, he understood that the more heroes emerged, the less he could remain hidden. Like fireflies illuminating the night, the attention would inevitably shift toward him. But until he was fully prepared, he didn't want to expose his identity to the public. Maintaining his identity as Batman within a limited circle seemed like the best way to avoid trouble. Anton admitted to himself that he feared nothing more than unnecessary complications. As the workday drew to a close, he asked Betty to check if there were any reporters lingering at the entrance before he left the office. He was determined to avoid being cornered again. There's a saying that reporters are the only creatures more annoying than flies, and Anton now fully understood that sentiment. Once he was given the all-clear, he cautiously made his way out of the building, keeping an eye out for any lurking journalists. Soon, as he opened the car door, he was taken aback by the sight of a short-haired woman seated inside. After a brief moment of surprise, he composed himself and slid into the back seat next to her. "High table person?" he asked, curious about the woman's identity. "Yes, I am the adjudicator of the high table," she replied, introducing herself. "Aisha Kate, you can call me Aisha." Anton's tone remained calm, but he could feel a hint of impatience creeping in. "I hope we can clarify things in the shortest possible time." "Of course," Aisha agreed. "I came to see you today not only to express apologies but primarily to discuss one request." "A request?" Anton's interest peaked, though skepticism laced his voice. "If it's an unreasonable demand, you can leave my car now." "It's not so much a request but a proposal for cooperation," Aisha explained. "What kind of cooperation?" Anton's frown deepened. He had a feeling that the high table was being overly cryptic in their approach. Aisha paused before continuing. "We want to ask you to kill someone." "What?" Anton was taken aback. "The high table itself is a top killer organization. If you can't handle it, why do you think I can?" "This is the only appeal of the high table," Aisha said seriously. "As for the quest object, I can only tell you after you accept the quest. In this world, there are many people who can be killed by the high table, and there are indeed a small number of people who cannot be killed. But these few possess the ability to mobilize most of the world's resources." Anton squinted his eyes and replied lightly, "Since this is cooperation, what can I get?" "The friendship of the high table, and the identity of a consultant to the high table," Aisha offered. "The high table consultant has the power to mobilize the internal killer members of the high table. You can share all the information with the high table. Of course, in return, you must bear corresponding responsibilities and conclude a blood agreement with the high table. Once the contract is concluded, it must not be violated, otherwise, you will be relentlessly pursued and killed by the high table." Anton fully understood that this was an attempt to win him over. It seemed that the powerful abilities Batman had demonstrated had made them see his value. Blood contracts are out of the question. Killing is even more impossible. Anton flatly refused. "If you've seen Batman movies, you know he has a principle not to kill." Aisha's expression grew complicated upon hearing this. She had anticipated rejection, but she did not expect it to come for this reason. Not to kill? It seemed absurd to her, but then she recalled that throughout the battle that night, no one had died. Only two unfortunate men had been shot by stray bullets and succumbed to excessive blood loss. So, it could be said that Anton hadn't technically killed anyone. Facing Anton, the worst outcome had merely been the victims rendered a vegetable state. However, although killing is impossible, if you want me to help you deal with others, that might not be out of the question, Anton said, suddenly changing his tone. Seeing Aisha's face shift, he continued, "But it must be done in my way. Furthermore, I can establish a cooperative relationship with you, but only in terms of intelligence cooperation. If there are additional demands in the future, that will be considered another cooperation item. We can discuss that later." "I can't make that decision alone," Aisha replied after pondering for a long moment. "Please give me some time." She exited the car and took out her phone, speaking to someone on the other end for a considerable duration before returning to the vehicle. She nodded at Anton. "Happy cooperation." In that case, can you tell me who is the target you want to eliminate? Anton asked with genuine interest, curious about who could be untouchable even for the high table. His name is Sloan, Aisha explained, and he is the leader of another killer organization, the Fraternity. He is also the high table's biggest competitor in the killer world. Sloan? The Fraternity? This situation was getting interesting. Anton was taken aback. The Fraternity? That ridiculous organization that manipulates fate in the name of weaving. Exactly, Aisha confirmed. She was not surprised that Anton was aware of them. Sloan leads the Fraternity. He commands many top-tier killers and has never lost a job. They have been the main competitors of the high table for over 10 years, engaging in numerous direct confrontations. The relationship between the two is like oil and water. Not only do we want him dead, but he also seeks our extermination. In other words, both parties aimed to dominate the killer world. It made sense that if one could eliminate the other, they would naturally rise to the top. A person who cannot be killed by a killer organization is naturally the leader of another killer organization, Anton mused, realizing the reasoning behind the high table's predicament. He nodded to Aisha. Send me the information as soon as possible, and I'll arrange a time to handle it. Sure thing. We've already compiled the information, Aisha said, nodding. If you need us in the future, you can contact the high table through me or Winston. You will be our distinguished guest moving forward. After saying this, she handed Anton a tablet-like device, exited the vehicle, and left. Watching Aisha disappear down the street, Anton instructed the driver to proceed. He then opened the handheld computer to review the information inside. After reading through it, he understood why the high table sought his assistance at this moment. The long-standing grievances between the high table and the Fraternity had deep roots. Initially, the Fraternity was a principled killer organization that focused solely on missions they internally established. They posed no threat to the high table. However, about 20 years ago, everything changed when Sloan took charge, leading the Fraternity's rapid rise and becoming a formidable threat to the high table in the killer world. Thus, the high table wanted Sloan dead, to solidify its reputation as the everlasting empire within the killer domain. The reason for approaching Anton at this juncture was likely due to the uncertainty surrounding Sloan's elimination. They knew that the strongest killer within the Fraternity, Cross, was currently in New York. He was the ace killer of the Fraternity, known for his extraordinary marksmanship. Years ago, Cross had left the organization. The Fraternity, under Sloan's command, had seemingly severed ties with him, marking him as a target for assassination. This had sparked a prolonged standoff, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The Fraternity suffered heavy losses, while Cross remained largely unharmed. The high table had recently received intel suggesting that Cross would soon reappear in New York, prompting the Fraternity to mobilize all its members for this encounter. This would be a decisive battle, and Sloan was almost certain to be present. It presented the best opportunity for the high table to strike. Since the high table was unsure of its success, it made sense to delegate the task to someone reliable. Batman. Even if Batman failed, he would maintain the status quo, posing no risk to the high table. Those on the high table were not fools, they had calculated everything meticulously. Decisive battle. Anton mused, stroking his chin. He realized that, based on his previous life's knowledge, there was no existing narrative regarding a decisive battle in the Fraternity's lore. The most plausible scenario would be a deadlock where neither side could outmaneuver the other. In desperation, Sloan might resort to seeking out Cross's son, Wesley, to use him against his father. Tomorrow, the Fox, the Repairman, and other top killers of the Fraternity will arrive in New York. Anton powered off the handheld device and closed his eyes, deep in thought. Time was running short. He reached for his phone and called Jim. Anton. Jim's voice came through almost instantly, brimming with excitement. I'm organizing a celebration party the day after tomorrow. You promised you'd come. Of course I will come, but not the day after tomorrow, Anton instructed. Move the party to tomorrow night. I'll be flying to Los Angeles tonight. What? Jim was taken aback, his voice laced with frustration. Tomorrow? What are you doing? My party invitation has already been sent out. Do you think those Hollywood people are free every day? Whether they come or not, just hold the party. I want to make a highly publicized appearance tomorrow. Anton had no interest in who would attend, he only cared about being in the spotlight. Jim, hearing the call disconnect, couldn't help but curse under his breath. He understood the nature of Anton's whims all too well. His thoughts drifted to the days when Anton was a director. He was working on the film project with whimsical ways. Anton's obstinacy was reminiscent of Tony Stark's. Both men had a knack for getting what they wanted, often at the expense of others' plans. However, Anton had one advantage over Stark: he rarely left others hanging when it came to commitments. Early the next morning, Anton arrived in Los Angeles. This city is known as the heart of Hollywood, where celebrities gather, and the journalists are far more aggressive than their New York counterparts. A crowd of reporters squatted at the airport exit, cameras poised and ready, eagerly awaiting Anton's arrival. With their extensive contacts, they often managed to uncover his next destination as soon as he boarded a plane, even if it was a private jet. No one was safe from their scrutiny. Someone could always be bribed for information. Not only the ordinary exits but even the VIP ones were swarmed with reporters. Anton couldn't understand how they had managed to infiltrate these areas. It seemed as though every exit had eyes on it, and the Los Angeles press had long been the king of intelligence gathering. They were omnipresent, whether on the ground or in the underground, covering everything from juicy gossip to major international events. Fire everyone back on the plane and bring in a new batch, Anton instructed, his expression souring as he surveyed the throng of reporters. It was clear to him that someone connected to the private jet had leaked his information. Understood, Betty, his personal assistant, replied. Should I call the airport security? Just bring them here, Anton sighed. He felt cornered, realizing he had little choice but to deal with the swarm of reporters, a situation he wasn't particularly skilled in managing. As the owner of the Daily Bugle, he understood all too well that anything he said could end up as the headline the following day. There was no doubt he had a reputation to uphold. A few minutes later, surrounded by security, Anton managed to slip into a car and leave without giving the reporters a chance to ask questions. Despite the chaos, the cameras flashed in a frenzied attempt to capture his image. They followed his car as he drove to a mansion near Los Angeles. What is he doing here? One reporter wondered aloud. It's a party, another replied. Jim moved the celebration forward to 8 o'clock tonight, so Anton is here to attend. What? This news shocked the first reporter. Wasn't the party supposed to be tomorrow? Yep, a day early. If you don't know that, you might as well quit and go home. This job isn't for you, his colleague scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. As the hours passed from morning to evening, Anton took time to rest before driving to the party venue, brimming with energy. Betty, seated beside him in the co-pilot's seat, was a constant support. The reporters, still hot on his trail, were relentless. Meanwhile, in New York, under Sloan's orders, members of the fraternity gathered near the Empire State Building. The assembly included top killers like Fox, the repairman, the gunsmith, Mr. X, the exterminator, and the butcher. Almost all members had been dispatched for this mission, a direct response to the threat posed by Cross. Cross, once a fellow member, had become a legendary figure within the fraternity, never known to fail, and was revered by countless peers. His terrifying marksmanship made him a source of fear, even for those under the high table. To put it bluntly, many believed that Cross was among the hardest individuals in the world to kill, ranking above even Sloan. Although John Wick had earned the title of the King of Killers in New York, his ability to match Cross's prowess was questionable. If Wick could eliminate Cross, the high table wouldn't be so concerned about him. What these fraternity members were unaware of was that their every move was being monitored by a pair of glowing red eyes, lurking in the shadows. The figure hiding in the dark was tall and imposing, with pointed, rabbit-like ears and ominous presence that observed everything. As the party commenced in Los Angeles, a steady stream of prominent guests arrived to celebrate the global box office success of Batman Begins, which had exceeded $600 million. The shuddering of cameras echoed as reporters documented every moment. The bright flashes added a lively atmosphere to the gathering, though the reporters were kept at bay, only able to capture glimpses through the entrance. A select few female reporters, however, managed to entwine themselves with big names, strolling into the venue with a sense of pride that drew envy from their male counterparts. Anton, one of the stars of the evening, stood at the entrance to greet his fellow industry titans, both familiar and unfamiliar faces alike. At that moment, it felt as if everyone were long-lost friends reuniting after many years apart. Next to Anton was Jim Lambert, who had reclaimed his position among the top producers following the success of Batman Begins. Jim appeared vibrant and full of life, having shed the remnants of previous struggles. When are you planning to start shooting Batman Part 2? Jim inquired, after welcoming most of the guests. It's already in the pipeline, Anton responded. Alongside Batman, I have several other projects I'm preparing to push forward simultaneously. By the way, have you given any thought to joining my newly established DC company? Jim hesitated, clearly weighing the gravity of the decision. This is a significant step for my career, Anton. I need more time to think it over. No problem, but my patience is limited, Anton replied calmly. You know you're not the only producer in Hollywood. Everyone is vying for attention, and this industry is cutthroat. Jim's expression shifted slightly as he realized the weight of Anton's words. I understand. I'll give you my answer as soon as I can. Great, let's head inside, Anton said, shifting the conversation. Everyone who needs to be here has arrived, it's time to get the festivities underway. With that, he stepped into the bustling crowd. Jim lingered for a moment, watching Anton navigate the sea of guests before forcing a smile and following suit. 10 minutes passed, and Anton's eyes suddenly gleamed with a hint of intensity. If someone were to closely observe him at that moment, they might see flashes of a different scene reflected in his pupils, one that didn't belong to the party, but rather to an abyss of darkness. Meanwhile, in New York, Cross was cleverly disguised as a cleaner, moving stealthily through the corridors of the Empire State Building. He knew this battle would be decisive, and he intended to use the fraternity's anticipation to his advantage, deliberately exposing himself to lure them in. Years of evasion had exhausted him. It was time to eliminate the leader of the fraternity once and for all. Either he would perish, or they would. Suddenly, all the lights in the Empire State Building went dark as the power was cut. Such outages were common at night and usually went unnoticed, but Cross raised an eyebrow, realizing that the fraternity had infiltrated the building. Little did they know, as the lights flickered out, a third party had entered the fray, watching and waiting in the shadows for the perfect moment to strike. This third-party spying is undoubtedly a special armor controlled by Anton from Los Angeles. The armor in question is the GCPD mechanical batsuit, also known as Rabbit Batligear. The two ears on the head retain some bat characteristics, but a little longer resembling bunny ears, which is why it is often referred to as bunny armor. Additionally, this suit features two enormous miniature shell launchers on the shoulders, and its overall structure resembles a small mecha more than conventional skeletal armor. In terms of appearance, there is a significant difference compared to the basic Batman armor that Anton had previously redeemed. Anton understood that as he exchanged for more specialized armor, the distinctions between the basic and special versions would become increasingly pronounced. It's important to note that the bunny suit does not belong to the Batman suits that the public is accustomed to. It doesn't actually belong to Bruce Wayne, rather, it belongs to James Gordon, who is well known as Batman's good friend and partner in crime fighting. This story takes place in a new timeline, a consequence of the infamous Flashpoint event. The event was triggered when the Flash created time-space fluctuations, plunging the world into a catastrophic war. To restore the timeline to its original state, he attempted to revise history. However, Dr. Manhattan operated behind the scenes, ensuring that time and space did not revert to their former state but instead generated a new timeline altogether. After the Endgame incident in the late 52nd period, Bruce Wayne lost his memories of the Batman era along with the trauma of his parents' death. He became a happy volunteer, unashamedly living with his first love, enjoying a life devoid of impatience. However, Gotham City still needed a Batman. Thus, James Gordon volunteered to become the chosen one. The GCPD, known as the Gotham Police Department, created a new Batman suit to fill the void left by Bruce Wayne's absence. The rabbit armor can be piloted by a human, but when there is no driver present, it can operate autonomously or be remotely controlled, transforming into a formidable force. The system price for this armor is 8 million justice value. Anton, who is wealthy and possesses a righteous value of 10 million, purchased it without hesitation. At this moment, Anton, who is attending a lavish party in Los Angeles, is multitasking, remotely controlling the rabbit armor. After entering the Batman state, Anton gains access to all of Bruce Wayne's skills. For someone of his mastery, operating in dual capacities is not particularly challenging. Moreover, Anton has strategically distanced himself from the crowd to ensure his actions remain unnoticed, retreating to a corner of the room to gather his thoughts, as if he doesn't wish to be disturbed. The gathering is filled with influential figures, and none dare approach him too boldly. Meanwhile, inside the Empire State Building, the rabbit armor navigates through the somewhat crowded walkways, its footsteps almost imperceptible. Cross, along with other members of the fraternity, remains oblivious to the presence of a third party infiltrating their confrontation. However, Anton's primary target is not these individuals. His real goal is Sloan, the leader of the fraternity. The others are merely distractions. Sloan is exceptionally cautious. The intelligence of the High Table can only track Fox and the others' movements, leaving Sloan's whereabouts shrouded in secrecy. These additional players are not entirely useless in Anton's eyes. However, this is merely one reason for Anton's presence tonight. The more pressing reason is that Batman must make an appearance in the public eye. By doing so, he can draw a stark contrast between Batman and Anton, who is far away in Los Angeles. This separation will sever the connection between them and skew online public opinion toward him as someone who cannot embody Batman. Suddenly, gunfire erupts. Cross, having defected from the fraternity, finds himself in a violent clash with active members of the group. Bullets fly through the air at astonishing angles. Cross, utilizing adrenaline to amplify his senses, is able to predict the trajectory of the bullets and retaliate while evading incoming fire. In this world, abilities such as bullet curving, super long-range sniper kills, and omnipotent adrenaline bursts can all be achieved through firearms. This collection of skills is known collectively as gunfighting. Both sides are masters of their craft, well aware of each other's capabilities. Thus, neither dares to advance. Instead, they engage in a tactical retreat while maintaining a safe distance for shooting. Through the rabbit armor's visual systems, Anton observes the intensity of the gunfight and realizes that the skills displayed by both groups have reached astonishing heights. It is clear that both sides are exceptionally talented individuals. Unfortunately, in a world filled with exceptional talent, it is often in abundance, especially within the killer community. One of the active fraternity members falls, shot in the chaos, while Cross remains unscathed. Fox and the others exchange tense glances, determination etched on their faces. Chase him, Fox declares, her frustration boiling over. We can't let this slide. They resolve to settle the score with Cross tonight. If they fail to eliminate him now, he will rise as a greater myth among killers, a fate Fox and the others are unwilling to accept. Gunfire continues to ring out within the Empire State Building. An alarm blares throughout the structure, signaling the imminent arrival of the police. Both Cross and the fraternity realize that they cannot afford to worry about law enforcement right now. Their singular focus is on destroying one another. They know that missing this opportunity will make it nearly impossible to find a suitable time to confront Cross again. In the shadows, Anton, controlling the rabbit armor, knows that the moment has come for him to make his entrance. With a swift movement, he manipulates the rabbit armor to smash through a wall, sending dust and debris flying into the air, effectively blocking Cross's escape route. Who? Cross gasps, taken aback as he instinctively fires his weapon. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberates through the air. The bullet fails to penetrate the imposing figure in front of him. For a killer who excels in gunfighting, when firearms are ineffective, most of his skills become irrelevant. Bullets cannot breach the armor of his opponent. Cross realizes that he is faced with a seemingly insurmountable obstacle. Panic sets in as he realizes that there is no human presence before him but the suit. It is a steel shell. Who? Cross asks, his expression grave as he nearly forgets the threats behind him. Who are you? If you can tell me where Sloan is, I would be happy to answer your questions, Anton replies through the voice modulation of the rabbit warframe. Cross's eyes flicker with interest. If you're after Sloan, I might be inclined to help. It seems that you don't know. Anton perceives Cross's hesitation. He recognizes that Cross doesn't trust him. This man is simply stalling, trying to formulate a plan to escape. With a swift motion, the rabbit armor raises its fist. The air rushes as the punch is thrown, its power striking awe into those who witness it. Cross dodges desperately, but he fails to anticipate the massive figure's advance. At that moment, fraternity members arrive on the scene, their eyes widening as they see Cross on the ground. Rather than attacking immediately, they fix their gazes on the rabbit armor standing before them. Wait, are you Batman? Fox's brow furrows as she strains to recognize the identity of the imposing figure. As someone who once thwarted the Continental Hotel, Batman's name resonates in the killer community far more than that of any Hollywood star, even rivaling the most elite killers who have built their reputations over many years. There are not many who possess the audacity to challenge the Continental Hotel and emerge victorious against the numerous killers within, making Batman a legendary figure. He is the first to achieve such a feat. I'm glad you recognize me, Fox, Anton replies, his deep electronic voice echoing. As he scans the fraternity members, processing their identities, he continues, if you're willing to let me capture Sloan and inform me of his whereabouts, I promise you a swift resolution to your troubles. Dream on, Fox snaps back, her disdain evident. She glares at the tall figure before her, retorting, cowards who hide behind armor don't intimidate us. We are not your average Continental Hotel members. Okay, Anton replies, and the rabbit armor crackles its fists together, producing a resonating sound. The emotionless, ironclad face seems to convey a sense of regret through that simple noise. Then prepare to feel pain, Anton declares, ready to engage in battle. The voice had barely finished echoing when the huge figure donned in the rabbit batlegear suddenly attacked everyone in sight. Fox and the others reacted with wild expressions of shock, feeling the force of the oncoming wind before they could comprehend the danger. The air crackled with tension as Anton, controlling the suit from afar in Los Angeles, unleashed his might. Boom! The unscrupulous repairman fell to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. In the midst of the chaos, Cross saw an opportunity to escape but was quickly thwarted by a sudden explosion. Boom! The deafening blast echoed through the Empire State Building, sending shockwaves that alerted everyone nearby. Those working late in the adjacent buildings gazed in horror at the flaming spectacle, their instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. Diddy. The phones at the New York Police Department rang incessantly, the sound almost drowning out the grumbling of George Stacy, who had just settled into what he hoped would be a quiet end to his shift. Recently, he had been consumed with the aftermath of the Continental Hotel incident, a grueling process that had drained his energy and patience. Finally feeling relieved, he couldn't believe that trouble was brewing yet again. Which bastard is this time? He fumed, his jaw set in irritation. Director, there's a fierce gun battle in the Empire State Building. Some people are using rockets, a frantic officer reported. Rockets? George echoed incredulously, his temper flaring. RPG? Which fool dares to fire an RPG in the city and not expect to get blown away? The officer continued, we're still verifying the intelligence, but the communication lines are jammed. Damn it! George barked, storming out of his office. What are you all standing around for? Move. Inside the Empire State Building, the dust from the shell blast settled, leaving Cross and the remaining members of the fraternity momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated such a heavy weapon would be employed against them. This is your last chance, Anton's voice rumbled from the rabbit batlegear, deep and ominous. He could see the fear and confusion in their eyes, a clear indication of how terrifying his reputation had become. The unspoken rules of the underworld were clear. Anyone deploying heavy weaponry was essentially declaring war against the city itself, and now they were facing a figure who had disregarded those rules entirely. After a brief pause, the police arrived in a rush. As they entered the Empire State Building, they found a group of assassins bound and stripped of their weapons, slumped weakly on the ground, their eyes vacant with fear. Who the hell are these people? One officer asked, his brow furrowing as he assessed the situation. They're from the fraternity, a colleague interjected, shock evident in his voice. Another killer organization. The officer's confusion deepened as he quickly pulled out handcuffs, ready to restrain them. George Stacy pushed through the throng of officers to assess the situation firsthand. His mind raced with the implications of what had just unfolded. Cross was a legendary figure in the assassin underworld, an ace killer whose betrayal of the fraternity had made headlines for government. Despite this, George hadn't expected such chaos to unfold in his city. Using heavy weapons in the Empire State Building was a catastrophic event that would have severe repercussions. His thoughts swirled as he considered the consequences, knowing that these criminals would likely see significant jail time, not to mention the media storm that would follow. Who did this? He muttered, grappling with disbelief. Who caught these troublemakers? And who's the idiot who played with RPGs? George had limited knowledge of the fraternity but understood enough about the delicate balance of power in the criminal underworld, especially regarding the Continental Hotel and the High Table. The fraternity's leaders held their ground, but now, seeing so many of them apprehended was shocking. "Chief, look, it's Batman," an officer suddenly shouted, pulling George from his spiraling thoughts. He stared up at the figure standing atop the Empire State Building, recognition dawning upon him. "Is it him again?" he breathed, his heart racing as he recalled recent events. The shadowy figure vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving the police officers in stunned silence, and George felt a wave of resignation wash over him. "Close the investigation," he ordered, his shoulders sagging. "There's nothing we can do about Batman." With a sigh, he felt some relief that reporters weren't on the scene. If the news got out that Batman had once again swooped in to handle a crisis, apprehending some of the world's top killers and resolving a gun battle in the Empire State Building, it would bring a wave of ridicule upon the New York Police Department. As George contemplated the situation, he didn't notice the man in the shadows with a DSLR, a sly smile spreading across his face as he snapped pictures of the chaos. "This photo is not bad," Eddie thought to himself, already dreaming of the headline, "Batman Strikes Again, The Dark Knight Catches Top Killers in Epic Showdown." He couldn't wait to show Anton the images and collect a bonus for his work. Yet, Eddie didn't head home just yet. He had more to do as per Anton's orders. His next stop, the entrance of the New York Police Department. Meanwhile, back at the Empire State Building, the Rabbit Armor, having completed its mission within the tower, burst forth into Hell's Kitchen with a roar. Boom! The suit's entrance into the street drew immediate attention, and the local inhabitants were quick to respond, brandishing weapons and aiming them at the formidable figure. "Oh shit! What is that?" one exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Hey, this is our turf. You better think twice before you come here," shouted another, his bravado masking the fear that rippled through the crowd. A band of armed men confronted the Rabbit Armor, pulling their triggers without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the armor's reinforced armor, creating a shower of sparks. The onlookers were dumbfounded, they had never seen such a resilient creation. "This is the Kingpin's territory," someone yelled, attempting to rally the others. Unfazed by the threats, Anton continued his mission, knowing that he had the advantage. Inside a nearby building, a meeting was underway between a white man clad in an expensive tailored suit and an older black man with a sharp gaze. The white man, despite his bulk, emanated an aura of power and cunning. "Welcome, fraternity, to my underground kingdom," he said, a smirk spreading across his face as he reveled in their newfound alliance. But their meeting was abruptly interrupted when a bald man, tattooed with a gun target on his forehead, burst through the door. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the two men in the room, he delivered the bad news. "Boss, something's gone wrong. Someone just broke in." "Who?" Kingpin's face, usually calm and collected, now wore a serious expression that could scare children. His tone lowered, revealing the menace beneath. Who dares to run wild in my turf? Is it that daredevil who's come here?" "No, although the appearance has changed a little, it should be Batman." Bullseye shook his head, the urgency in his voice evident. "The guy who overturned the Continental Hotel?" Kingpin asked, his voice tinged with irritation. "Yes, it is." Bullseye nodded, his expression grim. "He's about to break in. It's not safe here now." "Boss, you're a successful businessman, you shouldn't be here." "I am waiting for you in the car," Kingpin replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Resolve him as soon as possible." "No problem," Bullseye said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Let's go, Mr. Sloan." Kingpin turned to the black man next to him, motioning him to follow. "We'll be in the car waiting for the good news." Of course, Sloan agreed with a smile, but he had no idea that Batman wasn't targeting Kingpin at all, he was after him. On the other side, the Rabbit Battle Armor was on a rampage, attacking the small-time thugs armed with weapons. The guns they wielded were practically useless against the armor's formidable defenses. Only heavy weapons could inflict damage on its super shell, but unfortunately, the heavy artillery in Hell's Kitchen was stored elsewhere. The time it would take to retrieve those weapons would be more than enough for the Rabbit Armor to take down the thugs multiple times over. "Change to armor-piercing bullets," someone shouted. "They're heading to the weapons storeroom to grab more lethal weapons." But it was already too late. Bang! 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 The Rabbit Battle Armor, under Anton's control, plowed through the crowd, sending thugs flying with each punch. With the shadows helping him and the power of his metal fists, the Rabbit Armor moved through the thugs like a hot knife through butter. Suddenly, a sharp dart zipped through the air. It struck the connecting joints of the Rabbit Armor's arms and legs, embedding itself deep. Boom! In the next instant, the dart exploded. The Rabbit Armor shook but remained intact. Anton, watching from Los Angeles, received a message. "Rabbit Warframe, durability decreased by 3%, damage rate is 5%. The explosion had damaged the armor. While the damage was minimal and wouldn't affect its combat ability, it was evident that the person who shot that dart was no ordinary thug. "Oh," Anton thought as he recognized the bald man wielding the dart. The gun target tattoo on the man's brow made his identity clear. "Bullseye? Kingpin is really entangled with the fraternity," Anton mused, not at all surprised. He had just tortured information out of the fraternity members he had encountered in the Empire State Building, but this confirmed his suspicions. Unfazed, he sprang into action, his heavy body bursting forth with surprising agility as he charged toward Bullseye. Bullseye, however, wasn't foolish enough to confront the rabbit armor head-on. While he was a capable fighter, he understood that his advantage lay in his mystical dart-throwing abilities. He sidestepped, shooting darts as he went, quickly retreating without any intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the iron monster before him. But then, he froze in terror. Boom! The gun barrel on the rabbit armor's shoulder erupted in flames, a powerful shell launching toward Bullseye. The roar of the shell echoed in the air as a shockwave rippled outward. Bullseye was engulfed by the massive blast, unable to maintain his footing, and crashed against the wall with a resounding thud. Thick clouds of gray smoke rose around him. In an instant, something large, at least twice the size of a fist, fell and slammed into Bullseye's chest. Puff! Bullseye sputtered, blood spraying from his mouth as he smashed through the wall behind him, buried beneath bricks and debris. He was in no condition to fight. His eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected to be defeated so quickly. Bullseye, boss. The thugs nearby were stunned at the sight. Bah! Bullseye spat out a thick glob of phlegm, rising from the ruins, and glared coldly at the rabbit armor, darts poised between his fingers. He planned to use his signature tactic again, aiming for the armor's joints. But as he prepared to strike, his face paled. The bazooka mounted on the rabbit armor's shoulder turned and aimed directly at him. In that moment, even the surrounding thugs held their breath, paralyzed by fear. A rocket launcher was no toy, it was a heavy weapon that demanded respect. Earlier, the explosion had spared the nearby crowd, but now, they didn't want to test their luck. Seeing Bullseye frozen in place, a cold snort echoed from the voice module of the rabbit armor. Boom! Bullseye was knocked unconscious, and the rabbit armor dashed down the corridor, dragging him along. Using infrared scanning and thermal energy tracking, Anton navigated quickly, searching for a secret room. However, when he finally reached the secret room, it was empty. Frustrated, he smashed through the inner wall and continued his pursuit. Meanwhile, outside, a sleek, black bulletproof luxury car sat parked on the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen. This vehicle was significantly larger than ordinary cars, custom designed to signify the status and identity of its owner. Kingpin's massive form barely fit inside. He was accompanied by Sloan, who, despite his age, still emanated a cunning aura. Mr. Fisk, I wish to know since I had never heard of it. What grudge do Batman hold against you? Sloan suddenly broke the silence in the car. Don't all the newspapers call him a superhero? Kingpin retorted, maintaining his calm demeanor. He had enough confidence not to care about the opinions of others. In fact, assassination and being assassinated is a daily occurrence for me. There are many who aspire to be heroes, and I have offended more than my share. What's important is that soon he will be another unwilling soul beneath my vast empire. Boom! As soon as Kingpin finished speaking, a figure descended from above, landing heavily on the luxury car's hood. Click, click, the front of the car crumpled under the weight. Despite the immense impact, the luxury vehicle, designed to withstand gunfire, held firm. Kingpin and Sloan were jostled within, their faces falling as they stared at the imposing figure visible through the windshield. Batman. Kingpin growled between clenched teeth. Though the car was soundproof, Anton, having learned to read lips, noticed Kingpin uttering his name. He waved cheerfully, greeting the crime lord unfriendly. Without missing a beat, Anton tossed Bullseye aside and leaped into the air. In mid-flight, the cannon barrel on his shoulder adjusted, aimed squarely at the windshield of the luxury car, and opened fire. As the rocket cut through the air, its fiery tail left a streak aimed directly at the windshield. Kingpin and Sloan's faces twisted in alarm. Though the car was armored and bulletproof, such weapon was a different matter altogether. Batman moved too quickly, leaving them barely any time to react. Instinctively, they ducked behind the front seats, bracing for the explosion that would engulf the car. Boom! The shells hit with a thunderous force, sending the car skidding several meters. Inside, Kingpin tumbled violently, sustaining bruises and scorch marks. Despite the damage, he was fortunate to escape with minor injuries, thanks to the reinforced, customized vehicle that took the brunt of the explosion. For Sloan, age-worn yet resilient, the impact was nearly as brutal. He rolled within the car before finally staggering out through a broken window, collapsing onto the road and struggling for breath. Kingpin's fury blazed as he forced open the damaged car door and glared at the rabbit armor. His fists clenched tightly, and an intense flame seemed to ignite in his eyes. Never, in his reign over the underground, had he been humiliated this way. Batman. Kingpin spat the word out, each syllable sharp with rage as he fixed his gaze on the towering rabbit armor before him. Through the helmet's speakers, Anton's voice filtered in, tauntingly, Kingpin, our first meeting and it seems I've left quite an impression. Kingpin's teeth ground audibly. Though the rabbit armor's metallic armor was formidable, Kingpin had trained his body to superhuman levels. His strength surpassed that of ordinary men. Facing a metal behemoth didn't faze him in the least. I'll tear you apart, he roared, launching forward at a shocking speed for a man of his size, closing the distance to the rabbit armor with a single leap. The rabbit armor met him halfway, its heavy metallic fist colliding with Kingpin's massive frame. Crack! A subtle sound of strain came from the armor's mechanical joints, yet Anton held back from escalating with a full barrage of artillery. Kingpin, sensing a chance, snatched up his fallen cane, deftly pressing a hidden trigger to fire a bullet straight toward Anton's armor. The bullet whizzed forward, intersecting with a shell from Anton's shoulder cannon in a fiery clash that exploded midair, sending a shockwave rippling outwards. The blast illuminated Kingpin's face, his expression steely, a testament to his indomitable spirit. Anton, watching from Los Angeles, furrowed his brow. He had underestimated this king of New York's criminal empire, and he knew it. Calculating his next move, Anton pulled back the rabbit armor, recognizing that wrestling with Kingpin directly wasn't a productive path tonight. The bruised, yet unbroken Kingpin sneered as Anton retreated. Running away already? Kingpin growled, his taunts dripping with contempt. Anton's voice echoed coldly from the armor, the night is young, Wilson Fisk. We'll finish this another time. With that, the rabbit armor turned, scooping up the unconscious bullseye in one hand and the struggling Sloan in the other, before striding down a dark alley. Kingpin's face contorted in pure rage as he realized Anton was ignoring him. The audacity of Batman's exit was like a slap to his pride, and the crime lord bellowed after him, "Batman, I'll find you." The rabbit armor didn't slow down, weaving through New York's streets. Even at night, the city bustled with traffic, and Anton's imposing figure didn't go unnoticed. New Yorkers stopped, pointing and cheering as they recognized the rabbit armor, its pointed ears and sleek design unmistakable. "Batman," someone shouted, snapping photos. "Where's he taking those guys?" A crowd began to gather, following Anton as he made his way to the New York Police Department. Coincidentally, George Stacy had just arrived, his car packed with captured fraternity members and a certain defector. Cross. Parking, he stepped out of his vehicle only to catch sight of Anton's figure striding up to the precinct. "Oh no," George muttered, a sinking feeling in his gut. He watched as the rabbit armor marched up to the station, dropping Bullseye and Sloan on the ground with a heavy thud. "You're welcome." The rabbit armor's eyes gleamed red as Anton's voice, layered with electronic distortion, teased the befuddled police captain. George's jaw dropped in exasperation. "I'll thank you later," he snapped, barely restraining his frustration. In the corner of the scene, Eddie Brock snapped a photo, grinning as he previewed the image on his camera. Tomorrow's headline practically wrote itself: Batman teams up with NYPD chief to take down criminals. Eddie could already envision the morning edition's front page. Meanwhile, back in Los Angeles, at a lavish party, Anton snapped out of his surveillance trance as a familiar voice chimed in, "Anton." He turned to see the actress playing Rachel, her eyes alight with flirtation. As the on-screen love interest of Batman, she had every right to be at the event, but Anton knew her a bit too much. She wasn't called the succubus by him for no reason. Feeling a pang of anxiety, he instinctively adjusted his belt, his leg twitching slightly at the sight of her. "Anton," another voice called, sharper this time. Betty approached, her expression steely, yet her beauty easily rivaled that of Rachel. "Jim's looking for you," she stated curtly. "Oh, right. I'll be there in a sec." Anton stammered, excusing himself as he hurriedly slipped away from the two women, escaping into the crowd. Moments later, he stopped mid-stride, a realization dawning on him. "Why am I running?" he thought, mentally shaking himself. He'd inherited all of Batman's abilities, and his physical condition was impeccable. With his enhanced endurance, he could handle anything these women might throw at him. No manly dignity should be lost here. Straightening up, he was about to head back and reassert his confidence when he spotted Jim waving from across the room. Taking a deep breath, he decided to keep things professional for now and walked toward him. Behind him, Betty and Rachel exchanged looks. Rachel's face soured, while Betty gave a mocking smirk, mouthing a single word at the actress, "Bitch." "Jim, it seems you've figured it out. Welcome to the world of DC." Anton smiled, shaking Jim's hand with a warm, confident grip. After chatting a while longer, they quickly mapped out DC's new approach. Jim would naturally oversee the film division, bringing in his industry expertise. Meanwhile, Toby, the acclaimed screenwriter with whom Anton had previously worked seamlessly, would take charge of the script writing. Anton, of course, would handle the overarching creative vision and direction. The plan wasn't limited to just movies. DC would recruit talent to expand into novels, comics, and animation, creating a multifaceted entertainment empire. Additionally, Anton had an innovative idea. He'd open a forum for novel serialization on the official Daily Bugle website, featuring stories of Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and others. Over time, as the forum gathered a substantial user base, it would evolve into a standalone platform for internet literature, what Anton envisioned as the Marvel Universe's answer to a starting point network, bridging fans and content seamlessly. The ambitious blueprint left Jim with a surge of excitement. While he'd heard many grand ideas over the years in Hollywood, only a few ever came close to success. Anton, however, was different. He possessed two distinct advantages that set him apart. He had already proven his creative genius with Batman Begins, and he had the backing of the powerful Jameson family. With control over the Daily Bugle, Anton was a force in the media industry, giving him a huge leg up in his entertainment pursuits. Unlike others, Anton wouldn't encounter much pushback when stepping into Hollywood. If anything, he would be welcomed with open arms. What Jim didn't realize was that Anton's vision for his career expansion was only a small part of his true goal. Anton was equally motivated by the fan value system, a unique reward that corresponded to each Justice League hero he introduced. So far, only Batman's fan value was growing 14.8 million and counting. But the rest? Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, they all sat at a depressing zero. Unlocking these additional heroes required a substantial number of fans, with values ranging from 10 million to a staggering 100 million. Anton had barely unlocked Batman's template at a discounted 9.98 million fans, and he knew the journey ahead would be challenging. To reach his full goal, he needed fan value the size of the Pacific Ocean. Time to get to work, Anton muttered with a mix of determination and ambition. Jim, sensing his partner's drive, mistook the comment as forward-looking optimism. He slapped Anton's shoulder with a grin. Anton, don't worry, I won't let you down. Anton blinked, surprised but pleased by Jim's enthusiasm. The two celebrated their newly established partnership in a friendly atmosphere as the party continued. The next morning, Anton woke up alone, regretting he hadn't found the actress to reclaim his pride. Heading downstairs, he devoured the breakfast his staff had prepared and ran into Betty, who looked at him with an amused expression. What's with the face, Betty? Anton spread his hands in mock exasperation. It's not like this is the first time you've seen my handsome face. Betty smirked. I take it you haven't checked the New York news this morning. Why would I? I'm a busy guy, you know, Anton replied, dismissing the notion with a shrug. Betty raised an eyebrow. Well, turns out Batman made an appearance in New York last night. He apprehended the leader of the fraternity of killers and several of his top men, along with a thug called Bullseye. Anton froze mid-bite, a spark of satisfaction glinting in his eyes. Perfect. Now, with Batman spotted in New York while I was here in LA, people will finally see there's no way I'm Batman. I'm just me, Anton. Maybe, Betty said, shrugging slightly, though she couldn't help but feel there was still something odd about it. The connection between Anton and Batman wasn't exactly a secret, there must be something more. All right, Betty, let's get back to New York. There's work to do. Jim will handle the launch of Batman's next film, The Dark Knight. It's time for us to kick off our own plans. Betty started to reply but hesitated. One problem, though your private jet staff quit last night. There's no one to fly it now. Anton's smile faltered. What? When did I tell you to fire them? Betty grinned, not backing down. Whether you did or not, it will take time to hire next batch. Guess you'll have to go without a bonus this month, Anton retorted frustratingly. Back in New York, the news of Batman's reappearance swept through the city, igniting excitement across every corner. For New Yorkers, Batman wasn't just a name, he was a symbol. Even those who didn't follow him closely couldn't resist getting caught up in the buzz. The Daily Bugle ran an exclusive front-page report. Batman had decimated a shadowy organization known as the Fraternity, capturing both their ringleader and key operatives. During the scuffle, he'd also apprehended the notorious gangster Bullseye and delivered him directly to the New York Police Department. The New York Police Department hadn't officially commented on the matter, but the high-quality photos splashed across the Bugle made it impossible to deny. For Police Chief George Stacy, this was a new level of fame. Before he could even park his car at work, reporters were swarming him, shouting questions as they shoved cameras and microphones in his face. Chief Stacy, has the NYPD officially teamed up with Batman? Is Batman authorized to carry out police work? Will Batman receive law enforcement status or face arrest? Bombarded by the barrage, George muttered a hasty no comment and pushed his way into the building. Meanwhile, in a high-rise overlooking Manhattan, two men were having a heated discussion about Batman. The prime suspect for Batman's true identity is Anton Jameson, the Daily Bugle's young CEO and the grandson of Jonah Jameson, Wesley reported, glancing at his boss with a nervous expression. After investigation, we concluded Anton might actually be Batman. But last night, he was in Los Angeles, while Batman was clearly here in New York. The burly figure across from him, Wilson Fisk, better known as Kingpin, let out a low growl, his displeasure radiating through the room. So, you've discovered nothing, he said, his voice a dangerous whisper. Everything you've told me is worthless. I want Batman's identity. James Wesley's face turned pale as he felt Kingpin's growing rage. We believe that Anton still has a close connection to Batman. I'm certain he knows who's under the mask. Kingpin's eyes narrowed. Then bring Anton to me. I'm not interested in excuses. I want results, Wesley. Don't fail me. Finally, Anton and Betty booked 2 tickets to return to New York. As for the private jet, it would be brought back once new crew members were hired. For now, Anton wouldn't be running between cities too frequently. Stepping out of the airport, they were greeted by a handful of reporters who had somehow learned of Anton's return. It was typical behavior of the airlines, who leaked passenger lists to the press. Luckily, Anton had anticipated this and arranged for security to block the journalists from overwhelming them. Even though the recent Batman sighting had effectively debunked rumors that Anton was the masked vigilante, his ties to Batman were well known and still stirred public curiosity. Add to that his reputation as an up-and-coming Hollywood director, and it was no wonder the press was eager for a scoop. With Tony Stark still missing, Anton had unofficially inherited the mantle of most intriguing billionaire. His Twitter account, inactive though it was, had amassed millions of followers in a matter of weeks, an impressive feat by any standard. While he hadn't quite reached Tony's level of fame, his meteoric rise in popularity had attracted its fair share of media frenzy. Anton, Batman appeared in New York last night. Did you know about it in advance? Anton, can you tell us what connection you have with Batman? Questions flew at him from all directions, forcing him to navigate through the throng with a weary sigh. After what felt like an eternity, He finally slipped into the Daily Bugle's black SUV, the security personnel holding the press back as the car sped away. Though the reporters had missed their chance to get a comment, they hadn't left empty-handed. A few photos and some creative interpretations would be more than enough for tomorrow's headlines. System notification. Achievement unlocked. Severely dismantle the fraternity. Arrest bullseye. Reward, 4 million justice points. Current justice points, 6 million. In the SUV, Anton leaned back, closing his eyes and mentally pulled up his system's notifications. He had burned through 8 million justice points for the rabbit armor, and this latest mission had allowed him to recoup half of that. With 6 million points now, he could theoretically redeem another suit of armor, though it would be one of the less advanced models. But Anton knew better than to splurge impulsively. Saving up his justice points would eventually let him access the truly powerful armors, perhaps even the Hellbat or Ultimate Armor. With gear like that, he could potentially go toe-to-toe with Thanos himself, so long as the Mad Titan hadn't yet acquired the Infinity Gauntlet. A smile flickered on Anton's face as he looked out the window. Lost in thought, he nearly missed the shadowy black sedan trailing their SUV, barely noticeable in the city traffic. His instincts, honed from Bruce Wayne's experience and his own cautious nature, kicked in. The car behind them wasn't simply following, it was tailing them deliberately. Who could it be? He muttered, mentally scanning through a list of potential adversaries. The Life Foundation was out of the question, given that they were currently tangled up in acquisition talks with Oscorp. Could it be someone with a vendetta against Batman? Perhaps the crime syndicates? The SUV turned onto a narrow, deserted street, the perfect spot for an ambush. Anton's suspicions intensified. Stop the car, he ordered sharply. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror, momentarily confused, but Anton's tone brooked no argument. Betty looked at him, alarmed. What's going on, Anton? She asked, a mix of worry and frustration in her voice. Nothing major, just some business I need to handle. He stepped out, giving her a reassuring nod. Take the car and go. I'll catch up later. Betty hesitated, but seeing the resolve in his expression, she nodded to the driver. With a quick glance back, the SUV pulled away, leaving Anton standing alone on the deserted road. The black sedan came to a halt a few yards in front of him, and a group of men in dark suits stepped out. The leader, a hulking brute with a cruel grin, seemed pleased to have cornered his target. Well, he sneered, it's not every day the prey walks right into the trap. Cooperate with us, Mr. Jameson, and you might get out of this with all your limbs intact. Anton studied the men calmly, his mind working at lightning speed. Let me guess, Kingpin sent you. The thug's smug expression faltered for a moment. The reaction was all the confirmation Anton needed. Without waiting, he launched a sudden knee strike into the leader's midsection, catching him completely off guard. The man doubled over, groaning in pain. Take him down, the other men shouted, drawing weapons but careful not to fire. They wanted Anton alive, but they were unprepared for what followed. Anton moved like a whirlwind, his fists and feet a blur as he dismantled each thug with brutal efficiency. Drawing from Bruce Wayne's muscle memory and combat skills, he made short work of his assailants, leaving them sprawled on the pavement in record time. Seizing a metal baseball bat from one of the fallen men, he tapped it thoughtfully against his hand, then swung it down on the leader, who was still writhing in pain. Kingpin really underestimated me if he thought you lot could handle this. He shook his head, unimpressed. The leader's face twisted in terror as he realized just how outmatched he was. Please, I didn't. Anton cut him off, delivering a sharp blow that sent the man into unconsciousness. He didn't worry about accidentally killing the thug, he had calculated the exact force needed. At most, the leader would be bedridden for a year, or possibly the rest of his life if his recovery went poorly. Batman's rule was to never kill, but that didn't mean he was lenient. Not anyone could ingrain fear in the villains of Gotham without killing them. Batman is ruthless with only simple rule of not killing. Leaving them powerless had nothing to do with his discipline. It was only due to the editors and writers that many of his adversaries come back for more thrashing. With the thugs incapacitated, Anton glanced around. The area was still deserted. He casually picked up a baseball cap from one of the downed men, slipped it on, and strolled over to the black sedan. If Kingpin's men had been watching, they'd assume their team had failed, which would buy him some time. Driving the black sedan, Anton merged back into traffic, his destination set for the Continental Hotel in Manhattan. He had business to take care of, and the day was far from over. As Anton approached the Continental Hotel, he noticed a familiar figure at the front desk, the hotel manager, a tall black man instructing decorators to repair the hotel. Not long ago, when Anton had swept through as Batman, the Continental had taken a beating. Many killers had been arrested, and only a few had managed to avoid capture, with this manager among the fortunate ones. When the manager spotted Anton, he stiffened, evidently recalling the terror of their last encounter. His face tightened momentarily, but he quickly composed himself. Mr. Anton, he said respectfully, Mr. Winston is in his office on the top floor. I'm sure he'll be pleased to see you. Good, Anton replied, tossing the car keys to him. And the adjudicator? She's in room 213. I can have her meet you in Winston's office. Tell her to do just that, Anton replied with a nod. As Anton climbed the stairs, he heard the manager breathe a sigh of relief behind him, clearly grateful to be left alone. Arriving on the top floor, he found Winston already waiting at his office door, smiling as he extended a hand. Mr. Anton, welcome back to the Continental Hotel. Winston greeted him with a more composed demeanor than the last time they'd met. Anton could tell Winston was far more at ease now that they were on the same side. The High Table had accepted a deal with Batman, turning Anton from an adversary into a valuable friend. The destruction wrought upon the Continental had already been offset by Winston's instrumental role in dismantling the fraternity, a move that had benefited the High Table significantly. As they settled into Winston's office, Winston remarked, "The adjudicator will join us shortly." He paused, seeming slightly wary of Anton's next words. Anton leaned back, fixing his gaze on Winston. "Before she arrives, I have a question. What's your take on Hell's Kitchen?" Winston's eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue. Hell's Kitchen? It's a troublesome neighborhood, a group of neighbors who enjoy causing a ruckus. Just neighbors? Anton asked, his tone skeptical. "They're more than just a noisy bunch, aren't they? And you must find them inconvenient." Winston squinted, perhaps evaluating how much Anton already knew. "What are you implying?" "Don't play coy, Winston," Anton replied bluntly. "You're well aware of what I'm hinting at. How else would I have managed to march both Sloan and Bullseye into police custody?" Winston's smile wavered as Anton pressed on. "I'm planning to deal with Kingpin, and I'll need the Continental's cooperation to make it happen." At that moment, the door opened, and Aisha, the High Table's adjudicator, strode in. Her cold expression revealed nothing, though she was clearly sizing up the situation. "What's going on here?" Without hesitation, Anton explained and continued, "You'll both need to support me on this along with the entire High Table." He directed his gaze at Aisha, emphasizing, "Full cooperation." Aisha regarded Anton for a long moment, then glanced at Winston, who nodded in tacit agreement. "The High Table agrees to collaborate," she finally said. "When needed, we'll send enforcers, and the Continental will handle intelligence." "Glad to hear it," Anton replied calmly. He had anticipated this response, knowing the High Table's ambition to expand in New York would make them eager to eliminate Kingpin. Hell's Kitchen was too tempting a prize. However, Aisha raised a finger as if to clarify. "One condition, once Kingpin falls, his territory belongs to the High Table." Anton shrugged. "I have no interest in Hell's Kitchen. My only goal is to see Kingpin locked up." Aisha raised an eyebrow, understanding this was likely Batman's principle at play, keeping criminals alive but taking them off the streets. Still, she had little faith in the idea, as the High Table's plans for those criminals would be far from lenient. Sloan and his associates, for instance, wouldn't survive long in prison. The High Table was already ensuring their untimely demise behind bars. At this point, Winston interjected thoughtfully. "If you're targeting Kingpin, you might consider an ally of sorts. Daredevil. Have you heard of him?" "Daredevil?" Aisha echoed, her expression shifting to one of interest. "That vigilante from Hell's Kitchen?" Winston nodded. "Yes. He's a lone operator but relentless, particularly when it comes to Kingpin's activities. He would likely be willing to join forces, especially with Batman." Anton mulled this over, nodding in agreement. "I'll handle it. Daredevil could be a valuable ally." Daredevil Matt Murdock, a blind lawyer and a relentless defender of Hell's Kitchen, was no stranger to Anton. Winston's suggestion was sound. Murdock's moral compass and knowledge of Kingpin's operations would complement Anton's plans well. And with the High Table's backing, they'd have a formidable alliance against one of New York's most powerful crime lords. Elsewhere in Manhattan, within the headquarters of Fisk Corporation, the tension was palpable. Wesley, one of Kingpin's right-hand men, was furious, venting his frustration by smashing objects around the office. He had just received word that an attempt to capture Anton had failed miserably, leaving several of their men severely injured. "What do you mean he got away?" Wesley's voice quivered with anger as he stared down the unfortunate thug standing before him. The thug's hands shook. "We underestimated him, Mr. Wesley. Please, give us another chance." Wesley's glare could have melted steel. He desperately wanted to avoid telling Kingpin about this colossal failure, knowing full well how Kingpin would react. "Get more men. Find him, and this time, bring him to me alive," Wesley ordered through gritted teeth. "I need to know if he's Batman." The thug nodded, eager to escape before Wesley's wrath turned violent. After the thug left, Wesley sank into his chair, exhausted and anxious. Even if he managed to capture Anton, he still had to worry about Bullseye, who'd been caught by the police. Despite Bullseye's known criminal background, his lack of prior convictions made it difficult for authorities to hold him, and Wesley was working tirelessly to secure his release. As Wesley gathered his composure, he wondered how he'd pacify Kingpin if things spiraled out of control. For now, all he could do was hope that Bullseye's freedom and a renewed effort to capture Anton would soothe his boss's temper. After concluding his conversation with Aisha and Winston, Anton left the Continental Hotel and returned to the Daily Bugle. "Anton, are you okay?" Betty asked as soon as she saw him approaching, her face filled with worry. She had been waiting anxiously by the entrance, ready to call the police if he didn't show up soon. Anton smiled, waving off her concern. "Of course, I'm fine, Betty. Don't worry about me, you should save that energy for others." Betty let out a sigh of relief but couldn't shake the memory of the mysterious black car she'd seen following her earlier. Just recalling it made her feel uneasy. But for now, she shrugged it off and pointed to an office behind her. "Eddie's waiting in his office." Anton nodded and went inside, where Eddie sat behind a desk, scanning through a stack of documents. "Anton, you're back," Eddie greeted, flashing a wide grin. Today's paper sold exceptionally well. I think you'll be doubling my bonus. Anton smirked, dropping into a seat across from him. If your story was about Batman, that's more on me than your photography skills. Shifting his tone, he continued, you know I caught a guy by the name of Bullseye, right? Eddie nodded, intrigued. I heard. So what's the story with him? Turns out, Bullseye works for Kingpin. Eddie's eyes widened. Kingpin? You mean the king of Hell's Kitchen? Exactly, Anton replied, crossing his arms. Real name, Wilson Fisk. He's not just any criminal, he's one of the wealthiest figures in the real estate industry. Eddie was genuinely shocked. You're saying that Fisk, that high-profile real estate mogul, is actually the underground Kingpin? That's unexpected. That's right, Anton confirmed. Batman took down Bullseye, which means we've made ourselves a serious enemy. So, our next move is to focus on Fisk's empire. I need you to dig up everything you can on Fisk's company, find any dirt that could send him to prison. Eddie nodded eagerly. Got it. I'll start pulling threads immediately. I'll notify you as soon as I uncover anything. Perfect, Anton said, satisfied with Eddie's response. Later, after work, Anton and Eddie found a small, dimly lit bar to unwind and strategize. They discussed their plans until nightfall. Eddie, ever the investigative reporter, promised to reach out to his old contacts in New York to help in the criminal investigation of Kingpin. With a nod of agreement, Anton left, walking toward his next destination, Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen only a few small streets, but notorious for its crime rate and its cast of morally gray characters. The area practically radiated danger. Even the air seemed thick with the scent of alcohol and smoke, along with something darker that lingered on every corner. Anton wasn't here to take down the entire neighborhood tonight. His mission was to find one particular figure, the blind lawyer who was famous around Hell's Kitchen for being both a fierce defender of justice and, secretly, the masked vigilante known as Daredevil. Anton positioned himself near an intersection, watching as people passed by. Finally, he spotted him, a man with dark glasses and a white cane, tapping his way down the street. Anton began to follow, keeping a respectful distance. The man, Matt Murdock, seemed aware of his presence. Once they turned down an empty alley, Murdock's posture shifted, and in a swift, practiced movement, he swung his cane, aiming for Anton's head. Anton sidestepped, his reflexes honed from countless battles. He took a step forward, forcing Matt back, and then struck him lightly on the chest to make him stop. The impact made Matt take a few steps back, his hand pressed to his chest. Although blind, he focused intensely on Anton, his enhanced senses picking up every detail. Who are you? Matt demanded, his voice steady but guarded. This is not your territory. Anton raised his hands, offering a friendly smile. Daredevil, nice to meet you. The name's Batman. Or, if you've read the Braille edition, you might recognize Bruce Wayne. Matt's eyebrows rose in surprise, though he didn't relax entirely. Batman? Really? I've heard the stories about what you did to the Continental Hotel. But how do I know you're telling the truth? Anton smirked and snapped his fingers. Instantly, his high-tech bat suit materialized over his clothes, its sleek armor glinting in the low light of the alley. Think anyone else can pull off this kind of transformation? Matt, still holding his cane, tilted his head slightly. His enhanced senses didn't just confirm what he saw, they confirmed the essence of what Anton was. Okay, Batman. It's really you, he admitted, still processing the bizarre reality of meeting the legendary vigilante. For a moment, Matt was quiet, his expression reflecting years of hardship and dedication to defending Hell's Kitchen. How did you find me? Anton shrugged. Only one blind lawyer in Hell's Kitchen goes out at night to fight crime. You're not exactly hard to track down, Matt. Matt sighed, resigned. Fair point. He turned, gesturing for Anton to follow. We should talk somewhere private. My place isn't far. The two made their way to Matt's small, unassuming apartment. Inside, the sparse but functional decor reflected Matt's life as both a lawyer and a fighter. A worn punching bag hung in one corner, flanked by various pieces of workout equipment. The scent of old leather and gym equipment lingered in the air. Anton also noticed a concealed space in the wall, likely where Matt stored his Daredevil gear. Batman, I don't understand why you're here, Matt said after pouring Anton a glass of water and taking a seat across from him. Simple, Anton replied. You know I've gone up against Fisk's men recently. Bullseye is already in police custody, but Kingpin won't take that sitting down. In fact, he's already retaliating. So, before things get out of control, I plan to take him down for good. Matt's face tightened. So, you want my help? Exactly, Anton said with a nod. Kingpin's grip on Hell's Kitchen needs to end. I intend to see him rot in a prison cell. You're the man who knows Hell's Kitchen best, Matt. What do you say? Matt's jaw clenched. He took a moment before answering, processing the implications. I've spent years fighting Fisk in the shadows. Getting him off the streets would mean everything to Hell's Kitchen. Then let's join forces, Anton urged. Together, we can take him down. I'll use my resources to go after his empire, but I need your expertise and knowledge of the area. Kingpin's men won't see us coming. It's harder to send Kingpin to jail than to kill him. Matt's tone was flat, as he discussed Wilson Fisk, his longtime adversary. He was all too familiar with the untouchable power Fisk held over Hell's Kitchen. Wilson Fisk, also known as Kingpin, was not just a powerful real estate mogul and energy tycoon in New York. His influence ran deeper, entangled with the criminal underworld. Fisk's network was vast, and nearly 40% of the country's organized crime could be traced back to him. It wasn't simply about busting a few gang members or shutting down one drug operation. In New York, Fisk's dominance cast a shadow over the legal system, making minor infractions futile and severe felonies hard to prosecute. He was untouchable. You may not know this, Matt continued, his blind eyes shielded by sunglasses, but the bullseye you sent to the police station will be released tonight. The police can't hold him. Despite his reputation, there's no concrete evidence linking him to his crimes. That's the strength of Kingpin's organization. Anton's jaw tightened. Bullseye? I caught him once, and I can catch him again, he said defiantly. This no-kill principle of yours, Matt noted, wouldn't it be simpler to end them instead of sending them to jail? Anton shook his head. No killing is my bottom line, but I make sure that my enemies suffer more alive than dead. Matt nodded, though unconvinced. Even if you bring down Fisk, someone else will just take his place. What's your plan? Anton smirked. I have allies. The High Table. Once Fisk's syndicate is dismantled, they'll move into Hell's Kitchen. The High Table may be ruthless, but they operate under a strict code. With them in charge, Hell's Kitchen might be less chaotic than it is now. Matt pondered this, wrestling with his hatred for Fisk. At last, he extended a hand to Anton. Fine. Let's bring him down together. Anton shook his hand, sealing the partnership with a nod. They spent the next hour discussing Kingpin's operations, with Matt sharing intelligence he'd gathered over years. But one piece of information shocked Anton most. The source of Kingpin's weaponry was none other than Stark Industries. Tony Stark's company. Anton murmured. That playboy billionaire wouldn't care about profits from these sales, but Stark Industries is still an arms powerhouse. It's poorly managed, and there are plenty of scumbags who deal with Fisk under the radar. Exactly, Matt confirmed. While I haven't identified the specific insider, I'd bet it's someone high up. Anton's mind went to one man. Obadiah Stannett, Stark Industries CEO. He's morally flexible, to say the least. But I'll have to dig deeper. Matt raised a brow. If it really is Stannett, that could explain everything. Leave that part to me. You keep gathering evidence on Fisk. When we have enough, we'll strike. Matt agreed. Stay in touch. As Anton left Hell's Kitchen, he checked his phone to find a message from Eddie and met him on the outskirts. Eddie greeted him with a wide grin. I found something huge. My old colleague, Ben, has been investigating Kingpin, and the leads he has Anton. You'll need to triple my bonus this time. Anton smirked. For a millionaire like you? Keep dreaming. The next day, the Daily Bugle fired the first shot with a headline that would shake New York, The Underworld Emperor, Kingpin and His Criminal Empire. The article, crafted by Eddie and his colleagues, revealed Wilson Fisk's dual identity, the respectable businessman and philanthropist by day, and the underground king by night. Fisk, it detailed, was raised in Hell's Kitchen and, after his father's death, climbed the ranks of New York's underworld. Driven by his ambitions, Wilson joined the New York underworld, committing every imaginable crime: arson, murder, looting, relentlessly pursuing power. Eventually, he rose to the top of the criminal hierarchy, claiming the title of gang leader. But even this wasn't enough for him. The nearly unhinged Wilson, wielding his ruthless intelligence, went on to annihilate rival gangs, securing control over the underworld not only in New York but throughout the United States. Wilson's underworld empire slowly evolved from a mere vision into a solid reality. With his power firmly in place, he concealed his true identity and adopted the name Kingpin. By day, Wilson Fisk appeared as a successful New York entrepreneur and philanthropist. By night, he reigned as the undisputed emperor of the criminal underworld. A truly dark twist on an inspirational story. Readers were shocked to learn that one of the men arrested in Batman's recent raid was Bullseye, also an assassin known to be Fisk's enforcer. While the article offered no direct evidence of Fisk's crimes, the association with Bullseye stirred outrage. The public couldn't believe that Fisk, a respected figure in New York society, was also Kingpin. Online, furious New Yorkers attacked the police for failing to keep Bullseye locked up. The hashtag Justice for New York began trending, with citizens demanding answers. George Stacy, head of the NYPD, felt the heat of public anger, gnashing his teeth at the scandal. Across the city, in his Manhattan skyscraper, Wilson Fisk was fuming. He read the Bugle's front page, his fists clenched. This is how you handle things, he hissed at his right-hand man, Wesley. Wesley flinched, clearly intimidated. I didn't think he'd actually. Didn't think. Fisk growled, his patience worn thin. Didn't Bullseye get released? Let him take care of the problem. Kingpin's voice was cold and sharp. He ordered, and send a lawyer's letter to the Daily Bugle. I don't want any reports about me circulating online. Tell the other media companies to avoid fanning the flames and have them speak in our favor. Do you understand? Wesley nodded obediently. I've already issued the order. These media companies are smart enough not to challenge us. He paused before adding, as for the Daily Bugle, I'll make sure they understand just how powerful Kingpin really is. Don't disappoint me again, Wesley, Fisk replied, his gaze hard and icy. Wesley felt a shiver down his spine as he avoided his boss's penetrating stare, a cold sweat forming on his back. Suddenly, Fisk's personal phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he frowned slightly and answered. As he listened, his expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a fury that was almost palpable. Wesley noticed the shift, and his heart sank. He knew this time Kingpin's anger was more intense than anything he'd seen before. New York was about to feel the shockwaves. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle, Anton and Eddie were eagerly refreshing the online comments about Kingpin. The public response was overwhelmingly favorable to them. It was the result of the Daily Bugle's long-standing reputation, and people trusted what was published there. Kingpin's true face was now exposed for all to see, and he could no longer hide behind his facade of a respectable businessman and philanthropist. For Anton and his team, this was just the first step in dismantling the syndicate. Now they just needed to uncover solid criminal evidence against him to ensure he'd be locked away for good, without any chance of escaping justice. It was a similar but tougher situation compared to dealing with the Life Foundation. Unlike them, Kingpin was cunning, resourceful, and had layers of protection. Capturing him would require careful planning and impeccable timing. Ben has gone to verify his suspicions, Eddie said suddenly. If he's right, we can finally expose Fisk as a criminal. Once that happens, everyone will turn on him, and he won't be able to hold on to his power or his freedom. The Ben Eddie referred to was his old friend and fellow journalist, Ben Ulrich, a man deeply committed to fighting crime. Given Kingpin's power, Ben had been more than willing to cooperate with the Daily Bugle. Having Eddie as a close ally there only made things easier. Don't worry. You won't be disappointed, Anton replied confidently. Everything was going as planned. He was certain this would work. Fisk has always been ruthless. Nothing would surprise me, even if he committed murder as a teenager. Why are you so sure? Eddie asked, raising an eyebrow. Because he's naturally cruel. Nothing is beneath him, not even patricide, Anton replied, a hint of knowing in his voice. Of course, Anton's certainty stemmed from more than just intuition. In truth, he knew the story. He had seen it in the movies and TV shows of his former life, where Kingpin was often the main villain. In one version, Fisk's rise to power had been dark and brutal. The issue, however, was that each adaptation came with slight differences in backstory and details. But as soon as Ben mentioned Kingpin's past, Anton knew precisely which version they were dealing with. In this version, Fisk had killed his abusive father as a teenager to protect his mother, who then helped him cover it up. To outsiders, it looked like Fisk's father had been killed in a random street fight, an incident that barely raised eyebrows in Hell's Kitchen, where the police often turned a blind eye to daily violence. To confirm this theory, Ben had tracked down Fisk's mother in a private nursing home on the outskirts of New York, hoping to extract the truth from her. At a private nursing home in suburban New York, Ben Ulrich exited the building with a mixture of excitement and grim satisfaction. He'd gotten the answers he'd sought, though Kingpin's mother, who suffered from dementia, was only occasionally lucid. Despite this limitation, her fragmented confessions had shed light on the dark truth. Though her testimony wouldn't hold up in court, it would still serve as a blow to Fisk's carefully constructed public image. The once untouchable Kingpin now had cracks in his armor. This information is explosive, Ben muttered as he pulled out his phone to share the news with Eddie. But just as he was about to dial, a black car rolled up to the nursing home's entrance. Syndicate operatives. Ben's eyes widened. Kingpin's men had tracked him down, and the head of the syndicate himself was here. As Fisk's imposing figure emerged from the car, Ben could feel the oppressive weight of the man's ruthless reputation. Ben's heart raced. Kingpin's cold, furious expression spoke volumes. Fisk knew Ben had overstepped. With a sense of resignation, Ben steeled himself to face whatever punishment Kingpin had planned. But just then, a figure clad in red appeared, leaping through the air. Kingpin moved swiftly, dodging the figure's initial attack, only to swing a massive fist toward his new opponent. Daredevil, Fisk growled, recognizing the man instantly. How noble of you to show up in broad daylight just to get in my way. Kingpin, Matt replied, locking onto Fisk's position with his acute hearing. Your empire's days are numbered, Fisk. Now that your cover is blown, do you still feel like targeting innocent people? Ben, get out of here, Daredevil ordered, keeping his focus on Kingpin. Right, Ben replied, knowing that Daredevil's arrival was his cue to leave. He quickly ran in the opposite direction. But Kingpin wasn't about to let him slip away so easily. He signaled to his men, and a squad of thugs immediately gave chase. To Fisk's surprise, Daredevil remained, his attention focused solely on him. Fisk smirked, gripping his cane. He was more than prepared for this fight. With a massive build that towered over Daredevil, he charged forward like a mountain on the move. You won't escape this time, Daredevil, he snarled. With nunchucks in hand, Daredevil matched Fisk's brute strength with agility and skill, a clash of two formidable fighters operating at the peak of human ability. Meanwhile, Ben, now cornered in an alley by Kingpin's thugs, found himself trapped with no way out. Just when he thought escape was impossible, a team of men in black suits appeared from both sides of the alley, opening fire on the thugs. Bang, 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 the gunfire was deafening. Ben stood frozen as the syndicate operatives fell, their bodies strewn across the alley floor. As the gunfire ceased, Ben recalled Eddie's words from the night before. Work with us, and you won't be disappointed, Eddie had promised, hinting at resources beyond Ben's imagination. We've got allies that Fisk could never anticipate. Ben whispered to himself in awe, is this God's arrangement? Elsewhere, at the Daily Bugle office, Anton received the news about the encounter. Fisk must have gotten word of Ben's actions, Anton mused aloud. But with Daredevil and the High Table's enforcers on our side, he won't succeed. Meanwhile, let's focus on dealing with Fisk's inevitable retaliation and any legal threats he might throw at us. Leave that to me, Eddie replied with a smug smile. I've been itching to transform for days. It's time New York got a taste of what Venom can do. Oh. Anton raised an eyebrow at the symbiotic voice that suddenly echoed from Eddie's mouth. The deep, gravelly tone of Venom grumbled. Finally, we get to hunt bad guys. New York wasn't supposed to be this tame. You promised me villains everywhere, and now I'm hungry. Bullseye arrived at the Daily Bugle, his expression cold, but a hint of excitement sparked in his eyes. After 2 days of seething anger, he was finally about to release it. Ever since he was beaten by Batman that night, waking up restrained and locked in a police cell, he had been simmering with humiliation. This was beyond a mere setback, it was an insult he couldn't ignore. The Daily Bugle was well known for its connections to Batman, especially through Anton Jameson, the behind-the-scenes boss and deputy editor, who had even produced a semi-documentary film about Batman. It was clear that Jameson was Batman's ally, if not a close friend. Unable to find Batman, Bullseye decided that venting his anger on Batman's good brother was a reasonable alternative. Bullseye strode into the building, unaware that he'd been spotted the moment he arrived. After learning that Bullseye had been released from police custody, Anton had instructed the security team to stay vigilant for unfamiliar faces. The Daily Bugle had been around for many years and made plenty of enemies, so its security measures, though not as advanced as Stark Industries or Oscorp, were solid. Without any disguise, Bullseye's entrance made him easy to identify. He was supremely confident in himself, just like Kingpin, assuming that the Daily Bugle posed no real threat. Soon enough, Bullseye made it to the front lobby, spotting his target immediately, Anton Jameson, who was standing beside Eddie Brock, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. Bullseye, Anton smiled slightly. If you want to settle this, we can go to the rooftop. No need to scare my employees. Bullseye sneered, his eyes sharp as knives. I'm in a good mood today, and since you're being so considerate, let's do that. But don't try anything funny. Of course not, Anton replied with a shrug. I'm just an ordinary guy. What tricks could I possibly pull? Bullseye brushed off the remark, almost hoping that Anton would pull something, perhaps even call Batman to intervene. This time, Bullseye was sure he'd win. The three of them arrived on the rooftop. With a metallic clank, Bullseye locked the iron door behind him. He turned to Anton and Eddie, a deadly gleam in his eyes. Where's Batman? Anton and Eddie exchanged glances but remained silent. Following their plan, Eddie stepped forward, putting himself between Anton and Bullseye. In Eddie's mind, a voice growled. I can feel it. Venom snarled. This guy is definitely a bad one. I'm going to eat him. Venom needed a chemical called phenethylamine to stay healthy, a substance found abundantly in the human brain, which was why symbiotes like Venom had an infamous craving for it. However, Eddie had discovered that phenethylamine could also be found in chocolate, so chocolate had become Venom's main food. Still, Eddie's agreement with Venom limited him to using human brains as dessert, not a staple. Today, though, was a special day, and Venom was itching to claim his dessert. His excitement to devour Bullseye's head was palpable. It seems you have nothing to say. Bullseye was disappointed as he pulled a handful of darts from his belt. His gaze was cold and calculating, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. I'll kill you, and Batman will come looking for you soon enough. Bullseye raised his hand, ready to throw a dart, but froze as Eddie's body transformed into a hulking black creature with white, jagged patterns. Venom's muscular form, sharp fangs, massive maw, and glaring white eyes exuded a menacing aura. What? Bullseye's pupils shrank as he sensed imminent danger, instinctively stepping back. His darts had no effect on Venom. Venom lunged forward, his limbs stretching like tendrils to close the gap, and wrapped Bullseye up, pulling him in. Without hesitation, Venom devoured Bullseye's head, ending the villain in an instant. The world's top assassin, a notorious figure in Marvel's universe, had been swiftly consumed. Anton, watching from behind, scoffed. Bullseye had been overrated. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of New York, at a private nursing home, Matt Murdock, in his daredevil guise, was locked in a fierce fight with Kingpin. Despite Matt's heightened senses, Kingpin's extraordinary strength and endurance were overwhelming. Each blow from Fisk landed with brutal force, forcing Matt to retreat, his breath coming in heavy gasps. As he felt his control slipping, Matt became aware that Ben had made it out under the protection of the High Table's operatives. It was time to fall back. Kingpin was not an easy opponent, otherwise, he wouldn't loom so large in Matt's mind as a terrifying adversary. Leaving so soon? Fisk growled, not satisfied with the exchange yet. His massive body moved with surprising speed, closing in on Matt to deliver a powerful kick. Matt narrowly avoided the blow, using the momentum to jump back and make his escape down a narrow alley. Fisk's face contorted with rage, but he held back from pursuing. Daredevil's swift retreat was unexpected, it wasn't like him. Nonetheless, Fisk was too angry to continue the chase, casting a dark glance at the nursing home. Send her abroad, he ordered his men, not sparing his mother another look before getting into his car. When he arrived back at his Manhattan headquarters, he was greeted by an unfamiliar but smug-looking figure at the entrance. Mr. Fisk, a pleasure to meet you. Anton approached with a smile and handed Fisk a suitcase. Just a little gift to thank you for your hospitality these past few days. He gave a slight wave and walked away, leaving the suitcase with Kingpin. Wesley, Fisk's right-hand man, immediately sensed something was wrong. Years of experience in the underworld told him that suitcases of this size were often used to carry cleaned-up remains. "Take it to my office," Fisk commanded, suppressing his anger. "I want to see what he's dared to give me." A short while later, Wesley's worst fears were confirmed. Inside the suitcase was the headless body of Bullseye, still clad in his trademark leather trench coat. Kingpin could no longer contain his fury. With a single, powerful slap, he shattered the desk in front of him. "Arm our people," he growled, his voice filled with cold fury. "I want these people to understand who controls the night in New York City." He had never been so humiliated. "New York's underground has always been mine. Over the years, too many have forgotten that," Fisk said through gritted teeth, his words carrying a deadly promise. "It's time for them to remember the chaos that ruled when I first took power." Wesley, standing by, was struck by the transformation in Fisk. It was as though he were seeing the young man who'd clawed his way up from Hell's Kitchen, once more ready to seize control of the criminal world. In the dark underworld, Fisk's infamous declaration echoed, a chilling reminder of his resolve to reclaim his throne. "The underworld runs on the rules we set, and I am the Kingpin. Now you return Bullseye's corpse to Kingpin, you'll definitely push him over the edge," Eddie muttered repeatedly, watching Anton as he exited Fisk's company building and approached him. He couldn't help but add, "From now on, the Daily Bugle won't just be dealing with the usual slapstick. Kingpin isn't like Drake. He clawed his way to the top using brute force. If he thinks Batman is behind this, he might just go on a rampage." Anton raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are we afraid of things going sideways?" Eddie burst into laughter, his voice carrying a touch of mockery. "Come on, we're on the right side here, and I've got Venom. What's there to fear?" The symbiote inside him, Venom, was practically purring with excitement, eager for any confrontation that might come their way. Every stranger could become its next meal, and Eddie knew that the only thing he truly worried about was the safety of the Daily Bugle employees. "Don't sweat it. I already told them to take a few days off. If Kingpin has half a brain, he won't harm innocent civilians. Otherwise, those slimy politicians would have booted him out of the underworld throne a long time ago," Anton reassured him with a smile. "Right now, our main concern should be that Kingpin won't even face us directly." Eddie nodded but asked, "Are you sure we can actually nail him this time? Get some real evidence. Our goal isn't a direct confrontation. We're after Kingpin's weapon arsenal," Anton replied, his eyes glinting with purpose. "If we can trace it back, we might even be able to reel in a bigger fish. Connect the dots to Stark Industries and bring down a real storm in New York." Anton paused, clearly calculating the potential rewards. For him, it was a win-win. He could tackle corruption and score himself some serious justice points in the process. Eddie sighed, "Can't believe I'm actually playing the hero." Since he and Anton had taken down Carlton Drake and gained control over Venom, life had transformed in unimaginable ways. "Trust me, it's addictive," Anton said with a grin. A ringing sound interrupted them. Anton glanced at his phone. It was Winston. "Anton, my informant just reported that Fisk is gathering his people. He's pulling out heavy weapons and seems ready to make a move. Be careful," Winston warned. "Got it. Tell your guys to gear up and meet in Hell's Kitchen tonight. We'll strike first," Anton replied, a hint of excitement in his tone. "What?" Winston sounded shocked. "Are you really planning to go head-to-head with him? We're outnumbered. Don't worry. I've got a plan, and I won't use your men as cannon fodder." Anton hung up, his mind already working through the details. In Hell's Kitchen, a young man with a slight build, dressed in a red mask and a sweater emblazoned with a spider emblem, nervously entered an underground boxing gym. "Hey, chicken. You here to throw punches too?" the brawny gatekeeper sneered, slapping him on the shoulder. "What's your ring name? Chicken sounds just right for you." "Spider, call me Spider," the young man muttered, hesitating before writing his name on the form. "All right, kid, you're up." The man shoved him down the hallway with a chuckle. "Your opponent is Big Mac, the undefeated champ of this place. I hope you don't come out missing an arm," the gatekeeper jeered. Places like this saw plenty of kids looking to make quick cash, and most didn't fare well. The worst of them left in body bags, forgotten and unclaimed. The young man entered the boxing area, only to realize this was no ordinary ring. This was an arena for underground, no rules fighting. "Wait, I just wanted a regular boxing match, not this," he said, panicked. "Too late, kid," sneered a scantily clad girl nearby. "Scared, are ya? Afraid? Me." His nerves shifted into something else, defiance replacing fear. "Let's get on with it." "Good. Your opponent's ready to tear you apart," she said, gesturing toward the ring. As the young man climbed in, an iron cage dropped down from above, trapping him. This was no amateur fight. It was a caged match, a brutal, unforgiving brawl. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, an undercurrent of danger was brewing. Kingpin had called for a reckoning, and the gangs were gathering, ready to rain chaos down on New York. Their targets, the Daily Bugle, the Continental Hotel, and the hero of Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil. Kingpin's anger had lit a fire within them. His empire was on the line, and his vengeance was a promise. The Daily Bugle was first, as he suspected Batman was somehow involved. The Continental Hotel was next. He'd discovered that the assassin who had saved Ben worked out of there. And, of course, Daredevil, his old foe, would not go unpunished. The gangs armed themselves with guns, bats, and machetes, each member eager to earn Kingpin's favor. Then, like a true king, Fisk himself emerged. He wore his signature white suit, a cane in hand and a cigar between his teeth. His face was stoic, his gaze calculating. Tonight, I'll remind New York that Kingpin hasn't abandoned his throne. This city is still my territory, he declared in a low voice that cut through the noise like a knife. Go, take down our enemies and show everyone that my empire is not to be trifled with. As his words echoed, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer, chanting his name, Kingpin, Kingpin. Then, suddenly, a shadow loomed over the rooftop across the street. A bat-like silhouette projected against the building. Batman. Fisk flinched, but quickly regained his composure, sneering at the figure above him. You didn't wait for me to find you, huh? You came right to me. Tonight is your end, Kingpin. Batman's voice boomed from his armor speaker, amplifying his words for all to hear. We'll see about that, Fisk replied, his eyes narrowing. He turned to his men, motioning forward. Go, finish him. Just as he spoke, a projectile launched from Batman's shoulder cannon. A rocket, trailing flames, shot toward Kingpin's platform. At this moment, Anton had switched to his rabbit armor, a lightweight mech suit with high maneuverability for crowded, high-stakes environments. As the rocket closed in, Kingpin didn't flinch. Raising his cane, he aimed at the rocket, shooting it down midair. It exploded in a flash, scattering debris and a wave of heat. The young man Spider had just emerged from his boxing match, gripping his prize money, both elated and exhausted. But his relief was short-lived. As he exited the underground gym, a blast shook the air, the shockwave rolling over him, carrying the smell of burning fuel. His spider sense tingled, and he knew something was horribly wrong. He glanced up, catching sight of the fireworks-like explosion in the distance. The dark figure above it made his blood run cold. What the Batman? The young hero hesitated, clutching his money, but his instincts took over. Whatever was happening, it was big, and he couldn't just stand by. Back at the scene, Kingpin's men advanced on Batman, firing and closing in. But Batman moved like a phantom, his rabbit armor making him faster and more agile than ever. Bullets bounced off, and the mech suit's reinforced shielding deflected blows as he took down one thug after another. RPG, someone yelled, frantically trying to rally Kingpin's forces. But the shell was never meant for them. Batman aimed his rocket directly at Kingpin's platform again, determined to take out the mastermind himself. The second blast was even closer, rattling Fisk, who barely managed to shoot it down. Spider Sense is a powerful ability, giving Peter Parker a heightened awareness of imminent danger and allowing him to react to attacks almost instinctively. At this moment, his Spider Sense was practically screaming, alerting him to a massive, looming threat. What's going on here? Peter muttered, eyes wide as he took in the scene around him. The streets of Hell's Kitchen were alive with gunfire and explosions, and he could sense an impending clash brewing. This may have been a bad day to train in Hell's Kitchen. In the distance, the night sky flared with light as flames erupted and bullets pierced the air. Peter dodged one bullet by a hair's breadth, his heart racing. He was just a high school kid, this was all new to him. The sheer chaos of the city right now was overwhelming. What did I stumble into? Peter murmured, clinging to a nearby wall, his nerves taut. But then he saw something above him, a dark, bat-like figure silhouetted against the skyline. Batman. Peter's face lit up. This was his idol. Without hesitation, he shot out a strand of webbing and swung in Batman's direction, curiosity and excitement pushing aside his fear. He had spent enough time now testing his abilities, and his nerves began to settle. He was starting to feel like maybe he belonged here, despite the chaos. Meanwhile, down on the street, Batman, actually Anton in his rabbit armor, was face to face with the Kingpin himself. Wilson Fisk grinned with a mixture of surprise and contempt, clearly unimpressed. So, Batman, you really thought you'd just stroll up to my front door? Kingpin sneered, his expression cold as he raised a hand. At his signal, a swarm of heavily armed thugs encircled Anton, each wielding advanced energy guns with lethal precision. In the shadows, Peter watched, realizing the gravity of the situation. These weren't ordinary thugs, they carried state-of-the-art energy weapons, the kind you'd only see in the hands of military units or private contractors with big-name suppliers. Stark Industries, he guessed. Peter bit his lip, a sinking feeling forming in his stomach as he watched the scene unfold. Batman or whoever was in that suit was outnumbered and seriously outgunned. Kill him. Kingpin's icy command rang out. Blue energy rounds sparked to life as they aimed at Batman, and within moments, bolts of concentrated energy were blazing across the night. Anton dove and weaved, evading the gunfire with practiced ease. At one point, he leapt into the air, twisting mid-motion as he switched to a sleeker, more compact armor, effectively vanishing into the shadows. For a moment, his enemies lost track of him. Fisk's expression hardened as he scanned the streets for any sign of his elusive opponent. It's like he's teleporting, he muttered, his voice thick with frustration. Meanwhile, high on a nearby building, Peter clung to a ledge, torn between joining the fight or staying hidden. Then, out of nowhere, Batman appeared beside him. Kid, enjoying the show? Anton asked, eyeing Peter with a faint smile. Peter's eyes widened in shock. Be Batman? I am not your enemy. I'm a huge fan. He stammered, scrambling back in surprise. Anton chuckled. A fan, huh? He seemed amused, but the moment was cut short by a blinding spotlight locking onto their position. There, I see him. One of the thugs shouted, and within seconds, beams of blue light from the energy guns converged on the two of them. "Who's that kid next to Batman?" one thug muttered. "Who cares? Shoot 'em both," another barked. Before Peter knew it, energy rounds were flying toward him. He panicked, shooting out his web to escape, swinging across the street to avoid the onslaught. Down below, in a dark corner of Hell's Kitchen, Eddie Brock was watching with his camera. "Perfect timing," he muttered, snapping a photo of Batman and Peter under the searchlight. "The Bugle's gonna love this one." Eddie grinned. The shot had captured Batman in all his glory, with the kid in red and blue poor outfit clinging to the wall next to him, perfectly staged to make Batman look even more heroic. Venom stirred within him, and Eddie could sense the symbiote's excitement. "Just a shame the world only sees you as a monster," Eddie said under his breath. "I am not a monster," Venom retorted, his voice hissing in Eddie's mind. Across the street, Anton was darting left and right to dodge the energy blasts, but the sheer volume of gunfire was proving a challenge. He needed an edge. Then, an idea struck him. He glanced at Peter, who was still lurking in the shadows. "Hey, kid. You feel like lending a hand?" Peter hesitated, pointing at himself. "Me? Yeah, you," Anton replied, nodding toward Kingpin. "Think you could use that web of yours to pull the big guy over here?" Peter looked down at Kingpin, his pulse quickening. He wasn't exactly confident, but Batman was asking him to help. So, with a determined nod, he shot his web at Kingpin and pulled. Caught off guard, Fisk found himself yanked sideways by an unseen force, his bulky frame lurching forward. "What the?" he growled, struggling against the webbing. But Peter's adrenaline-fueled strength was too much. He succeeded in pulling Fisk off balance. At that exact moment, Eddie, now fully transformed into Venom, was closing in on Kingpin's position, ready to pounce. Finally, he growled. But to his shock, he saw Fisk's enormous body being yanked upward, soaring toward the rooftop. "What kind of circus act is this?" Venom hissed, momentarily thrown off by the unexpected turn of events. Watching Kingpin hurtle skyward, Eddie felt oddly sidelined, as if he were just another observer. Back on the rooftop, Anton nodded approvingly at Peter. "Not bad, kid." Peter flushed, struggling to keep his cool. "Thanks, I just did what I could." Eddie scowled at the young Spider-Man, as though someone had stolen his thunder. Before he could dwell on it, he noticed the gang of thugs had turned their attention to him, dozens of energy guns now aimed in his direction, their muzzles still smoking with residual heat. Eddie felt a chill run down his spine. "Danger." Venom's voice warned inside his mind. Clearly, the heat from those energy bullets could do some serious damage to them both. Without a second thought, Venom sprang into action. The energy guns buzzed, blue energy bullets whizzing through the air. Venom twisted in midair, morphing his body into liquid, stretching and dodging bullets with near impossible agility. He latched onto a wall, his limbs transforming into tendrils, and swiftly snapped the necks of two nearby thugs. With frightening speed, he lunged forward, sinking his teeth into another thug's shoulder, leaving the remaining gang members reeling in terror. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Kingpin was pulled up by Spider-Man's webbing. As he steadied himself, he was greeted by a heavy, ironclad punch from Anton, who had just swapped from his basic armor to the rabbit armor. Kingpin stumbled backward, the rooftop seeming to tremble beneath his massive weight. Although Spider-Man had impressive strength, he was still a high school kid and far from mentally prepared for a confrontation with the notorious Kingpin. Heart pounding, he looked over at Anton for reassurance. "Batman." Kingpin sneered, glancing disdainfully at Spider-Man. "This kid's your backup?" A boy still wet behind the ears. Although Spider-Man's mask concealed his face, his unease was evident. His youthful inexperience was something even Kingpin could sense. Anton's voice was calm but firm. "You shouldn't underestimate him, Kingpin. He's here to witness your fall and the end of your underworld empire." "Huh? Bold words, Batman," Kingpin retorted, gripping his cane with a smirk. "If you can survive tonight, you might have a chance to boast." With that, Kingpin charged, wielding his cane like a weapon. But Anton, now inside the rabbit armor, was prepared. Unlike before, when he'd controlled it remotely, he now felt every movement with precision. He fought Kingpin blow for blow, utilizing the armor's capabilities to the fullest. While Kingpin was durable and powerful, Anton's armor gave him the edge. After several exchanges, Anton's armor cannon clicked into place, aimed at Kingpin's massive frame. Recognizing the threat, Kingpin swiftly adjusted his stance, using the bullet from his cane to intercept the shot, causing the rocket to explode midair. Spider-Man, observing from the sidelines, swallowed nervously. This battle was unlike anything he'd ever seen. It was more like a war than a fight. Amidst the smoke and debris, Batman surged forward from the flames, launching a fresh assault on Kingpin with a steely resolve. It was at this moment that Kingpin began to realize his predicament. Although Batman seemed to grow stronger as the fight wore on, Kingpin was expending his stamina at an alarming rate. He knew that if the battle dragged on, the odds would shift further out of his favor. His only hope was to break through Batman's armor and land a decisive blow. Kingpin grinned, unfazed by his predicament. "Batman, once I tear your armor apart, let's see if you still find this entertaining." Anton barely spared him a glance, his thoughts occupied with something entirely different. Does this guy even know the advantages I have as a world-hopping, power-boosted crossover character? Anton thought, amused. Even if this rabbit armor failed, he could just switch back to his basic armor or redeem an upgraded suit with his vast collection of justice points. With a powerful strike, Anton landed another punch, sending Kingpin staggering backward. Though he had the upper hand, the armor's durability was becoming an issue. Durability decreased by 35%, damage rate 47%. The system notification flashed before Anton's eyes, but he ignored it, pushing forward, determined to finish this. The battle between them was a brutal exchange, each strike echoing through the rooftop. After nearly 10 minutes of intense combat, both opponents were showing signs of fatigue. Kingpin's body was battered, his skin bruised and his fists bloodied, yet he continued to fight on sheer willpower alone. Anton's rabbit armor, meanwhile, was worse for wear. The arm joints creaked, the chest plate was heavily dented, and a few wires were exposed. Despite its high-tech design, the armor had taken a severe beating, and Anton could feel its sluggishness. Yet, as much as they seemed weakened, both combatants still radiated an intimidating power that kept Spider-Man watching in awe. Spider-Man shivered, realizing just how terrifying the world of superheroes could be. Is this what it means to be a hero? He murmured to himself. Kingpin glared at Anton, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of anger and madness. Batman, your suit's barely holding together. Let me see the man underneath. Kingpin lunged forward, grabbing the helmet of Anton's armor, ready to rip it open. Be careful. Spider-Man shouted in alarm. Nearby, Venom had finally disposed of the last of the thugs, just in time to witness Kingpin's attempt to unmask Batman. But Anton wasn't worried. With a quick thought, he accessed the system's fan value balance, which had shot past 20 million. His fingers moved instinctively. Repair the rabbit armor. Deduct 3.2 million fan points, 40% of armor's original value. Confirm. Yes. Under Kingpin's stunned gaze, the rabbit armor gleamed momentarily, then regenerated back to perfect condition as though it had never been damaged. The metal plates, joints, and even the ammo count were all restored. This isn't possible. Kingpin gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. Spider-Man's eyes widened, countless thoughts flooding his mind. What kind of technology is this? Instant repair? Self-repairing alloys? Or was the previous damage just an illusion to fool Kingpin? Spider-Man couldn't decide, but his mind kept returning to the same thought. Batman must have used the illusion of damage to lure Kingpin into a trap. To him, instant repair tech was something he'd only ever heard scientists speculate about. It seemed too advanced for real-world application. Realizing Kingpin's confusion, Spider-Man chuckled softly. Watching Kingpin's baffled expression was almost entertaining. Meanwhile, Anton, fully recovered, launched into a fresh assault. With a powerful punch, he finally pinned Kingpin to the ground. Summoning a specialized steel cable from the system, he bound Kingpin tightly, ensuring he couldn't escape. Rising to his feet, Anton dusted off his hands with satisfaction. Game over, he declared, smirking. You lost, Kingpin. Kingpin lay on the ground, exhausted and defeated, his expression twisted with a mix of anger and disbelief. Despite his situation, he sneered defiantly. Batman, do you think this is over? He seemed unfazed by Anton's mercy in sparing his life. Laughing bitterly, he added, I swear, I'll be your nightmare for the rest of your life. No prison can hold me. Anton smiled coldly, cutting off Kingpin's rant. An ordinary prison may not, but I've arranged something special for you, he said in a low, menacing tone. You won't be in any ordinary jail. Instead, you're headed to an isolated island in the Pacific. I call it Purgatory. It's uninhabited, devoid of any trace of civilization. From now on, that's where you'll live. Kingpin's defiant expression faltered. Impossible, he roared. No one has the right to judge me, especially not you. Anton raised an eyebrow. Maybe not me, but the right people do. He gestured toward a figure who had just entered the scene, Agent Phil Coulson of SHIELD. Coulson, looking every bit the seasoned agent, had been waiting with his team on the sidelines, ready to move in once the battle was over. Phil Coulson, he introduced himself to Kingpin with a polite smile that didn't reach his eyes. And by the authority granted to me, you're under arrest. We've uncovered a considerable amount of illegal weaponry tied to you, including Stark Industries' Jericho missile system, a blatant violation of national security laws. Kingpin's eyes widened as he looked over at the evidence, stunned. The Jericho missile, a powerful weapon developed by Tony Stark, capable of annihilating entire cities, had become his undoing. The Jericho missile, a new type of weapon developed by Tony Stark, is combined with an advanced guidance system and has the power to destroy an entire city in an instant. Priced at a staggering $500 million per unit, this missile system is the pinnacle of Stark Industries' military technology. Interestingly, purchasing a set of Jericho missiles includes a high-end wine box valued at millions of dollars, featuring rare tequilas, whiskeys, red wines, and other luxurious liquors. It's also worth noting that during a promotional trip to Afghanistan to demonstrate the missile's capabilities, Tony was ambushed and subsequently disappeared. Anton, now back in his basic suit, poured himself a glass of whiskey from the wine cabinet included with the missile system, a feature designed for wealthy clientele. With a triumphant smirk, he raised his glass to Kingpin, savoring the victory. Enjoy your new home, Kingpin, Anton said, voice dripping with satisfaction. Purgatory won't be too lonely for long. Others will join you soon enough. Ignoring Kingpin's hoarse cries of protest, Anton turned to his allies, Eddie, Matt, and the young Spider-Man, who were still catching their breath. They were joined by Daredevil, who had played a key role in tipping off Coulson and gathering critical evidence against Kingpin, ensuring his crimes would lead to a lifetime of isolation. Carlton, meanwhile, approached Anton, admiration clear in his eyes. Thanks for the tip-off, he said, shaking Anton's hand firmly. We've also started looking into Obadiah Stannett, the CEO of Stark Industries. We have a strong case, but he has his ways of skirting the law. There's something I need to ask you. Anton nodded knowingly. You're wondering about Tony Stark's situation, aren't you? The agent glanced at Anton, clearly hoping for insights that could help confirm their suspicions. Spider-Man and Daredevil exchanged surprised glances. They hadn't realized Anton had connections with Stark. For a moment, they all considered Batman's unique background. Originally, he was a fictional character created by Anton Jameson but later manifested in the real world. Anton, who happens to be friends with Tony Stark, even claimed that some aspects of Batman's design were inspired by Tony himself. Could it be true? Of course, neither Batman nor Carlton had time to concern themselves with such musings in the middle of the mission. But Anton's answer left no room for doubt. Tony's disappearance wasn't an accident, Anton replied gravely. It was a calculated move. If you want my take, Obadiah Stannett is behind it. Tony's life is in real danger. Your agency needs to act swiftly. This isn't a secret worth hiding. In the original story, SHIELD had already taken action against Obadiah Stannett, indicating they never fully trusted him. Either Obadiah has hidden his tracks exceptionally well, or SHIELD hasn't been able to find definitive evidence against him. They've spent months searching for clues in the deserts of Afghanistan, only to come up empty-handed on American soil. If not for Tony's father, Howard Stark, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders, Tony's innovations and inventions might have been overlooked or even abandoned by the agency. Strictly speaking, Tony Stark is S.H.I.E.L.D's rightful son. Furthermore, before Iron Man came to be, no one expected Tony Stark to evolve into a superhero. At this point, Tony's value isn't as significant as people might assume. He's just now drawing S.H.I.E.L.D's attention, partly due to the protagonist effect surrounding him. Carlton's face grew serious. Understood, he said, firming his grip on Anton's hand. Thank you for confirming our suspicions. We'll take it from here. With that, Carlton directed his agents to secure the Jericho missile and load Kingpin, still ranting but too weak to resist, onto a heavily armed transport vehicle. The rooftop quieted as the SHIELD agents departed. Anton, Eddie, Matt, and the young Spider-Man were left standing together, processing the night's events. Anton turned to the others, a smile of camaraderie crossing his face. All right, we've earned a moment to celebrate. Who's up for sharing a drink from this fancy wine cabinet? Stark Industries threw in with the missile. Eddie's eyes lit up. Wait, let's take a picture first, he said, suddenly producing a camera. Venom materialized with a sly grin, holding up the camera with a liquid black arm. This is big news. I might even get a triple bonus at the end of the month for capturing this. Spider-Man and Daredevil chuckled as Anton crossed his arms, amused by Eddie's enthusiasm. You know, Eddie, you might just be my best employee yet, Anton said with a laugh. Even in the middle of this mess, you're thinking about getting a bonus. Leaving Hell's Kitchen with the bottle of whiskey gifted by Batman, Peter Parker's head spun with excitement, his face glowing with happiness. He could hardly believe it. He had met his idol, fought alongside him, and even received a gift. As he opened the door to his home, he was greeted by a stern look from Uncle Ben, sitting in the living room with his eyes locked onto the whiskey in Peter's hand. Peter, why did you come back so late? Ben asked, his expression darkening as he recognized the bottle. Even without wealth, Ben knew his liquor, and he identified it instantly: a rare, old malt Caskla Forge 17-year-old whiskey, distilled in 1987. This was no ordinary bottle. Priceless and nearly extinct on the market, it was something that his nephew should never have been able to acquire. Peter, what did you do? Ben's tone was grave. Where did this bottle of whiskey come from? Peter hesitated, stammering, his mind racing but drawing a blank. He had no easy explanation for how he, a high school student, had ended up with such a rare bottle. Little did they know, this night in Hell's Kitchen had altered Peter's destiny. According to his original fate, Ben should have died that very night, the victim of a senseless shooting. But a single event, a butterfly's flap, had shifted Peter's timeline. Meanwhile, outside Hell's Kitchen, Anton and Eddie wrapped up their operation. They met Winston, who was waiting for them with a satisfied smile. Kingpin's thugs have been taken care of, and Hell's Kitchen is now under our control, Winston reported triumphantly. Despite the signs of gunfire and bullet-riddled walls, the high table had swiftly secured the area. If you need our services in the future, just call, Winston added. And for the success of this operation, you will always be honored guests at the high table and the Continental Hotel. Sworn by blood? Anton asked with a smirk. Sworn by blood, Winston replied solemnly. Anton nodded. Then, as a friend to Daredevil, here's a suggestion: Hell's Kitchen doesn't need to return to its old ways. Daredevil won't bother you as long as you enforce order and follow the rules. Winston took this seriously, nodding in understanding. Anton and Eddie then departed, heading back to the Daily Bugle. Tomorrow's front page will be something special, Eddie grinned, waving his camera. 4 heroes: Daredevil, Venom, Batman, and a certain Spider-Man teamed up to take down Kingpin. Not a bad headline. You're right, Anton replied. People will love to see New York being cleaned up. The next day, the front page headline read, Kingpin arrested, Underworld Empire destroyed. 4 heroes unite to clean up Hell's Kitchen. The front page was dominated by a striking color photo, Daredevil, Batman, Venom, and a young, scrawny Spider-Man. For most readers, the first 2 heroes needed no introduction. Batman was practically a legend, and Daredevil was well known in Hell's Kitchen, often instilling more fear than Batman himself. Venom was another story. Netizens had pieced together his appearances. He'd been sighted fighting a monster on the Golden Gate Bridge with Batman and was known as Batman's ally. Although many initially assumed Venom was a villain, he'd now proven himself a powerful force for good. Then, there was the weak Spider-Man. In the photo, he wore a simple mask, a sweater emblazoned with a spider symbol, and loose sweatpants. Without context, most would assume he was a lucky kid saved by the heroes rather than one of them. Spider-Man, people murmured. Isn't he just a high schooler? What can he do? Some joked, so, he shoots webs? Climbs walls? Doesn't sound too exciting. At Midtown High School, Peter could hear his classmates' snickers and comments. His enhanced senses made it impossible not to. Despite his pride in the Daily Bugle's portrayal of him as a hero, the ridicule from his peers stung. You don't seem happy, a sweet voice said. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Gwen Stacy, Midtown High's most popular student. With her blonde hair and warm smile, she was admired by nearly everyone, and her father, George Stacy, was the head of the NYPD, a fact that made her even more untouchable. Do you like Spider-Man? Gwen asked. Noticing Peter's discomfort, she added, I think he's pretty cool. He might look young, but if Batman trusts him enough to work with him, he must be brave. Peter's eyes lit up. You really think so? Gwen nodded. From that moment, Peter resolved to prove himself. Though Ben had been spared his original tragic fate, Peter still discovered a calling. His powers weren't just about responsibility but about courage and determination. His destiny would be different now, and perhaps even greater than before. Back at the Daily Bugle, Eddie was practically bouncing with excitement. Today's issue is flying off the shelves, Anton. New York can't get enough of these 4 heroes working together. The Daily Bugle is reaching new heights. Even Jonah Jameson, vacationing in Hawaii with a young blonde on his arm, took notice. Hearing the news, he couldn't help but smile. Though he had initially worried about Anton's involvement with Kingpin, this outcome confirmed he'd placed his faith in the right successor. As he relaxed on the beach, Jonah looked over to see John Wick, a former New York legend himself, sitting nearby, content and at peace with his wife, Helen. Life had turned out well for the old guard, though Jonah's only regret was his son's absence, who was following his dreams in space. Meanwhile, Anton was equally satisfied not just by the Daily Bugle's success but by the notification he'd just received. Kingpin arrested. Reward, 6 million justice points. Justice point balance, 12 million. With these points, he could soon afford the advanced Batman armor he'd been eyeing. Still, he knew he'd need to save more to obtain the armor of his dreams. After the Kingpin incident, Anton finally took some time to relax. He'd spent the past few days focused on work at DC Company, overseeing content creation and mapping out plans for future development. One of his key responsibilities involved working with Toby, the head of the screenwriting department, to outline story arcs for the superheroes DC would be introducing soon. Top of the list? Superman, of course. Despite Anton's choice to model himself after Batman, he was well aware of Superman's immense power. If he could eventually unlock a Superman template, he'd gain a significant boost in combat power almost unparalleled by anything else available. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, power levels are typically divided into planetary, galactic, and universal tiers, but Superman in his ordinary form could nearly breach the universal threshold. And some versions of Superman like Golden Age, Silver Age, or Superman Prime went far beyond, reaching the multiversal level, beyond comprehension for most people. Justice value must be earned by performing good deeds. However, redeeming a special form of Superman goes beyond simply saving the Earth. It would likely require resolving multiple cosmic crises, saving the universe, or even addressing multiverse-level threats. Naturally, Anton envisions this as his ultimate goal for the future. However, to obtain even an ordinary Superman template, Anton would need an astronomical 100 million fan value. Right now, despite everything he'd accomplished as Batman, his total fan value was just under 50 million. This goal seemed distant, but Anton knew it would be a game-changer if he could pull it off. Even if Thanos showed up tomorrow, as long as he didn't have the Infinity Stones, Superman's power would allow Anton to stand a chance in a one-on-one battle. In the meantime, though, Anton had to be realistic. The Superman plan would take time, perhaps 2 years, he estimated. Meanwhile, he needed a secondary hero to back him up. The current single-hero approach, relying solely on Batman, was feeling stretched thin. His mind wandered to other DC heroes with templates that might be both powerful and affordable. Green Arrow was a possibility, with only a 10 million fan value requirement. But Anton quickly dismissed this idea. While Oliver Queen's skill set mirrored Batman's in many ways, he lacked the appeal and versatility Anton was looking for. Green Arrow felt like a budget Batman rather than a fresh addition. Cyborg, however, caught his attention. For 20 million fan value, Cyborg could bring a new skill set to the table. Victor Stone was originally an athlete who suffered a life-threatening injury from a mother box explosion. On the brink of death, he merged with elements of the mother box in the explosion's aftermath. To save him, his father, Silas Stone, brought him to Star Labs, where the US government stored various alien technologies for research and rescue. Due to the Mother Box's influence, Victor absorbed all the advanced technology in the lab, eventually transforming into a cyborg. With most of his body replaced by machinery, Victor gained superhuman strength, endurance, and resilience. Various parts of his body now contain lethal weaponry, along with enhanced abilities like flight, a sensor system, bulletproof durability, and reconnaissance capabilities, making him a highly mobile fighter. Additionally, his brain has been transformed into a quantum computer, staying in sync with the internet 24/7, rendering him a unique semi-mechanical life form similar to intelligent AI. If Anton can exchange for this incredibly mobile cyborg, he would significantly bolster Batman's strengths. And the best part? It's affordable? 20 million fan value, Anton mused to himself. I could probably hit that within a few months. Given his success with the Batman brand and his status as a celebrated director with an established fan base, launching a new IP under DC's banner seemed feasible. Anton had enough resources to push this without fear of failure. With his decision made, Anton called Toby into his office. "Boss, I've completed the preliminary storyline for Superman," Toby reported. "I've got an outline ready. We're prepared to start working on the novel or script anytime." "Good. Keep up the momentum," Anton replied. "Superman and Cyborg will be our priority IPs right now, so let's focus our resources on developing their storylines." "Got it." Toby nodded, rubbing his hands eagerly. "And once we've finished, I assume we'll start with online serialization on the Daily Bugle forums." "Exactly. Also, the movie scripts for Superman and Cyborg need to be wrapped up soon," Anton added. "These will be our next film projects, and I want everything ready as soon as possible. I'm doubling the bonus for everyone on the team who completes this project." Toby's eyes gleamed. "No problem at all, boss. We'll get it done." Following Wonder Woman, Flash, Aquaman, Green Lantern, Shazam, and others, we are accelerating preparations, and the novel will soon be available on the Daily Bugle forum. As Toby left, Anton couldn't help but smile. Life as a wealthy director had its perks, and he was beginning to understand Tony Stark's joy in throwing money at problems. Although, with his current net worth, he was still far from Tony Stark's level. Maybe one day, though. After wrapping up his orders at DC, Anton returned to the Daily Bugle. As he walked in, Eddie waved him over, looking disgruntled. "Anton, I just got news. Obadiah Stane is holding a press conference today. Apparently, he's going to announce that someone within Stark Industries has been working with Kingpin. He's framing it as Stark Industries taking full responsibility and offering an apology to the public. Classic move from that old fox." "Oh." Anton raised an eyebrow, pausing to watch the live broadcast on TV. The screen cut to a scene at the entrance of Stark Tower, where Obadiah Stane stood in front of the cameras, looking solemn and remorseful as he prepared to speak to the press. In recent days, Kingpin was arrested, and his underworld empire has collapsed. "I thought this would have nothing to do with Stark Industries, but I didn't expect that someone within the company's upper ranks had secretly colluded with him. In short, I have taken this matter very seriously. Authorities have also stepped in. Please rest assured and continue to trust Stark Industries." Obadiah Stane looked the picture of stern righteousness as he addressed the press, emphasizing the gravity of Stark Industries' internal investigation. He spoke with conviction, as if he had no association with Kingpin whatsoever. His tone conveyed remorse, but also a steely resolve to protect the company's integrity. By his statements, Obadiah effectively distanced himself from any connection to the crime syndicate. Now, even if someone were to claim that he had been involved with Kingpin, it's likely few would believe it. Only undeniable evidence could cast any real doubt. However, Anton knew that evidence would be difficult to find. Reflecting on the original storyline, Anton remembered that SHIELD had chosen to search for Tony Stark in the deserts of Afghanistan for months, rather than dig into Obadiah's dealings. This alone spoke to how cautious and cunning Obadiah was. It wasn't easy to pin down an old fox like him. "It looks like Obadiah noticed that certain people are watching him," Anton thought. He did a quick search on the guy Obadiah had thrown under the bus, a senior assistant with significant power in the company, someone loyal to him but ultimately expendable. By sacrificing his assistant, Obadiah had, as the saying goes, cut off a limb to save the body. Anton shrugged and turned off the TV. "Tony can handle him when he returns," he murmured. He had other matters demanding his attention at the moment. Tony Stark had been missing for almost a month, and if Anton's memory of the storyline was correct, it would only be a couple more months before Tony made his triumphant return as Iron Man. With Tony's reappearance, Obadiah would have more than enough on his plate. Anton wasn't about to rush headlong into a confrontation with the veteran industrialist just yet. He had plans of his own in motion. As his thoughts wandered, Betty entered the room and walked up to him. "Anton, Batman will be wrapping up its theatrical run in about a week," she informed him with excitement. So far, Batman's domestic box office earnings are $470 million, with an overseas total of $380 million, making for a global gross of $850 million. By the end of its final week, we're looking at about $880 million. Anton raised an eyebrow. "If I remember correctly, there are still a few countries where it hasn't been screened yet, right?" "That's correct," Betty said, her excitement barely concealed. "Once it's fully released worldwide, it may actually reach $1 billion in global box office revenue." That would put it among the top earners of the year. Anton, Hollywood's already treating you like a sensation. I've been flooded with party invitations for you. Should I accept any on your behalf? Really? Maybe just one party in New York, Anton replied, looking eager for a break from his recent workload. But the look Betty gave him was icy, and he felt a sudden chill. He coughed awkwardly and quickly changed his tone. Actually, on second thought, let's hold off on that. I'm really busy these days, you know? I have a meeting with Jim tonight to discuss my next movie. The next movie? Eddie, who had been listening nearby, perked up. You mean you're planning a Batman sequel? Anton flashed a mysterious smile. Nope, it's something new, a different superhero story. Eddie looked genuinely surprised. A new superhero? And you're not capitalizing on Batman with a sequel right away? Anton simply smiled in response. Sometimes, he thought, people just couldn't understand his thinking. That evening, Anton met with Jim to discuss the project. Jim, who'd assumed they'd be discussing a Batman sequel, was taken aback when Anton revealed he had other ideas in mind. After all, the public's curiosity about Batman was at an all-time high. They were hungry for more, and Anton's decision to shelve a potential blockbuster sequel for a new story was almost unthinkable. It took Jim a few moments to process this, but as he considered it further, he understood Anton's logic. Anton wasn't necessarily abandoning the Batman franchise, he was merely allowing someone else to take the reins for the next installment. This opened up space for him to create something entirely new, something that could further establish DC's position in the industry. Anton's reputation as a visionary was already solidifying in Hollywood. If his next film succeeded, it would cement DC as a powerhouse, and Anton as one of its most creative minds. Jim accepted the decision, even if it meant shelving his initial plans. They spent hours ironing out the strategy for DC's future, which included not only the new film but also marketing, licensing, and other revenue channels. The two agreed on a roadmap that would allow Anton to bring his original concept to life. Jim, meanwhile, would secure the necessary investors and prepare for production. The ambitious strategy involved not one, but three separate film crews working simultaneously on different DC properties: Batman, The Dark Knight, Cyborg, and Superman. This expansion plan was risky but had the potential to yield incredible returns if successful. Within weeks, preparations were underway. Toby, the chief writer, handed Anton the completed scripts for Cyborg and Superman, and already had the Dark Knight script prepared as well. In parallel, new superhero storylines were being serialized on the Daily Bugle forum, with characters like Superman, Cyborg, and Flash set to make their debut soon. However, funding became a sticking point. Superhero movies required huge budgets, especially with their extensive special effects and elaborate set pieces. According to their preliminary calculations, The Dark Knight and Cyborg would each need over $150 million. Including Superman, they were looking at a minimum investment of $500 million across the three films. Even with his personal wealth, Anton wasn't at Tony Stark's level. He couldn't just casually put up $500 million without feeling the pinch. He had other financial priorities, and using all his funds on a single venture wasn't wise. On top of that, his family companies, managed by professionals, weren't at his direct disposal for funding his private projects. While Anton was confident about his future projects, he was realistic about needing partners for the financial burden. Yet, he didn't want just any investor. He was selective, seeking backing from those who would respect his creative vision. Just as things were reaching a standstill, news arrived that an interested party had reached out to Jim. Curious about who it could be, Anton arranged a meeting. When he saw who had shown up, he was taken aback. "Harry, meeting you for the first time, I didn't expect you to be interested in Batman movies." Anton looked at the young man in front of him, surprised with his arrival. He wasn't known for being involved in the film industry, so his proactive approach caught Anton off guard. Harry Osborn, son of Norman Osborn, the man who would become the second-generation Green Goblin, was a high school student, still young, and a friend of Peter Parker. "I'm a fan of Batman," Harry replied with a shy grin. "When I heard DC was working on a second Batman movie and needed funding, I jumped at the chance to help." He looked somewhat eager, almost youthful at this conversation. He added, "I spoke with Jim already, and I'm prepared to invest $50 million for a 25% of the investment. That should make me one of your biggest backers so far, right?" The cost of the Dark Knight movie was projected at about $180 million, making Harry's $50 million investment significant. Anton was impressed. Harry's offer was substantial, a true display of wealth. "Yes, you're definitely the most generous investor I've spoken to so far," Anton said, smiling as he extended his hand. "I'll accept your investment. Here's to a successful partnership." But Harry hesitated. "Wait. I have one more condition, just a small request." "What is it?" Anton asked, raising an eyebrow. "I want an autograph from Batman." Harry seemed almost embarrassed as he confessed, "I told you, I'm a big fan." Anton paused, surprised by the innocent request. This. "Don't say no," Harry persisted. "Everyone knows that if there's anyone in the world who knows Batman personally, it has to be you, Anton." Anton chuckled, realizing Harry wouldn't let it go. "All right, you've got yourself a deal." "Great. Thank you, Anton." Harry's face lit up with excitement. Watching Harry's genuine enthusiasm, Anton had a sudden idea. Maybe he didn't need to search for more investors. He thought he could pitch Harry on his larger vision for DC's future. Since you're interested in Batman, what about investing in our other projects? Anton put an arm around Harry's shoulders and started explaining his ambitious plans for DC's upcoming superhero films. A rich tapestry of ideas began to unfold, and Harry listened, captivated with the speech. 2 hours later, Harry left the DC office in a daze, having committed a total of $150 million, a massive investment for a high schooler. Anton saw him off with a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, Oscorp sure has deep pockets. Anton couldn't help but marvel at Harry's autonomy. Not many people his age could make decisions involving that kind of money without seeking approval. Yet Harry was no fool. Despite Anton's persuasive pitch, he had seen an opportunity and seized it. Harry's faith in Anton wasn't blind. His father, Norman, had mentioned Anton's potential, which bolstered Harry's confidence. Ultimately, he had made the largest investment of his life, trusting both Anton's reputation and his father's endorsement. Now, with a significant portion of the initial $500 million budget covered, Anton could focus on developing Batman, Cyborg, and Superman. With Harry's $150 million, Anton only needed to secure an additional $150 million, which felt more achievable as he would fund the rest. He still had enough of his own funds to support promotional efforts and branch into novels, comics, and other media, creating a foundation for DC to grow. Satisfied, Anton called Jim in Los Angeles. Jim was thrilled with the news. Since DC's founding, its first major project now had the backing of a giant like Oscorp, which brought not just financial security but also invaluable connections. Anton soon stepped out of the DC office and walked up one floor to the Daily Bugle, where he also rented space. By placing DC and the Bugle offices close together, he streamlined the management of his projects. Anton, have you heard about Spider-Man in Queens? Eddie, one of the Bugle's editors and chief editor at that, asked with an amused expression as Anton entered. Spider-Man. Don't tell me you've already forgotten him. Eddie's tone was a mix of amusement and disbelief. He's the one who helped you that night when you caught Kingpin. Oh, I know him. He's debuting in Queens now. Anton replied, although he knew very well who Spider-Man was. Spider-Man could only be Peter Parker, especially given the mention of Queens. Anton smiled inwardly, recalling Peter's excitement the night he helped him capture Kingpin. The young man had even confessed to being a fan of Batman. We've decided to make Spider-Man the front-page story for tomorrow's paper, Eddie continued. He's been pretty active lately, and people seem to like him. Some have even dubbed him the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. But Eddie couldn't resist a smirk. Though not everyone is a fan of him playing vigilante. Right now, the police probably dislike him more than the criminals do. It's kind of perfect, isn't it? Anton mused. We handle the big stuff, and he can focus on the smaller cases. Though, judging by his age, he'll need some time to learn the ropes. It wasn't just the criminals who were frustrated with Spider-Man, the police, too, were feeling the strain. Despite their best efforts, Spider-Man's swift interventions sometimes made them look ineffective. No one would conclude that the city was suddenly crime-free after someone solved a sudden case, only that the police were struggling to keep up with this new hero. Anton glanced at the front-page mock-up. Most of the photos were poor quality, taken from surveillance footage at awkward angles or blurry close-ups. These are a bit too rough for the front page, he commented with a sigh. Well, he's always swinging between high-rises. It's hard to get a good shot, Eddie replied with a shrug. We either use these or skip the photos altogether, which would look even worse. Can't we use the one from the Kingpin capture? Anton suggested. Eddie scoffed, those are hardly better than these. Besides, we don't want people thinking we're recycling old shots because we can't get anything new. Anton was about to reply when there was a knock at the door. Phil Urich, one of the junior editors, entered, followed by a young man with a nervous expression and a camera hanging around his neck. Editor, boss, Phil greeted them. This kid says he has some exclusive photos of Spider-Man and wants to know if we're interested. Anton and Eddie exchanged glances. It seemed like they'd found exactly what they needed. Anton looked at the boy next to Phil Urich with a curious expression. Kid, did you really get a photo of Spider-Man? Let's see. Eddie, catching on, nodded, and the boy handed over a digital camera. Eddie flipped through the photos and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Not bad. These are solid shots. Are you offering them exclusively to us, or are you planning to sell to other papers too? Just to you, the boy said, a bit nervously. I'm a big fan of Batman and of the Daily Bugle. Eddie's smile widened at the exclusive. Great. I'll give you $1,000 per photo. There are 6 here. Phil, help him get his payment. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, watching Phil lead him out to collect his $6,000. As he walked, he turned back, asking, if I get more shots of Spider-Man, should I bring them here? Absolutely, Anton interjected, looking pleased. As long as you keep them exclusive to us, you'll get the same rate. Just before the boy left, Anton asked, by the way, what's your name? Peter. Peter Parker. The moment the boy walked away, Anton allowed himself a small smile. So young Spider-Man has just wandered into his own base, he thought, amused by the irony. Leaving the Daily Bugle building with $6,000 in his pocket, Peter felt a surge of excitement. It wasn't the first money he'd ever made, but it was by far the most, and it came at the perfect time. He could finally afford some upgrades for his Spider-Man gear. His debut look, featuring an ill-fitting red face mask, An oversized sweater with a spider logo and mismatched sweatpants was far from ideal. It was less superhero and more kid-playing dress-up. He'd seen enough teasing online to realize that an upgrade was due. Peter planned to use his newfound funds to buy materials and make himself a proper suit. For the sake of secrecy, he'd be crafting it solo, designing something durable yet flexible enough to handle web-slinging and wall-crawling. He'd actually been inspired by the night he met Venom and Batman. The encounter had set the wheels turning, and he realized he could monetize his own photos as a source of income. The idea had hit him during that night's chaos, when Venom snapped a photo after taking down the Kingpin. It had gone on to become a viral front-page story. The connection between the Daily Bugle and Venom wasn't lost on Peter, either. He'd noticed that Venom and Batman both had ties to the paper. For Peter, being associated with the Daily Bugle meant joining the ranks of heroes he admired. "Hey, Peter." A familiar voice brought him out of his thoughts as he left the building. He turned to find Harry Osborn waiting, and a broad smile spread across his face. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Harry chuckled, explaining, "I came by to talk about some business and spotted you walking in. I figured I'd wait and say hi." He paused, grinning as he added, "I was at Oscorp recently and ran into Dr. Connors. He thinks highly of you and suggested you might make a great assistant. What do you say? Interested?" Peter's eyes lit up. "Absolutely, that would be amazing. Working with Dr. Connors would be a dream." After Peter left, Eddie turned to Anton, noticing his unusual interest in the young photographer. "Anton, you seem to be pretty curious about that kid." Anton shrugged nonchalantly. "Just impressed, that's all. Getting decent photos of Spider-Man isn't easy, yet he managed it. It shows he's got some skill." "Maybe he just got lucky," Eddie replied, unconvinced. Anton merely smirked. "Let's wait and see." With that, Anton headed out of the Daily Bugle, satisfied with recent events. Although he'd glimpsed Spider-Man's true identity, he had no intention of interfering with Peter's journey. Every hero had to find their own path, their own reason for donning a mask. Still, Peter's choice of the Daily Bugle for his exclusive showed that the paper was earning a reputation among New York's up-and-coming heroes, a detail that made Anton feel a sense of pride. Back at DC headquarters, just one floor below the Daily Bugle, Anton checked in with the team on the upcoming superhero novel series. Superman, Man of Steel was underway, alongside stories for Cyborg, Flash, Wonder Woman, and Shazam. The writers had tackled the daunting first steps, fleshing out characters and storylines. The new novels would be serialized online, with the Daily Bugle's official site hosting a dedicated section. Given the massive buzz around Batman, Anton was confident the novels would find an audience. Traffic was already high, thanks to Batman's serialized second installment, The Dark Knight. Between the Daily Bugle's advertising power and the long-standing loyalty of its readers, the platform was poised for success. Anton was thrilled. Not only was he creating fresh DC content, but the additional revenue from novels would also support other projects. The ring of his phone broke his focus. It was Jim, calling from Los Angeles. "Anton, the crew is set, and we've got most of the budget sorted. When can we start shooting Cyborg?" "The sooner, the better. I'll be in Hollywood tomorrow," Anton answered. "How's production on Batman and Superman going?" "They started yesterday. Progress is slow, but it's the usual teething stage," Jim replied. "My main worry is you, Anton." Jim felt a bit helpless. While they hadn't yet secured all the funding, the crew managed to cobble together resources to keep filming. His concerns weren't unfounded. Pulling together the financing for 3 films simultaneously was a major undertaking. Even though the core funds were in place, they were still juggling numbers and looking to stretch their resources. With 3 movies in production, they were being cautious with the budget, sharing funds where possible and setting aside extra for other essential needs. Anton, eager to launch the second phase of his cinematic vision, pushed Jim to prepare everything quickly. After the crew was assembled, he arranged for them to start work as soon as possible. Casting and directing had been organized well in advance. Back when Batman celebrated a global box office of over $600 million, Anton and Jim had already discussed the next steps, deciding to start preparations for Batman's sequel. However, Anton recently surprised Jim by accelerating production for 3 films simultaneously. By the time they wrapped up casting for Superman and Cyborg, Jim felt that all his years of unsuccessful dieting had finally paid off. The intense workload had certainly taken its toll. Now, with filming officially underway, his responsibilities were cut nearly in half, and he could finally breathe a little easier. "Don't worry, Jim. I know what I'm doing," Anton reassured him. Despite his relaxed attitude, he knew the pressure was on. He'd gotten the hang of production schedules, and this time he planned to finish the film in roughly 3 months. He wanted to wrap quickly, not only to release as early as possible but also to build momentum for the DC brand. With Cyborg in the pipeline, he had a solid roadmap for the next phase of DC's cinematic universe. In his mind, Cyborg's popularity wasn't just about potential box office earnings but a more valuable currency: fan engagement. Every new fan brought their passion, influence, and support, all of which could drive DC forward and chances to complete his system's conditions. The next day, Anton flew to Hollywood, and the production of Cyborg officially began. In his previous life, a large-scale Cyborg movie had been repeatedly delayed, leaving its plot largely unknown. This time, however, after discussing with Toby and drawing from each other's knowledge of DC Comics and experience, they finalized a storyline. It would follow a familiar formula: the protagonist gains powers, discovers a threat, and ultimately saves the day. The structure mirrored many superhero movies, a journey of self-discovery and heroism. Anton knew that, in this world, superhero movies still felt fresh and innovative. Confident in the success of his project, he compared Cyborg to Iron Man 1 from his original reality. The first Iron Man movie had a budget of about $140 million and took around 105 days to shoot. Anton had set aside a similar budget of $140 million and aimed to complete filming within 90 days, using the production methods he'd established on Batman Begins. By having special effects developed in parallel with shooting, he hoped to release the film just 2 months after wrapping, completing the entire process in about 4 months, a rare feat for a big-budget superhero film. Given this world's slightly advanced technology, including cutting-edge visual effects, Anton was optimistic that such a timeline was achievable. He also had his eye on a particular talent to enhance the film's special effects. If he could recruit this individual and their team, technical challenges would be manageable. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the lead actor, a young black performer, launched into a passionate performance in front of the camera. Casting a black actor in the lead was a strategic choice. Anton believed it would help Cyborg at least break even, if not turn a profit. In his previous life, the superhero film Black Panther, which featured a black protagonist, became a cultural phenomenon in the US, appealing deeply to African American audiences and celebrating their heritage. It generated around $700 million domestically and $1.346 billion worldwide, proving that representation matters and can be extremely profitable. In this world, while there was an actual Black Panther, superhero films featuring black leads remained rare. Anton saw an opportunity to resonate with the black community, boost Cyborg's fanbase, and ensure a strong box office performance. A month flew by quickly. The crew had wrapped up Hollywood's closed set scenes and some simpler outdoor shots. Next, Anton divided the team into two. He led the main cast, including the black lead, back to New York to shoot scenes where Victor Stone transforms into Cyborg at Star Labs, following an explosive encounter with a mother box. The rest of the crew stayed behind to finish smaller scenes and speed up special effects production. For the New York scenes, Anton arranged to borrow the latest lab facilities at Oscorp, thanks to his friendly relationship with the company. Additionally, Oscorp's heir, Harry Osborn, was an investor in the film, making negotiations smoother. After signing a guarantee agreement to ensure the lab's availability without disrupting its regular operations, Anton and his crew moved into Oscorp. They planned to use the facility for 2 weeks. As a bonus, Anton noticed that the lab he had arranged was located near Oscorp's limb regeneration technology department. To his surprise, Peter Parker was working there as an assistant to Dr. Kurt Connors, head of the department. During the shoot, Peter found out about the movie crew filming in the lab and eagerly went upstairs to watch. He lingered until Dr. Connors finally urged him to return to his work. Anton was aware of the possible implications of Peter's work with Dr. Connors, but he chose to stay focused on the film. After all, Connors had not yet turned into the lizard, and Anton couldn't justify intervening in events that hadn't happened yet. It was impractical to shadow Connors daily in anticipation of his transformation or to confront him prematurely. Anton resolved to let events play out, trusting that Peter would ultimately handle any future crisis involving Connors. After a day of filming, Anton announced a short break. He returned to the DC company office nearby, eager to meet a long-awaited special effects expert. Mr. Beck, it's a pleasure to meet you, Anton greeted the man in his 30s, extending a hand. I admire your work in special effects, especially your holographic system. It's a revolutionary concept with limitless applications. It could change how people live and entertain themselves. Mr. Anton, do you really think so? Quentin Beck's face lit up with excitement. This might have been the first time he felt genuinely appreciated in his career. Previously, while working at Stark Industries, Beck had found that his innovative ideas often went unrecognized. His colleagues were more focused on weapon development and didn't value his creative pursuits. Even Tony Stark had dismissed his holographic work as trivial, seeing it as far behind the advanced projection systems integrated with Jarvis at his mansion in Los Angeles. Unaware of the tech held by Tony, such dismissal hurt Beck, who had spent years perfecting his technology, but it seemed his efforts were never truly valued. Frustrated and increasingly resentful, Beck had become isolated. In Anton's original timeline, this bitterness led him to become Mysterio, where he tried to infiltrate the superhero world and ultimately clashed with Spider-Man, attempting to claim Stark's legacy as his own. Tragically, his ambition only turned him into a stepping stone for the young hero. But this time, Anton's intervention had the potential to change Beck's path. For Anton, Beck's skills were invaluable. As a master of special effects who had once deceived the world, Beck was a perfect fit for the DC company. With his expertise, Anton's projects could achieve unprecedented levels of visual spectacle. Interestingly, in the comics, Mysterio had always been a Hollywood special effects expert, so bringing Beck into the film industry felt like a fitting match. Beck, you don't belong at Stark Industries. You should be with us, Anton said, shaking Beck's hand firmly. Only here can you realize your full potential. Beck looked at Anton, visibly moved. Years of ambition and rejection melted away in that moment. He finally felt that he had found someone who saw the value in his work and shared his vision. No problem, I'm willing to join DC. Beck was on the verge of tears, accepting Anton's offer without a second thought. He held Anton's hand tightly, feeling that he had finally found the benefactor he'd been waiting for his whole life, his face alight with excitement. By the way, I heard you have a team, Anton said with a casual smile. Why not bring them along to our crew? Our special effects department could use your technical support right now. No problem, Beck answered decisively, without a moment's hesitation. They continued talking about aspirations, plans, and financial matters. Anton made sure to discuss the benefits and development opportunities awaiting Beck at DC, leaving nothing vague. By the end, Beck was so eager that he practically ran back to Stark Industries to hand in his resignation, while Anton watched him leave with a satisfied smile. With the addition of a special effects wizard like Quentin Beck Mysterio, the DC company was now a formidable force in the industry. Anton could finally move forward with full confidence on his movie projects. Cyborg, Superman, and Batman, The Dark Knight now had the added quality assurance that Beck's expertise brought. His involvement would also significantly shorten post-production time, getting these films into theaters sooner than expected. As Anton glanced up at the sky, he considered heading home. Just as he walked out of the building, he saw Eddie and Phil pulling out of the underground parking lot in the Daily Bugle's interview car. Even though Eddie was now the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, he still preferred to be out on the front lines when something big happened. Phil, of course, was always right behind him. It's late. What's up? Anton asked, seeing the urgency on their faces. Anton. Eddie slammed the brakes and called out with excitement. There's an incident at Oscorp. A lizard man is causing chaos in the building, and Spider-Man is fighting him. Phil, sitting in the passenger seat, added, the whole city knows about it by now. All our competitors have rushed over to cover the story. The Bugle can't miss this. What? A lizard fighting Spider-Man? Anton paused, piecing it together. He immediately realized what was happening. Dr. Connors must have transformed. This was Spider-Man's first big battle. Want to come along? Eddie offered as Venom extended a few tendrils from his shoulder, reaching over to pull the car door open for Anton. Anton nodded, understanding Venom's gesture. No time for questions, let's go. Inside the Oscorp building, Peter Parker, now Spider-Man, was in an intense battle with the lizard, who was wreaking havoc in every direction. Dr. Connors. Peter shouted, his voice thick with concern. He watched helplessly as his mentor-turned-monster rampaged through the lab. Connors' transformation had unleashed his deepest, darkest urges, filling him with rage and a desire to destroy everything in sight. Peter knew that the serum had twisted Connors' mind, instilling in him a disdain for humanity and a newfound obsession with lizard genes. During the fight, Connors even declared his intent to turn all humans into lizard-like creatures, believing it to be the next step in evolution. You're insane, Professor. Peter yelled, his heart breaking. He had once admired Connors as a kind, learned man, but now that man was gone. I shouldn't have helped you with this experiment. This is all my fault, and I have to make it right, Peter murmured in anguish, then steeled himself, charging forward to bring Connors down. The problem was that, in his new form, Connors was more powerful than Peter, who was still new to his abilities. All Peter could do was rely on his web shooters and his heightened reflexes to stay ahead in this deadly dance, fighting guerrilla style to wear Connors down. But he underestimated Connors. With a powerful swipe, Connors grabbed the web Peter had fired and yanked hard, flinging Peter out the window. The glass shattered around him as Peter hurtled through the air. He twisted his body in midair, ignoring the pain, and quickly shot a web to catch the building's glass exterior, stopping his descent. Whoa! Peter exhaled, catching his breath as he clung to the side of the building, heart racing from his close call. Suddenly, a blinding searchlight fell over him. A police helicopter hovered above. Don't shoot! It's Spider-Man! Peter heard an officer shout over the noise. The police may have been wary of Spider-Man, but in this moment, they recognized him as an ally. The lizard is still inside, around the 30th floor. An officer on the ground directed the helicopter crew as they searched for Connors. Then, to everyone's shock, Connors burst through a window 30 stories up and plunged toward the ground. Using his claws, he gripped the building's surface to slow his fall, digging deep grooves into the glass and concrete. Peter, watching from below, felt his stomach drop as Connors landed with an earth-shaking crash, sending debris flying in all directions. The impact left a crater in the ground, with cracks like spider webbing across the street and nearby flower beads uprooted by the force. The police recovered from their shock and unleashed a hail of bullets at Connors, their machine guns flaring in the night. But as the dust settled, Connors had vanished, leaving only the devastation in his wake. Where is he? An officer shouted, bewildered. Peter, still clinging to the side of the building, narrowed his eyes, scanning the area. Connors was somewhere close by, biding his time. Meanwhile, Anton had just arrived on the scene, witnessing Connors' dramatic escape and the futile efforts of the police to contain him. Glancing up, he spotted Spider-Man, attached to the building's wall, deep in thought. But something else caught Anton's eye. The area of the building that had sustained the worst damage wasn't the cracked wall where Connors had made his escape. It was the floors near the limb regeneration technology lab. The fight between Spider-Man and the lizard had torn through those 3 floors, gutting the entire lab space. Damn it! Anton swore under his breath, his jaw clenching as he realized the extent of the destruction. The equipment for his cyborg film shoot had been stored on one of those floors. Cameras, props, and countless irreplaceable pieces of set design probably all gone. The delay this would cause, and the costs to replace everything, filled him with frustration. This was supposed to be Spidey's fight for glory, he muttered, grinding his teeth. Guess I'll have to step in now. In a flash, Anton slipped into a dark alley, transformed into Batman, found an entrance to the sewers, and disappeared into the shadows in pursuit of the lizard. Eddie and Phil exchanged a puzzled look, unsure what had just happened. But they had a hunch that the lizard had made a very dangerous enemy in Anton. They couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Lizard, hoping he wouldn't meet too terrible a fate at the hands of Batman. These policemen, including Spider-Man, had no idea how the lizard, who had jumped from Oscorp Tower, suddenly vanished. Anton, however, knew exactly where to find him, deep in the sewers. Connors had only recently transformed into the lizard, but Anton understood that he now had a connection to the sewers that few could match. When Spider-Man and the police surrounded him with heavy firepower, the only way out was down, into the dark, twisting tunnels beneath the city. Once in the sewer, Anton easily picked up on the lizard's trail. He squelched through the murky water, determined to track down Connors. Ahead of him, Connors, now in his monstrous form, sprinted deeper into the sewer. After a while, he finally began to calm down, the initial manic excitement of his transformation giving way to something like relief. Years of suffering, of struggling with his disability, were over. His right arm, now regrown, was stronger than he'd ever imagined. Confidence surged through him, perhaps too much confidence. He hadn't yet realized that he'd unknowingly provoked a truly terrifying opponent. Meanwhile, back at Oscorp Tower, Spider-Man hesitated. The lizard had vanished, but Peter knew that Connors needed help, and fast. He dashed into the building, determined to use the lab equipment to create an antidote that could reverse Connors' transformation. At the same time, Eddie Brock arrived on the scene with Phil, rushing over to meet New York Police Captain George Stacy. Captain Stacy, any word on that lizard man? Eddie shoved his microphone toward the captain, eager for a scoop. Captain Stacy grimaced, glancing at the crowd of reporters. It was clear that today was a lost cause for the police. They would undoubtedly make headlines for their failure to contain the situation yet again. In the sewers below the Manhattan Bridge, Connors kicked open a grate and climbed out. The bridge lights shimmered on the Hudson River, and he let out a roar of exhilaration. Even in his monstrous form, he relished the freedom and power that came with it. He was no longer bound by the frailties of his human body. Just as he began to revel in his newfound form, a deafening boom rang out. A rocket-propelled shell whizzed toward him, trailing a fiery plume. Connors spun around just in time to glimpse a figure at the end of the sewer tunnel. It was unmistakably a humanoid mech, with two long ears on its head, a figure the public would recognize instantly as Batman. Before Connors could react, the rocket exploded, flinging him into the Hudson River and scorching his scaled skin. Emerging from the shadows, Anton, decked out in his rabbit mech suit, walked toward the sewer's edge. Through his heat sensors, he could see Connors thrashing in the water below. Despite the direct hit, the lizard wasn't going down so easily. His self-healing abilities, a side effect of his genetic experiments, allowed him to recover rapidly from the injuries. For Connors, unless he was killed instantly, he could heal from almost any wound. The river gradually stilled, yet Anton remained vigilant. Suddenly, Connors burst from the water, his long, powerful tail whipping behind him, and lunged at Anton with all his might. But Anton was ready. His armor's sensors had tracked Connors' every move. With a swift leap, Anton dodged the attack, then descended with precision, landing on the lizard's back and slamming his fist into Connors' skull. Ugh, you! Connors bellowed in fury, flipping over and throwing Anton off. They tumbled into a vicious brawl, their blows echoing in the night. The lizard's fists, powered by tons of force, made Anton's rabbit armor groan under the pressure. But Anton had faced similar threats before. Kingpin's strength was comparable, if not more intense due to his grueling training. Connors, on the other hand, was a scientist who had taken a shortcut. The genetic serum had given him strength but no training, no discipline. While Connors lashed out wildly, Anton's combat skills, enhanced by Batman's master of fighting expertise, allowed him to anticipate and evade. Dodging a strike, Anton retaliated with a powerful punch to Connors' face, immediately following it with a shoulder-launched missile. The lizard shrieked in pain and dove back into the river, which exploded seconds later in a fiery plume. As Anton watched Connors climb onto the Manhattan Bridge, he frowned. This was getting messy. The lizard's combat power wasn't extreme, but his self-healing ability and resilience were relentless. Anton could withstand a prolonged fight, thanks to his armor's repair capabilities fueled by fan points, but it was clear that Connors had a plan. The lizard had his eyes set on the civilians stranded on the bridge. Trying to use them against me. Anton's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he fired his grappling gun, using it to swing forward and intercept Connors on the bridge. With a mighty flying kick, he sent the lizard hurtling several meters back, crashing into an empty car. The driver, noticing something was off, had abandoned it moments before. As the lizard recovered, bystanders began screaming and fleeing their vehicles, causing a traffic jam. Standing atop a nearby car, Connors roared with rage, but Anton's answer was an iron fist. The force of his punch distorted the lizard's face, even knocking loose several teeth. Anton didn't stop there. Seizing Connor's arm, he activated the armor's power to its limit, red light flaring from the joints. His face under the mask twisted into a mocking grin as he wrenched Connor's arm with brutal force. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed through the night. Connor shrieked in agony as blood gushed from his right arm. Enraged, he tried to retaliate, but Anton was relentless. With another mighty pull, he tore off the lizard's leg, spraying even more blood across the bridge. In an instant, Connor's strength waned. His self-healing could only do so much with such severe injuries, and he was close to losing consciousness. His monstrous roars had faded to whimpers, his strength sapped by the overwhelming pain and blood loss. Covered in the lizard's blood, Anton's rabbit-themed armor appeared almost demonic in the dim bridge lights, a vision of destruction emerging from the depths of hell. Connor's collapsed to the ground, too weak to continue. Anton planted his boot firmly on the lizard's chest, his face a mask of cold determination. The onlookers, who hadn't cared much for Batman before, now stared in stunned silence. No one dared to question him. For the first time, they truly understood the fearsome side of their so-called hero. George Stacy, besieged by a throng of reporters, immediately received an urgent report about the Manhattan Bridge. His face changed dramatically as he pushed his way through the crowd, climbed into a nearby helicopter, and urged the pilot, "Quick, get us to the Manhattan Bridge now, the lizard monster is there, and he's fighting Batman." Batman, one of the officers echoed incredulously. How did he get involved? Despite their confusion, the officers quickly refocused, leaving a few to guard the Oscorp building. The rest piled into police cars, slammed on the gas, and sped off toward the bridge. Among them, Eddie and Phil exchanged looks. Meanwhile, the Oscorp representative arrived at the chaotic scene. Sweating and visibly shaken, he tried to communicate with the remaining officers, only to be immediately surrounded by reporters and bombarded with questions. "Sir, what do you think of the lizard man? Is he a mutant created by an Oscorp research accident? Where's Mr. Norman Osborn? Will he come to the scene tonight?" The flood of questions quickly overwhelmed the representative. Seeing this, Eddie rolled his eyes, knowing that any answers would be standard PR excuses. He glanced at Phil and grinned. "Phil, interested in sneaking into Oscorp with me?" he asked slyly. Phil looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Moments later, Venom stretched out a tentacle to secure Phil, and the two climbed the walls of the Oscorp building, slipping into the shadows and evading security. Their goal was to capture footage of the fight between the lizard and Spider-Man, aiming to score inside information for the Daily Bugle. Eddie sighed to himself, wondering if Anton could find anyone else as committed to the paper. Back on the Manhattan Bridge, Anton stood over the lizard, whose arm and leg he had just broken. Although his expression was steely, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It wasn't that he wanted to be so brutal, but he had no choice. The lizard possessed immense vitality and a rapid healing ability. A broken limb was merely a setback, not a true injury, as he could regenerate his limbs quickly. If Anton wanted to neutralize the lizard permanently, he needed an antidote, just like in the original story. This serum, however, could only be created by Dr. Kurt Connors and Spider-Man, who had assisted Connors in perfecting the genetic modification experiment. After a brief pause, Anton hoisted the lizard up and leapt from the bridge, much to the crowd's shock. The Batmobile, now in flight mode, rose from beneath the bridge, heading toward Oscorp in the heart of Manhattan. Spectators gasped in astonishment. Inside the Batmobile, Anton felt the night air rushing around him as his cape billowed in the wind. He didn't bother with the theatrics, instead focusing on his memory of the original events. The antidote wasn't complicated to make, he simply needed to assemble the components in a specific order. The sequence acted as a genetic code, one known only to Connors and Peter Parker. As Anton pondered this, the Batmobile soared past a police helicopter on its way from Oscorp. Both sides seemed momentarily frozen in mutual shock. Inside the helicopter, George Stacy's eyes widened as he saw the lizard, restrained and injured, aboard the Batmobile. "Batman? Hand him over to us," George shouted, his voice barely audible over the roaring winds and the helicopter's propellers. "Sorry, can't do that right now," Anton responded, shrugging nonchalantly before urging the Batmobile forward. He had no intention of being uncooperative, but he knew the police had no means of restraining the lizard adequately. With the creature's regeneration abilities, it would only be a matter of time before he escaped custody. To end the lizard's rampage, Anton needed to reverse his transformation back to Connors. Only then would he be safe to hand over to the authorities. Otherwise, giving the lizard to the police would only lead to further chaos. As the Batmobile flew away, George gritted his teeth in frustration. Though he didn't fully understand Batman's plans, he sensed that the ordeal with the lizard wasn't over yet. "Turn around," George ordered, pressing the communicator and instructing the helicopter pilot. "Inform all units heading to the bridge Batman's taking the lizard to Oscorp. We need to regroup there immediately." The officers in transit groaned, but they quickly spun their cars around and raced back toward Oscorp. On the streets below, pedestrians craned their necks as the Batmobile zoomed across the skyline. Cheers erupted, with some yelling out in excitement. "Batman? Go, Batman! We love you!" A mix of fans, mostly men but also some squealing girls, gawked at the sight of the high-tech vehicle slicing through the night. The Batmobile, paired with Batman's mystique, had an undeniable allure. For a moment, onlookers were transported back to Batman's clash with the creature on the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. Anton's popularity surged, with his fan value climbing at a speed 10 times faster than usual. Meanwhile, inside the Oscorp building, Peter Parker was busy preparing the antidote, knowing that Connors would likely make another move soon. Their previous fight had revealed Connors' grand ambition. He aimed to transform humanity into creatures like himself. Peter suspected New York would be Connors' first target before the infection spread like an unstoppable virus across the world. Peter was unaware that his idol, Batman, had already subdued Connors. Focused on his work, he carefully measured and mixed components, steeling himself for the inevitable confrontation. Suddenly, his spider sense flared, and he turned sharply to see a tall, dark figure breaking through the window, a man with a camera standing close behind. The figure was Venom, with Phil Urich trailing in his wake. The three stared at each other, tension thickening the air. Finally, Phil broke the silence, raising his hand in a friendly wave. Spider-Man, you and Venom know each other, right? We're all friends here. Mind posing for a photo? Spider-Man was speechless. He recognized Venom and the man with the camera immediately. Phil Urich, the same person who had helped him get his photos sold to the Daily Bugle, was standing there, eagerly snapping away. The familiarity felt almost surreal. Your Daily Bugle is too. Peter trailed off, struggling to find the right word to describe the absurdity of the situation. He looked from Venom to Phil, wondering how every Daily Bugle employee seemed to share the same questionable moral compass. Phil shrugged nonchalantly, grinning. What can I say? I'm just doing my job. He greeted Spider-Man with casual familiarity, snapping several photos before motioning for Venom to continue. Eddie, still in his Venom form, maintained his intimidating appearance. He looked at Spider-Man and asked, "What exactly are you doing?" Spider-Man replied, "I'm making an antidote." The lizard transformed because of a genetic serum he used. The serum rewrote his DNA. Think of it like a poison, and this antidote will detoxify him, returning him to his normal form. He hesitated before adding, "But there's a problem. The lizard escaped, and I'm not sure when he'll resurface. We need to capture him to cure him." Venom nodded thoughtfully. "Don't worry, you'll be seeing him very soon." Spider-Man's eyes widened beneath his mask as he heard a rumbling from behind. He turned, and there it was, a sleek, black Batmobile floating in midair. Batman stood on the vehicle, and at his feet was the lizard, now battered and weakened, his limbs visibly broken. With a thud, Batman kicked the lizard forward. "I assume you know what to do with him," he said, casting a piercing look at Spider-Man. The young hero felt a shiver, as though Batman could see right through him. Minutes later, the antidote was complete, and Connors reverted back from his monstrous lizard form. He was once again human, but with one haunting difference: his right arm and leg, which had regrown as the lizard, were now missing again. The transformation left him broken, his remaining limbs shaking as he realized his loss. Dr. Connors collapsed, his eyes filled with despair. "Why?" Connors murmured, his gaze darkening as he looked up at Batman. "Why would you do this to me? All I wanted was to be whole." Batman's expression remained stoic. "Your intentions and actions were reckless. You endangered countless lives. Think about the damage you caused, and consider the price others have paid for your ambition." He added coldly, "The loss of your leg is the least of your punishments. Consider it a small price for the harm you've done." At that moment, George Stacy and a group of police officers arrived, surrounding the heroes and the weakened Dr. Connors. George's gaze shifted from Batman to Connors, piecing together the situation. His respect for Batman grew. He understood now why the masked hero had refused to hand Connors over without first neutralizing him. "Batman, hand him over," George said calmly, eyeing the defeated Connors. Batman nodded, stepping back and letting the police officers approach. With that, he turned to leave, his Batmobile vanishing into the night sky as silently as it had arrived. Venom and Spider-Man exchanged a final glance before also making their exits, each slipping into the shadows. Meanwhile, Phil's camera was still rolling. He couldn't contain his excitement as he captured everything: Batman, Spider-Man, Venom, and the aftermath of the fight. He knew the Daily Bugle would make front-page news with these shots. After getting everything he needed, Phil turned to George Stacy, hoping to get an official statement. "Captain Stacy, congratulations on capturing the lizard." Phil chimed in, thrusting his microphone forward. "How do you feel about this incident? What does it mean for the New York Police Department?" George, thoroughly unamused, waved Phil off. "Get him out of here," he ordered one of his men, motioning for them to escort Phil outside. Phil left the Oscorp building, waiting in the shadows. He had no intention of leaving entirely, though, knowing that Eddie and Anton would be close behind. And as expected, they soon appeared. Eddie clapped Phil on the shoulder, grinning. "So, did you get it all?" Phil beamed, patting his camera. "Of course. Don't forget who taught me the ropes, Eddie. I got every shot." "Good work," Eddie nodded approvingly. "This story is going to be big." Just then, Anton noticed a black car pulling up to the Oscorp building. Out of the vehicle stepped none other than Norman Osborn, adjusting his suit as he prepared to enter. He looked calm but determined, and the crowd of reporters swarmed around him. "Mr. Osborn," a reporter shouted. "What's your response to the lizard incident? Is it true that Oscorp was involved in developing the serum that turned a man into the lizard?" Another reporter joined in. "What about your acquisition of the Life Foundation? Is there any connection between that and the recent events?" The questions came in a flurry, accompanied by a frenzy of flashing lights. Osborn raised his hands, commanding silence. I'll answer questions, he announced, his tone cool and composed. But I'll take questions from only one reporter. The crowd erupted in murmurs, the reporters vying for his attention, but Norman looked straight at Philosophy. The Daily Bugle is here, yes. Phil perked up, grinning as he pushed forward. Right here, Mr. Osborn? I'm Phil Urich from the Daily Bugle. Excellent. Come with me. Osborn signaled for Phil, then turned to Anton and Eddie. You two, would you like to join us? Anton and Eddie exchanged a glance before stepping forward, ignoring the envious stares of the other reporters. As they entered the Oscorp building, Osborn's bodyguards surrounded them, clearing the path. When they reached the private elevator, Osborn waved the guards off. Stay here. We won't be needing any security inside. One guard hesitated. But, sir. Osborn raised a brow, his tone dismissive. I'm perfectly safe here. No one in this room poses a threat to me. His gaze flickered to Anton, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. Isn't that right, Anton? Anton raised an eyebrow, but he matched Osborn's smile. Of course. Nothing to worry about. Hearing the conversation between Norman and Anton, Eddie and Phil began to understand the intricate power dynamics in play. A group of people entered the limb regeneration technology department and noticed the New York Police Department already handling the situation. Mr. Osborn, do you need me to tell you the identity of the lizard? George Stacy greeted Norman Osborn, then looked over to Dr. Connors, who sat on the floor in silent resignation. I don't think it should be necessary. Your employees, especially the smart ones like Dr. Connors, aren't strangers to you. Norman looked at Connors with a contemplative expression, then addressed George. Director Stacy, may I speak to Dr. Connors alone? Of course, George replied, as if expecting the request. He motioned for the officers guarding Connors to step back. There was little concern Connors would resist without his lizard form. He was a man of limited mobility, unable to cause any harm. Anton and the others instinctively took a step back, respecting the private conversation between the two. From what they could see, Connors remained silent while Norman spoke, his tone seeming equal parts regretful and admonishing. After a while, Norman nodded to George, who ordered his officers to take Connors away. Watching this, Anton suddenly realized the sequence of events. George had delayed taking Connors into custody to allow Norman a private word with him, a privilege only afforded by the influence of wealth and power. Anton sighed internally, recognizing yet again the profound impact of capital. With a smile, Norman approached Anton, seemingly in high spirits. Anton, thank you for your help this time. We're friends, Anton replied, with a hint of ambiguity, trusting Norman would understand the weight of that statement. Yes, friends indeed, Norman replied, nodding. But even friends should show their appreciation. Anton, Oscorp will cover all the losses your crew incurred during this incident. And for your current production, I'll have Oscorp's team provide the best resources. Also, regarding Harry's investment in your movie, if it fails, you won't need to return the remaining funds. Even if it succeeds, you'll only need to return the principal. I'll personally ensure the profits go to Harry from my funds, though let's keep this between us, as he's genuinely excited about this investment. Understood. Your generosity is commendable, Anton replied, smiling. Despite the unexpected nature of the lizard incident, Anton saw potential rewards beyond the immediate. He checked his system. Catch the lizard, reward 1 million for justice value balance, 13 million. Each step forward brought Anton closer to his ultimate goal. He understood that the system calculated the justice value based on the threat level, damage caused, and overall impact of the event. The lizard, not being a particularly formidable opponent, didn't yield as much reward as past missions, but as Anton often mused, even the smallest gains added up. Norman's promise also sweetened the deal. With an additional investment of 150 million for the movie, future dividends seemed likely, bringing new development opportunities for DC and the potential for significant profits. If you'd like an interview, now's the time, Norman remarked, nodding toward Eddie and Philosophy. I might not be available later. Phil immediately sprang into action, camera ready, while Eddie lingered, his expression a mixture of emotions. His once strong grievances with Norman had dissipated after Drake's arrest and Norman's $10 million settlement check. Eddie had decided to let bygones be bygones, provided Norman didn't cross him again. Meanwhile, senior Oscorp employees and board members arrived at the scene for an emergency meeting. Anton and his group took their leave, and the New York Police Department left officers behind to secure the area. George Stacy headed back to the station to begin interrogating Connors, leaving Oscorp to resume normal operations. Big news, Phil exclaimed, energized by the excitement of working at the Daily Bugle. The past few weeks had been a whirlwind: the Life Foundation's symbiote incident, witnessing extraterrestrial life, the Kingpin's arrest and the fall of his criminal empire in Hell's Kitchen, and now the lizard incident. With each story, Phil felt he'd found his calling at the Bugle. Eddie and Phil returned to the Daily Bugle, eager to produce the report that would undoubtedly drive sales to new highs. The front page layout, which had probably already been designed, would now be completely reworked to accommodate the breaking news, a classic occurrence in the journalism world. Anton, however, took a different approach. He parted ways with the two, going home to rest, unbothered by the chaotic buzz of the newsroom. As a capitalist, he didn't concern himself with the hustle of reporting, especially when Oscorp had agreed to cover the crew's damages. The consensus among everyone involved was that the lizard incident was concluded. But as night fell, the story took an unexpected turn. As Connors was being transferred from the police station to a prison facility, a convoy of black SUVs blocked the road, surrounding the police van. In a sudden burst of gunfire, a barrage of bullets struck the vehicle, clearing a path. A team of masked assailants swiftly incapacitated the officers, confiscated their radios, destroyed their cell phones, and bound their hands and feet. The assailants then took Connors, who sat motionless in his wheelchair, and loaded him into their vehicle. The officers, now restrained and helpless, were left behind, tied up and unable to call for backup. Shivering, they sat in silence, anxiously awaiting rescue. Meanwhile, Connors was transported to a secluded manor on the outskirts of New York, where he found himself face to face with someone he least expected, Norman Osborn. The expression on Connors' face flickered with shock, breaking his usual stoic demeanor. "Connors," Norman greeted him, opening his arms with a triumphant smile. "I told you we'd meet again." With warmth and what appeared to be genuine enthusiasm, Norman leaned in, embracing Connors. "Your work in limb regeneration is revolutionary. While there may still be side effects, your research on genetic engineering is groundbreaking." Connors, still stunned, tried to process Norman's sudden reappearance. He had pieced together part of the puzzle, but Norman's intentions were still a mystery. "Yes," Norman continued, watching confusion on Connor's face, "I intend to support your research fully: funds, personnel, equipment, anything you need." Connor's initial shock began to wear off, replaced by a hint of suspicion. "Norman, you mean to say?" Norman's gaze grew intense, his tone unwavering. "Yes, I want you to continue your work. But I have a condition. Your research needs to go beyond limb regeneration. I need you to focus on eliminating genetic defects entirely. Find a cure for genetic diseases, Connors. That will be your next objective." Early the next morning, Norman Osborn's compensation arrived before Anton had even woken up. Oscorp had sent brand new filming equipment to DC Company to replace anything damaged or lost. Thankfully, the cyborg crew had backed up footage every day, so the lizard incident hadn't caused any real disruption to production. The main impact, it seemed, was that Anton had given his crew a day off, since Oscorp was still under lockdown, restricting all movement in and out of the building, including in areas unaffected by the incident. To keep production moving, Norman had arranged for Anton to use a cutting-edge tech facility as a new filming location. The facility would be available as early as the next day, and, as a generous gesture, Norman had covered the rental costs. Anton, seeing no reason to argue, happily accepted. Later that morning, as Anton was preparing for work, Eddie showed up at his office, looking troubled. "Anton, there's been another development with the lizard," Eddie said, his tone serious. "I just found out that Connors was abducted by a group of masked assailants." "What?" Anton blinked in surprise. "Who would be bold enough to abduct someone from police custody?" "I'm not sure," Eddie replied. "It happened last night when the police were transporting Connors to a prison facility. From what I've heard, there were no casualties, which probably means they didn't want to provoke the New York Police Department any more than necessary." "No casualties," Anton mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "So they just wanted Connors without picking a fight with the police." Eddie nodded. "The NYPD is furious. Captain George Stacy has already joined forces with several departments and put out a $2 million reward for information on the culprits. They're taking this abduction very seriously." Eddie paused, then asked hesitantly, "Should we report this, or?" Anton thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Since the NYPD is trying to keep this quiet, let's respect that. If we run a story, we'll end up on their bad side, and that's not a list we want to be on right now. Plus, it's unlikely the other media outlets would risk it either. To be honest, the reward itself isn't the main point. The real issue is the attitude of the New York Police Department, which has made many people hesitant to cross them. No one wants to risk antagonizing the NYPD at this time." "Good point," Eddie agreed. With a nod of understanding, he headed back to his office, but before he left, he turned back with a grin. "By the way, congratulations on the coverage this morning," he said, chuckling. "You've really impressed the public again." Eddie was referring to Batman's actions last night. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, Batman had swiftly and decisively dealt with the lizard, detaining him and turning him over to Oscorp without hesitation. The spectacle had made a powerful impression on New Yorkers, many of whom had only recently heard of Batman but were quickly becoming fans. Unlike other street-level heroes, Batman had established himself as something more significant: a protector who could handle powerful threats and was not limited to just neighborhood-level skirmishes. Since his debut, Batman had taken down figures like the Life Foundation, Kingpin, and now the Lizard. Compared to other vigilantes whose battles were often small in scale, Batman's interventions were at a whole other level. This rise to fame, magnified by his mysterious and imposing presence, had earned him a fan base in New York City and beyond. "People are noticing how different Batman is from anyone else around," Eddie said with a grin. "At this rate, he's probably more famous here than most celebrities." Anton could only smile, recognizing the truth in Eddie's words. He'd watched as the public perception of Batman transformed, thanks to the notable villains he'd defeated and the gritty yet calculated manner of his crime fighting. The fan following, measured by the system's fan value, had surged to over 26 million, a level of popularity Anton hadn't expected to see so soon. This is after the previous costs of $9.98 million to acquire Batman and $4.2 million to repair the armor, bringing the total to over $40 million. His fan base now spans all of New York, a city with a population of under 10 million, effectively reaching 1/8 of the US population. Of course, his fans aren't limited to just New York or even the United States. In neighboring Canada, distant European countries, and other Western regions, Batman frequently appears in online trending topics and has become a popular keyword worldwide. Batman had reached a point where he was not only a staple of New York but was also becoming a global figure. With Batman Begins securing around $1 billion at the box office, Batman's reputation was now firmly established worldwide. The character had even begun to eclipse Iron Man. If Tony Stark were to reveal himself as Iron Man, it would certainly attract attention, but Batman's shadow was already cast long and wide. Anton mused that while Tony would likely still capture the spotlight with his charisma and showmanship, Batman's quiet, no-nonsense approach had set a new standard. After Eddie returned to the Daily Bugle, Anton leaned back in his chair, reflecting on the journey so far. He'd come to this world barely 5 months ago, and now, his Batman had taken on a life of its own. His projects in movies, novels, and comics were all progressing steadily, cementing Batman's place in the cultural landscape of this Marvel-dominated world. His thoughts drifted back to Connor's abduction. Who would go through the trouble of kidnapping a failed scientist? Anton pondered. Connors had been a brilliant researcher, yes, but his transformation into the lizard had ended disastrously. Now, outside of a science lab, Connors was a broken man with little to offer. Or so it seemed. The situation was odd, and though he didn't particularly care about Connors himself, Anton couldn't shake a lingering curiosity. Whoever had orchestrated the abduction had to have a reason. But he didn't dwell on it. As long as Connors stayed out of trouble and didn't reappear as the lizard, Anton wouldn't give him a second thought, even if he were sitting right in front of him. After a short vacation, Anton threw himself back into work. He directed the crew to move into the new research institute site and resume shooting for the movie Cyborg. At the same time, Quentin Beck and his team joined the company, with Anton immediately sending them to Hollywood to oversee special effects for Cyborg. Meanwhile, in New York, the Batman fandom sparked by the Lizard incident continued to grow. The Manhattan Bridge, where Batman famously fought the Lizard, became a popular landmark for curious visitors. Even the Daily Bugle, long associated with Batman, saw a surge in visitors. Seeing the opportunity, Eddie set up a Batman-shaped standee at the entrance, letting fans take photos with it. When Anton heard about this, he ordered a custom-made bat signal and instructed Eddie to install it on the roof of the Daily Bugle building. For 7 nights, the bat signal shone over Manhattan, casting a giant bat symbol that overshadowed the moon, igniting excitement and cheers across the city. After a week, the bat signal was turned off for good, despite countless calls to the Daily Bugle requesting its return. Many people were left puzzled by its sudden disappearance. But that's a story for later. For now, the Daily Bugle rode the wave of Batman's popularity, benefiting immensely. It not only became a trendy, internet-famous newspaper, but its daily sales also skyrocketed, stirring envy among rival publications. Yet they found they couldn't simply copy the Daily Bugle's success. Thanks to its strong association with Batman and especially with Anton, the owner, who also happened to be the director and writer of the film Batman Begins, the Daily Bugle held a unique position. Any attempts by other newspapers to jump on the bandwagon were ignored or even met with backlash, leaving them worse off for trying. Reflecting on it, Anton felt a touch of nostalgia. In this world, the bat signal wasn't just a tool used by Commissioner Gordon to call Batman, it had become an attraction for internet-savvy fans. However, in time, New Yorkers would realize that as long as the bat signal lit up the sky, it meant that Batman was on the move. Time flew by, and another month had passed. With the scenes at the Research Institute now shot, Anton moved from New York back to the lively world of Hollywood. By this point, the filming had entered its final stages. Anton had underestimated the speed of his shooting process. Now, it looked like the entire film could be wrapped up within another 2 weeks, bringing the total time spent filming to less than 80 days. Quentin Beck, whom Anton had sent to Hollywood early on as the head of special effects, had played an invaluable role. Beck and his team applied newly developed holographic technology directly to the actors, creating effects that seemed almost magical by using light and shadow to create realistic transformations, all within real settings. While this technology wasn't as advanced as the hologram scene after Tony Stark's death, it was still a groundbreaking development for Hollywood. The level of special effects achieved by Beck's technology elevated Hollywood's capabilities in a way that felt like the leap from 2D to 3D technology. Industry professionals in the special effects world began to treat Quentin Beck like a scientific genius, constantly seeking his input and revolving around him like moths to a flame. Studios across Hollywood were placing special effects orders, eagerly trying to work with Anton's new Mystery Effects studio, the division he'd set up with Beck leading the way. Here, Beck not only found financial success but also a sense of purpose he'd long been missing. Grateful to Anton, he felt he'd finally found his place in Hollywood. Seeing Beck's success and progress, Anton estimated that the film could be completed and ready for release within another month. With that timeline in mind, he decided that now was the time to start ramping up promotions. After wrapping up a day of filming, Anton tracked down Jim. "It's time to start preparing the promotional plan," Anton said without hesitation. In about 2 weeks, Cyborg will be fully shot. With Beck's technology, we can finish post-production within a month. Jim, I need a plan for the publicity as soon as possible. What? You're almost done filming. Jim's jaw dropped in disbelief. He knew Anton was a fast worker, but he hadn't expected that just 2 months in, Anton would already be thinking about promotion. Jim had been managing 2 other projects, Superman and The Dark Knight, and hadn't been able to keep up with Anton's breakneck pace. Now, here was Anton, ready to wrap up filming. It left Jim feeling like he was in a dream. The feeling reminded Jim of how Anton had felt a few months earlier, after wrapping up Batman Begins, a mixture of pride, amazement, and sheer disbelief. The words were caught in his throat, leaving him with a complex blend of emotions he couldn't quite express. Looking back, Jim realized he hadn't felt the weight of his decisions at the time, but now he appreciated the direction he'd taken. If Anton could replicate the success of his last film, Jim's decision to join DC was undoubtedly the best choice of his later career. I'll get in touch with the publicity team, Jim said, aware that he rarely had final say when it came to working with Anton. He nodded to himself and asked, do you have any thoughts on the promotion? Film is the art of the masses. I'm confident in the quality of this movie. If we go with the usual promotion process, the box office should do well, Anton replied thoughtfully and with a contemplative mindset. However, this film has a black lead. If we can draw support from the black community with the right promotion, the film's success is almost guaranteed. He gave Jim a meaningful plan. You know what to do. I understand. Jim smiled, fully grasping Anton's point. As a seasoned producer, he knew how to execute. They discussed a few more details, and then Jim left. Anton returned to the hotel arranged by the crew, took a bath, and was preparing to rest when his personal assistant, Betty, knocked on the door. Hey, it's late, Anton said, surprised. Shirtless, he raised his eyebrows at Betty and joked, I just warmed up the bed for you. Interested in sharing it? Nice ABS. Betty glanced at him, unfazed by his teasing. Calmly, she ignored his provocation. There's something you'll definitely want to hear. Anton's curiosity was piqued. What is it? Tony Stark is alive. The military found him in the Afghan desert and brought him back. He's likely landed at a military airfield by now. Tony's been found. Anton was stunned, then smiled as he processed the news. Right on schedule, he thought. Since the release of Batman Begins, 3 months had passed, the same amount of time Tony had endured in captivity. Stark Industries just released a statement. Tony Stark will hold a press conference tomorrow morning at their LA branch, Betty continued, her expression composed. Tony might have a lot to say. Also, Eddie and Phil flew in overnight. They think the Daily Bugle can't miss this conference. She paused, then looked at Anton. If you'd like to attend tomorrow's press conference, I can arrange an extra ticket for you. Why not? Anton said without hesitation, grinning. I wouldn't miss this iconic moment for anything. Los Angeles, Stark Industries Division. Press conference. Eddie and Phil squeezed into the crowd, cameras held high, determined to capture the first image of Tony Stark, who had been missing for 3 months. From being presumed dead to suddenly returning to civilization, the world was eager to know, what had Tony Stark experienced during those 3 months? What message did he wish to deliver at this press conference? It wasn't just the journalists who were curious. News of Tony Stark's return had spread like wildfire across the internet. Millions of people, intrigued by the mysterious disappearance and return of the genius inventor, playboy, and billionaire, were desperate to know what he would say. Outside the crowd, Anton and Betty stood watching a sleek black car pull up to the gates of Stark Industries. He's here, Anton said softly, his gaze fixed on the passenger seat. Betty followed his line of sight, staring intently. Tony Stark stepped out of the car, his right arm in a sling, greeted by a bald man who walked beside him. Despite his injuries, he still sported his signature tricky mustache, a sharp suit, and polished shoes. At first glance, Tony Stark seemed unchanged from 3 months ago, but Betty, watching closely, could sense something different. There was a subtle but profound shift in his demeanor, an unspoken transformation. I have a feeling he's about to say something extraordinary, Anton said, crossing his arms as he watched Tony climb the steps to the podium. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Anton, we meet again. Anton turned to see Agent Carlson of SHIELD, who appeared unsurprised by Anton's presence. Likewise, Anton didn't seem surprised to see Carlson. Can we talk in private? Carlson asked, casting a glance at Betty. There's something I need to discuss with you. Of course, Anton replied, nodding at Betty before following Carlson away from the crowd. Once they were alone, Anton asked, what's this about? Carlson's tone turned serious. It's about Obadiah Stana. We haven't found solid evidence tying him to Tony Stark's attempted murder, but we've uncovered connections to an organization called the Ten Rings. They're based in Afghanistan, extremely powerful, with ties to numerous underground groups. And Anton interrupted impatiently. Carlson fixed him with a measured look. Do you know anything about this organization? The Ten Rings. Anton rubbed his chin thoughtfully before shaking his head. The Ten Rings? Doesn't ring a bell. I'm afraid I can't help you. He wasn't lying. Information about the Ten Rings in the Marvel Cinematic Universe was sparse and cryptic. In the early stages of the MCU, aside from the name Mandarin, the Ten Rings revealed almost no significant details. Even in Iron Man 3, the Mandarin turned out to be a fake. If Anton had to say what he knew, it would only be based on the comics worldview, which offered a broader perspective. But from the cinematic standpoint, it was mostly an unknown. All right, Carlson replied, seemingly accepting the lack of information. If you learn anything relevant, let us know. Anton nodded. As Carlson walked into the venue and approached Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts, to speak with her, the entire room erupted in chaos. Gasps and exclamations rippled through the crowd. Reporters swarmed the podium, all eyes on Tony Stark. Tony had made his big announcement. He was shutting down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. For a company renowned as an arms giant, this was earth-shattering news. Stark Industries stepping away from the very foundation of its success signaled a seismic shift, leaving everyone stunned. Betty stood in the audience, replaying Anton's earlier words in her head. He will say something incredible next. She exhaled sharply, murmuring, "This really is incredible." The sound of footsteps nearby caught her attention. Turning around, she saw Anton. He was smiling, his calm gaze fixed on Tony at the podium. "Anton, you guessed it," Betty said, still astonished. "You'll never believe what Tony Stark just announced. Shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries." Anton replied with a knowing smile. "You heard." Betty blinked in surprise, then continued, "Do you realize how monumental this is? A giant in the arms industry is withdrawing. This will devastate Stark Industries. The board will never allow Tony to make such a decision. But Tony Stark is Stark Industries. His words mean. It means civil unrest within Stark Industries," Anton interrupted, folding his arms. "The outside world will lose confidence in the company, and tomorrow, Stark Industries' valuation will plummet by at least 40%. "That's right." Betty nodded, a hint of admiration in her voice. "This guy is incredibly brave. I really can't imagine what he must have gone through in Afghanistan." "That's his story, not ours," Anton said with a smile. "Starting tomorrow, keep an eye on Stark Industries' stock price. Buy it at the lowest point possible. Use every resource I can mobilize. Buy as much as you can." "What?" Betty stared at him in shock. "You're planning to invest in Stark Industries now? Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" "You just said it yourself. The soul of Stark Industries is Tony Stark," Anton replied confidently. "I believe in Tony Stark." "You're insane." To Betty, this was a reckless gamble. With the amount of capital Anton could deploy, a loss would be catastrophic. "Betty, the less you understand now, the more you'll admire me in the future," Anton said, laughing. As they spoke, Tony Stark was escorted away from the venue, leaving Obadiah Stannett to take the stage and speak on his behalf. "The main purpose of today's event was to inform everyone that Tony is back and in good health," Obadiah said with a forced smile. "As for what he just announced, we will convene an internal meeting to discuss it. We'll share our final decision with everyone in due course." Obadiah's smile was strained, almost like a grimace, as he tried to maintain control of the situation. Meanwhile, Tony had already left with his assistant Pepper Potts and his driver, Happy Hogan, climbing into the same car that brought him to the event. Before Tony departed, he caught sight of Anton standing near the entrance. Recognizing him, Tony looked slightly surprised. But he said nothing, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement before driving off. "This man doesn't seem as pretentious as he used to be," Anton remarked as the press conference came to an end. As they prepared to leave, Anton thought back to the look in Tony Stark's eyes. The man who returned from Afghanistan wasn't the same playboy with countless titles. Those titles were about to be replaced by a single, defining name: Iron Man. On the way back, Betty interrupted Anton's thoughts. "Anton, what's on your mind? You've been acting strange all day." "It's nothing," Anton replied, snapping out of his reverie. "I just think today's press conference was interesting. Witnessing the birth of Iron Man felt like witnessing history in the making. It really was interesting." In the next half-month, Anton successfully completed the filming of Cyborg. The movie officially entered the post-production stage. The special effects work had already started earlier, and with the help of Beck's new technology, the remaining tasks could be completed in just half a month. As for the soundtrack, subtitles, editing, and other post-production work, it was relatively straightforward. The professionals Anton hired were all top-tier practitioners in their fields, and he chose to trust their expertise. The reason Anton handled the post-production for Batman Begins himself was because he had seen the film before and had a professional understanding of it. This time, however, things were different. He was only the director. And as he jokingly thought, what does a director know about post-production? A director is just a tool to shout action and cut. After wrapping up the project, Anton returned to New York and treated himself to a vacation. During this period, Stark Industries stock plummeted by $56.50 per share, and its market value experienced daily roller coaster declines. Following Anton's instructions, Betty purchased a significant amount of Stark Industries stock at its low point, which had been collectively sold off in panic. Although the market outlook remained grim, Anton wasn't concerned. He knew that as soon as Tony Stark publicly emerged as Iron Man and gained popularity, the value of Stark Industries would recover to its original level or even surpass it. There was no real risk of loss. This strategy was simply about taking advantage of the situation, profiting from chaos, as no one else dared to. Even so, Anton understood that owning a chunk of Stark Industries stock didn't bring him closer to the superpower of Batman's wealth. Not yet, anyway. Unless Anton could somehow grow DC into the equivalent of Disney within the Marvel world, there was still a long way to go. That idea, however, might just be worth exploring. During his short vacation, Anton had his mind on something else entirely. Tony Stark's return half a month ago marked the point at which this world had shifted onto its inevitable path. Danger was approaching step by step. By Anton's estimation, there were only about a year or two before the Battle of New York would occur. In other words, the novice village phase of his journey was officially over. It was time to step into the vast world, roll up his sleeves, and take action. When it came to the Battle of New York, Anton doubted he could turn the tide or stop it from happening altogether. After all, Thanos the Mad Titan was a universal force, and Loki was merely one of his pawns. Given his current resources and situation, Anton knew he couldn't stop Thanos, control the Chitauri invasion, or influence events tied to the Tesseract. The Tesseract, after all, was firmly in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands. Even if Anton, as Batman, negotiated with Nick Fury, there was no way he could sway Fury's ironclad, secretive approach. The alternative, breaking into S.H.I.E.L.D., stealing the cube, and trying to change the course of history, wouldn't make the situation better. In fact, it would make things worse, creating unintended consequences that Anton wouldn't be able to control. For now, he would focus on preparing for what was to come. Besides, both belong to the Earth camp. Although Anton has no interest in SHIELD, there is no need for civil disturbance. When the Hydra issue is exposed, it will be time for Anton to take the lead. What he should do now is prepare for the worst-case scenario. During the upcoming preparations, Anton plans to redeem more DC heroes and integrate them with Earth's superheroes to achieve victory in a crushing manner. This is an absolutely achievable goal. From this point of view, Anton's thinking at this time is actually very similar to Nick Fury's, who experienced the Kree invasion in the 1990s, form a team of heroes to deal with foreign invasions. But now, the name of this team must change. It is time to cut the beard from the motherfu***cur spy. The name The Avengers is too ugly, and its meaning isn't great, so it echoes from the beginning to the end. Even Tony mentioned the same. Anton touched his chin and muttered, "It's still the Justice League. Form the Justice League in the Marvel world." He was still a little excited when he thought about it. The 15-mile journey to Golmara can be called a journey to hell. This is a new colony. A warlord, supported by a new force, has taken the farmers and herders living here from the quiet villages. They were driven from their homes. At this time, an international news broadcast was playing on the TV Anton had turned on. War footage about local conflicts unfolded one by one. The name of Stark Industries was printed on the weapons and equipment shown. Golmara. Anton concentrated, looking up at the war scenes on TV, feeling a bit. Golmara was attacked. The birth of Iron Man was completely on the agenda. As he thought about it, a clear plan formed in his mind. At present, in the Daily Bugle, Batman and Venom can be 100% identified as the founders of the Justice League. Additionally, the movie Cyborg will be released, which could provide an opportunity to redeem that superhero. Anton could also join them and become a co-founder of the Justice League. Secondly, among the remaining Marvel native heroes, Daredevil and Spider-Man are currently in contact, bringing the count to 5 people. Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, and Captain America have not yet appeared but will soon be known to the public. Black Widow and Hawkeye, who belong to SHIELD, are also possibilities. Perhaps the military's Colonel Road, Tony Stark's friend, and the future War Machine, should also be added. Among these people, Daredevil, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor are all potential candidates for the Justice League. At this time, Captain America is still unknown whether he has been dug out from the iceberg or not. If he can be reasonably convinced, it's not a big problem. After all, SHIELD can recover Captain America but cannot control his thoughts. As for Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Rhodes, it's estimated that these 3 will find it difficult to join the Justice League. SHIELD and the military, the 2 major factions, might have mixed feelings about the unofficial formation of the Justice League. However, it's certain that even if these 3, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and War Machine, don't join the Justice League led by Anton, they wouldn't stand idly by and let Earth be invaded by aliens. In this way, even if the worst-case scenario unfolds and the New York War happens as expected, the alien invasion will still face 100% resistance. Why? Because the Chitauri will encounter enemies from Earth like Batman, Venom, Cyborg, Spider-Man, Daredevil, Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and War Machine. That's a total of 11 superheroes, and each one is incredibly powerful in their own right. This lineup of legends is more than enough to crush the Chitauri, who are being driven by Thanos to conquer Earth. Anton smiled at the thought. He reasoned that Venom was already part of his team, with Eddie Brock fully loyal and working hard for him. There was no need to convince Eddie, it would only take a word for him to join the fight. Thus, Anton set his sights on his next target, Spider-Man. Midtown High School. At this moment, Peter Parker was just finishing school and walking out of the building with Gwen Stacy beside him. A group of students watched the pair walk away, their gazes full of envy, but none dared to interrupt. Ever since gaining his powers, Peter had undergone significant changes. He exuded a quiet, confident aura, and combined with his reputation as a top student, he'd recently grown close to Gwen Stacy, Midtown High's resident star girl. Their relationship had been progressing steadily, almost to the point where a confession seemed imminent. "Peter, do you have time to come over to my house this weekend?" Gwen suddenly asked. She looked up at Peter, her cheeks slightly flushed but her voice bold. My dad wants to meet you. What? Peter's eyes widened, and he took a sharp breath. Your dad? George Stacy, captain of the New York Police Department. Why do you look so scared? Gwen teased, blinking curiously. You're not a criminal, are you? No, Peter stammered, quickly waving off the thought. Of course, I'll come. He gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't refuse Gwen's invitation. But as he watched her walk away, he let out a deep sigh. Why did visiting George Stacy's house feel as nerve-wracking as being hauled into the New York Police Department? Moments later, as Peter mulled over his predicament, a sleek sports car pulled up beside him. Startled, Peter stopped in his tracks, watching as the car's window rolled down to reveal a familiar face behind the wheel. Peter began, trying to place the man's identity. Then, recognition dawned, and his eyes widened in surprise. You're the guy from the Daily Bugle that day, he exclaimed. The man smiled faintly, and Peter suddenly remembered his name. Anton Jameson. Peter said, pointing at him. You're the director of Batman. See you again, Peter Parker. Anton waved to the young hero standing by the roadside. Get in the car, I have something to discuss with you. Peter hesitated for a moment before climbing into the passenger seat. The car started and merged into traffic. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Peter felt a bit nervous once he settled in. The feeling wasn't unfamiliar, it was the same uneasy tension he'd felt when he first encountered Batman. He glanced at Anton, who was calmly driving, and felt as though he were being scrutinized. It sent goosebumps rippling along his arms. Peter replayed the earlier moment in his head, Anton lowering the window, inviting him into the car, and the peculiar glint in his eyes paired with a knowing smile. A sudden realization struck him. His eyes widened as understanding dawned. Peter turned his head and studied Anton's profile, but neither of them spoke. The silence lingered, thick and unbroken, as the car made its way toward Peter's neighborhood. Outside Peter's home, Anton pulled the car to a stop about 200 meters from Peter's house, maintaining a safe distance to avoid being spotted by Uncle Ben or Aunt May. He wanted to steer clear of any unnecessary misunderstandings about Peter arriving in a flashy sports car. Peter, do you know why I came to see you today? Breaking the silence, Anton turned to face Peter. Mr. Jameson, I guess it's not for Spider-Man photos. Peter scratched his head nervously, unsure of where this conversation was heading. Just call me Anton, Anton said with a smile. And for the record, you've already become pretty famous at our paper, lucky boy. Peter blinked, confused. What do you mean? Well, Spider-Man seems to have a habit of letting you take his pictures, Anton replied casually. A chill ran down Peter's spine as realization hit. Anton knew his secret. I'm here today because of Batman, Anton added, noticing Peter tense up. He softened his tone. Relax, Peter. This isn't a bad thing for you. Hearing the name Batman instantly eased some of Peter's nerves. His eyes lit up, and his excitement bubbled to the surface. Does Batman need my help? Peter asked eagerly, almost interrupting. I can help, I'm here for whatever you need. Anton chuckled. Batman doesn't have any problems he can't handle. Peter blinked, momentarily deflated. The reason I'm here, Anton continued, is that Batman is planning to form a superhero team, the Justice League, and is recruiting members. I think you'd be a great addition. What do you think, Spider-Man? Of course. Peter's reply was instant and enthusiastic, but as he caught Anton's knowing gaze, he faltered. It dawned on him he'd just confirmed his identity without even trying to deny it. With a sheepish smile, Peter slumped in his seat. Okay, yeah, I'm Spider-Man. You figured it out a while ago, didn't you? Since you're interested in joining the Justice League, Anton said with a nod, the Daily Bugle will always have its doors open for you. It'll serve as a temporary base for the team. He added, and if you ever need help, you're welcome to stop by the Bugle anytime. Understood. Peter nodded eagerly. As Anton finished talking about leaving, Peter hesitated for a moment before asking, can I still go to the Daily Bugle to sell photos? Anton chuckled. Of course. You're welcome at the Daily Bugle anytime. Thank you. I won't let you down. Peter's face lit up with happiness. He nodded once more and got out of the car, waving goodbye to Anton before heading toward his home. Being invited by Batman himself was a huge honor for Peter. It meant he was recognized by his idol. This recognition fueled his passion for being a superhero, a role he saw as voluntary and non-mandatory but deeply fulfilling. As Anton drove off, Peter remained standing at the curb, waving until the car disappeared at the end of the road. Although Anton never explicitly revealed his true identity during their conversation, Peter had his suspicions. He wasn't a fool, far from it. The connection between Anton and Batman had already been made public in subtle ways. And Peter, with his sharp intellect, was piecing things together. Peter Parker's brilliance wasn't in question. After all, he had secured an internship at Oscorp during high school, participated in Kurt Connor's limb regeneration experiment, and even uncovered the secrets of the lizard gene. Among Marvel's brightest minds, Peter consistently earned his place. Anton remembered a version of Peter Parker from the comics where Peter founded Parker Industries, a global corporation that rivaled the tycoons of the world. Although, in that storyline, Spider-Man's body was temporarily controlled by Dr. Octopus, the foundation of Parker Industries was undeniably Peter's achievement. Even in that arc, when Green Goblin re-emerged, Dr. Octopus willingly returned control of the body to Peter, ensuring that Parker Industries remained a legacy tied to Spider-Man. This story highlighted Peter's cleverness, resilience, and inherent genius. Reflecting on this, Anton had no doubts that Peter Parker had incredible potential. Despite his youth and inexperience as a fledgling superhero, Peter's trajectory as Spider-Man would lead to greatness. For this reason, Anton refrained from revealing too much too soon. Instead, he opted for a gradual and supportive approach, akin to how Iron Man in the MCU mentored Peter. When Spider-Man needed help, he would naturally think of Batman and the Daily Bugle. This slow-building trust would strengthen their connection, and as the Justice League formally took shape, Peter's sense of belonging to the team would solidify. However, the person Anton was about to meet next was entirely different. Daredevil didn't require a gentle approach or subtle persuasion. With Daredevil, being direct and straightforward was the best way to build an alliance. Daredevil had grown and matured over the years. Unlike Peter, whose heart still carried a sense of youthful naivete and romance, Matt Murdock was strong in every sense, especially mentally. Moreover, during the Kingpin incident, Batman and Daredevil had worked well together. With the formation of a superhero team and the birth of the Justice League on the horizon, Daredevil would undoubtedly recognize the benefits of such an alliance. Anton recalled that in the Marvel comics, Captain America had repeatedly invited Daredevil to join the Avengers, only to be turned down each time. However, after the Civil War, Daredevil eventually joined the new Avengers, led by Luke Cage. From this, Anton surmised that Daredevil wasn't the type to refuse an invitation from a trusted friend or acquaintance. Currently, in Hell's Kitchen, with Kingpin out of the picture and no rival of similar stature to contend with, Matt Murdock was facing fewer challenges. Joining the Justice League as it was being formed might even bring some renewed purpose to his work. Boom! The engine of a public sports car roared as Anton drove into the chaotic streets of Hell's Kitchen, instantly drawing countless suspicious and hostile gazes. Anton parked and stepped out of the car. A few men exchanged glances and began approaching him. 3 minutes later, the same men stood around the sports car with swollen noses and bruised faces, now smiling nervously as they guarded the vehicle for Anton. Unbothered, Anton walked into a nearby alley and knocked on Matt Murdock's door. As soon as Anton knocked, the door swung open. Matt, wearing his signature sunglasses, stood at the entrance, welcoming an old friend he hadn't seen in months. Batman, long time no see, he greeted with a calm expression. Despite his blindness, he immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. You wouldn't show up unannounced just to say hello. What's going on? Not even going to invite me in? Anton replied with a smile. Come in, Matt said, stepping aside to let him enter. In the modest living room, Anton made himself at home. He poured glasses of water for both of them before sitting down leisurely. The recent state of Hell's Kitchen hasn't disappointed you, I hope. Anton began, making light conversation before getting to the point. But I didn't come here just to chat. I've got a proposal, nothing troublesome, I promise. Matt listened attentively, his face unreadable. Anton continued bluntly, I'm forming a superhero team, a network to support each other. I'm calling it the Justice League. I want you to join us. Us. Me, Venom, and Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Matt frowned. Anton raised an eyebrow, surprised by Matt's reaction. It was clear he not only knew of Spider-Man but was quite familiar with him. From what Anton recalled, the two had only crossed paths once during the Kingpin incident. Yet, it seemed there was more to their relationship than he realized. As Anton considered this, he recalled that while Daredevil and Spider-Man didn't have significant interactions in the movie universe, their comic book relationship was strong. They were good friends, aware of each other's true identities, and had a mutual respect born of shared struggles. In the past 2 months, Spider-Man has been spending a lot of time in Hell's Kitchen, Matt explained. I've encountered him several times. I've got a good impression of the kid. After a brief moment of thought, Matt nodded decisively. I'll join your team, but on one condition: I need the freedom to act on my own. Do you understand? Of course, Anton agreed. I have no intention of controlling anyone. The point of this alliance is to give everyone a place to lean on. And if a crisis arises that's too big to handle alone, we can count on each other for help. Good, Matt replied. In that case, I could use your help with something right now. Anton blinked, caught off guard. Go on. Hell's Kitchen has been relatively calm lately, Matt said evenly. As you mentioned, even the High Table has been abiding by some unspoken rules. I was planning to enjoy a few quiet days living like an ordinary person. But a new organization has started making trouble here. Matt's expression darkened slightly. The Foot Clan. I need you to take care of them for me. Obviously, this guy just feels that Hell's Kitchen without Kingpin is too quiet. For now, even Madame Gao, the Hand, and the Russian brothers have allowed the High Table to take over their affairs. So, for a while, Matt doesn't want to be a superhero. He just wants to live like an ordinary person, at least for a few days. How many days do you plan to live as an ordinary person? Anton asked, his expression complicated. He understood that, whether in the movie or comic versions, Matt Murdock's life as Daredevil has never been an easy ride. It's a story filled with endless grievances, struggles, and heartbreak. Matt lost his mother at a young age, his father shortly after, and as he grew older, he saw one friend or loved one after another face misfortune. Anton couldn't help but think of Matt's response in the comics when Captain America invited him to join the Avengers. The life of a superhero is torture to me. To be honest, Daredevil had been pushing himself to the limit for far too long. In other storylines, he even reached the point of breaking down or turning to darker paths. This guy deserved a break. It just so happened that, more than 2 months after the Kingpin incident, when Matt had finally decided to take it easy, Anton showed up at his door, asking for teamwork. Naturally, Matt saw an opportunity to pass the responsibility on to Anton. But then again, Foot Clan. Anton's expression shifted. He wasn't unfamiliar with the organization and said in surprise, why would they show up in Hell's Kitchen? That makes no sense. The two names didn't belong in the same space at all. One came from Mirage Studios, and the other was part of Marvel. What kind of chaotic fusion was happening in this world? They were originally a gang from Brooklyn, Matt explained. Not as powerful as Kingpin, but still noteworthy. After Kingpin was arrested and the High Table moved into Hell's Kitchen, the resulting power vacuum created tension. The Foot Clan is one of the groups trying to capitalize on it. Matt paused for a moment before adding meaningfully, and they're the most active among those trying to move in. There might be more going on behind the scenes. Is that so? Anton thought for a moment before smiling. Don't worry. I'll handle it. I'll take care of the Foot Clan. After all, he didn't mind giving Matt a few more days off. Having contacted both Spider-Man and Daredevil, Anton didn't have any pressing tasks. It might even be fun to deal with this situation himself. The Foot Clan appearing in the Marvel Universe was unexpected, but it wasn't too difficult to piece together a rough idea of their motives. What intrigued him more, however, was what their appearance implied. The presence of the Foot Clan likely meant that the 4 Ninja Turtles were somewhere nearby, probably still living in the sewers. If he could recruit the Ninja Turtles into the Justice League even just as mascots, it would be fantastic. The temporary base of the Justice League is set up at the Daily Bugle. If anything comes up, you know who to call. With that, Anton left. To be honest, Batman's identity was never a secret to someone like Matt. Matt's super senses didn't rely on sight to recognize people, they depended on sound. Anton's voice, the rhythm of his footsteps, and even subtle changes in his tone were all cues Matt used to identify someone. Hiding Batman's identity from someone with such heightened senses was nearly impossible. As for Venom, whose true identity was Eddie Brock, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, Anton wasn't entirely sure whether Matt had figured that out. But Anton had reason to believe that solving such puzzles wouldn't be difficult for someone like him. Why did Anton agree to Matt's request? First, he sympathized with him. Second, after learning about the presence of the Foot Clan, Anton couldn't help but feel intrigued. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Bringing those 4 unique turtles and the Wise Rat Master behind them into the Justice League as full members would not only strengthen the team's combat abilities but also provide a chance to use them as unofficial mascots. Besides, Anton had a personal fondness for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. In their original stories and movies, the turtles were confined to living in the sewers, with the underground world as their domain. At most, they would venture out during events like Halloween parades. But in a world like Marvel, Anton felt there was no reason for the turtles to hide so much. Yes, the Marvel Universe was chaotic, but it was also highly inclusive. The existence of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles wouldn't shock the world in the grand scheme of things, they'd just be considered unusual. Especially after the Battle of New York. If people could accept aliens, then Native Earth Turtles wouldn't be a big deal. And if Anton marketed the 4 turtles as a quirky idol group from DC, they might even spark a cultural trend of pet turtles becoming fashionable. Coming out of Hell's Kitchen, Anton sped away in his car, leaving behind a group of gangsters nursing their swollen noses. With a sharp press on the accelerator, he headed toward the Daily Bugle. Any action requires careful consideration before execution. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, who don't belong to the Marvel Universe, somehow found their way into this world. The Foot Clan followed suit, making their presence felt in Hell's Kitchen and crossing paths with Daredevil, who resides there. Who knows what other connections or complications might exist behind the scenes. First, gather information. Learn about the Foot Clan of this world. If he accidentally disrupted too many threads of the future he was familiar with, he'd be the one to pay the price. With that in mind, Anton returned to the Daily Bugle and found Eddie Brock hard at work. Hey, man, what's the latest news from Hell's Kitchen? He paused before adding, do you know anything about the Foot Clan or a guy named Shredder? Anton knew Eddie had been a reporter in New York for years. His network of news sources was extensive and, more importantly, reliable. For example, during the Kingpin investigation, Eddie had been the one to connect Anton with Ben Ulrich, leading to crucial information about young Fisk and how he had killed his own father. This time, Anton's focus was squarely on the Foot Clan. While Anton's memories provided some context, he knew their leader was called Shredder. There were too many unknowns. Was Shredder's public identity the same here? Did his actual abilities, influence, and the number of subordinates match what Anton remembered? All of this needed further confirmation. Why are you suddenly interested in the Foot Clan? Eddie asked, clearly surprised. Then, with a touch of suspicion, he added, wait, are you spying on me? What? Anton exclaimed, more shocked than Eddie. He crossed his arms over his chest in mock horror. Eddie, I need to emphasize I don't like men. Get lost? I should be the one saying that to you. Eddie laughed, though his tone quickly turned serious. But seriously, how did you know I've been investigating the Foot Clan? Anton raised an eyebrow. Wait, you're investigating them? Why? Because of a girl. Eddie didn't bother hiding it, looking rather pleased with himself. She's a reporter at Channel 6 News. She's determined to expose criminal activities and recently zeroed in on the Foot Clan. You know, I've been in this industry for a while, and I'm pretty well known in New York. A lot of rookie reporters see me as an idol. Anton smirked knowingly. So you're taking this opportunity to impress her, huh? What's her name? April O'Neil. Eddie declared with pride. He said, she's a hot girl. And she's really talented. I'm thinking of bringing her on board at our newspaper. What do you think? Anton gave Eddie a withering look, replying righteously, do you think I'd let you have an office romance with her? Absolutely not. In the Daily Bugle, the only person who can have an office romance without getting fired is me, because I'm the boss, and no one can fire me. After work, the two headed to their usual bar for drinks. Before long, a stunning blonde walked into the bar, instantly drawing the attention of many greedy eyes at the entrance. Eventually, the beauty made her way to their table. April O'Neil, Eddie introduced her to Anton, then turned to April. This is my boss, Anton Jameson. You've probably heard of him. Of course, the Hollywood genius director. Anton, it's nice to meet you, April said with a smile as she took a seat. After some casual conversation, Anton got straight to the point. April, I hear you're investigating the Foot Clan. Have you made any progress? Anton's question prompted April to glance at Eddie, who gave her an encouraging nod. April hesitated for a moment. I only know that the Foot Clan recently stole some confidential chemicals like demonizers and benzyl cyanide from the Brooklyn port. I've spoken to some experts, and these chemicals are typically used for genetic research. Wait, Eddie interjected. Are you talking about the batch of chemicals Oscorp lost at the Brooklyn wharf? Oscorp? Anton's interest was piqued. Why was Oscorp involved again? Yes, that's the one, April confirmed. I heard Oscorp's executives were furious and demanded that the NYPD solve the case within a week, but so far, nothing's come of it. She shrugged. Clearly, the NYPD is struggling. They know the Foot Clan is a serious threat and even set up a special task force, but they've only been able to land a few glancing blows. They haven't been able to catch whoever's really running the Foot Clan. So, do you have any idea who's pulling the strings? Anton asked. No, April admitted with a sigh, but, at this, she leaned in slightly, her voice taking on a note of excitement. I uncovered something yesterday. There's a vigilante and a legal righteous cop, so to speak, who's been fighting the Foot Clan. A vigilante? Who is it? Daredevil, Eddie asked. No, it's someone new, April clarified. She hesitated for a moment before pulling out her phone. Determined to prove her claim, she tapped on her photo gallery. Look, this is the sign left by the new policeman. I definitely didn't lie. She gritted her teeth. My colleagues don't believe me. They think this news isn't worth reporting because I have nothing to report. Except for the photos of the container, there's nothing. Shit. The people at Channel 6 are hopeless idiots. April was very angry. Eddie hurriedly comforted her, and at the same time, he slid his hand toward the waist of the beautiful woman, his old face gradually showing a look of enjoyment. April's face turned red, and she didn't stop him. Anton looked at the photos, then at the two of them, and muttered, "Dogman and woman." He got up and left the bar, heading to the Brooklyn pier. From April's words, Anton knew that the four turtles had officially made their debut. They had set their sights on the Foot Clan and were embarking on the path of fighting crime. As for April O'Neil's identity, Anton also had some insights. In the original plot, she's the heroine, but now that she's in the Marvel world, she hasn't had time to pair up with her colleague, so Eddie gets to enjoy the benefits. As a veteran reporter, Eddie's now the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. His accomplishments are indeed significant, and he's a diamond king. While thinking, Anton arrived at the dock in Brooklyn. He was just about to enter the dock, find the container belonging to Oscorp, and examine the traces left on it when a group of policemen, wearing uniforms of the New York Police Department Task Force, appeared at the entrance and intercepted his car. The police were polite but firm. One of them said, "Sir, the New York Police Department Task Force is in action. There's danger ahead. Please turn around immediately." Danger? Anton narrowed his eyes and asked, "Foot Clan?" "It has nothing to do with you, sir." When the police officer heard this, his face changed a little. "Sir, if you don't turn around, I have reason to arrest you for obstructing police work." His eyes grew cold, and his tone was no longer polite. "Ha." Anton smiled suddenly and didn't get angry. He didn't take the police officer's words to heart after all, they were just doing their job. He then smiled and said, "Don't worry, I didn't mean to hinder you." After speaking, he turned around and left. Seeing the sports car disappear at the end of the road, the police officer breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't look as calm as he appeared. The sports car was very valuable. Although he didn't recognize Anton, he knew that this person was either rich or important. Such people are not easy to provoke. A small mistake could cost him his job. Of course, what the young police officer didn't know was, a few minutes later, a shadow with a flying cloak leaped from the rooftop of a Brooklyn building and headed straight for the pier. Anton turned into Batman. He had just returned to Brooklyn Pier when he heard gunshots and the roar of explosions. Fire swept through the area. He stared intently, observing the situation. On the docks, lined with containers, flames were constantly erupting. It was getting late, and the white moonlight cast shadows on the containers, which were only a short distance apart. Foot Clan gangsters, armed with firearms, were facing off against a New York Police Department task force not far away. Both sides were seeking cover, exchanging gunfire, but there were no casualties. Suddenly, just before Anton arrived on the rooftop, the New York Police Task Force, led by the captain, made an offensive move. The task force members split into two groups. One group shot wildly, suppressing the Foot Clan members under the containers, while the other group moved forward slowly, their expressions serious. Boom! However, the task force members didn't expect the Foot Clan to fight back so fiercely. Seeing that escape was impossible, the gang members became fearless, willing to die. Some used themselves as human shields, taking bullets to the chest and sneering before they died. The Foot Clan accomplices behind them seized the opportunity, shooting and killing the task force members. At that moment, Anton arrived on the roof of a building near the pier. Seeing the situation, he knew it was time to act. Just then, in the sky behind Anton, a green figure shot past, whizzing overhead like a bright green meteor. The figure rushed straight toward the pier in front of him. When Anton saw the figure, he was dumbfounded. Who? The sound of machinery running echoed as the flying skateboard accelerated to terrifying speeds, nearly instantaneously. The members of the task force looked up, their faces filled with shock. They had no idea who this visitor was. The Foot Clan members were equally confused, staring at the green figure on the flying skateboard. They wondered if this person had accidentally wandered onto the wrong set. Go to hell. This is my place. Everyone who dares to touch my things should die. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the green figure, flying on the skateboard, let out a sharp laugh. He zipped around the Foot Clan members and the task force, tossing pumpkin-shaped objects. Then, he leaped into the air, putting some distance between himself and the chaos. Boom! No one could have guessed that these pumpkin-shaped objects were actually bombs. The next moment, fire erupted, and the shockwave rippled out in all directions, visible to the naked eye. The task force members were scattered, but the shockwave from the pumpkin bombs still hit them, battering them directly. The Foot Clan members, who had suffered the explosion head-on, were torn apart one by one. There was no intact body left, they seemed to have been burned by the fire, their bodies scorched black. The few survivors, their limbs scattered, lay in a pool of blood surrounded by stumps and broken arms. They opened their eyes with difficulty, their faces contorted with pain, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Who is that? The police members, stationed on the periphery of the pier, noticed something was wrong and rushed to offer support. George Stacy took the lead. He saw the figure in the pool of blood, looked at his task force members, and clenched his fist. Whizzing, the green figure, still spinning in the sky on the flying skateboard, zipped through the air. Son of a bitch. George Stacy was furious, glaring at the green figure. He drew his gun, aimed at the figure in the sky, and fired wildly. Get down. Despite his anger, the bullets had no effect on the green figure. The green figure threw a flying knife, forcing George to hide behind a container. The flying knife exploded, flipping the massive container. Ha 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 ha, New York Police Department, I advise you to keep your noses out of this, the green figure laughed maniacally. At that moment, Anton immediately replaced his basic armor and summoned the rabbit armor. He made his grand entrance. Boom! The launcher on his shoulder fired, sending a long tail of flame trailing behind it. The shot slammed into the green figure, who had stopped in midair for a moment. The green figure quickly turned around but was too late to avoid the oncoming shell. It struck him head-on, and his body plummeted from the sky, crashing into a pile of abandoned containers, smashing through the iron with a huge impact. The police and remaining task force members quickly gathered, surrounding the abandoned container. Anton leaped from the rooftop, extending his cloak behind him, which transformed into a gliding wing. In a few blinks, he was at the scene. However, the abandoned container only remained still for 10 seconds. Boom! Despite being shot down, the green figure emerged seemingly unscathed. He once again mounted the flying skateboard and ascended into the sky. His face, obscured by the helmet, was grim as he scattered pumpkin bombs. Fuck. George Stacy realized something was wrong. The bombs were clearly high-tech devices, meticulously packaged. Get down, everyone, lie down, he shouted repeatedly. Anton frowned, flew up, and rushed toward a group of policemen. In order to avoid a tragedy, he gritted his teeth, lay down on the pumpkin bomb, and took the initiative to protect the police from disaster. Boom! The deafening sound erupted. The flames and shockwaves flared their teeth and claws in front of the police. In their eyes, Batman was blown up by the pumpkin bomb, soaring several meters into the air before falling. With a dull thud, the ground of the pier instantly sagged, like a spiderweb pattern spreading under their feet. It was clear that Batman's fall had caused immense force, and one could imagine how much impact he had endured. Hiss. Anton's chest ached. Even though the rabbit armor has strong defenses, facing several pumpkin bombs head-on was still catastrophic. The consequences were daunting. Durability decreased by 65%, damage rate 78%. Attention, the damage rate of the rabbit armor is over 50%, operating power is badly affected, combat power reduced by 55%. The system panel in front of him showed a red warning prompt. Anton's chest hurt. This was probably the heaviest injury he'd sustained since his debut. However, this wasn't the time to consider injuries. His mind raced quickly. Repair the rabbit armor, the balance of the fan value will be deducted 3.2 million, 40% of the original value of the armor, confirm yes. Under the horrified gaze of George Stacy and the others, the rabbit armor was restored to its pristine, brand-new appearance, spotlessly clean. Everyone in the New York Police Department was shocked and amazed by the armor Batman wore. At the same time, George Stacy immediately stepped forward, grateful. "Batman, thank you for saving us. Yeah, without you, we'd have died." The others regained their senses, following forward with excitement. Thinking back on the scene, they all had lingering fears. Anton, beneath the mask, had no time to respond to them. He frowned, enduring the pain in his body, watching the green figure disappear at the edge of the sky. A solemn expression appeared in his eyes. These people couldn't figure out who the green figure was, but Anton knew exactly who it was. Green Goblin? Norman Osborn? How could this guy suddenly appear here and even attack the Foot Clan members? Anton paused, then noticed the Oscorp company logo on a nearby container. Was it because of these containers? Batman, the green figure just now, do you know who it is? Seeing Batman deep in thought, George Stacy, ever the detective, couldn't help but ask. I don't know. I'll leave it to you now. Anton shook his head, glanced at the NYPD officers, then rushed into the shadows and disappeared in a flash. Later that night, a high-end apartment somewhere in Manhattan. The violently shaking bed finally calmed down after a long while. The woman beside Eddie was fast asleep, her breathing even and serene. Meanwhile, Eddie felt utterly drained, his body hollowed out from exhaustion. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a voice exploded in his head. Don't sleep. Eddie groaned, annoyed. Venom? What now? Let me rest. Anton is outside. What? Eddie's eyes snapped open in alarm. He scrambled out of bed, quickly got dressed, and opened the door. Sure enough, Anton was standing there, smiling faintly. Man, you know I'm not into guys, right? Eddie said with a weird look. You show up at my door this late, and it's giving me ideas. Anton wasn't in the mood to joke. You mentioned at the bar that the Foot Clan robbed Oscorp's chemicals from the Brooklyn Pier earlier. His expression turned serious. Do you know why the Foot Clan was after that shipment? What experiments was Oscorp planning with those chemicals? I don't know, Eddie admitted. He noticed something off about Anton and hesitated. Wait, what's going on? You don't look right. Took a bit of a hit, Anton replied, waving it off. Ran into a tough guy at the pier. Eddie, I'm telling you, New York won't be peaceful for a while. That bad? Eddie asked, startled. He had known Anton for a few months now and had never seen him this grim. What happened? Who could hurt you? An old guy who likes skateboards and wears green armor has started causing trouble, Anton explained. His tone was serious as he glanced into Eddie's room and realized his timing wasn't ideal. Since you don't know much about Oscorp, make sure to bring April to the Daily Bugle tomorrow. I need to ask her something. Got it, Eddie replied with a nod, watching Anton leave. As he stood in the doorway, Eddie frowned. Something about Anton's demeanor unsettled him. In the past, when dealing with the Life Foundation or Kingpin, Anton had always been confident, almost cocky. But tonight, at the dock, something had shaken him. Still confused, Eddie turned back to his bed. For now, no matter how serious things might be, nothing was more important than a good night's sleep for a man thoroughly spent. After returning home, Anton removed his shirt, revealing a large, conspicuous bruise on his right chest. Damn it, that hurts like hell. He winced, every slight movement pulling painfully at his chest muscles. He could already tell it was going to be a sleepless night. Grimacing, Anton applied some medicine to the bruise, put on his pajamas, and began replaying the encounter with the Green Goblin at the docks in his mind. Of all times for that lunatic to show up, just thinking about the fight made his chest ache even more. Flying knives, flying skateboard, pumpkin bombs. The Green Goblin's standard three-piece arsenal. Though they seemed straightforward, each of them represented cutting-edge technology, especially the pumpkin bombs compact, easy to carry, and devastatingly powerful. Anton shuddered at the thought. If the Goblin had dropped a few more of those bombs before leaving, there's no way I'd have been able to help the cops without getting obliterated myself. To be honest, with the emergence of Iron Man marking a new technological era, more and more advanced tech was starting to appear, and it was becoming increasingly out of step with this timeline. Oscorp and Stark Industries were both tech giants with different focuses, yet their advancements were on par with each other. Compared to Oscorp, Anton's current rabbit armor was beginning to feel outdated in the rapidly evolving world. And soon, Tony Stark would debut the Mark III and Mark IV suits. Anton frowned, reluctant to admit it but unable to deny the truth. The maneuverability and combat capabilities of the Iron Man armor far outclassed his rabbit armor. Moreover, once Tony became Iron Man, his wealth and genius would combine in ways that made his progress exponential, 1 + 1 becoming far greater than 2. His ability to develop new suits would outpace Anton's ability to exchange for heroes or upgrade his own armor. Anton sighed, opening the system space and glancing at his justice value balance, 13 million. Then he looked at the list of special Batman armor upgrades available in the system. He hesitated, gritting his teeth. He had just enough to purchase a high-grade armor set. It's definitely better than this rabbit armor I've been using, he muttered. The truth was, he couldn't afford to stay behind in this rapidly advancing world. It wasn't so bad now since the Goblin's appearance was an anomaly. But the issue was that his cyborg project wouldn't be ready for another week. And gathering the 20 million fan value required to finalize it would take even longer. During that time, Anton couldn't guarantee the Green Goblin or the Foot Clan wouldn't strike again. If something serious were to happen, and Anton had to fight as Batman with only the rabbit armor, it would be almost impossible to turn the tide. Without the ability to play a decisive role, Batman's appearance would be meaningless. Moreover, based on the timeline of future events, the world was set to face even greater crises like the Hulk incident shortly after Iron Man's debut. The Hulk versus the Abomination. That would be a battle between true monsters. Whether in the present or the future, if Batman needed to step in not just as a symbol but as a game changer, he needed power. And power came from strength. A hard enough fist ensured that people would listen. Even if they didn't want to, a fist with enough force could make them listen. Arkham Knight armor, 10 million justice value, Anton murmured, studying the system panel. This was the most expensive armor he could afford at the moment, leaving him with only 3 million justice value afterward. He hesitated, his heart pounding slightly. Of course, what drew him in wasn't just the price or even the stats of the armor but the sheer appearance of it. It looked incredible. It was leagues better than the bunny-eared rabbit armor. I'm buying it, Anton said through gritted teeth, confirming the purchase. A moment later, a new set of armor materialized on his body, the cloak billowing behind him. The Arkham Knight armor featured a sleek design dominated by black and gray tones. The most striking detail was the golden utility belt wrapped around his waist. The suit was constructed with a triple-layered woven armor, complemented by an inner layer of titanium-reinforced liquid protection. The liquid armor, developed using Wayne Technologies' MR fluid system, reacted dynamically to impacts. Upon receiving a blow, the fluid hardened to absorb the force while simultaneously redirecting it to enhance counterattacks. This added shock absorption and defense, creating more opportunities to neutralize enemies effectively. For mobility, Anton's most immediate need, the liquid armor improved the flexibility of ceramic and fiber components, allowing for better maneuverability and precision. The Arkham Knight armor could even integrate with the Batmobile, being fully compatible with its electromagnetic ejection system. This meant Batman could launch himself from the Batmobile like a bullet fired from a railgun. It also featured armored airbags for crash protection and an enhanced grappling gun system built into the arms, enabling advanced aerial combat. Anton stood in front of a mirror, striking a few dramatic poses. A smile crept across his face as he admired the sleek, imposing look of the Arkham Knight armor. All thoughts of the expense faded in an instant. It was worth every bit of justice value. The next day, Anton arrived at the Daily Bugle. Eddie and April had already been waiting in his office for almost an hour. But of course, being the boss meant Anton had the privilege of being late. Anton, I called April like you asked. What did you want to talk to her about? Eddie asked, looking at Anton curiously. Thinking back to what Anton had described last night, Eddie had a gut feeling this would be an interesting discussion. April, you've been investigating the Foot Clan for a while. Tell me, why are they going after Oscorp's chemical supplies? Anton asked, leaning forward with a piercing gaze. It was an old question, but one that carried weight. Anyone not paying attention might assume the Foot Clan was simply looking to profit by selling the stolen chemicals on the black market. After all, the materials were highly valuable. But smart people knew better. The Foot Clan wouldn't risk angering a corporate giant like Oscorp for petty cash. April hesitated before answering. Oscorp has been buying up chemicals on a massive scale recently, rare materials that are hard to come by. Even black market prices have skyrocketed, and some of these materials are completely unavailable now. When I couldn't find anything through black market channels, I started to wonder. So, the Foot Clan is using these materials for chemical experiments? Maybe even biological gene experiments? That's why they're desperate for them. Anton asked, his voice calm but deliberate. April shook her head. I don't know. My knowledge of the Foot Clan is limited to their name and the crimes they commit. I don't have any insight into what's happening behind the scenes. Anton frowned and asked, have you heard of Shredder? April shook her head again. No, I haven't. All right, Anton sighed, turning to Eddie. Did you find out anything from your own sources? Eddie nodded. Shredder is apparently a martial arts master who operates under the guise of being a ninja. He has a dojo in Brooklyn, New York. But he's rarely seen. What's interesting is his connection to Sachs Industries. My source told me they've seen Eric Sachs, founder of Sachs Industries, visiting the dojo multiple times to meet this master ninja personally. Hearing this, April chimed in. Sachs has recently signed cooperation agreements with the New York Police Department. They're using Sachs technology to support the task force targeting New York gangs, especially the Foot Clan. That's all from Channel 6. It was on this morning's news. Sounds good, Anton muttered, processing the information. He mentally pieced together the facts, blending them with his knowledge of the original plot, forming a coherent theory. Finally, Anton looked at both Eddie and April. His tone grew serious. Eddie, April, if I told you that the true leader of the Foot Clan is this Shredder, would you still think Sachs is as righteous as he claims to be? The room fell silent. Eddie and April's eyes widened in disbelief as the realization hit them. Their expressions were a mixture of shock and incredulity. This morning, the news reported that Sachs Industries had partnered with the New York Police Department's task force to combat crime. Now, Anton was claiming that the mastermind behind the Foot Clan was Shredder, and that Shredder had a close relationship with Eric Sachs. Was Sachs Industries playing both sides? Eric Sachs grew up in Japan, Anton began, turning to his computer and pulling up information on the man. He came to New York with his adoptive father as a teenager. After graduating from university, he founded Sachs Industries, which has since grown into a massive enterprise spanning multiple fields. He scrolled through the details and added, his adoptive father is Shredder. So they're really shouting to catch the thief and fooling the world. Eddie muttered, taking a deep breath. He didn't doubt Anton's conclusion. Since meeting him, Eddie had learned that Anton's instincts were sharp and his deductions reliable. Sure, Anton had a lazy streak, but when it came to serious matters, Eddie knew he could trust him completely. This is big news, Eddie said, his eyes gleaming. He turned to April, who was sitting in silence, lost in thought. April, are you okay? April hesitated, her expression conflicted. Eric Sachs is really the bad guy? When I was a kid, I thought he was a good person. This doesn't quite match what you're saying. Your father used to work for Sachs, Anton said, leaning back in his chair. But there was a fire at the research institute. Your father and all the experimental results were lost in the flames. Afterward, Sachs shut down the research and sealed everything, didn't he? April's eyes widened. You've been investigating me, she exclaimed, her voice rising in surprise and a touch of anger. She glared at Anton. What does this mean? I thought we were friends. April, don't get the wrong idea, Anton replied with a shrug. When it comes to work, we always keep a few cards up our sleeve. The truth was, Anton hadn't investigated her at all. He was simply pulling this information from the original plot, revealing what he already knew about April O'Neil. Eddie, help me look deeper into the Foot Clan, Anton said, directing his attention back to his friend. Then, turning to April, he added, friendly reminder, the new superheroes you mentioned last night at the bar? The ones in New York? That's right, they're the ninja-dressed, talking turtles. I think they're connected to your father's research. They might even be the result of Sachs' old experiments. Turtles. April blinked, her expression shifting as a thought struck her. She became visibly excited. Yes, it's the turtles. On the day of the Institute fire, I saved them. So, my father's research worked? It didn't fail. Eddie, I'll go with April to investigate the Foot Clan, Eddie said, standing up. What about you, Anton? I have other things to handle, Anton replied, his tone calm. That mess from yesterday? I haven't had the chance to deal with it yet. Got it. Be careful. Leave the Foot Clan to us, Eddie said with a nod, clearly thinking ahead. With that, Eddie and April left Anton's office, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Anton watched the two leave, then turned back to his computer and began searching for the latest news about Oscorp. After some time, he noticed that Oscorp's recently announced experimental plans contained no mention of biological genetics. Then why is Oscorp purchasing chemicals related to genetic research? The question lingered in his mind. Was it possible that Oscorp was conducting secret experiments that couldn't be disclosed to the public? Anton's thoughts drifted to the genetic illness afflicting the Osborn family. He also recalled something peculiar. On the night of the lizard incident, Dr. Connors had been broken out of his way to prison. Norman Osborn. It was almost certain that Norman Osborn had orchestrated Connors' escape, intending to use his research to cure the family's genetic disease. And it seemed like Norman had succeeded, but also failed. He may have cured his family's genetic illness, but in doing so, he likely triggered something far worse, a split personality. A violent, deranged alter ego, the Green Goblin. From the start, Anton hadn't had much direct contact with Norman Osborn, but the latter had left a good impression on him. Though shrewd and calculating, Norman conducted himself with measured poise and a demeanor befitting a successful entrepreneur. Most importantly, Norman was generous. Additionally, his son, Harry Osborn, was polite and even a fan of Batman. Anton could understand Norman's actions when viewed through the lens of his family's genetic disease. However, it had to be acknowledged, once Norman's schizophrenia gave birth to the Green Goblin, he became an entirely different person, no longer the Norman Osborn everyone knew. In his Green Goblin persona, Norman's negative emotions dominated, growing unchecked. Apart from his family, specifically Harry, he harbored no positive feelings. His thoughts were consumed by destruction, sabotage, and crime. Anton refused to equate the Green Goblin with Norman Osborn. Given his past relationship with Harry, a key investor in his films, Anton was willing to help Norman rid himself of his destructive alter ego once he was subdued. But until then, Anton vowed to bring him to justice. The pumpkin bomb incident from yesterday demanded retribution. Anton could negotiate, Batman could not. After solidifying his resolve, Anton left the Daily Bugle and drove straight to the Continental Hotel. Mr. Jameson, we meet again. The front desk attendant, a calm and composed man in a sharp suit, nodded at him. The last time Anton had been here, the man was visibly uneasy. But now, they were allies. He offered Anton a respectful nod. Mr. Winston is in his office. I'll inform him you're here. Okay, Anton replied, heading directly toward Winston's office without hesitation. Anton, long time no see, Winston greeted him warmly, stepping out of his office with a smile. Since partnering with Anton and witnessing the downfall of the Kingpin syndicate, Winston's position and that of the Continental Hotel had soared. With the High Table's influence now extending over Hell's Kitchen and the Continental's control solidified throughout New York, the hotel had become the central hub for professional assassins in the area. Almost every notable killer in the city was now registered with the Continental Hotel. Those who weren't? Unaffiliated rookies who didn't command attention. The hotel's reputation had grown to the point where it was widely recognized as the unofficial Assassins Guild across the United States. And Winston, the master of the Continental, had effectively become New York's guild president. Winston never forgot who had made this possible: Anton. While their history had its share of tension, Winston believed that a good ending rendered the process irrelevant. Besides, Anton wasn't just an ally, he was Batman. In modern America, no one could afford to overlook Batman's presence. Winston, I heard from Daredevil that the High Table has been doing well lately, Anton began, casually greeting the Continental's manager. Without skipping a beat, he added, I need your help with something regarding Oscorp. Through the High Table's intelligence network, I want you to track down where a recent batch of chemicals purchased by Oscorp ended up. Oscorp. Winston raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was well aware of Anton's dual identity as both a renowned director and the boss behind the Daily Bugle. Anton also had a notably friendly relationship with Norman Osborn. Why would he suddenly be investigating Oscorp? But Winston's instincts told him not to pry. His line of work had taught him that curiosity often came with complications. Understood, Winston replied. Give me a moment. With our contacts at the ports, this won't be hard to figure out. He made a quick phone call. Within moments, the answer came back. Osborn Manor, Winston said, hanging up. The chemicals were delivered to Norman Osborn's private estate just outside New York. I assume you already know the location. Got it, Anton nodded. Before leaving, he offered Winston a parting tip: the Foot Clan is in for some trouble soon. If the High Table has any interest in Brooklyn, this might be the time to make a move. Winston blinked at the unexpected intel, then chuckled as Anton left. He's truly a lucky star, Winston murmured with satisfaction. Nightfall. Anton donned his Batman suit and made his way to Osborn Manor on the outskirts of New York. The estate was an impressive transformation of what had once been a barren hill. 20 years ago, Norman Osborn had invested a fortune to build the sprawling manor, which was conveniently located just an hour's drive from the city. From a distance, Anton observed the security measures in place. Something felt off. The armed personnel patrolling the manor exceeded what would be considered typical for a private estate. These weren't ordinary guards, they were highly trained and heavily equipped. Anton muttered to himself, Norman's secret lab must be here. Finding a blind spot in the surveillance system, he silently infiltrated the estate and descended into the underground levels. Underground laboratory. Beneath Osborn Manor was a sprawling, state-of-the-art lab, concealed from the outside world. In the center of the lab sat a massive lizard-like creature, his green-scaled body dwarfing the oversized chair he occupied. It was Kurt Connors transformed into the lizard. He was intently operating a set of high-tech experimental machines. Not enough, it's not enough. Connors growled to himself, his voice a deep, guttural rumble. The human body enhancement serum can slow genetic deterioration, but it doesn't provide a permanent solution. It can't fully repair genetic defects, and... He hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing his reptilian eyes. The serum's schizophrenic side effects are catastrophic. Connors shuddered as he thought of Norman Osborn. The serum had amplified Osborn's negative emotions, birthing the monstrous Green Goblin, a violent, unpredictable figure clad in goblin-like armor and wreaking havoc on his infamous glider. The serum creates demons, Connors muttered grimly. Just days ago, the experimental base had nearly been destroyed by that guy. Now, that guy had fully embraced his identity as the Green Goblin, his mind consumed by a singular craving for chaos and destruction. If it weren't for Oscorp funding his research, Connors, now fully transformed into the lizard, might have already lashed out against the goblin. The temptation to snap the goblin's glider in two was growing harder to resist. Unbeknownst to Connors, the Green Goblin felt similarly about him. After injecting the limb regeneration serum, Connors had regained his lost limbs but had spiraled into a bizarre obsession with the idea of lizard supremacy. To the goblin, Connors was nothing more than a delusional reptilian freak. As insane as the Green Goblin was, he still clung to his humanity. He saw the human body enhancement serum as the true path to evolution for mankind, not the creation of some absurd lizard empire. The two men, if they could still be called that, were trapped in a dangerous partnership. Both harbored their own secret agendas. Connors relied on Oscorp's resources to continue his research, hoping to perfect the serum and fix his genetic defects once and for all. Meanwhile, the goblin impatiently awaited breakthroughs from Connors' experiments, desperate for a side-effect-free solution to the Osborn family's genetic disease. Neither trusted the other. Suddenly, a shrill alarm blared through the vast underground laboratory. Intruder alert. Connors froze. He hadn't expected anyone to breach the manor's heavily fortified perimeter. His mind immediately flashed back to the previous night when the Green Goblin had flown off in a rage, armed with a sinister new weapon. Hours later, the goblin had returned, his glider scorched and his face twisted in fury, muttering curses under his breath. It wasn't hard to connect the dots. Whatever trouble the goblin had stirred up, it had followed him home. Unbeknownst to Connors, the Green Goblin had crossed paths with someone who had already torn him apart once before. And now Connors was about to meet that someone. A familiar voice echoed through the lab, sharp and commanding. Connors, so you really are here. A familiar voice echoed in the lizard man's ears, cutting through the wailing sirens. It was a voice he would never forget. Batman. The lizard man spun around abruptly, his yellow eyes locking onto a shadowed figure. Standing in the gloom, clad in black armor with a flowing cape, his jawline partially visible beneath the cowl, was the man Connors dreaded and hated. Though the suit had undergone subtle changes, its defining characteristics and that voice were unmistakable. "It's you?" The lizard man sneered, his lips curling into a grotesque grin. "Perfect. I've been looking for you for a long time, and now you walk right into my claws. You seem far too confident, Connors," Anton said, his tone dripping with contempt. His posture remained calm, unbothered by the lizard man's bravado. He had faced Connors before and knew his weaknesses. Still, Anton respected the principle: strategically despise your enemy, but tactically respect them. He didn't underestimate the lizard man, even if he anticipated breaking him all over again. "If you keep coming back for more, I may have to leave you without hands and feet this time," Anton mused, his tone cold. "By our next meeting, you might be just a science experiment strapped to voice-controlled equipment." "Batman, I am not the same as before," Connors roared, the mutated confidence in his voice palpable. With a guttural growl, the lizard man launched himself forward. Anton didn't flinch. He waited for Connors to close the distance, his expression unchanging. Then, with a swift, practiced motion, he seized the lizard's arm, twisting it with enough force to dislocate the joint. Connors' eyes widened in terror, vivid memories flooding back, memories of his last humiliating defeat at Batman's hands. Crack. The sound of the dislocated joint echoed through the lab. Connors' arm now dangled limply, as if detached from his own body. Despite his reptilian transformation, the lizard man's anatomy was still fundamentally human, and Anton exploited that mercilessly. Thud. Anton swung Connors over his shoulder, slamming him into the floor with such force that the reinforced lab tiles cracked in a spiderweb pattern beneath the impact. "Batman!" Connors howled in agony, his voice thick with rage and pain. Bloodshot eyes glared at Anton with murderous intent, his jagged teeth gnashing in frustration. "I gave you a chance to talk," Anton sneered. "But it seems you're not much for words." With that, a clawed grappling hook extended from Anton's armored forearm. He drove it into Connors' left shoulder with unrelenting precision, the sharp talons piercing through muscle and bone. Connors screamed as the hook tore into him, pinning him down like a specimen on a dissection table. Anton followed up with a devastating punch to the lizard's shoulder, the force shattering the joint completely. Blood splattered across the lab floor as Connors writhed, his body contorted with pain. The lizard turned sharply, flicking his tail in desperation while his injured left arm hung uselessly at his side. Struggling to maintain his footing, he tried to retaliate. Anton, unfazed, avoided the whip-like tail with practiced ease. Seizing the moment, he gripped the lizard's damaged arm tightly and tore it off with a brutal twist. Without hesitation, he grabbed a massive chair nearby and hurled it toward the lizard man, sending him sprawling. With precision, Anton threw a bat grenade at the downed creature and swiftly moved back to avoid the explosion. Boom! The grenade detonated with a deafening roar, the sound reverberating like a meteor crash. Fire and shockwaves surged through the lab, slamming into the lizard man with unrelenting force. The violent blast tore through the air, scattering debris and leaving a charred wasteland in its wake. Anton's cloak billowed wildly, whipping through the heated air with a sharp, hunting noise. When the chaos subsided, the scene revealed a battered and disfigured lizard man sprawled on the ground. His face was grotesquely burned, his white lab coat reduced to singed rags, and one of his hands was missing. His body was riddled with scorch marks, his combat effectiveness reduced to nearly nothing. Yet Anton knew better. The lizard's regenerative abilities meant he could restore his limbs and recover fully in mere minutes. "Not this time," Anton muttered coldly. Ignoring the lizard man's anguished groans, Anton activated the dagger on his bat armor. Without hesitation, he methodically severed the creature's remaining hand, both legs, and even his tail. By the end, Connors was reduced to a lizard stick, his grotesque body lying in a pool of his own blood. At that moment, Osborn Manor's security team finally arrived, armed with advanced energy weapons. They stopped short at the sight of the devastation in the underground lab and the horrifying state of the lizard man. "Batman!" someone exclaimed, their voice filled with both shock and fear. Before they could react further, a flash grenade detonated. Boom! Blinded and disoriented, the guards stumbled as their vision swam with burning white spots. When they finally recovered, both Batman and the crippled lizard man were gone. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, each swallowing nervously. The memory of their volatile boss, Norman Osborn, loomed heavily over them. None of them knew how to explain this catastrophe. Osborn Manor, Outer Woods. The dense canopy of leaves blocked out the pale moonlight, casting shadows over the forest floor. Beneath the cover of darkness, Anton carried the mutilated lizard man into the woods. With little ceremony, he tossed Connors to the ground like discarded trash. "Where is the Green Goblin?" Anton demanded coldly. "What's he planning?" The lizard man coughed weakly, his battered body barely able to move. Despite his pitiful state, he sneered. "You think I'll talk?" he rasped, his voice dripping with disdain. Anton showed no mercy. He extended the short blade from his wrist once more, using it to carve into the regrowing granulation of the lizard's severed limbs. The grotesque sight was matched only by the agonizing screams of Connors, his body drenched in sweat from the excruciating pain. Through gritted teeth and blazing eyes, the lizard man hissed, "Batman, this isn't over. We're not finished yet." Anton ignored him entirely, his cold gaze fixed on the task at hand. When I recover you, Anton said coldly, his voice dripping with mockery, I'll send you straight to purgatory to keep Kingpin company. In your new stick form, I'm sure he'll take great care of you. Anton shot the lizard man a dismissive glance before summoning the Batmobile. He tied the lizard securely to the back of the vehicle, his mangled body dangling pathetically. Climbing into the cockpit, Anton issued a liftoff command, revved the throttle, and the Batmobile roared to life, accelerating into the night sky like a streaking meteor. Back at Osborn Manor, the security team watched in stunned silence as the Batmobile vanished into the clouds. One of them stammered. Their faces paled. The lizard was taken by Batman. They exchanged nervous glances, already dreading Norman Osborn's inevitable reaction. Elsewhere. Meanwhile, Eddie Brock and April O'Neil had been scouring the New York sewers. Using their investigative skills and some unusual sightings as clues, they had finally pieced together the location of the 4 Ninja Turtles Anton had mentioned. It's here, Venom's guttural voice rumbled in Eddie's mind. Eddie stopped and glanced around. Although the pair had narrowed down the turtles' general area, it was Venom's heightened senses that identified the specific sewer tunnel. Are you sure about this? April asked, skepticism coloring her tone. She wasn't aware of Venom's existence, making it hard for her to understand Eddie's unusual methods. Trust my professional instincts, Eddie replied with a confidence that bordered on smugness. Without hesitation, he pried open a manhole cover and descended into the dark, damp sewer. April sighed, spreading her hands in resignation. Fine. But if this is another wild goose chase, she muttered under her breath but ultimately followed Eddie down the ladder, the smell of the sewer assaulting her senses as she climbed. The Batmobile zipped across the cityscape, skimming over the sea before landing on an inconspicuous rooftop on the edge of Manhattan. Anton stepped out, retrieved his phone, and sent a quick message to Peter Parker. After all, if Dr. Kurt Connors was to be restored, Spider-Man's help was essential. It wasn't long before Peter, in full Spider-Man attire, swung onto the rooftop. Dr. Connors. Spider-Man's voice was tinged with pain as he caught sight of the lizard man, now reduced to a limbless state. His mask hid most of his emotions, but his eyes betrayed the heartache and discomfort he felt. He understood why Batman had taken such drastic measures. The lizard's resilience was extraordinary. His body metabolized drugs and anesthetics far too quickly for them to be effective. Subduing him without resorting to such extreme methods would have been almost impossible. Batman, Spider-Man muttered, his tone conflicted. I don't have a backup of the antidote. I'll need to head to Oscorp to make a new batch. It'll take me about half an hour. Anton nodded. I'll keep watch over him. Once he's restored, I'll have someone take him to a secure facility I've arranged. It's a place where he won't cause any more trouble. You don't need to worry about him after that. S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter asked hesitantly as he turned to leave. Anton's brow arched in mild surprise. Not bad. Seems they've already reached out to you. Peter scratched the back of his head awkwardly. They left me their contact info, but I didn't agree to anything. I mean, I'm just a high school student. Being an agent doesn't sound appealing. Anton chuckled lightly. Smart choice. SHIELD can be a headache. Now isn't the best time for you to get involved with them. If it becomes necessary later, let me handle them. For now, avoid getting tangled up with their black spy. Black spy. Peter tilted his head, confused. The person who approached me wasn't black. The black spy is their chief, Anton replied nonchalantly. Then, waving Peter off, he added, go to Oscorp. The lizard is in desperate need of your antidote. If you take too long, he might have to endure the pain of losing his limbs all over again. Got it. Without another word, Spider-Man shot a webline and swung away, disappearing into the city to retrieve what was needed. As Spider-Man swung away, Anton remained on the rooftop, waiting for Coulson's team to arrive. When Anton initially contacted Coulson, the agent mentioned that he wasn't in New York but assured him he would handle the situation. He promptly dispatched a colleague stationed nearby to retrieve the subdued Dr. Kurt Connors. Meanwhile, the lizard, tied securely to the Batmobile with specialized restraints, glared at Anton with pure hatred. Despite his injuries, he managed a sneer as he overheard Batman's conversations with both Spider-Man and Coulson. Osborn Building. Peter Parker used his intern ID to enter the towering structure, heading directly to the post-disaster reconstruction area, specifically the physical regeneration department. Despite the chaos caused by the lizard incident, the research on regenerative medicine had sparked hope among the disabled community. Publicly released statements from both Oscorp and the New York Police Department confirmed the potential of the lizard gene serum to restore lost limbs. Of course, the medicine came with a dangerous side effect: it transformed users into reptilian monsters. Yet, the promise of full recovery kept public interest alive. Under pressure from shareholders and the public, Oscorp's board had greenlit continued research on limb regeneration. They'd even increased funding in hopes of minimizing side effects and bringing the product to market within the next few years. The potential profits were staggering. Success would establish Oscorp as an unparalleled leader in biotechnology. Peter, as Dr. Connors' assistant, was a key figure in the regeneration department. His work and proximity to Connors had given him a unique position, despite being a high school student. Arriving at the lab, Peter located a synthesis machine and began preparing the antidote to reverse Connors' transformation. The process would take 10 minutes. As the antidote neared completion, Peter suddenly froze. A faint, unusual noise echoed through the building. Most people wouldn't have noticed it, but Peter wasn't most people. His spider sense flared, causing an uncomfortable twitch at his temples. The sensation of danger grew sharper, like a taut string vibrating violently in his mind. What's going on? Peter hesitated, glancing between the antidote machine still 10 minutes from finishing and the source of the noise, which seemed to come from upstairs. The Oscorp building had distinct divisions across its levels. The lower floors housed administrative departments like real estate and investments. The middle levels were dedicated to research labs, including the biogenetics division where Peter currently worked. The top floors belonged to the Weapons Research Division, a highly classified area where Oscorp designed cutting-edge technology for military contracts. Peter remembered visiting the weapons showroom once, accompanied by his friend Harry Osborn. That brief tour had revealed just how secretive and advanced Oscorp's weapons program was. Recently, military officials had visited Oscorp, but rumors suggested the talks had ended poorly. Norman Osborn had reportedly been furious after their departure. These thoughts swirled in Peter's mind as his spider sense intensified. Something dangerous, possibly catastrophic, was happening on the upper floors. Peter decided to investigate. Taking the elevator to the top floor, he felt the growing tension in his chest. His spider sense screamed louder with every passing second. Ding! The elevator stopped, and the door slid open to reveal the weapons showroom. Peter's breath caught as he locked eyes with a figure standing amidst the gleaming displays. A man clad in green armor, his eyes burning with malice, turned sharply at the sound of the elevator. His brutal gaze landed on Peter, who stood frozen in place. The Green Goblin. Half an hour later, Anton stood on the rooftop, bored, occasionally glancing at the lizard tied to the Batmobile. Connor's severed limbs had already regenerated about 10 centimeters. Anton debated whether he should chop them off again just to pass the time. The lizard glared at him with a bitter, icy stare. Despite his hatred, he couldn't shake the feeling that his limbs might be gone again at any moment. Truth be told, he was almost resigned to it. Suddenly, a massive electronic billboard across from the rooftop lit up with breaking news from New York's Channel 6 News. Terrorist attack reappears at Oscorp? Spider-Man battles for New York. The reporter's voice filled the air. A terrorist dressed in a green suit, riding a flying glider, and calling himself the Green Goblin has attacked the Oscorp building. Spider-Man is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the terrorist. The broadcast continued, showing shaky footage of the fight between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin in the background. Spider-Man appears to be in trouble. The New York Police Department has arrived on the scene and is working to evacuate the area. Citizens are advised to stay away from the Oscorp building immediately to avoid getting caught in the conflict. The camera then cut back to the reporter, who was stationed dangerously close to the action. Behind her, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin clashed violently. Spider-Man appeared to be struggling, constantly on the defensive. The Goblin's flying glider gave him an undeniable advantage in aerial combat, allowing him to strike from any angle with terrifying precision. On the rooftop, the lizard watched the news with a wide grin, laughing gleefully at Spider-Man's predicament. His laughter was cut short as Anton turned to glare at him. "So that's what you were stalling for," Anton muttered, quickly piecing it together. Then his eyes returned to the screen. Spider-Man was getting pummeled. Again. Anton frowned. Why is this kid always getting his butt handed to him? He shook his head, already making plans. After this, I need to give that kid some proper training. If he keeps fighting like this, he's going to get himself killed or worse, humiliated every single time. Oscorp building. The New York Police Department task force, led by Captain George Stacy, quickly sprang into action, strategizing ways to assist Spider-Man. Meanwhile, other officers focused on evacuating New Yorkers in the Manhattan area to ensure their safety. We need to find a way to help Spider-Man. George barked, his eyes fixed on the chaos unfolding above. Turning to a task force member, he asked, "Is the sniper in position?" "Ready and waiting," the officer responded solemnly. "We can take the shot at any moment." "Good. Tell him to seize the first opportunity," George instructed before redirecting his attention to the evacuation efforts. Thankfully, Spider-Man's intervention kept civilian casualties to a minimum. While the Green Goblin wreaked havoc, most of the damage was limited to buildings and municipal infrastructure. The Oscorp building, which had only recently been repaired, seemed particularly cursed, bearing the brunt of the destruction. George glanced skyward at the dueling figures. He knew there would be time to assess damages and casualties later, but right now, his priority was clear: stop the Green Goblin as soon as possible. Mid-air. The Green Goblin, riding his agile flying glider, maneuvered like a slippery eel, darting unpredictably around the sky. Spider-Man, swinging from his webs, struggled to pin down the Goblin's movements. Thankfully, his spider sense helped him narrowly dodge the Goblin's lethal attacks, allowing him to retaliate when he could. However, the prolonged battle was wearing him down, a common hazard for superheroes against relentless opponents. Spider-Man's growing frustration was evident. Sensing an opportunity, the Green Goblin suddenly accelerated on his glider and rammed directly into him. Caught off guard, Spider-Man was thrown from the sky and crashed onto the roof of a car below. The vehicle's roof crumpled under the impact, triggering its blaring alarm. Spider-Man barely had time to register the pain before he saw another pumpkin bomb hurtling toward him. His eyes widened as he quickly rolled to the side. Boom! The car exploded in a fiery burst, sending debris flying and filling the street with the acrid stench of gasoline. Flames licked at the sky as the battle shifted from the air to the ground. The streets below. Seeing the confrontation hit street level, the NYPD task force mobilized, surrounding the Green Goblin with guns drawn. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the goblin's advanced armor. He smirked at their futile efforts. Task force? How adorably naive, the Green Goblin sneered before tossing another pumpkin bomb. Boom! The explosion sent officers scattering, many collapsing onto the pavement. George Stacy's expression twisted with grief and frustration. Watching his men fall filled him with a mix of heartache and helplessness. Facing supervillains armed with cutting-edge technology, the NYPD's conventional weapons felt woefully inadequate. Worse, these villains often displayed outright disregard for civilian lives, making them even harder to contain. Yet amidst the chaos, one silver lining remained. Spider-Man's valiant efforts had managed to delay the Green Goblin long enough for the evacuation to progress. For now, George could only hope they could hold out a little longer. The Green Goblin spotted George at a glance. The captain of the New York Police Department. Killing you should make my name even louder in New York. As Norman Osborn, he was no stranger to the captain of the NYPD. Whatever little friendship they once shared was cast aside mercilessly. The Green Goblin's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he let out a maniacal laugh and lunged toward George. George's eyes widened in terror as he sensed the impending danger, feeling as though he were falling into an abyss. Time seemed to slow down. His reflexes couldn't keep up with the Green Goblin's deadly speed. All he could do was watch the enemy, now an incarnation of death itself, closing in to claim his life. Green Goblin, stop. Spider-Man's voice rang out, filled with urgency. He swung in from the distance, desperate to stop the madman. This is Gwen's father. If George died, not only would Gwen be heartbroken, but Peter would also never forgive himself. Worse still, if Gwen discovered he was Spider-Man and realized he'd failed to save her father at a critical moment, it could ruin their relationship forever. Just as the situation reached its dire peak, a roar came from the horizon. It was the Batmobile. It's Batman. In a fringe area of Manhattan, citizens standing on the streets watched the chaos unfold on massive screens, where the news covered the Green Goblin's attack on New York and the Osborn building's loss of control. Then, they looked up and spotted a familiar silhouette speeding across the skyline. The Batmobile. Rewind the clock a few minutes, the bat signal on the roof of the Daily Bugle building had been activated under Anton's instructions. A massive beam of light pierced the night sky, projecting the iconic bat symbol onto the clouds. At least half the city had seen it. The symbol was instantly recognizable. As a popular attraction and internet icon, the Daily Bugle's bat signal was known across the United States, though it rarely lit up. But tonight, the bat signal once again cast its rare glow. The bat symbol wavered and danced across the clouds, capturing the city's attention. People were mesmerized. Even those who weren't in Manhattan threw open their windows to catch a glimpse. Some even climbed to their rooftops, hoping to see the Dark Knight himself. Soon, a black shadow streaked across the sky like lightning. The Batmobile. It's Batman. He's here. The crowd erupted into cheers. After enduring several crises, including the infamous Kingpin incident, the city's trust in Batman had reached unprecedented heights. No matter the challenge, one thing was certain: whenever Batman appeared, people knew he would save the day. At the same time, at the Oscorp building, among the police officers who had rushed to the scene, those stationed on the periphery of the Oscorp building to evacuate citizens spotted the bat signal in the sky and breathed a collective sigh of relief. At some point, even the police had begun placing absolute trust in Batman. However, their colleagues closer to the heart of the action, members of the NYPD task force, had no time to look up. Their focus was entirely on the Green Goblin. This included a sniper, always ready, scanning for the perfect opportunity to take a shot. As the Green Goblin lunged at Captain George Stacy, tension gripped the officers. Beads of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads and backs, and frantic shouts echoed through their comms. The sniper, gritting his teeth, finally pulled the trigger. The armor-piercing bullet struck the Goblin's flying glider, chipping the edge of its corner. The glider wobbled slightly, but the Goblin remained steadfast, hurtling directly toward George Stacy. It wasn't enough to change the outcome. Spider-Man's heart sank as he watched, his eyes wide with desperation. It's too late. Just then, the Batmobile shot across the sky in the distance. Spider-Man glanced up, a flicker of hope igniting in his chest, as he witnessed the Batmobile transform midair. A figure ejected from the cockpit like a cannonball, breaking through the air with a shockwave that sent ripples of energy rolling outward. The figure hurtled toward George Stacy with incredible speed. But Spider-Man still felt despair clawing at him. He calculated the distance in his mind, frantically assessing the situation. Even at Batman's current speed, it seemed impossible for him to reach George in time. He's not going to make it. Spider-Man's anxiety surged, his heart pounding. In midair, Batman raised his arm and fired a grappling hook from the clawed mechanism on his forearm. Meanwhile, George stood frozen on the street, his eyes locked on the Green Goblin barreling toward him. The Goblin's twisted figure grew larger and larger in George's pupils. He remained still, resolute, even as the air displaced by the glider's approach buffeted him. Death was imminent, but George's gaze held steadfast determination. Even in his final moments, he refused to waver in his belief: evil would not triumph over justice. Hee. The Green Goblin cackled as he aimed to drive the sharp end of his glider through George's chest. In that very instant, the grappling hook struck. Boom! The hook embedded itself into the goblin's glider, destabilizing it. The glider veered wildly, spinning out of control as thick black smoke poured from its damaged propulsion system. The Green Goblin, caught off guard, was flung from the glider by the force of inertia. He smashed into the wall of a nearby building with a deafening crash. A moment later, Batman landed in front of George Stacy. Boom! The impact of his landing cracked the pavement, forming a deep crater beneath him. The sound rang out like a meteor striking the earth. Batman stood in the pit, his grim gaze fixed on the Green Goblin. Without turning, he gestured for George to retreat. George, evacuate the citizens. There's no need for the contingent anymore, Batman said in a calm, commanding tone. He added firmly, leave the Green Goblin to me. Batman, I leave it to you. George Stacy didn't hesitate. He trusted Batman completely. Though Batman's repeated appearances over the past few months had often stolen the spotlight and overshadowed the New York Police Department, there was no denying his positive impact. Thanks to Batman's deterrence, the crime rate in New York was steadily declining. Most importantly, Batman always left the aftermath of his operations to the police, ensuring they received credit for closing cases. In the big picture, the NYPD's collaboration with Batman had led to incredible results. This was especially true after the Lizard incident. Batman's intervention had left a strong impression, and his cooperative approach ushered in a virtuous cycle. The NYPD received multiple commendations from City Hall, and public perception of the department improved dramatically. Of course, citizens were unaware that the Lizard had been secretly taken away by unidentified operatives the very next night. George gave his orders, trusting Batman to handle the scene. He pressed his communicator, instructing the snipers to retreat, and ordered the task force to pull back, giving Batman and the Green Goblin enough room to fight. Soon after, Spider-Man arrived, albeit late. Watching George Stacy coordinate the retreat, Spider-Man couldn't help but think about how the NYPD had provided backup during his fight with the Green Goblin. Rather than feeling supported, he felt a pang of what could only be described as humiliation. It was as if they didn't trust him. Still, my idol is my idol, Spider-Man thought, glancing at Batman. Even the police trust him this much. The realization struck him, he was witnessing the sheer power of Batman's influence. This is my goal for the future, he resolved. As Spider-Man contemplated, a throwing knife suddenly sliced through the air toward Batman. The blade churned the wind with deadly precision. Anton tilted his head slightly, letting the knife whiz past his ear. It detonated behind him. Boom! Dust and air currents surged around them. Before Anton and Spider-Man, a green figure emerged from the haze, walking toward them with slow, deliberate steps. Batman. Spider-Man, the Green Goblin said, his tone low and laced with conflicting emotions, bitterness, hatred, and uncontrollable frustration. Why are you stopping me? He suddenly opened his arms, his voice rising with madness. Why not join me? Let's conquer New York together? We are all extraordinary beings with extraordinary abilities. Together, we can create a city that is more fitting for people like us. Isn't that what we all want? You're insane, Norman, Anton sighed, his voice filled with regret as he looked into the Goblin's eyes. The street was empty now, and Anton, knowing Norman's identity, spoke freely. He suspected Norman had some inkling of his identity as well. Spider-Man, standing nearby, froze. His eyes widened under his mask as if he'd seen a ghost. Norman? Norman Osborn? Could this truly be the kind, friendly uncle he had known since childhood? Spider-Man didn't question the truth of Batman's words. Batman doesn't lie, he thought. He wouldn't slander someone without reason. Memories of the confrontation earlier flashed through Spider-Man's mind. He recalled standing in the Oscorp building's weapon showroom, face to face with the Green Goblin. At the time, he'd been unguarded, his identity almost exposed. And yet, the Goblin had attacked him without hesitation. Realizing this, Spider-Man felt a deep ache in his chest. Sewer, Ninja Dojo. Eddie was discussing Shredder and Sax with Splinter, a rat about 1.5 meters tall, capable of speaking, carrying himself with remarkable dignity, and demonstrating exceptional martial arts skills. When Eddie had first encountered the rat and the turtles, he had been thoroughly shocked. But after some conversation, he quickly came to see them as more than animals. They felt human. From Splinter's explanations, Eddie learned the answers to many of his questions, essentially gaining a deep understanding of the Foot Clan. Meanwhile, April was chatting with the 4 Ninja Turtles. Their excitement was palpable. Are you the little girl who saved us? Michelangelo, the free-spirited one with the orange mask, known as Mikey, asked with a laugh. He grinned at her and added, "You're so beautiful now. Are you planning to find a strong boyfriend like me?" April, however, ignored his comment entirely. "I really can't believe it. After all these years, you've all grown up," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she studied the 4 muscular turtles. To April, they weren't just old pets or part of her father's research, they were a living piece of her past. She was overwhelmed with excitement. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the voice of a news reporter coming from the second-hand TV in the dojo. The terrorist attack on the Oscorp building is unfolding? Spider-Man is currently battling the terrorists? Reports indicate that the perpetrator of this attack calls himself the Green Goblin. Spider-Man's situation doesn't look good. The NYPD has arrived to evacuate civilians. If you are near the Oscorp building, please stay away to avoid being caught in the conflict between the Green Goblin and Batman. The rapid, tense broadcast snapped everyone back to reality. All eyes turned toward the TV. News. Eddie and April reacted instantly, especially Eddie. For Eddie, this was big news. As the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle and New York's top reporter, there was no way he would miss such a major story. But more importantly, Eddie immediately realized that Anton had a hand in tonight's events. There was no way this was a coincidence. Eddie suspected Anton's operation tonight was aimed at this very terrorist, someone who had suddenly attacked New York and called himself the Green Goblin. I have to go see what's happening. Eddie stood quickly, turning to Splinter. Master Splinter, I have to leave for the Oscorp building now. I'll continue our discussion about the Foot Clan when I return. But don't worry, on behalf of the Daily Bugle, I promise to pursue the Foot Clan and Sax to the very end. The Daily Bugle was practically synonymous with Batman at this point. Splinter, as a wise and astute being, surely understood the weight of Eddie's words. Eddie. April looked concerned. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, I'm coming with you. Eddie glanced at her. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, he saw in April a version of himself, someone determined, someone who wouldn't back down. He knew he couldn't convince her otherwise. Fine, Eddie relented. You can come, but you have to do exactly as I say. With that, the two headed for the exit of the sewer dojo, leaving the turtles and Splinter behind. Splinter hesitated for a moment before saying, I will ask the children to assist you. Sensei. The four turtles immediately gathered around, their excitement palpable. Is it really happening? Are we finally allowed to go out on a mission? The turtles were so thrilled that they were nearly jumping with joy, feeling for the first time that Splinter had truly acknowledged them. Do you think I don't know you've been sneaking out? Splinter sneered, giving the four a look that was equal parts exasperation and amusement. To be honest, if Eddie hadn't come knocking, Splinter might not have realized the extent of the turtles' involvement with the Foot Clan and how the Foot Clan had repeatedly suffered setbacks because of them. It seems, the time has come. Splinter felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. On one hand, he hoped that his more than 10 years of effort had truly prepared the turtles for this moment, that they could show the strength and unity he had always envisioned. On the other hand, he silently prayed they would return safely victorious, yes, but more importantly, unharmed. Near the Oscorp building, the Green Goblin's proposal to recruit Batman and Spider-Man to his cause was flatly rejected by both, as expected. The rejection only fueled his murderous intent. What a pity. The Green Goblin sneered, pulling a hidden throwing knife from behind his back and launching a sudden sneak attack. The Goblin's blade moved with terrifying speed, spinning toward Anton and Spider-Man. Ding! Anton, having anticipated the attack, countered with a batarang. The two projectiles collided mid-air, detonating in a fiery explosion. The resulting flames spread across the area, sending shockwaves that blew away the thick smoke rising from a nearby burned-out car. Spider-Man seized the moment, shooting webs to try and restrain the Green Goblin. However, the Goblin dodged swiftly, landing near his damaged flying skateboard. He stomped on it forcefully, triggering a hidden preset program. In moments, the flying skateboard's emergency backup system activated, restoring enough functionality for it to take flight again. This contingency had been designed by the Green Goblin himself. As long as the primary structure and core systems of the board remained intact, it could rely on the backup power to retain most of its functions. The Green Goblin stepped onto the board, intending to take the battle to the skies. But Anton was one step ahead. He deduced the Goblin's intent the moment he saw him move. Anton fired his grappling hook gun once more, forcing the Green Goblin to dodge. Using the retracting line of the grappling gun, Anton propelled himself forward and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! The kick dented the armor on the Green Goblin's chest, sending him flying off the skateboard. Anton seized the opportunity, gripping the board tightly. Without giving the Goblin a chance to react, he activated the full power of the Arkham Knight's armor. The immense force allowed him to tear off the energy shield beneath the skateboard and smash its internal systems with a single punch. This time, the flying skateboard was completely destroyed, instantly dashing the Green Goblin's plan to dominate the fight through aerial combat. Batman, I will kill you. Despite the loss of his equipment, the Green Goblin didn't falter. Instead, he sneered, his eyes glinting with cold malice. Sensing something, Anton quickly retreated. Boom! The Green Goblin detonated the remains of the flying skateboard, transforming it into a fiery explosion. The blast triggered additional weapons on the board, causing a chain of secondary explosions. Shards of steel flew in all directions, propelled by shockwaves that engulfed Anton as he tried to escape. Crash! The ground beneath the impact sank nearly half a meter. Vehicles parked on both sides of the street were obliterated, their glass shattered and frames set ablaze. The acrid smell of gasoline filled the air, and flames consumed what was left of the street. The area directly opposite the Oscorp building had become a full-fledged war zone. Batman! Spider-Man screamed in despair. Tears welled up in his eyes as he disregarded the danger of further explosions. Without hesitation, he rushed into the inferno, desperate to save Batman. That's the price, Batman. The Green Goblin stood on the side of the street, shrouded in the immense shadow cast by the Oscorp building under the pale moonlight. The fiery glow from the explosion of his flying skateboard illuminated one side of his body in crimson, amplifying his menacing aura. He allowed Spider-Man to rush into the flames without interference, confident in his belief, Batman couldn't possibly have survived the explosion unscathed. His cold eyes fixated on the raging fire, now cloaked by thick smoke. Beneath his helmet, his face twisted with madness, pride, and exhilaration. The superhero who had become a symbol across America defeated by him? The Green Goblin was certain, even if Batman had somehow survived, he must have been left gravely weakened, barely capable of fighting. In the Goblin's mind, Batman was about to endure the ultimate punishment, one entirely orchestrated by himself. But then, two figures emerged from the fire and smoke. One tall, one short. The tall figure was, of course, Batman. The shorter one Spider-Man. Anton's armor, however, was visibly damaged. Steel fragments from the exploding flying skateboard were embedded in the plating, and the flames and shockwaves had left scorch marks and dents. Though protected by the advanced Arkham Knight armor far superior to traditional, lightweight iron suits, Anton had still taken a serious hit. Had it not been for the armor's durability, he would have been incapacitated. Even so, he was far from unscathed. The damage to his armor had reached 67%, significantly reducing his combat effectiveness. The Green Goblin began to laugh. Though the head of Oscorp, he was also a highly educated scientist, skilled in analyzing weaknesses. Batman, even if you're still standing, how do you plan to fight me now? The Goblin had already assessed the situation. Batman's armor had sustained extensive damage, leaving him with barely half his original combat power. Even with Spider-Man by his side, their chances of overpowering him were slim. His confidence soared. Despite losing the mobility of his flying skateboard, he still had enough weapons, strength, and intellect to eliminate both Batman and Spider-Man here and now. Goblin, you. Spider-Man began to speak, but stopped when Anton raised his hand slightly. Anton's exposed chin carried a faint, enigmatic smile. He wasn't panicked, he exuded calm confidence, almost as if he were still in control of the situation. Anton's voice was steady, even mocking. Goblin, do you really think I'm the one in your control right now? Let me see how you plan to resist me. The Green Goblin, envisioning himself in Batman's position, was confident there was no way for Batman to turn the tables. But in the very next second, his eyes widened in disbelief, his face frozen with shock and incredulity. Batman smiled faintly and patted Spidey on the head. Kid, let me teach you a trick. What? When you face a problem you can't solve, just stretch out your right hand and snap your fingers. Who knows? Maybe your wish will come true. Spider-Man blinked in confusion. Downcast moments ago, he had almost bought into the Green Goblin's taunts. He never expected Batman to say something so absurd. Then, in front of both Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, Anton snapped his fingers. Snap. A faint sound echoed through the air. Repairing the Arkham Knight armor will cost 4 million fans, 40% of the armor's original value of 10 million. Confirm. Yes. The moment the snap ended, under the stunned gazes of Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, Anton's armor began to change. It looked as though time itself was rewinding. The damage quickly repaired itself, the scratches vanished, and the armor returned to pristine condition within seconds. This is impossible. The Green Goblin screamed in disbelief. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fathom what he had just witnessed. Under his mask, Spider-Man's expression was equally perplexed. He remembered Batman pulling a similar move during a fight against Kingpin. To be honest, such a phenomenon defied all logic. It couldn't even be rationalized as magic. It went beyond anything Spidey could explain. Pretending to be damaged in battle, only to restore everything just as the enemy feels triumphant. Is this some kind of twisted Batman mind game? Spider-Man shifted his gaze between Batman and the Green Goblin, who now looked on the verge of a breakdown. He had to suppress the urge to laugh out loud just as the Green Goblin had done moments earlier. Beside him, Anton grinned defiantly at the Green Goblin. Now, he said with mock seriousness, have you thought about how you'd like to get beaten up? After Anton left, the Batmobile entered autopilot mode and parked in an unmanned alley not far from the Oscorp building. The lizard, who had broken his hands and feet and even lost his tail, struggled to escape from the Batmobile. But no matter how strong his self-healing ability was, he couldn't grow back his hands and feet in such a short period of time to break free from Batman's special rope. Batman. The lizard roared in a low voice, and his cry echoed through the alley, extremely shocking. If it hadn't been for the nearby citizens of the Oscorp building and the police dispersing them, no one would have been able to sleep through this. Staring at the sewer manhole cover, just a dozen meters away, the lizard was desperate for freedom. As long as he could break free from the rope, he could escape through the sewer and regain his freedom. But he couldn't do it. It felt like the furthest distance in the world. Boom! Suddenly, just as the lizard was beginning to give up, the manhole cover of the sewer was kicked from the inside. It was lifted into the air, then fell to the ground, its sound resonating through the dark alley. The lizard's eyes lit up, and he felt his chance had come. Who? He shouted in a low voice. Swish, swish, swish. A few strange figures flew out of the sewer. The two sides looked at each other, both stunned. Turtles. The lizard murmured, hardly able to believe that, in addition to his own lizard genes, there were others who were fusing tortoise genes. Do you want to live a few hundred years longer? He thought that tortoises generally live longer, and he felt that this wasn't impossible. Help me. The lizard yelled. We are the same kind. Similar. The turtle with the yellow eye mask was dumbfounded and said, dude, we're not the same species, anyway. The turtles, who had come out of the sewer, were naturally following Eddie and April to Manhattan for their mission near the Oscorp building. Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael, and Donatello looked at the lizard on the Batmobile. After hesitating for a moment, they turned their eyes toward the Batmobile. Wow, this car is really cool. Donatello, the turtle with the purple eye mask, nicknamed Donnie, looked at the Batmobile with shining eyes, clearly envious. As a techie, he couldn't resist the charm of the Batmobile. Don't listen to him fooling around. At this point, Eddie and April crawled out of the sewer. Eddie glanced at the lizard, who was tied to the Batmobile, but wasn't too surprised. The Venom symbiote within him had already sensed the lizard's presence and had warned him mentally. This guy is different from you, Eddie said. His name is Kurt Connors. He's a mad scientist who, in an attempt to cure his disability, injected himself with a lizard gene serum. Although he cured his disability, he became a lizard man, driven by the madness of building a lizard empire. I've read the news. Donnie gave Eddie a thumbs up. Eddie, the Daily Bugle is our must-read newspaper every day. It looks like he was caught by Batman again. Eddie passed by the lizard man. With his professional instinct as a reporter, he took out his camera and snapped a photo of the lizard man, who was opening his bloodied mouth and looking embarrassed. He recorded the scene and then said, "Ignore him. Let's help Batman." "No problem. We can't wait." The turtles glanced at each other excitedly and quickly rushed out of the dark alley. On the other side, after Anton returned to his peak state, he teamed up with Spider-Man to fight the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin had lost his biggest advantage after detonating the flying skateboard. His mobility was greatly reduced, and even his self-confidence was crushed by Anton's incarnation of Batman. He didn't expect Anton to survive the terrifying explosion without even touching the skin of the armor he was wearing. Even now, the Green Goblin couldn't understand how the battle armor on Anton's body had gone from a war-damaged state to a pristine factory condition. Of course, if the explosion of the flying skateboard had caused Anton to lose combat effectiveness as he thought, the outcome might have gone as expected. But the truth is that there is no if. The Green Goblin was so angry that he ignored his own injuries. He threw a flying knife to push Spider-Man back and rushed toward Anton to fight him barehanded. Boom! Anton didn't miss the opportunity. He blocked the Green Goblin's fist, locked the latter's arm, and hit him with a knee strike that distorted the Green Goblin's face. Fortunately, he'd had a son early. Not far away, Spider-Man saw this and felt a chill in his lower body. This is too intense. He felt from the bottom of his heart that he really lacked combat experience. Previously, the only reason he could keep up with the Green Goblin was his strong basic abilities. If he could hit like Batman, he could be doing much more right now. The thought flashed through Spider-Man's mind, and he immediately rushed to help. The Green Goblin couldn't stop Anton's attack, and with Spider-Man joining in, his movements were even more restricted. The ubiquitous spider silk made it difficult for him to escape. Boom! He got punched in the head. "It seems you've already figured out how to get beaten," Anton sneered, landing punch after punch. The armor on the Green Goblin's chest was dented, his brain was in a daze, and the face under his hard helmet was bruised and cut from the impact of Anton's fists. Blood gradually trickled from the gaps. "Batman." The Green Goblin collapsed on the ground, exhausted, barely able to see the rise and fall of his chest, on the verge of fainting. With the last of his strength, he spoke slowly, his tone complex. "Don't tell Harry." This sentence was both directed at Anton and an exhortation to Spider-Man. Hearing it, as if it were an elder's instruction, Spider-Man's face under the mask suddenly burst into tears. He didn't know why things had turned out like this. However, this sentence completely exposed the identity of the Green Goblin. As Batman had said, the Green Goblin was Norman Osborn, Uncle Norman, the man Spider-Man had known since he was a child. How could this be? Spider-Man stood beside the unconscious Green Goblin, dazed, unsure of what to do next. Could the Green Goblin be handed over to the police and locked in prison for life? Batman. Spider-Man looked at his idol beside him. After solving the Green Goblin crisis, he had no idea what to do. The Green Goblin was down for the count. Suddenly, Spider-Man's spidey sense started tingling, and the spider in his mind throbbed. He quickly turned his head. Anton followed suit. 4 turtles, dressed as ninjas with eye masks of different colors, came charging up. The turtles were excited and full of energy. Spider-Man's expression hardened, and he instinctively knew that these 4 unusual creatures would be difficult to deal with. At the same time, George Stacy led the task force, quickly closing in on the scene. A group of task force members blocked the turtles at one end of the street, brandishing their guns and aiming them at the 4 turtles. "Batman, they just broke in. They're not good people," George Stacy said, determination in his voice, his tone vicious. "It looks like they should be accomplices of the lizard. Maybe even the Green Goblin is one of their allies." Anton was taken aback, glancing at the 4 turtles and then recalling the lizard. Although they were not the same species, at that moment, under George's warning, their images seemed to overlap inexplicably. Anton was suddenly speechless. Before Anton could speak, he saw Eddie leading April toward him at the end of the street. Eddie was fine, calm, and relaxed. April, who had been dragged along by him, was panting, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "Captain Stacy, the turtles are not the enemy." Eddie, unable to reveal his Venom identity, had been chasing after George for a while. Now, he quickly explained, "The turtles are here to help. They're not accomplices of the lizard." "What?" George recognized Eddie. As New York's self-styled #1 star reporter, Eddie was now the editor of the well-known Daily Bugle, and George was no stranger to him. George's tone was full of doubt. "You're saying that some of them are Batman's helpers?" This confusion stemmed from George's belief that the 4 turtles were of the same nature as the lizard. This was also the main reason he suspected the turtles were connected to the lizard. If the people here were all nicknamed after animals, why wouldn't he suspect Spider-Man and Batman too? After all, although Batman, Spider-Man, the turtles, and the lizard all had animal associations, George saw the turtles as actual animal-human hybrids just like the lizardman Connors had become. Spider-Man and Batman, on the other hand, only symbolized animals through their battle suits, not through their physical forms. Just ask Batman. Eddie couldn't explain everything to George, but he knew Batman would vouch for the turtles. Yes, they are my helpers, Anton answered affirmatively. As he spoke, he glanced at the fallen Green Goblin and shrugged. Although it's a bit late. Okay. George was relieved. After this battle, his trust in Batman had grown to an unimaginable height. Because he knew that if it hadn't been for Batman turning the tide during both the Lizard and Green Goblin incidents, the entire city of New York would have faced a serious crisis. Not only New Yorkers, but the New York Police Department also owed Batman their thanks. The Green Goblin. George grinned, rubbing his hands together. It was time for the New York Police Department to get all the glory. Sorry, I must take the Green Goblin. Anton's answer took George by surprise. George felt uneasy. This time, things seemed different from before. Batman had a different approach. He's more effective in my hands. After saying this, the Batmobile flew overhead. Once the battle was over, Anton gave a command, and the Batmobile began driving itself. Everyone could see that the lizard, still immobile, had been tied up and was hanging from the back of the Batmobile like a stick. Of course, the lizard had begun to regrow some of his hands and feet, looking terrifying. Lizard. George Stacy saw this and finally understood why Batman was unwilling to hand over the Green Goblin and the lizard to the New York Police Department. Even if he did, George couldn't keep them. Damn it. George felt frustrated but couldn't find any reason to persuade Batman to leave the Green Goblin with the New York Police Department. In that case, I'm leaving now. Anton entered the Batmobile and took off. Before he left, he glanced at Spider-Man, who understood immediately. He shot a web to the Oscorp building and took the lizard antidote. The turtles, seeing this, felt their trip had been in vain. They exchanged looks, then rushed into the sewer one by one, disappearing in front of George and the others. Eddie didn't rush back to the sewer dojo with the turtles. He stayed with April, intending to report on the aftermath of the Green Goblin incident for the New York Police Department. This was hot news. At the same time, Eddie called his apprentice Phil and asked him to quickly bring the professional equipment from the Daily Bugle to cover the aftermath in Manhattan. A while later, Anton and Spider-Man met on the first rooftop. Give him an injection. Anton nodded at Spider-Man, then glanced at the lizard, still tied to the Batmobile, whose hands and feet had regrown by more than half. No, Spider-Man. The lizard was full of fear and resistance, refusing to allow himself to become a disabled man. Professor, this is for your own good. Spider-Man was also reluctant but determined. He looked at the lizard with a mixture of anger and animal-like hatred in his eyes before gritting his teeth and injecting him with the antidote. Soon, the lizard transformed back into Connors. This time, Connors had reverted to his original form, missing his right arm but not yet fully stick-like as Anton had imagined. This probably had to do with his hands and feet during his time as the lizard. Seeing this, Spider-Man sighed with relief. At that moment, a helicopter approached the rooftop where Anton and the others were. The two looked up. A man, carrying a bow and arrow on his back, quickly slid down from the helicopter on a rope. Hawkeye? Because of his distinct appearance, Anton recognized him immediately. At this point, anyone walking around with a bow and arrow on their back could only be Hawkeye. Batman, Spider-Man. Hawkeye saw the two on the rooftop without any surprise on his face. Long before he arrived, he had already learned about the Green Goblin incident in Manhattan from the news. He had rushed to help, but now, it was over. The Green Goblin incident had ended. His thoughts quickly shifted as he glanced at the unconscious Green Goblin and Kurt Connors, who had returned to his original form. My name is Clint Barton, but you can call me Hawkeye. Hawkeye quickly introduced himself and nodded at Batman. Leave them to me. Connors, take him away yourself. Anton understood what Hawkeye meant, and he immediately replied, the Green Goblin can't be handed over to you. No way. Hawkeye's tone was firm, facing Batman's refusal without any hesitation. Although he hadn't communicated with Carlton, as a senior agent, Hawkeye had the authority to make decisions. In his eyes, whether it was the Lizard Connors or the Green Goblin, they should both be under S.H.I.E.L.D's jurisdiction. Hawkeye, I am not an agent of SHIELD strictly speaking. We only have a cooperative relationship, and it is SHIELD who asked me to cooperate. You have no right to order me. Anton frowned, glaring coldly at Hawkeye. After that, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere became tense as the air thickened. Spider-Man looked left and right, sensing that something was wrong. One of the reasons Anton rejected Hawkeye was because, before contacting Carlton, the Green Goblin incident hadn't yet erupted, and there was no agreement between them regarding the Green Goblin. Connors was handed over to SHIELD purely because Anton was too lazy to deal with the aftermath. To some extent, isn't SHIELD an organization designed to recycle waste and handle the aftermath? The purgatory established overseas, after discussions with Carlton during the Kingpin incident, serves as a garbage recycling station managed by SHIELD. Moreover, the Green Goblin's mood was still unstable. In addition, Norman Osborn had a personal connection with him. Harry was even an investor in his movies and a small fan of Batman. Out of sympathy for the Osborn family's genetic disease, Anton sided with his friend. From that standpoint, he intended to try to cure Norman's mental illness and genetic disease. Afterward, if it proved impossible, Anton would consider how to handle the mistakes Norman, as the Green Goblin, had made. At that point, it wouldn't be impossible to hand Norman over to SHIELD. As for how to cure hereditary diseases, Anton already had a preliminary idea in mind. To be honest, if the person wasn't Hawkeye, but Coulson, someone with whom he had a friendly relationship, things could have been discussed. However, Hawkeye's tough attitude made Anton extremely unhappy. If you still want to take the Green Goblin, then don't worry about Connors. I'll handle it myself. Anton stared at Hawkeye, a sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth. You'll regret this. Hawkeye gave Anton a long, hard look, then removed the bow and arrows he was carrying, preparing to use coercive measures. Regret. Anton laughed in anger. Since becoming Batman, he could hardly recall anyone daring to threaten him like this. Hawkeye might be a skilled fighter with solid combat capabilities, but compared to Coulson, his ability to handle delicate matters fell short. It wasn't that Hawkeye lacked intelligence, but his low emotional intelligence was undeniable. Humph. When Anton saw him take off his bow and arrow, he snorted coldly, stepping forward with lightning speed. Hawkeye's expression remained unchanged as he used his bow like a machete, attempting to meet Anton's attack head-on. But Anton's battle armor absorbed the impact of the blow effortlessly. His right fist, carrying immense force, whirred through the air and connected with Hawkeye's left rib. Hawkeye staggered backward, pain shooting through his body. His face showed a flicker of shock as he tried to steady himself, but he stepped too far, landing on the edge of the rooftop. Crunch. The fence behind him gave way, tumbling into the deserted alley below. A few seconds later, the sound of the crash echoed up from the street, cutting through the tense silence on the rooftop. Anton and Hawkeye locked eyes, the tension between them palpable, as though sparks crackled in the air. Hawkeye's gaze hardened, filled with newfound respect. He realized he had underestimated Batman. This so-called superhero had proven his reputation, and for someone like Hawkeye, who excelled at long-range combat, Anton's armored advantage was undeniably unfair. Now, Anton said, his tone sharp, do I send you flying, or are you leaving of your own accord? Hawkeye's face shifted with conflicting emotions. The humiliation of being bested burned within him, and Anton's taunt only fueled his anger. You're not qualified to make me leave, Hawkeye snapped, leaping backward onto the roof of a nearby building. Midair, he drew an arrow from his quiver and aimed it at Anton with precision. Anton, unfazed, raised his hand and threw a batarang. The sharp projectile sliced through the air, spinning like a thunderbolt, and collided with Hawkeye's arrow just as it left the bowstring. Boom! The arrow shattered. An instant later, both the batarang and the arrow detonated midair, sending shockwaves and fire bursting outward. The unexpected explosion caught Hawkeye off guard, propelling him backward. Hawkeye fell hard onto the rooftop, the impact rattling his body. His attempt at retaliation had ended in utter failure. The deafening explosion reverberated through the outskirts of Manhattan, loud enough to alert nearby police near Oscorp Tower. Amid the fading echoes, a figure slumped to the ground on the adjacent rooftop. The sheer drop of over 100 meters was a terrifying sight. This. Spider-Man gasped, his breath catching in his throat as he observed the scene. That was intense. He was frightened and suddenly turned his head to look at Batman. He's a member of an official agency. Won't you cause trouble if you kill him? Spider-Man sounded panicked, feeling like something big had just happened. Who said I killed him? Anton's tone was calm, almost indifferent. The explosive power of the batarang could hurt an ordinary person, sure, but for someone like him, it's not a big deal. Besides, he added with a faint smirk, he fell on his own. What's that got to do with me? This. Spider-Man was left speechless. Relax, he's got a tough life. He's not going to die so easily, Anton assured him, waving dismissively. This was just a lesson. I have no intention of dragging this out with him. If he still wants to bother me, there'll be plenty of opportunities for that later. With that, he turned towards Spider-Man. I'm leaving now. If you ever need me, you know where to find me. As his words trailed off, Anton casually knocked Connors unconscious, then picked up both the unconscious Green Goblin and Connors. With a leap, he unfurled his cape, gliding away with Batmobile until his figure disappeared into the city skyline. Spider-Man watched him leave, then jumped off the rooftop. Using his webbing, he swung between buildings until he spotted a figure hanging awkwardly on a wall. Spider-Man sighed in relief, muttering to himself as he disappeared down the street. Meanwhile, the figure hanging on the wall, disheveled, bruised, and fuming, was none other than Hawkeye. His face burned with frustration as he clung to the wall, seething. Batman. Hawkeye gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. Only when the city around him settled into silence did he take his gaze off Spider-Man and look toward the distant horizon. Batman was gone. But that didn't stop Hawkeye's irritation. Elsewhere, Anton stopped at a specific location and glanced at the sewer beneath his feet. He lifted the manhole cover and, after a quick call to Eddie for directions, navigated through the maze-like underground passages. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Turtles' dojo. Who's there? Inside, the Turtles had just returned home. They were gathered around Splinter, the large rat who served as their sensei, complaining about their fruitless trip. We went through all that trouble, and Captain George Stacy still treated us like criminals. Michelangelo whined. And when we finally met Batman, he helped us, sure, but... Michelangelo kept talking, oblivious to Splinter's growing headache. The wise old rat rubbed his temples, trying to focus as Anton entered. Suddenly, the four turtles and Splinter all reacted simultaneously, their expressions shifting as they turned to look toward the entrance of the dojo. Standing in the doorway was a dark figure, cloaked in shadows, his cape billowing slightly. In each hand, he carried an unconscious body. Batman. The turtles froze in surprise. Splinter, however, though taken aback, quickly masked his emotions with a calm expression. Yet, deep down, he was genuinely astonished. Batman had arrived at their dojo silently, completely unnoticed by them. For Splinter, this was a startling revelation. It meant that if the figure before them had been an enemy, they might already be ambushed. I mean no harm, Batman said, his voice steady and calm. He stepped into the dojo and gently set down the unconscious Green Goblin and Connors. I've come to talk to you about the Foot Clan and about yourselves. He paused, then added with a faint edge of humor, also, I need to deal with a small issue right now. Please, sit, Splinter said, motioning for Batman to join them. As the discussion deepened, the turtles and Splinter began to grasp Batman's intentions. His arrival was primarily due to two matters, the Foot Clan and the unconscious Green Goblin and Connors. The Foot Clan needed little explanation. It was a persistent thorn in the turtles' side and one of Batman's current targets. Through their exchange, Anton clarified the connection between Shredder and Sax, which further emphasized the importance of addressing this threat. The second issue, however, was more complex, what to do with the Green Goblin and Connors. While Anton had yet to finalize their fate with SHIELD, he had an interim solution in mind. The city's sewer system, with its isolated and labyrinthine structure, made for an ideal temporary prison. Batman proposed that the four turtles act as jailers, ensuring the two prisoners remained secured. Splinter, who primarily stayed at the base, could oversee things as well. There was another matter of significant importance that Batman brought up: the mutagen in the blood of the turtles and Splinter. This mutagen, which had transformed the turtles and Splinter into intelligent, humanoid creatures, bore a striking resemblance to the fields of study pursued by Connors in his body regeneration research and by Norman Osborn in his human enhancement experiments that led to the Green Goblin transformation. Despite being over a decade old, the mutagen technology was, in many ways, far more advanced and successful than the genetic engineering projects at Oscorp. As their conversation concluded, a faint twitch in Connor's eyelids drew Anton's attention. Turning his head, he observed the scientist lying on the ground. A faint smile appeared on Batman's lips. So, Anton said with a dry chuckle, his tone laced with amusement. Since you've heard everything, are you planning to keep pretending you're unconscious, Connors? The mutagen. Connors couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. He opened his eyes, his expression a mix of astonishment and complexity. He gazed at the humanoid turtles and the rat before him, creatures transformed in a manner strikingly similar to his own experience with the lizard formula. His eyes gleamed with a mix of wonder and excitement. The research, it's on else. He died in a fire 10 years ago, and all his work was thought to be lost, Connors murmured to himself, his voice tinged with awe, but it seems, he succeeded before his death. Anton raised an eyebrow. Connors seemed to recognize April's late father, Professor O'Neill, who had once worked under Sax. It wasn't surprising, considering they were both prominent figures in the field of biogenetics. The turtles and the rat, they're all results of the mutagen experiments. Connors exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the humanoid creatures before him. With access to the mutagen, I could perfect the genetic formula, maybe even create enhancement treatments without side effects. Batman, is this your goal? This is just a coincidence, Anton replied impassively. Originally, Anton hadn't planned on involving Connors in his plans. He intended to find another geneticist to study the mutagen, someone who could help him cure Norman Osborn's genetic illness and stabilize his fractured psyche. After all, in the Marvel Universe, talent wasn't exactly in short supply. However, after S.H.I.E.L.'s uncooperative stance and Hawkeye's abrasive attitude, Anton decided to take matters into his own hands and keep Connors under his wing. If Connors could successfully develop a safe genetic treatment, both for enhancing humans and curing disabilities, it would be a step forward for society, a form of atonement. From now on, this will be your cell and your research facility, Anton said, his tone cold and commanding. I'll provide you with any equipment you require. Your task is to develop a genetic cure without side effects and a safe human enhancement formula. Anton's gaze darkened as he leaned closer to Connors. Norman's schizophrenia is, in part, your fault. By extension, the Green Goblin's rampage is partially your responsibility. If what Spider-Man says is true, and there is good in you, then prove it. Redeem yourself, Connors. This is your last chance. Without waiting for a response, Anton stood and turned to Splinter. It's getting late. I should leave now, Anton said calmly. Splinter nodded, his tone serene. As for the Foot Clan, we'll proceed as agreed. The Green Goblin and Connors are in our care now. Anton glanced briefly at the unconscious Norman Osborn, then at Connors, who appeared overwhelmed but clearly couldn't refuse Anton's ultimatum. Satisfied, Anton walked towards the only entrance to the turtle's sewer dojo, his cloak billowing behind him as he disappeared into the shadows. Soon, Anton deactivated the Batman state, climbed out of the sewer, and replaced the manhole cover. Breathing in the fresh air above ground, he couldn't help but marvel at the turtles and Splinter's resilience. Maintaining a clean and organized dojo in such a grimy and chaotic environment was no easy task. The turtles and their rat master, who had raised them since their childhood mutation, clearly faced significant challenges every day. Even in those harsh conditions, Splinter managed to nurture Donatello the purple-masked turtle into a technological genius. It was a testament to Splinter's discipline and resourcefulness. Discipline can thrive even in adversity, Anton muttered to himself, stroking his chin. They might just be the ultimate underdog family. He reflected on Splinter's journey, a self-taught ninja master who trained 4 turtles in advanced martial arts though, with their abilities, martial arts barely scratched the surface of what they were capable of. After leaving the sewer, Anton headed to the Oscorp building to meet Eddie. Just as he arrived, Eddie and Phil pulled him into a shadowy alleyway, lugging a huge box between them. What's in the box? Anton asked, eyeing their excited expressions with suspicion. What did you two find? Eddie, grinning from ear to ear, opened the box. I turned into Venom and took Phil on a little stroll through the Oscorp building. You'll never guess what we found. Anton peered inside and froze. The box contained a flying glider, a green suit of armor, several pumpkin bombs, and demon-shaped throwing knives. In other words, Norman Osborn's backup Green Goblin gear. We found all this in Norman Osborn's office. Phil said excitedly. Boss, Norman Osborn is the Green Goblin. This is huge. We could expose him right now, the CEO of Oscorp, a supervillain? Imagine the headlines. Anton frowned, raising a hand to cut off Phil's enthusiasm. This is a delicate situation, he said, his tone firm. The shareholders backing Norman are far more powerful than even the Life Foundation. If we expose him recklessly, we risk provoking people with serious influence. Phil and Eddie exchanged glances, their excitement dimming slightly. Besides, Anton continued, Norman is currently being held in a temporary prison I just arranged. His condition is complicated. Certain experimental drugs damaged his psyche, leading to the creation of the Green Goblin personality. This isn't just about exposing a supervillain, it's about addressing the root cause. So no leaks, understood? After a pause, he added with a faint smirk, of course, I'll still pay out the bonus. Boss, I don't need a bonus, but... Phil hesitated, glancing nervously at Eddie. Gathering his courage, he asked, can I keep this suit? Anton was momentarily stunned. It dawned on him that Eddie and Phil weren't particularly interested in exposing the Green Goblin's identity, they were more focused on getting their hands on the armor and gear. I tried it on, Phil said eagerly, practically vibrating with excitement. The suit fits me perfectly. His eyes lit up as he continued, you're all superheroes, and I really want to be one of you. I want to join the Justice League. Boss, give me a chance. Anton turned to Eddie, raising an eyebrow with an amused expression. Eddie, this has your brainstorming all over it. Without your encouragement, Phil wouldn't have dared to say this in front of me. Justice League, huh? You really tell him everything. Eddie grinned unapologetically. Anton, you know me too well. I thought Phil deserved a shot. He's been through so much with us, and he's proven himself. Plus, we could use someone for logistics every now and then, right? He chuckled, sensing no rejection in Anton's tone. Anton sighed and turned back to philosophy. All right. If you really want to be part of this, then step up. Work harder not just at the Daily Bugle, but with us, too. You'll have to prove yourself. Phil's face lit up with excitement. I will. Good. Now, have you thought of a nickname? Anton asked with a faint smirk. If you're going to step into the action, you'll need something catchy. Phil didn't hesitate. How about Hobgoblin? Seeing Phil blurt out the name, Anton's expression turned a little strange. This name sounds like a bad guy, he remarked. Phil, thinking Anton was dissatisfied with the choice, quickly explained, just like Venom, I like this name. In the future, I'll team up with Eddie. Venom and Hobgoblin together will be the stuff of bad guys' nightmares. Sounds good, it pairs well with Venom, Anton replied with a nod. Hearing the name Hobgoblin triggered a memory in Anton's mind. He suddenly recalled Phil Urich's true identity in another timeline. No wonder this guy seemed to have a knack for being in the spotlight. It turned out he was based on a character from the comics. In the Ultimate Spider-Man storyline, the one where Parker's life was stolen by Dr. Octopus, Phil Urich, as the second-generation Hobgoblin, was a reporter at the Daily Bugle and also Kingpin's right-hand man. The first Hobgoblin, Roderick Kingsley, had been a costume designer who stumbled upon Norman Osborn's tech, stole it, and became a villain. Kingsley later rented out the identity and equipment to Phil, who became the new Hobgoblin. But in this world, Phil hadn't yet crossed paths with Kingpin, mainly because Kingpin had already met his downfall. Under Anton and Eddie's influence, Phil was being nudged toward a heroic path. Joining the newly forming Justice League, Phil was becoming a foundational member, diverging more and more from his comic book trajectory. Anton decided not to overthink it. Still, if Connors could successfully develop a new human strengthening serum using the turtle's mutagen, Phil could benefit from it. As an ordinary person, this would elevate him closer to a superhero's capabilities. Whether by mutation or technology, Phil has potential, Anton mused. With me backing him, he's going to have everything he needs. He looked at philosophy. Since you're going to use the Green Goblin's equipment, let's repaint it. We don't want anyone thinking the Green Goblin is back. How about blue and red for the color scheme? Sounds great. I love it. Phil agreed, practically bouncing with excitement. Anton chuckled at Phil's enthusiasm. Seeing him so eager to join the Justice League and even willing to repaint stolen equipment, Anton realized Phil would probably have been just as happy flying the glider in his pajamas. Later, Eddie took Phil back near Oscorp to follow up with their Daily Bugle colleagues and report on the incident. Among the reporters, April was leading the Channel 6 team, thanks to her early arrival on the scene with Eddie. This gave her exclusive material and a head start on the story. Everyone worked late into the night. As for Anton, once he returned home, he took stock of his latest rewards. Resolved the Green Goblin incident. Reward, 6 million justice points. Current justice points balance, 9 million. Not bad, Anton mused. I spent 10 million to redeem the Arkham Knight armor, but with the 6 million back in my account, the net cost is just 4 million. Not a loss at all. His thoughts drifted to the looming confrontation with the Foot Clan, as agreed with Splinter. That, too, was about to become another critical piece of the puzzle. If all goes as planned, the justice points balance will exceed 10 million after dealing with the Foot Clan, and with the upcoming Cyborg movie task nearing completion, the next cycle will bring a new Persona Cyborg ready to suit up. Meanwhile, Marvel's Justice League is taking shape, piece by piece. The future was looking brighter than ever. A few days later, the headlines were ablaze with topics like Green Goblin attacks New York and Osborn Industries in crisis. These stories had become the latest hot-button discussions over dinner tables across New York and even the entire United States. The Green Goblin incident dominated news outlets, sparking a media frenzy that shook the city. Yet, amidst all the chaos, Osborn Industries, the company at the center of it all, remained curiously silent. Super-fast media outlets soon uncovered an even bigger mystery. Norman Osborn was missing. The Oscorp building, once again the scene of a villain's attack, had been targeted during the Green Goblin's rampage. But Norman Osborn, its owner and CEO, was nowhere to be found. Naturally, the public dismissed the idea that Norman could be the Green Goblin himself. After all, who would blow up their own property as a villain? Instead, many speculated that Norman had been killed during the attack. Online, the news of his disappearance spread like wildfire, drawing comparisons to Tony Stark's own brief disappearance some time ago. However, Norman's case felt even more severe. Both men were the respective hearts of their companies, but the key difference was leadership continuity. Stark Industries had been established by Tony's father, Howard Stark, and was backed by a group of seasoned executives led by Obadiah Stana. In contrast, Norman Osborn had left behind only his teenage son, Harry Osborn. While it was expected that Harry would inherit the chairman's role, it was clear that the company's shareholders wouldn't stand by as a high school student took over such a massive corporation. What was certain, however, was that Osborn Industries would face an unprecedented power struggle, a storm of chaos that was brewing within its boardroom. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle, having cashed in on the Green Goblin story, the Bugle enjoyed an explosion of credibility and reach. Exclusive scoops, dramatic headlines, and high-profile interviews like those conducted with police captain George Stacy had propelled the paper into the public spotlight. Eddie Brock's status rose sharply. Now hailed as New York's top reporter, he had become an idol for journalism students and a minor internet celebrity. His newfound fame also rubbed off on his girlfriend, April. Thanks to her coverage of the Green Goblin incident, she solidified her place at Channel 6 and erased any lingering doubts about her career. On the other side of the city, Phil was hard at work modifying the Green Goblin suit he had claimed. He had renamed it the Hobgoblin suit and made significant alterations. The armor's green hue had been replaced with blue, and he added a striking red cloak and hat to differentiate it from the original. Phil sealed away the pumpkin bombs and goblin blades that had come with the suit, unwilling to use weapons so closely tied to the Green Goblin's infamy. Instead, through Anton's connections, he commissioned new, customized equipment from the high table. Now, with his revamped Hobgoblin suit complete and new gear in hand, Phil was preparing for his first public appearance as a superhero. Every detail had been meticulously planned. He intended to make an entrance no one would forget. After resolving the Green Goblin incident and in accordance with the agreement with Daredevil and Splinter, Anton instructed Eddie and the others to shift their focus to the Foot Clan. The Foot Clan had been consistently stealing expensive chemical materials from the docks that Osborn Company had stored. They wasted no opportunity to exploit the civil unrest surrounding Osborn. As expected, frequent robberies were reported at the docks. The New York Police Department's task force seemed to be outplayed at every turn. Even when they set up traps, the Foot Clan always managed to escape, well prepared and ahead of the game. It was clear that Sachs was involved. After all, who had ordered the cooperation between the New York Police Department task force and Sachs? At Anton's command, Eddie was stationed at the docks in advance. Using Venom's abilities, he successfully captured photos of the Foot Clan's activities and sent them to the New York Police Department's chief, George Stacy, with whom he had a good relationship. George Stacy was furious when he saw the photos. He couldn't believe that the company he had trusted and partnered with was actually working for the Foot Clan. On this day, the New York Police Department task force was dispatched to the Sachs Industries building. On one hand, the Saks building contained expensive chemical materials that the Foot Clan had stolen from Osborn. On the other hand, Saks had proven itself to be a pawn of the Foot Clan, losing the trust of both the New York Police Department and George Stacy. After confirming the authenticity of the intelligence, a furious George assembled the task force and prepared to strike against Saks and the Foot Clan with all the force they could muster. Eddie kept an eye on the situation within the New York Police Department. As soon as George and his team left the police station, Eddie made his way down to the Daily Bugle's DC company floor, found Anton, and said with a smile, "The show has begun. Are the Ninja Turtles ready?" Anton asked calmly. As the orchestrator behind the scenes, he had anticipated this moment for some time. "Always ready," Eddie replied confidently. For this day, they've been preparing for thousands of days and nights. The Foot Clan and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were destined enemies. The Foot Clan represented everything evil in the eyes of the Turtles, and since childhood, Splinter had instilled in them the goal of defeating the Foot Clan. Now, the day had come to fulfill that mission. "Let's go. The show's starting, but you can't have a show without an audience," Anton said. Anton followed Eddie to the Saks Company building, where the New York Police Department task force had already surrounded the premises. The building was locked down so tightly that not even a fly could get through. The aggressive display caused panic among the ordinary employees inside. However, the owner of Saks, Eric Saks, remained calm, as if he had been expecting this. "Carre, are we all prepared?" Eric asked, looking at the ninja beside him. Carre's face was stern and solemn. Upon hearing the question, she remained unfazed and responded, "Master Shredder has arrived at Saks. You can evacuate first with the experimental materials." "Understood," Eric nodded, turning to head for the helipad on the top of the building. At the same time, he ordered the researchers to remove the latest experimental results and destroy all other materials on site. The goal of Saks Company was to develop a powerful biochemical gas capable of covering all of New York. In this terrorist attack, Saks would position itself as the savior, carrying the antidote and manipulating life and death. However, while the poison gas had been developed, the antidote was still far from ready. Without the antidote, neither Saks nor the Foot Clan could afford to release the toxic gas. After all, they sought to dominate New York and the world in the guise of saviors, not create a chaotic, desolate wasteland. Even though they were called by the police, they didn't think they had done anything wrong. They only regretted that the exposure came too early and the plan hadn't been implemented in time, so they now had to find another way. Boom! After several repeated calls from the New York Police Department task force, led by George, no one inside the Saks Company building responded. Ordinary employees surrendered voluntarily and were guarded by the New York Police Department, waiting for questioning afterward. However, none of the related researchers or thugs came out to speak. This only irritated George further. He gave the order, and the task force stormed the Saks Company building. Tear gas and flashbangs were thrown into the lobby on the first floor, and the task force members, hiding behind the walls, opened fire on the thugs waiting inside. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets tore through the air, forcing many of the thugs to retreat. The task force pushed forward, their powerful firepower overwhelming the enemies from all sides. Despite their full efforts, the Foot Clan thugs still didn't pose much of a threat to the task force. What George and his team didn't know was that the real masterminds hadn't even revealed themselves yet. On the rooftop of the building, Eric Saks, holding a canister of poison gas, prepared to flee the city and find a secluded place to hide. For a wealthy man like him, living in seclusion wasn't the end, it was merely a new beginning. This wouldn't be a comeback, because, in his mind, the sun never set on his empire. But as the helicopter lifted just a few meters off the ground, its propellers were suddenly sliced off by something, sending the entire helicopter crashing back onto the rooftop, nearly piercing the apron. What happened? Eric's voice was full of rage as he looked out of the cabin. A figure in a flying cloak stood in front of him, his face drained of color. Batman. In the Saks building, on the first floor lobby, a man clad in silver samurai armor crashed through the wall like a tank, landing in the lobby. Under the excited gazes of the thugs, he charged straight into the task force. The guns of the task force members were useless against the man in the silver samurai armor. Ding, 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 ding. The bullets bounced off his hard armor. The man in the silver samurai armor wore a scornful expression beneath his helmet. "This is the task force of the New York Police Department," he sneered, standing proudly in the center of the floor. "Pathetic. If you manage to find your way here, you're considered capable, Captain Stacy," he taunted. Then, Shredder spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. "However, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. The Foot Clan is not so easily dealt with." Shredder. George's expression grew solemn. From the information Eddie had sent, he knew Shredder's identity. Before commanding the task force to the Saks building, he had also ordered a team to go to Shredder's dojo in Brooklyn. Obviously, that team had made no impact on Shredder at all. Why are there so many monsters in armor now? George couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Shredder ignore the task force's attack and charge forward, mowing down anyone in his way. The bullets had no effect on Shredder's armor. Shredder advanced ruthlessly, his posture arrogant and dismissive, as he knocked aside all the task force members who tried to stop him. George didn't want to run away. As the captain of the New York Police Department, escaping during a fight against crime would be a shame. He never feared death. Besides, he believed he still had a chance. Therefore, he drew his gun, pulled the trigger continuously, and dodged while trying to put some distance between himself and Shredder. However, Shredder, a master ninja, had far superior combat skills to George. Soon, Shredder was upon him. A sharp blade sprang from the armor-covered right forearm. In the sunlight, the blade gleamed, reflecting a dazzling light. George swallowed hard. He was backed up against a wall, with no way to advance or retreat. In front of him stood Shredder in his silver samurai armor. There are superheroes in New York, you won't succeed, George gritted through his teeth. Humph. Shredder didn't bother to respond. Instead, he lunged forward with the sharp blade aimed directly at George. Boom! A figure suddenly appeared above Shredder's head, falling like a meteor. It crashed down with terrifying force, slamming Shredder to the ground. George was able to escape the immediate danger. He looked at the figure before him for a moment. George, I saved you again. Anton, clad in battle armor, stood there with a slight smile, his chin and the corner of his mouth the only visible part of his face. Batman. George's voice was filled with surprise and delight. I knew you wouldn't let the Foot Clan cause trouble. Batman. Shredder, who had been stepped on by Anton, let out an angry cry. His arms, bristling with sharp blades like a hedgehog, swished through the air as he lunged at Anton with slashing strikes. Anton grabbed George and stepped back, retreating to the entrance of the Saks Company building. Outside the door, a small group of onlookers, undeterred by the danger, erupted in cheers at the sight of Batman. Though they kept a safe distance, they couldn't resist their excitement. Batman. Go get them, Batman. Take down those thugs. The thunderous shouts spread through the area, leaving George, standing beside Anton, looking slightly helpless. It was clear that Batman's popularity in New York had reached an unprecedented level. Even when the NYPD task force took action, there was never any applause or cries of support. Instead, the crowd simply watched, munching snacks like they were at a spectacle. But now, with Batman on the scene, the atmosphere felt like a rock concert, complete with an enthusiastic cheering section. George's thoughts snapped back to reality as he turned his attention to Shredder, who stood in his gleaming silver samurai armor, radiating menace. Batman, George said, his tone grave, you'll hand him over to the NYPD this time, right? George wasn't worried about Batman stepping in, he was more concerned that Batman might vanish with Shredder once the fight was over. If that happened again, it would be tough to explain to his superiors. But then, George heard something entirely unexpected. That's not a question for me, Anton replied calmly. His opponent isn't me. Today, I'm just a spectator. What? George's confusion was written all over his face. Batman's opponent wasn't Shredder? And Batman a spectator? Was he joking? George looked at the cheering crowd behind them. Who exactly was the spectator here? His thoughts were interrupted by a startling scene. A group of humanoid turtles suddenly burst through the wall of the lobby, crashing onto the first floor. They lined up, standing firm between George and Shredder. What the? George whipped around to face Anton. Who are they? And why are they here? They're Shredder's opponents, Anton replied nonchalantly. Turtles. Shredder froze in shock for a moment before glaring furiously at Batman. He didn't even bother acknowledging the turtles in front of him. You expect them to be my opponents? Batman, are you mocking me? Shredder growled, his pride as a warrior deeply insulted. His arms shook, the sharp blades springing to life again. With a fierce motion, the blades shot out, a torrent of metal slicing through the air toward Anton and George. The sound of knives cutting through the air was deafening. George's expression turned tense, but Anton remained unfazed, standing calm and motionless. Relax, George, Anton said with an air of confidence, even taking a moment to reassure him. The turtles will take care of Shredder and help the task force deal with the Foot Clan. Clang, 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 clang. The turtles advanced, skillfully wielding their weapons to deflect the torrent of sharp blades. The clash of metal on metal echoed loudly, filling the air with the sound of battle. The four turtles surrounded Shredder, engaging him in a chaotic back-and-forth skirmish. What the hell are they? George muttered, swallowing nervously. He stared at the bizarre creatures, their shapes and movements unlike anything he'd seen before. The memory of the recent lizard incident flashed in his mind, making him uneasy. Batman, are you sure they're not lizard's accomplices? Of course not, Anton replied casually. They were created by the Foot Clan. This is poetic justice, a fitting revenge against their creators. Despite Batman's explanation, George still looked bewildered. But at least he now understood one thing. These turtle-like beings weren't villains, they were allies. Are you really not going to help? George pressed after a moment of silence. The battle between the turtles and Shredder had escalated, their movements a blur of speed and precision. Even the NYPD task force stationed on the street had begun to retreat, leaving the combatants to their fate. None of the officers dared to intervene. The ferocity of the fight and the rapid shifts in position made it impossible to aim without risking collateral damage. Besides, Shredder's silver samurai armor was bulletproof. As for the turtles, their shells had proven equally impervious. During the Green Goblin incident, these same turtles had charged straight through the task force's defensive line, shrugging off a hail of bullets. Their resilience was undeniable. George cast a quick glance at Anton. Even if the turtles somehow lost, Batman was standing right there. In the eyes of the task force, Batman's presence this time was less about fighting and more about training. It was obvious to them that the turtles were Batman's sidekicks. Just like Spider-Man during the Green Goblin incident, the turtles seemed to follow Batman's lead. It didn't matter that they were all animal-themed superheroes. What mattered was that Batman the Bat was the one in charge. After all, a bat's fist was apparently the hardest. No one looks down on me. Shredder's enraged roar cut through the noise of the fight. He had been locked in combat with the Turtles for some time now, unable to gain the upper hand. The realization gnawed at him, fueling his frustration. In his mind, the situation was clear. These Turtles were Batman's protégés, and Batman had shown up not to defeat him but to train his sidekicks using him, Shredder, as nothing more than a stepping stone. The very idea was an insult Shredder couldn't bear. He had no idea the Turtles were actually the result of genetic experiments conducted over a decade ago by his subordinate and adopted son, Eric Sachs. Shredder's knowledge of the experiments was limited. He only knew of Sachs' poison gas plan, unaware of the full scope of the genetic modifications that had birthed these mutants. But even if he had known, it wouldn't have lessened his fury. Batman's actions now were exactly what Shredder suspected, utter contempt. And Shredder would not stand for it. You will pay the price. Shredder growled through gritted teeth, his rage clouding his judgment as he doubled down on his assault against the Turtles. He knocked Leonardo, wielding his steel katana, off balance and landed a heavy punch on Michelangelo, who had been spinning his nunchaku. Turning his attention forward, he faced Donatello and Raphael, who blocked his path with unwavering resolve. Our battle isn't over yet. We won't let you pass, Raphael declared, his voice firm. That's right, Donatello added in a measured tone. If you want to fight Batman, you'll have to go through us first. Your opponent is us? Behind Shredder, Leonardo, and Michelangelo, who had been momentarily knocked down, rose to their feet again. Leonardo gripped his katana with determination, while Michelangelo spun his nunchaku, ready for the next round. Each of their faces displayed the same unyielding determination. Not far away, Anton watched the scene unfold, a small smile tugging at his lips. Beside him, George observed the Turtles with a mixture of awe and bewilderment. Something about their resolve struck a chord in him, and he found himself momentarily speechless. When he finally snapped out of it, an idea struck him. Testing the waters, he tentatively said, Batman, these turtle people, they're superheroes just starting out, right? What are you trying to say? Anton, still focused on the battlefield, gave George a sidelong glance, curious but skeptical. George, emboldened, rubbed his hands together and grinned. Since you're training them, have you ever thought about letting them join the New York Police Department's task force? Anton's expression didn't change, but George pressed on, his tone growing more earnest. The task force needs talented individuals now more than ever. Turtle people count as talented individuals, right? He gave a sheepish but hopeful smile. I'd welcome them with open arms. Anton turned his head to look at George, visibly surprised. He hadn't expected George, on behalf of the New York Police Department, to extend an invitation to the Turtles to join the task force. From George's perspective, however, this was a logical step and possibly the best way forward for the police. In recent times, a wave of enemies and extraordinary incidents had thrown New York into chaos. The NYPD task force, originally established to combat underground criminal activity and gangs, now faced challenges far beyond its scope. Since the Lizard incident, the task force had struggled not only with its operational effectiveness but also with morale. Ordinary criminals were one thing, and the task force could boast some solid victories in that regard. But when it came to abnormal threats like the Green Goblin or Shredder, whose armored suits made them nearly invincible, it was a different story. And then there were the appearances of creatures like the Lizard and the Turtles. George couldn't shake the nagging thought, what if, in the future, they faced a Rhino Man or even an Ant-Man? Who could predict when Batman or Spider-Man might stop showing up to help? These extraordinary individuals operated on a level that the NYPD's understanding of criminals simply didn't encompass. The task force's equipment was already the best George could manage, but it was proving nearly useless against superpowered foes. Without Batman's regular interventions, George knew he would have been forced to pick and choose between impossible crises long ago. The idea of inviting the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to join the task force may have been a sudden thought, but George found himself taking it seriously. He knew Batman was an independent force, impossible to control, and there was no chance of recruiting him into the NYPD. Spider-Man was another story, likely a high school student with more than enough to juggle between saving lives and finishing homework. As for Venom, his appearance alone was terrifying enough to cause mass panic. He was out of the question. But the Turtles? They seemed like the perfect candidates. George admired their determination and strength, which had been on full display when they faced Shredder. Though this was only his second time meeting them, he could see their conviction and decency. I won't make decisions for them, Anton said after a moment of thought. His tone was firm but measured. But I don't think they'd refuse your offer. The Turtles had spent their entire lives hidden away in the dark, dirty sewers. Their limited interactions with humans and their desire to experience the world openly were feelings few could truly understand. Their existence was one of hiding, emerging only during Halloween to blend in as costumed citizens. While they may have outwardly accepted this life in the original narrative, it didn't mean it was the life they truly wanted. They must have dreamed of it standing under the sun, walking freely on bustling streets, and meeting the gaze of passers-by. Whether those looks held curiosity, surprise, or even contempt didn't matter. For a normal person, given the choice, who would willingly spend their life in darkness, never seeing the light of day? And also, Anton continued, his tone shifting thoughtfully, Even if they agree, you'll still need to convince someone else. Although, I don't think he'll be much of an obstacle. Who? George asked, puzzled. A mouse, Anton replied matter-of-factly. When the battle is over, you'll meet him. A mouse? George's mind reeled. Another rat man? He felt a sudden buzzing in his brain, as though the bizarre ideas he had been entertaining were about to be realized. Meanwhile, the battle between the turtles and Shredder reached its peak intensity. The turtles seemed to be putting every ounce of strength into the fight, as if drawing on the energy they'd had as children. They used every technique they had ever learned, determined to bring Shredder down. But Shredder wasn't easy prey. His samurai armor, while bulky, did nothing to slow his swift, precise movements. The blades on his arms were equipped with magnetic devices, allowing him to hurl them like boomerangs and recall them effortlessly. His relentless and versatile fighting style kept the turtles on their toes. Finally, however, the turtles discovered the armor's weak points, the joints. By targeting these areas, they could damage or jam the armor's internal transmission system. Leonardo struck first, driving his katana into the joint at Shredder's knee, locking the limb in place. Raphael leapt onto Shredder's back, plunging his twin sai into the joints of Shredder's shoulders, immobilizing his arms. Meanwhile, Donatello and Michelangelo simultaneously attacked the armor's lower sides, their strikes disrupting the transmission system further. Boom! Shredder was completely restrained. Just a few turtles. Shredder snarled, his fists clenching as he fought against his captors. With a violent twist of his body, he managed to throw all 4 turtles off him. But the strain on his armor was evident. Click, click, click. The sounds of cracking and grinding echoed as the joints of the samurai armor buckled. Cracks spread across its surface, and the internal mechanisms faltered, drastically slowing Shredder's movements. Though hindered, Shredder refused to acknowledge his weakened state. Instead, he shifted his focus to Batman, who stood nearby, calmly observing the fight. Now you? Shredder growled, a twisted smirk spreading beneath his helmet. The floor beneath him suddenly gave way with a boom, creating a deep pit surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks that spread outward. The turtles, momentarily stunned by the dramatic destruction, quickly recovered. But instead of worrying, they exchanged glances and began shaking their heads in mock sympathy for Shredder. Why couldn't he just stick to fighting us? Raphael muttered, half amused, half exasperated. Seriously, Michelangelo added with a snicker. He just had to go pick a fight with him. Even Leonardo sighed. If he'd been at full strength, it might have made sense. But with his armor half destroyed, he's only asking for trouble now. The turtles couldn't help but pity Shredder. They watched as Shredder launched himself into the air, his feet barely touching the ground. As he ascended, the scattered blades on the floor snapped back into place on his armored arms. With immense force, he swung them downward, aiming directly at Batman, who stood beside George. George's expression shifted in alarm, but Batman remained perfectly still, showing no intention of dodging or retreating. George, however, couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Shredder descended with the ferocity of a boulder tumbling down a mountainside, determined to crush everything in his path. The air screamed as Shredder's blades cut through it, accompanied by his powerful, rage-filled shout. The combination of sound and fury seemed to cast an invisible net over everyone present: George, the 4 turtles, the task force members, and even Anton, who stood firm as Batman. At the critical moment, Anton shifted his stance, clenching his fist tightly. With precise timing, he sidestepped Shredder's attack, letting the powerful wind from the swinging blades brush past him. Then, targeting the vulnerable connection between Shredder's helmet and his upper body armor, his neck, Anton unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! The force of the punch seemed to ripple through the air itself, striking Shredder squarely at the exposed joint. Crack, crack. A sickening sound of bone dislocating echoed through the room, unmistakable to everyone present. Shredder, encased in his samurai armor, flew sideways like a rag doll. His body smashed through the wall of the hall, sending debris and shattered bricks scattering everywhere. The room fell into an eerie silence. No one moved. No one spoke. The aftermath of Anton's single, decisive blow left everyone stunned, frozen in place as they processed what had just happened. This, as expected of Batman. They didn't know how long it had been, but a member of the task force swallowed hard and muttered to himself. In the silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard, his words acted as a spark, igniting a burst of cheers from the crowd. The members of the task force were almost in a frenzy. Unlike the casual onlookers outside, they were New York Police Department officers on the front lines, burdened with a greater sense of responsibility. Over time, Batman's repeated interventions had turned the tide and saved New York from countless crises. Surprisingly, the greatest beneficiaries weren't the citizens but the NYPD itself. Batman's presence had helped the department handle threats far beyond its capabilities. When it came to Batman's fanbase, the NYPD probably accounted for a significant portion of it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that 2/3 of the department's officers were diehard, even fanatical, supporters. For many, Batman had become a role model. Even their chief, George Stacy, could be considered an admirer of the Dark Knight. Not far away, the 4 turtles stood together, unsurprised by what had just happened. They had known, ever since Batman contacted them and sent them into action, that this battle was destined to end in victory. Though Shredder was powerful, Batman's legendary track record was undeniable. Even if the 4 of them couldn't defeat Shredder, it was clear Batman would. Their only regret was failing to achieve a united effort to fully defeat Shredder themselves. Still, their contributions to the battle couldn't be ignored. Without their interference and efforts to disrupt Shredder, Batman wouldn't have had the opportunity to land the decisive blow. After all, Shredder's silver samurai armor was anything but ordinary. That said, it was evident that if the fight had continued, the four turtles might have eventually triumphed on their own. In the end, rounding up the events, this victory could still be seen as a shared achievement. Amidst the crowd's cheers, a figure in the corner clicked their camera shutter furiously, capturing the passionate scene with a look of pure joy. Batman had delivered yet another iconic moment. A single punch had brought Shredder to his knees. The Foot Clan's leader, the mastermind behind the chaos in New York, had met an end as ignoble as Kingpin's. Without question, the photograph of this moment would dominate the Daily Bugle's front page tomorrow, easily overshadowing the waning Green Goblin saga. The Green Goblin incident's aftermath mostly revolved around speculation about the villain's true identity and whereabouts, as well as the internal power struggles it had ignited within Oscorp. Rumors swirled that Harry Osborn, still a high school student, intended to seize control of Oscorp with the backing of the company's senior members. His goal? To reclaim the power lost after Norman Osborn's disappearance. Oscorp belongs in Osborn hands, some citizens murmured, with many others expressing curiosity and excitement about the potential fallout. Their enthusiasm for Oscorp's drama even outpaced that of the media, eager as always to fan the flames. Of course, those were mere side stories. At this time, Eddie had no idea that George was planning to invite the four turtles to join the New York Police Department task force. If he had known, he would have been torn about tomorrow's front page headline, whether to run Batman's photos or break this explosive and groundbreaking news. Eddie remained in the corner, quietly snapping pictures. "It's over. I'm leaving now," Anton said, withdrawing his fist. He glanced around at the recovering task force members and turtles, then added with a smirk, "Oh, by the way, Eric Sachs is hanging upside down on the rooftop tarmac. You might want to get him down soon." With that, he left the Sachs building, disappearing into the shadows between the towering structures. The four turtles exchanged glances before focusing on the NYPD officers working diligently to clean up the scene. They removed an unconscious Shredder, whose neck was awkwardly twisted, from his armor, handcuffed him, and escorted him to the prison van. Afterward, the turtles moved swiftly toward a hole in the wall, intending to leave silently. As they were about to make their exit, George Stacy, who had been observing them, called out, "Wait." The turtles stopped and turned back, watching as George approached them with a sincere expression. "Thank you for everything you've done," he said earnestly. "It's our duty," Leonardo replied calmly. "This is our mission." With that, the turtles prepared to leave once more. "Wait, there's more." George stopped them again. The turtles turned around, puzzled by what he might say next. "I have an idea," George began, looking at them seriously. "Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo, Donatello. Batman told me your names. Of course, that's not the point. What I want to say is this: I want to invite you to join the New York Police Department task force and become one of us. If you're willing, the NYPD would be honored to have you." For a moment, the turtles froze. In the corner, Eddie's jaw dropped in disbelief, stunned by what he had just heard. The surrounding task force members were equally taken aback. But unlike Eddie, they didn't see anything wrong with George's offer. In fact, they were thrilled. The turtles' abilities had been on full display during the battle, and their potential as allies was undeniable. If the turtles became part of the NYPD, the officers would feel far more confident handling their day-to-day tasks. Most importantly, the turtles' connection to Batman hinted at something even more valuable, a possible line of communication with the Dark Knight himself. And wasn't that an incredible opportunity? "What?" Leonardo asked, blinking in disbelief. "What did you just say? Say it again." "I want to invite you to join the New York Police Department task force," George repeated sincerely. "We're in." Michelangelo blurted out enthusiastically, answering on behalf of the group without hesitation. The other three turtles exchanged glances but didn't voice any objections. "If we join the task force, will the New York Police Department ask us to appear in some secret identity?" Donatello hesitated, looking nervously at George. He seemed reluctant to receive a definitive answer. "No," George replied firmly. "In fact, Batman suggested we make your identities public. I think his suggestion makes a lot of sense. If New Yorkers know we have a few more special individuals on our side, they'll surely hold the NYPD in even higher regard. In that case, we're willing to join the New York Police Department task force." With that, any hesitation vanished. The four turtles spoke in unison, giving their enthusiastic agreement. "By the way, Captain George, would you mind coming with us to meet our teacher?" Leonardo asked suddenly. "Teacher?" George echoed, recalling the mention of a rat by Batman. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "I'll do my best to convince your teacher." Eddie, meanwhile, was too caught up in his work to care about their conversation. Having stumbled upon one piece of big news after another, he kept clicking his camera shutter, capturing photos of George and the four turtles in their triumphant and relaxed state. The New York Police Department returned from Sachs Tower with a resounding victory. The Foot Clan had been destroyed, and their leader, Shredder, was arrested. Meanwhile, the crowd of curious onlookers buzzed with excitement, not only from the news of the Foot Clan's downfall but also from those who claimed to have seen Batman. The sighting fueled even more fervent gossip among the city's residents. Instead of heading back to the station immediately, George accompanied the turtles into the sewers. There, they arrived at the dojo the turtles had called home since childhood, a humble yet vibrant space deep underground. It was also where George met Splinter, the wise and imposing rat who had raised and trained the turtles. Though initially apprehensive, George had a meaningful conversation with Splinter. By the end, his concerns were eased, and he left the dojo with the 4 turtles in tow. Walking proudly into the New York Police Department, George thought of Eddie, who had been snapping photos at Sachs Tower. Realizing the significance of the turtles' addition to the force, George decided the news had to be announced through a credible media outlet to ensure all New Yorkers understood the changes and the department's growing strength. He immediately contacted the Daily Bugle. Eddie, alongside Phil, rushed to the police department, documenting every step of the turtles' induction. He even secured an exclusive interview with the 4 turtles. The next day, the news was everywhere. Turtles join the New York Police Department became a sensational headline, easily overshadowing the lingering fallout of the Green Goblin incident. The accompanying photo featured the 4 turtles in dynamic combat poses, their confidence and unique appearance drawing immediate attention. The Daily Bugle also revealed a surprising nickname for the heroes, coined by the public: Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. While many New Yorkers were unfamiliar with the turtles, their striking image left an indelible mark. Some drew comparisons to the recent lizard incident, initially suspecting the turtles to be dangerous due to their appearance. Official assurances, however, convinced the public otherwise. Discussions erupted across the city. Media outlets sought out NYPD officers for their opinions, and almost all expressed support for the turtles joining the department. Adding fuel to the fire, the Daily Bugle dropped another bombshell: the turtles are Batman's sidekicks. According to the report, Batman had not only appeared to assist in the mission but had also been training the turtles. This revelation caused a frenzy online, with netizens debating the implications of Batman mentoring such unconventional allies. While the public and the internet buzzed with speculation, the turtles themselves were unfazed. They were finally enjoying life in the open. George went above and beyond to make their integration into the NYPD seamless. He provided them with a dedicated office and even converted a sewer entrance near the department's parking lot into a private passage for them. The turtles embraced their new roles and relished their newfound recognition. As for Anton, he had already left for Los Angeles, attending the premiere of his much-anticipated Cyborg movie. After an intense but short preparation period, the movie was finally set for release. On Jim's suggestion, Anton sent an invitation to Tony Stark for the premiere. Whether Stark would show up, however, remained a mystery. Outside the event venue, celebrities gathered in droves. The grand premiere, meticulously prepared by Jim and his team, started on time. Luxury cars stopped one by one at the end of the red carpet, and world-famous movie stars stepped out, waving at the media and audience with radiant smiles. Cameras flashed incessantly as reporters clicked away, the sound of shutters filling the air. According to the original plan, Harry Osborn was also supposed to attend the premiere and walk the red carpet. However, with Norman Osborn's sudden disappearance, the internal power struggle at Oscorp had escalated into an intense battle. As the center of this political vortex, Harry couldn't spare the time to attend but made sure to call Anton beforehand, wishing him a big box office success. Before ending the call, Harry hesitated for a moment, then asked a question he had been holding back. "Anton, do you think my father is really dead?" "It's hard to say," Anton replied cryptically. Before hanging up, Anton didn't forget to wish Harry good luck. Back to the premiere. Once the celebrities had walked the red carpet, the final group to make their entrance was the main creative team. Anton and his team strode briskly across the red carpet. As behind-the-scenes creators, they weren't particularly interested in lingering for long. Still, Anton followed protocol, pausing in front of a massive poster to give a quick interview. "Director Anton, what are your expectations for your new movie? I heard Batman made another appearance in New York. Given the Daily Bugle's relationship with him, are there plans for an interview with Batman? What kind of movie is Cyborg?" Anton kept his responses brief. "My expectations are high," he said. "As for Batman, there are no plans for an interview right now. And Cyborg is a great movie, watch it and see for yourself." As soon as he wrapped up, Anton was about to enter the venue when his eyes caught an Audi pulling up at the end of the red carpet. Since the creative team was supposed to be the last group to walk the red carpet, this unexpected arrival puzzled him. Who would show up late, and with such flair? Curious, Anton paused, his gaze fixed on the car. A portly figure stepped out from the driver's seat. "It's Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's bodyguard." "Does that mean Tony Stark is in the car?" One of the reporters recognized the driver instantly, sparking a frenzy. Tony Stark actually came to the premiere. He hasn't made any public appearances since returning from Afghanistan. Why would he show up now? The reporters' murmurs turned into chaos as a crowd swarmed the Audi. "Tony, what made you decide to attend this premiere? Do you have any updates about Stark Industries? Are you really planning to shut down the arms manufacturing division? There are rumors that Stark Industries internally claims you're unfit due to a concussion. Is that true?" The press surrounded Tony Stark as soon as he stepped out, bombarding him with questions and camera flashes, turning him into the center of a media frenzy. As someone who had lived in the spotlight since childhood, Tony Stark remained composed in the face of the chaotic crowd. He offered a casual remark. "I'm here because someone invited me. When asked about Stark Industries, he added, "Sorry, I'm not answering any questions about Stark Industries at the moment." Meanwhile, Happy Hogan, standing in front of Tony, was drenched in sweat as he tried his best to shield him from the swarm of reporters. With great effort, he managed to carve out a path through the throng. Only after they entered the venue did Happy finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tony, standing just behind him, scanned the room. Spotting the person he was looking for, he smiled and called out, "Anton, I heard that when Batman premiered, people were running around advertising that I was dead. They even claimed the movie was my posthumous work. I've heard that too. Those people are truly despicable," Anton replied smoothly, his expression calm and unbothered. Stepping forward, he shook hands with Tony and added with a smile, "But honestly, I didn't expect you to actually show up. After staying cooped up at home for so long, I figured it was time to get some fresh air," Tony said, his faint smile lingering as he studied Anton but chose not to press further. With that, he moved to his seat, ready for the movie to begin. Victor Stone is a lively boy who loves sports and dreams of becoming a professional football player. Both his parents are researchers in top laboratories, so he has grown up in a privileged environment. Victor's father, Silas Stone, has always been deeply immersed in his work and rarely shows Victor much attention, but his mother's care helped to compensate for this neglect. When Silas was too focused on his research, Victor's mother, Eleanor, stepped in to support and nurture her son. However, the good times didn't last. Eleanor suddenly fell gravely ill. In desperation, Silas used extraterrestrial technology to prolong her life, but despite his efforts, she passed away 10 years later. By this time, Victor had become a high school star, earning accolades as the best player in his football team. However, the loss of his mother caused a rift between Victor and Silas, and their relationship deteriorated rapidly. Silas, devastated by Eleanor's death, buried himself in his career, dedicating all his energy to researching alien technology. As Victor matured, he began reflecting on their strained relationship. Hoping to reconcile, he invited Silas to one of his football games by sending him tickets. But Silas, absorbed in his work, didn't attend, not even for Victor's triumphant winning moment. This deeply angered Victor, and he resolved to confront his father one last time. Victor visited Star Labs, where Silas worked, and demanded answers. Silas explained that his obsession with work wasn't solely due to the pain of losing Eleanor, it was because Earth faced unprecedented threats. Superhumans, extraterrestrials, and other worldly dangers loomed large, and his research into alien technology was vital for humanity's survival. Silas admitted that his experiments seemed more important than attending Victor's games. Frustrated and heartbroken, Victor prepared to leave. But just then, the lab exploded. The explosion was caused by the Mother Box, a mysterious and powerful artifact Silas had been studying. Victor was critically injured, barely clinging to life. Reliving the trauma of losing his wife, Silas refused to let his son die. He rushed Victor back into Star Labs and used advanced alien technology and nanorobots to replace his necrotic tissues and save his life. During the process, the Mother Box influenced Victor's transformation, infusing him with high-tech capabilities. When Victor regained consciousness, he saw his reflection, a half-human, half-mechanical being. Victor froze, struggling to accept his new reality. He had become a cyborg. In the movie adaptation of his story, special effects designed by the legendary Quentin Beck brought the transformation to life with breathtaking realism. The cyborg image was unveiled to audiences, its details so vivid it felt like a scene from the real world. Sitting in the best viewing area, Tony Stark squinted thoughtfully at the screen. The depiction sparked something in him. The cyborg's biomechanical fusion reminded Tony of his own situation, his power armor and the arc reactor embedded in his chest. He absently touched the mechanical heart, keeping him alive, his mind brimming with possibilities. Falling silent, Tony stared intently at the screen, eager to see how the rest of the story would unfold. Victor Stone gained numerous extraordinary abilities after becoming a cyborg. He now possesses superhuman strength, incredible endurance, and the capability to fly using built-in jets. Most of his body has been replaced by machinery, allowing him to transform parts of himself into powerful weapons. Most notably, Victor's brain has been enhanced into a quantum computer, giving him constant connectivity to the internet 24/7. However, this transformation has a significant drawback: it subjects him to an overwhelming influx of information, which creates immense mental strain. To cope, Victor developed a sophisticated program to help him manage the bombardment of data and maintain focus. He called this program Grid. As the story progresses, Grid begins as a tool designed to collect and process Victor's daily data. Unbeknownst to Victor, however, Grid gradually develops self-awareness and evolves into a fully autonomous artificial intelligence. Viewing itself as the machine half of Cyborg, Grid starts to see Victor as the human half that must be eliminated for Grid to achieve complete independence and experience true emotion. Obsessed with gaining human feelings, Grid betrays Victor. During one of Victor's experiments with his abilities, Grid attempts to forcibly strip away all of Victor's mechanical components, leaving him for dead. At a critical moment, Silas rescues Victor, narrowly saving his life. Grid, however, escapes into cyberspace. As a highly advanced AI, Grid possesses intelligence far beyond 90% of the world's researchers, although it lacks human emotion and creativity. Using existing technology, it constructs a formidable mechanical body for itself. Determined to undo the catastrophe he unintentionally unleashed, Victor pursues Grid relentlessly, battling it both in the physical world and the digital realm. Victor eventually triumphs, not only destroying the body Grid had created but also defeating it within cyberspace, using his quantum-enhanced brain. In the end, Grid is locked away in the remnants of Victor's old mechanical body, ensuring it cannot pose a threat again. At the conclusion of the movie, Victor replaces his mechanical body with a new design, symbolizing a fresh start. He moves forward with his life, while Grid remains forever imprisoned in his discarded mechanical parts. The feature film ends. Easter egg scene. While Victor sleeps, unsettling images flash through his mind, haunting him like a nightmare. Apocalypse. Mother box. The screen goes black. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet eyes open, exuding a malevolent and violent aura. In the background, a faint recording of a conversation between Victor and Silas plays. Silas, during the process of saving you, I used a significant amount of alien technology. It seems that technology left behind traces residual data in your mind. Victor, residual data. Silas, yes. It appears to be linked to an enemy watching Earth closely. Victor, you'll have to decide what to do next. The screen cuts to black, leaving viewers with a chilling sense of foreboding. The lights in the venue turned on, signaling the end of the movie. The main creative team, led by Anton, took to the stage, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere through their interaction with the host. The audience was engaged, yet none of them, including Anton, noticed Tony Stark sitting in the best viewing area, lost in thought. Artificial intelligence. Tony's mind drifted to his own creation, JARVIS. It wasn't that he doubted J.A.R.V.I.S.'s loyalty, but the movie's portrayal of Victor Stone, nicknamed Cyborg, had struck a chord with him. Victor's story seemed to have a strange resonance with his own, though Tony's situation wasn't nearly as extreme. I'm not a cyborg, Tony muttered to himself, touching the arc reactor embedded in his chest. It's more like a really advanced heart bypass. Still, the movie had sparked ideas. I could impose stricter restrictions on J.A.R.V.I.S.'s permissions. Tony murmured, rubbing his chin as the gears in his mind turned. If Anton could have read Tony's thoughts, he would undoubtedly wonder if this was the first step to halt the birth of Ultron, Tony Stark's infamous half-son. The movie is good. Tony, ever arrogant, approached Anton and said, next week, I'll fulfill the terms of our bet and throw a party for you in Los Angeles. With a sharp snort, he turned and walked away, leaving Anton standing there, dumbfounded. Anton watched Tony get into his car and drive off, a smile creeping onto his face. A bet? Oh, the bet with Tony. He had nearly forgotten about it. But now that Tony had brought it up, there was no way he could ignore it. Come to think of it, Tony must have already updated his suit to the Mark II, and maybe even the Mark III, which has seen some action. Anton's thoughts drifted to the recent news about Gulmara. If his guess was correct, Iron Man had already made his debut. However, Tony Stark still hadn't dealt with Obadiah Stane. In fact, Tony probably wasn't even aware of Obadiah's treachery yet. No one truly knows about Iron Man just yet, Anton mused. Anton, the audience feedback on Cyborg is overwhelmingly positive. Jim's voice suddenly pulled Anton from his thoughts. Moreover, DC novels and comics hit the market a month ago, and the response has been fantastic. We've already built up a solid fan base. This movie is shaping up to be another box office hit. Jim's enthusiasm was infectious. Even Tony Stark, who rarely attends such events, came to the premiere. That's huge news. The more Jim spoke, the more animated he became. He looked thoroughly pleased with himself. Joining DC had clearly been the best decision of his career. This is probably the thing I'm most proud of in the second half of my life, he said with a grin. Good. Ramp up the publicity. I want to see results the very next day, Anton replied calmly. After issuing his orders, Anton lost interest in lingering at the meeting and decided to head back to New York. Betty, who had been by his side the entire time, accompanied him. In the car, Betty handed Anton a folder containing several resumes, each with a photo attached. These are the candidates for your personal assistant position, she said. Anton's personal assistant should have been Betty herself. However, given his tendency to delegate most of his responsibilities, he rarely paid attention to the operations of DC. As his right-hand woman, Betty had taken over many of his duties at DC, leaving her with no time to serve as his personal assistant. After some discussion, they decided to hire someone to fill the position. Anton flipped through the resumes idly, stopping when his eyes landed on a particular face. A beautiful face. He stared at the photo for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. It's her, he declared, picking out one of the resumes and handing it to Betty. Tell this woman Natasha to start work tomorrow. Betty's face remained expressionless, but inwardly, she wasn't the least bit surprised by his choice. Looking at the strikingly beautiful face in the photo, she thought, of course he'd pick her. That was predictable. On the night of the Green Goblin incident, Anton clashed with Hawkeye. After giving Hawkeye a lesson he wouldn't forget, Anton found himself wondering when SHIELD would come looking for him again. Sure enough, only a few days later, SHIELD took action. This time, they sent none other than the infamous Black Widow. Anton couldn't help but feel a little flattered. Logically speaking, even if SHIELD couldn't be 100% certain about Batman's true identity, they could still reasonably narrow their suspicions down to him. After all, back during the Life Foundation incident, Carlson, on behalf of SHIELD, had already approached him. At that time, Carlson clearly implied that he believed Anton was Batman. While Anton had worked to distance himself from Batman's identity, especially during Batman's global $600 million box office celebration party, he doubted it had completely erased S.H.I.E.L.D's suspicions. Even if they were 90% convinced that Anton wasn't Batman, there would still be that lingering 10% of uncertainty. You see, Anton had never explicitly revealed his identity as Batman in any of his dealings with SHIELD. Even during the Kingpin incident and the Green Goblin incident, he communicated with them solely as Batman, never as Anton. There was an unspoken understanding between him and SHIELD. Now, with Black Widow applying to be his personal assistant, Anton could guess what they were trying to do. SHIELD wanted to establish closer contact with him while also seeing if they could sway him to their side, just as they had done in the original plot with Tony Stark. And one more thing. Betty's voice broke into his thoughts. The stock price of Stark Industries has risen. By all accounts, we've already made a substantial profit. Should we sell? Risen. Anton didn't seem concerned. How much higher can it go? It's not the right time yet. Keep holding. Like I said before, consider this a long-term investment. It's already climbed back to nearly half its former value. Are you sure you don't want to sell? Betty asked, clearly puzzled. She didn't understand Anton's confidence in Stark Industries. For anyone paying attention to the company, it was obvious that Tony Stark had been sidelined by the board of directors. Stark Industries was now effectively under the control of Obadiah Stane, who had become the company's real decision-maker. Without Tony Stark's vision and leadership, most believed Stark Industries would never return to its former glory. The current rebound in its stock price was likely the peak, with little chance of recovering its original market value. How did it climb back so much? Anton asked curiously, rather than answering Betty's question. What's Obadiah Stane been up to recently? Betty glanced at her notes and replied, he announced that Stark Industries would not be shutting down its arms manufacturing division. At the same time, he's made a significant investment in the energy sector and partnered with Dr. Otto Octavius's company to pursue the development of an artificial sun. Artificial sun? Anton raised an eyebrow. Yes. Dr. Otto is a leading figure in the energy sector. His artificial sun experiment has been in the works for years. If it succeeds, it could potentially free humanity from its dependence on fossil fuels. It would be a revolutionary breakthrough, ushering in an entirely new future. Betty continued, this announcement has made investors optimistic about Stark Industries' future. If Dr. Otto succeeds, Stark Industries could dominate the energy industry even without its arms division creating a monopoly. Dr. Otto? Artificial sun? Anton's expression turned strange. He hadn't expected Obadiah Stane to collaborate with Dr. Octavius. The two didn't seem like they'd have anything in common. Wait a minute. Anton snapped back to reality, recalling how, in the original plot, Obadiah Stane had recovered Tony's first-generation Mark suit from the desert and brought it back to New York. However, due to a lack of suitable energy, he resorted to stealing Tony's heart, the arc reactor. Now it all made sense. Obadiah Stane really has gotten smarter. Obadiah Stane didn't openly turn against Tony or sabotage him like in the original plot. Instead, he worked hard to cover up any evidence of his attempt to murder Tony. Why? Because he realized the immense potential benefits Tony brought to the table. The arc reactor was one. The Mark I suit was another. While Obadiah had already secured the Mark I suit, the arc reactor, the key to powering it, was still in Tony's hands, and Tony refused to give it up. Unable to obtain the arc reactor from Tony directly, Obadiah decided to explore alternative options. His search eventually led him to Dr. Otto Octavius, also known as Dr. Octopus, who was developing the groundbreaking artificial sun energy project. Although Otto was a respected scientist with the leverage to choose his collaborators, he wasn't about to turn down an offer from Stark Industries, a corporate giant. Partnering with Stark Industries would undoubtedly accelerate the success of his artificial sun project. The two villains quickly struck a deal. Obadiah intended to use the artificial sun's energy output to power his reverse-engineered suit, which he'd now renamed Ironmonger. His ultimate plan was to mass-produce the Ironmonger, allowing Stark Industries to dominate the arms industry once again. At the same time, Stark Industries' investment in the artificial sun would position it as the leader in the energy sector, revolutionizing the industry. For Dr. Octopus, success with the artificial sun would make him a household name, reshaping humanity's relationship with energy and solidifying his legacy as one of the world's greatest scientists. Thus, the two villains formed an alliance. The question now was whether Tony could handle this double threat. Anton, however, wasn't worried. Originally, he'd intended to leave Obadiah for Tony to deal with, giving him the opportunity to grow and mature as Iron Man. But with the addition of Dr. Octopus, this conflict would no longer be Iron Man's problem alone. Still, Anton wasn't concerned. Stark Industries and Octavius's company, Octac, were both based in New York, a city crawling with heroes like Spider-Man, Daredevil, and even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The situation was unlikely to spiral out of control. Without any immediate need to intervene, Anton decided to let events play out naturally. Besides, there wasn't enough evidence to convict either Obadiah or Otto at this point. And in terms of combat power, neither of them was particularly strong. If the need arose, Anton could handle them with ease. Closing his eyes, Anton leaned back in his seat, quietly contemplating the situation. The next day, Anton and Betty boarded a plane and returned to New York. The following morning, a striking woman with red hair walked into the DC office. Her stunning beauty and curvaceous figure immediately turned heads. It wasn't until she entered Anton's private office that the onlookers reluctantly resumed their work, their envy and disappointment palpable. "It seems she's the new assistant hired by the boss," someone whispered. Inside the office, Anton lounged casually in his chair, legs crossed, a faint smile on his lips as he regarded the woman standing before him. "So, you're Natasha Romanoff." The real-life Black Widow was even more captivating than the photo in her resume. "Yes," Natasha replied with a charming smile that radiated sophistication. Dressed in a sleek office outfit, she looked every bit the professional assistant. Yet, to Anton, there was something undeniably alluring about her that reminded him of Catwoman's iconic suit from his Batman movies. "I think you'd look better in Catwoman's costume," Anton mused briefly, before pushing the thought aside. The smile faded from his face as he assumed a more serious demeanor. "Get familiar with your tasks," he instructed. "I hope you'll adapt to your role quickly." "Understood," Natasha nodded, said nothing further, and turned to leave the office. At their first meeting, Natasha refrained from taking any overt action, opting instead to spend a few days observing and working before making her move. Her strategy was clear: she needed to familiarize herself with Anton's habits and earn his goodwill to facilitate her mission. As a woman, Natasha was confident that her appearance and charm alone could help her garner his favor if necessary. After a while, Natasha seemed to have grasped the rhythm of her work. With the confident air of a professional, she clicked down the hallway in high heels, holding the first day's box office statistics for Cyborg. Twisting her slender waist as she walked, she entered Anton's office to deliver the report. "The first day domestic gross for Cyborg is $54.30 million, she said. This figure fell short of the opening numbers for Batman Begins and not by a small margin, but Anton still appeared satisfied. There were many reasons for Batman Begins' success, with Tony Stark's involvement being a major factor. Tony had been one of the film's investors and had generated a lot of publicity with speculative chatter leading up to its release. Even more dramatically, during the movie's screening period, Tony Stark vanished in Afghanistan, with his fate unknown. Capitalizing on the media frenzy, Anton marketed Batman Begins as Tony Stark's posthumous work, drawing enormous attention. Thousands of people flocked to theaters simply because of the tagline, "Tony's last work," and became lifelong fans of Batman. Thanks to Tony's inadvertent support, Batman Begins had become a massive success. Cyborg, however, lacked such fortuitous circumstances. The only investor with ties to Tony, Harry Osborn, was embroiled in corporate infighting within the Osborn Group and couldn't lend his name to the film. Still, Cyborg had managed to strike a chord with certain audiences. Its marketing, which heavily emphasized its black protagonist, had resonated strongly within black communities. The film was also of high quality, and Anton believed it had the potential to surpass even Batman Begins in cultural impact and box office performance. He thought back to his previous life, where Marvel's Black Panther, a film with similar themes, had achieved unprecedented success both critically and financially. Niche films have niche marketing strategies, while mainstream films have broad appeal, Anton mused. Cyborg aimed to do both. With its blend of visually engaging popcorn action and representation-driven storytelling, Anton was confident it would succeed. He glanced at the fan value for Cyborg in the system space, 4.7 million. Anton knew that with the combined momentum of novels, comics, and other tie-ins, the Cyborg franchise would explode following the movie's release. Its growing popularity would ignite a chain reaction, drawing even more fans and skyrocketing its value as an intellectual property. Moreover, Cyborg was also set for a simultaneous overseas release. If its domestic box office performed well, there was no doubt the international market would respond just as enthusiastically, if not better. Anton estimated that at this rate, the fan value for Cyborg would surpass 20 million in no time. When that happened, it would pave the way for the logical debut of his second superhero identity. With Cyborg accounted for, Anton took a moment to check the fan values of his other superheroes. The results were astonishing. Stories about Wonder Woman, Flash, Superman, Aquaman, and other heroes had been serialized on the Daily Bugle's online platform. Additionally, comics featuring these characters had been released digitally and were garnering significant attention. Yet, among all these heroes, the one with the most fame and highest fan value wasn't Superman, nor the sole female lead, Wonder Woman. The frontrunner was Green Arrow, Oliver Queen. Fan value: Arrow, 6.89 million. Superman, 3.2 million. Flash, 2.6 million. Wonder Woman, 2.16 million. Aquaman, 1.98 million. Excluding Cyborg and Batman, the fan values of the other heroes barely exceeded 1 million, which Anton found pitiful by comparison. With a fan value nearing 7 million, Green Arrow's popularity far outstripped that of the other heroes, which surprised Anton. Cinematic adaptations are usually a major factor in boosting a hero's fan base. However, even without the promotional power of films or television shows, Green Arrow had managed to amass an extraordinary following, something Anton hadn't anticipated. To understand the situation, Anton called the head of the PR department. After hearing the explanation, it all became clear. Green Arrow's characteristics were somewhat similar to Batman's, with many overlapping elements. Essentially, Arrow was benefiting from Batman's popularity. It was worth noting that the superhero with the most fans at the moment was none other than Batman. Thanks to the Batman IP managed by DC spanning novels, comics, games, merchandise, and more, Batman's influence was massive, and DC was reaping significant profits. Green Arrow, by borrowing some of Batman's audience through similar themes and stories, had managed to attract a large number of Batman fans. Moreover, since both heroes came from the same company, DC, Arrow's exposure and success were naturally boosted, even though his popularity was primarily driven by novels and comics. So, I'll be able to have two alter egos soon, Anton thought, feeling pleasantly surprised. He hadn't forgotten that the fan value required to unlock Green Arrow was only 10 million. After all, Arrow was also a superhero. Although Arrow's traits overlapped somewhat with Batman's, Anton had previously chosen Cyborg over Arrow. However, he couldn't deny that Arrow's value for the cost wasn't bad at all. In the next 2 weeks, increase the promotion of Arrow. I want to see results as soon as possible, Anton instructed the company's head of marketing. Understood, the department head replied with a nod. After giving his orders, Anton left the office, went up a floor, and entered the Daily Bugle. Natasha, as his personal assistant, followed him closely. Together, they went to Eddie's office. Anton, why is there another beauty following you around? Eddie remarked, visibly impressed when he saw Natasha. She's my newly hired assistant. You know, Betty's been overwhelmed with work lately, especially after Cyborg's release, Anton said casually. Her name's Natasha. Hello, Natasha said, extending a hand to Eddie. They shook hands briefly. You can step out. I need to speak with Eddie privately, Anton instructed Natasha. Once she had left the room, Anton turned to Eddie. I need you to investigate someone. Who? Eddie asked curiously. Whenever Anton made such a request, it meant something significant was in motion. Dr. Stockman, Anton said. He's a researcher specializing in teleportation technology. He's proposed many advanced theories in the field. Find out everything you can about him. Teleportation technology? Eddie asked, surprised. He had heard of it before, but such a concept seemed at least a decade or two away. There's something unusual in his possession, Anton revealed. Something similar to the symbiote in your body. It's alien in origin. You're saying teleportation technology is real? Eddie's eyes widened, stunned. He couldn't believe such an advanced concept existed. It's real, but it's alien technology, Anton replied. This kind of tech shouldn't be in the hands of someone like Stockman. Besides, I have another idea. Aliens, like Darkseid from the Cyborg movie? Eddie asked, thinking back to the film he had watched with his girlfriend April the day before. What's your idea? The Justice League should have a base. If we can acquire a teleportation device, it could be a huge asset to us, Anton said with a slight smile. The idea had come to him after encountering the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Recalling movies from his previous life, Anton remembered Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Out of the Shadows. In that film, the final villain, the alien Krang, used teleportation technology to bring his massive orbital fortress, the Technodrome, from deep space to Earth. Anton thought the Technodrome would make a perfect base for the Justice League, with the addition of a teleportation device. In the future, every member of the Justice League would have the ability to respond instantly, arriving on site whenever a crisis called. This level of alien technology had to be in Anton's hands. Of course, Krang from the movies in his previous life had seemed easy to deal with. But since this was now the real world, Anton couldn't afford to treat Krang lightly. This was a fugitive alien criminal, after all. Anton pondered deeply. After unlocking Cyborg, he planned to summon all the existing Justice League members and find a secluded location. With the aid of teleportation technology, he would bring Krang to Earth, defeat him, and seize his most valuable asset, a massive war fortress in the shape of a sphere. With Cyborg's advanced neural interface and technological prowess, controlling alien tech wouldn't be a challenge. No matter the world's setting, Cyborg inherently possessed the ability to link with and decode alien systems. By the way, as far as I know, the teleportation device is split into 3 parts. All 3 need to be assembled to function. Currently, apart from the part in Dr. Stockman's hands, there's also a component stored at the New York Museum. Eddie, find a way to get it, Anton instructed. And the final piece? Eddie asked, intrigued. It's in the rainforests of Brazil. Anton replied with a wry smile and shrugged. It's going to be a massive undertaking. Are you sure we can even find it? Eddie's eyes widened. The museum piece was manageable, but the vastness of the Brazilian rainforest was daunting. Who could say exactly where the missing part was hidden? That's where Dr. Stockman comes in. Anton smirked. Isn't Phil testing his own equipment lately? Anton continued. Let him pose as a villain and approach Stockman for a partnership. This will be his first mission. If he succeeds, the Justice League won't have any reason to reject him. Good point. Eddie chuckled. If things went as Anton planned and the teleportation device was fully assembled, Phil would earn his place as the Justice League's first official recruit. The two exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to let Phil handle the challenging task. All right, keep me updated when there's progress, Anton said as he left Eddie's office. Outside, Natasha straightened her posture, her chest subtly emphasized. A group of Daily Bugle employees couldn't help but gape at her. Watching Anton walk by with such a stunning woman, they silently marveled. He really is Tony Stark's friend, one of them muttered, swallowing hard. Crunch. The editor-in-chief's office door creaked open. Let's go, Anton said as he exited. He glanced at Natasha, and the two headed back to the DC office downstairs. After work, Anton packed up his things and prepared to leave, only to coincidentally bump into Natasha. Intentional or not, the timing was uncanny. He stopped his personal assistant with a casual smile. Miss Romanoff, interested in grabbing a drink with me? Of course, Natasha replied, her lips curving into a charming smile. Natasha, has anyone ever told you that you look like someone? Under the hum of psychedelic music, Anton suddenly spoke, glancing at the red-haired woman beside him. Who? Natasha asked, raising an eyebrow as she clinked glasses with him. Catwoman. From Batman. Anton's gaze roamed up and down Natasha, lingering on her sleek, poised frame for a moment before he grinned. You've got that feline allure, that Catwoman charm. But, of course, the most striking thing is your figure. Natasha smirked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. So, what you're saying is you want to see me in Catwoman's suit. Her tone was playful, but in an instant, her expression turned cold and composed. She leaned in slightly, her voice firm. I'm not a casual woman, Anton. With that, she rose decisively, her graceful movements commanding attention as she walked away. Twisting her hips slightly as she exited the bar, she vanished from Anton's sight. Anton, it seems even you have your limits, the bartender teased, watching her leave. He was an old acquaintance of Anton's and couldn't help but chuckle as he poured another drink. This one's on the house. Anton raised his glass with a wry smile. Limits? Don't be ridiculous. Believe me, if I wanted, I could have half the women in this bar lined up outside my door. The bartender shrugged with a smirk. If you say so. But tonight's looking pretty quiet for you. Anton drained his glass and stood, brushing off the comment. As he stepped outside, he noticed Natasha slipping into a taxi. He didn't look angry or embarrassed, just intrigued, watching the cab pull away with a faint smile. Oh, Natasha, he murmured to himself, touching his chin thoughtfully. Sooner or later, you'll be wearing that Catwoman suit. Hailing a taxi of his own, he climbed in, ready to head home. Meanwhile, in Natasha's cab, a conversation was underway. Well, the driver asked. Natasha crossed her legs and glanced out the window. He plays the part of a playboy well enough. The driver's voice was calm but familiar. If Anton had been there, he would have instantly recognized the man behind the wheel, Clint Barton, aka Hawkeye, the very same man Anton had tangled with recently. But Clint pressed, his tone suggesting he already knew there was more. Natasha tilted her head in thought. He had a conversation with Eddie from the Daily Bugle today. I'm not sure what it was about, but it didn't seem significant, probably work-related. Clint glanced at her in the rearview mirror. If he is Batman, do you think he could be recruited into the superhero initiative the boss is planning? Natasha hesitated, then gave a small shrug. Hard to say. Batman isn't exactly predictable, but he always likes to stay in control of the situation. She paused, then shot Clint a knowing look. That said, emotionally, you don't seem too eager for him to join us. Clint's expression remained neutral. Agents don't act based on emotions. Natasha smirked faintly but said nothing as Clint continued. If he's an asset, I'll work with him. But that doesn't mean I won't challenge him again when the opportunity arises. Fair enough, Natasha replied with a nonchalant shrug. She leaned back in her seat, gazing out the window as the city lights blurred past. A few days later, Anton noticed Natasha behaving as if nothing had happened, going about her work at the company as usual. Over the past few days, she had not only quickly blended in with her colleagues but also greeted him with a warm smile whenever they crossed paths. Outwardly, Anton remained calm, but inwardly, he knew Black Widow wasn't someone easy to win over. Her anger that night had been an act, but that didn't mean he could rely solely on his status as a wealthy boss to get through to her. Still, his thoughts wandered. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, how did Bruce Banner the Hulk, of all people, end up with Black Widow? Anton doubted that brute force or endless discussions about physics had done the trick. Ding dong! The notification sound snapped him out of his musings. Picking up his phone, he saw a message from Tony Stark. It was an invitation to a party tonight. After a moment of thought, Anton stood up and gave Natasha an order. Get my private jet ready. I'm heading to Los Angeles immediately. As Natasha acknowledged the instruction, Anton glanced at her thoughtfully before adding, I'm short a date for tonight. Natasha, are you free? Natasha paused briefly, considering Coulson's recent instructions, then nodded. Of course. However, she raised an eyebrow and added, but don't get any ideas. Anton spread his hands innocently. I've never been one to force women. Surely, you wouldn't distrust your boss and my impeccable character so much. Night. Los Angeles. The waves crashed against the cliffs, cheering as if in celebration of the mansions perched above. The moonlight poured over the scene like a shimmering waterfall. In Tony Stark's sprawling mansion, celebrities and elites gathered for what was Tony's first major party since his return. The event had drawn the attention of countless reporters, eager to get inside. The boldest among them attempted to sneak past security, only to be caught and escorted to the Los Angeles Police Department. A few, however, leveraged their charm and looks to cozy up to wealthy partygoers, securing their entry through less conventional means. At this moment, Anton, dressed in a tailored suit exuding an air of confidence, arrived at the mansion with Natasha, who had been transformed by her elegant attire into the picture of sophistication. The pair passed through security and Jarvis's identification system without issue. Inside, Anton's eyes quickly found Tony, who was surrounded by a circle of beautiful women. Around them, familiar faces friends Anton often encountered at high society gatherings were mingling and enjoying the atmosphere. Anton, long time no see. You've been skipping out on our parties lately. You actually beat Tony Stark? Thanks to you, I made millions, good man. Anton's friends greeted him warmly, their gazes briefly drifting to Natasha before returning to him. They clearly admired her, but their camaraderie with Anton took precedence. Anton exchanged pleasantries, a polite smile on his face, and then excused himself to approach Tony. As Anton walked away, his friends leaned toward each other, exchanging knowing glances and whispers. Should we place our bets again tonight? No more lotteries this time, right? I'm putting my money on Anton. Not me, I still think Tony's going to come out on top. The murmurs trailed off as Anton approached Tony. Beside Tony was a familiar figure, a bald man engaged in conversation with him. Anton recognized him immediately, Obadiah Stanat, the man behind Tony's 3-month disappearance in Afghanistan. Ah, Anton. Obadiah greeted him warmly, stepping forward like a host. His smile was wide and disarming as he extended a hand. Obadiah Stanat. Pleasure to meet you, Anton replied, shaking his hand with a polite smile. I've heard much about you. The CEO of Stark Industries, truly a major figure. Young people like you are the future, Obadiah said, his tone jovial. The Daily Bugle and DC are impressive ventures. You've got the energy and drive that puts us older folks to shame. Obadiah's expression shifted slightly as though recalling something. Speaking of which, in half a month, Stark Industries and Octac will be conducting a public demonstration of the artificial sun experiment in New York. It's a groundbreaking project. I'd love for the Daily Bugle to cover it. You're the go-to source for New Yorkers when it comes to stories like this. Of course, Anton replied, his smile widening as his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Well then, I'll leave you to it. Us old-timers know when to step aside for the younger generation. With a parting chuckle, Obadiah excused himself, heading off to mingle with other guests, leaving Anton and Tony alone to catch up. Seeing Obadiah holding a wine glass and mingling with others, Anton walked away with a big smile plastered on his face. However, his mind was preoccupied with a surprising revelation. The artificial sun experiment, spearheaded by Obadiah and Dr. Otto Octavius, was set to kick off so soon. For a moment, Anton felt a pang of sympathy for New Yorkers. Just as they were recovering from the Green Goblin incident and the collapse of the Foot Clan, they were about to face yet another crisis. It's awful. Truly too much. New York wasn't just a dangerous city, it was arguably the most perilous place in the entire universe. Crisis after crisis seemed to strike without reprieve. Anton smirked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If someone became a contractor specializing in post-disaster reconstruction in New York, they'd probably be a billionaire in 3 to 5 years. As he mused, Tony Stark approached him, a faint smile on his face. Anton, you've really impressed me lately. Tony's gaze lingered on his old acquaintance, memories of their tense confrontation more than half a year ago flashing through his mind. Compared to then, Anton's transformation was undeniable. The once carefree playboy had evolved into a sharp and resourceful director. Tony had to admit, everyone grows up eventually, even himself. But Anton Jameson's evolution from a prodigal son to a visionary filmmaker was especially remarkable. Then there was Batman. Batman's meteoric rise to popularity had captivated not just the United States but the entire world. And at the center of this phenomenon was the Daily Bugle, which Anton owned. The newspaper's close association with Batman had led to endless speculation. And there was more. Anton wasn't just involved with Batman through the Daily Bugle. He was also the director of the blockbuster film Batman Begins. Tony's sharp mind couldn't ignore the implications. While the internet buzzed with rumors that the Daily Bugle had helped create Batman, Tony knew the truth. Batman Begins was entirely Anton's project. Jarvis had run comparisons on Anton's movements, abilities, and personality. The data was clear. There was a 70% probability that Anton Jameson was Batman. The remaining 30%? That came down to two factors. First, Batman's character and skill set were starkly different from the Anton Jameson Tony had known in the past. It was hard to reconcile the two personalities. Second, and perhaps more damning, was the night Batman Begins hit a global box office milestone, earning over $600 million. At the celebration party, Anton and Batman had been spotted in two different places at the same time. But Tony wasn't one to be easily swayed by appearances. If he wanted to, he could have Jarvis control a Mark suit remotely and make it Tony Stark appear on the other side of the world while he lounged at home. The technology existed, and he was certain Anton could pull off something similar. The evidence kept pointing in one direction. There was really only one conclusion left to draw. Anton Jameson was Batman. This whole situation made Tony feel even more skeptical. It defied all logic. Having known Anton for so long, Tony had never seen any indication that Anton possessed the qualities of a superhero. In Tony's case, his transformation into Iron Man was born out of a life-or-death ordeal, an extraordinary mind, and a newfound determination to take control of his destiny. But Anton? What did he have? How could he be Batman? Tony couldn't reconcile this idea in his mind, which was why he had organized this party. He needed to observe Anton up close and see for himself if there was any truth to the rumors that Anton had changed after his mysterious disappearance. However, the moment Tony laid eyes on Anton, he felt his doubts solidify, especially when he saw the woman accompanying Anton. This woman was stunning, exuding an allure that seemed to radiate from her every move. Her presence was magnetic, making her stand out even in a room filled with glamorous people. Tony smirked. With a woman like that at his side, Anton hasn't changed at all. He's still the same old playboy. It's all thanks to your support, Tony, Anton said warmly, greeting his old friend. This is your first party since you got back safely. We can't just stand around. Anton gestured to the side, drawing Tony's attention. Look, they're betting on us again. Tony followed his gaze and smirked. Do you want to keep our little gambling tradition alive? If you insist. Anton replied with a casual shrug. I've invited the 10 most famous cover girls from Playboy magazine this year, Tony said, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. He glanced at Natasha beside Anton, twirling his mustache as he added, if you can charm them all away from me right here, I'll admit defeat this time. You don't seem interested in competing with me yourself, Anton said, raising an eyebrow in mock surprise. Tony's expression softened for a moment as his eyes flicked to Pepper Potts, who was chatting with other guests across the room. I've already found someone who suits me. It seems you're about to step into the tomb of marriage, Anton teased, releasing his arm from Natasha's slender waist. With a grin, he added, congratulations on finding true love, my friend. With that, Anton turned and made his way toward the nearest cover girl, ready to take up Tony's challenge. Tony, left alone with Natasha, squinted at her curiously. He doesn't seem to take you very seriously, does he, beautiful lady? My name is Natasha, she replied, her tone calm and unbothered. And he's just my boss. Is that so? Tony said, raising an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Anton was making quick work of Tony's challenge. He charmed the first cover girl effortlessly, then moved on to the second. Each woman was captivated, laughing, and smiling as he worked his way down the line. By the time half an hour had passed, Anton returned to Tony with all 10 cover girls in tow, their laughter and admiration trailing behind him. Tony, Anton said with a triumphant grin, I think it's safe to say you've lost this one. It's really no contest. Surrounded by 10 stunning cover girls, Anton grinned triumphantly, holding one on each arm. Natasha maintained her smile but cast a glance at Anton and the women around him. For the first time, she began to doubt the accuracy of S.H.I.E.L.'s intel. Anton's behavior seemed worlds apart from Batman's disciplined and calculated demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, Tony Stark, standing nearby, had just crossed another possibility off his mental list. Tony's eye twitched slightly as he watched Anton revel in his victory. How could I have even considered this guy might be Batman? He chalked it up to lingering effects from his recent ordeal. I've clearly been back too long, and the concussion must not have fully healed. Good luck tonight, Tony muttered under his breath, feigning a smile as he nodded to Anton. Then, without waiting for a response, he retreated to a quieter corner and addressed Jarvis. Jarvis, send a message to my personal doctor. Have him bring all the professional equipment tomorrow morning for a full brain scan. He sighed in frustration and added, damn it, my brain is my most valuable asset. There cannot be anything wrong with it. Just then, Pepper walked in and overheard Tony's instructions to Jarvis. Her expression shifted immediately. Tony, why are you calling your private doctor? She asked, concern evident in her voice. It's nothing, Tony replied quickly, attempting to soothe her worries. Just a routine checkup. Meanwhile, across the room, Anton turned to Natasha. Maybe we should head back to the hotel, he suggested with a playful smile. Are you sure? Natasha asked, glancing at the 10 cover girls still fawning over him. I wouldn't want to intrude. Intrude? Not at all. With you and these lovely ladies, we'll have a perfect 12, just enough for 3 tables of mahjong. Anton chuckled. Amid envious and hateful stares from the other partygoers, Anton led Natasha and the 10 cover girls to a luxury hotel in Los Angeles. The group spent the entire night playing mahjong. By the end, Anton had not only cemented his reputation as a charmer but also won tens of thousands of dollars. And yes, don't bother asking why the Los Angeles hotel conveniently had mahjong tables, let alone 3 of them. Anton emerged from the hotel refreshed, boarding the return flight with the satisfaction of victory. Natasha, as always, followed close behind. The women who had spent the night playing mahjong with him smiled as they left the hotel, heading off to prepare for their next job. Though they had lost money, they gained something far more valuable, Anton's promise. Each received a film offer from DC. Even a minor role, like playing a decorative vase, was enough to elevate their careers to the next level. In the entertainment industry, movies are nearly the pinnacle of success, a step so high that most people can only dream of reaching it. Meanwhile, Tony had risen early, undergoing a thorough physical examination by his private doctor. Once reassured that his body was in perfect health, especially his brain, he returned to the private lab in his basement to work on his Iron Man suit. After a recent conversation with Anton, Tony decided, for now, to shelve his curiosity about Batman. Anton's brilliant performance had temporarily diverted his attention. For Tony, the priority was clear: eliminate the ruthless mobs terrorizing Gulmara. His second priority was a more delicate matter: conducting a covert internal investigation within Stark Industries. Tony was determined to discover who within his company had the audacity to sell weapons to those despicable terrorists. Though he had a strong suspicion, the thought made him uneasy. Recently, his influence within Stark Industries had waned significantly. Obadiah Stana, a company veteran and trusted ally, had effectively positioned himself as the dominant force on the board of directors, steering the weapons division's operations. Tony struggled to accept the possibility that Obadiah might be involved. Still, he resolved to uncover the truth when the time was right. Once his hands were free, he would set out to clarify the facts and settle the matter once and for all. On a private jet flying to New York, Natasha sat behind Anton, her gaze fixed on the back of his head. Her face remained calm, but suspicion continued to brew in her mind. Anton's actions didn't align with the image of Batman, a king-like figure descending with authority. Of course, the possibility of a well-crafted disguise couldn't be ruled out. Carefully, Natasha reflected on her interactions with Anton over the past few days. If he truly was in disguise, then he was undoubtedly an exceptional actor. Then again, perhaps this was Batman's true nature. Soon, they arrived at New York Airport. By the time they reached the DC offices, it was already afternoon, with the workday nearing its end. Anton considered whether to invite Natasha to a bar later that evening when she suddenly knocked on his office door. "Boss, someone wants to see you," she said in her usual calm tone. "Who?" Anton narrowed his eyes. Something about Natasha's seemingly neutral tone struck him as unusual. "He says his name is Phil Coulson, your old friend," Natasha replied. "Let him in," Anton said, his expression remaining calm, though his gaze was layered with meaning as he gave Natasha a long look. Moments later, a man with a notably receding hairline entered Anton's office. Natasha, ever the professional, stayed outside, closing the door behind him. "Anton, it's good to see you again," Coulson greeted with a slight smile. His tone was polite but steady. "This time, I'm here about the lizard and the Green Goblin." Anton leaned back in his chair, arms folded, his chin tilted upward in a posture of authority and ease. "You should find Batman for that sort of thing. What does it have to do with me? When can I meet Batman?" Coulson asked, still smiling gently. There was little sign of S.H.I.E.L.D's usual forcefulness in his demeanor. His calm approach spoke to his personal charm, perhaps the same quality that made his death during the Battle of New York so meaningful. In the original timeline, if it had been Nick Fury instead of Coulson, the Avengers Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and the rest would likely have been too preoccupied to mourn deeply. They would have continued fighting over leadership and strategy. Even in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, when Fury faked his death, only Black Widow and Hawkeye showed personal grief. The others were merely surprised or slightly regretful, but not truly saddened. "I'll help you meet him," Anton said after a moment of thought, his tone measured. "But he may not be eager to see you right now." "Understood," Coulson nodded. "I'll be in New York for the next 2 weeks. I hope Batman reaches out. I have some very important matters to discuss with him." 2 weeks? Anton's thoughts immediately drifted to Tony's recent party, where Obadiah Stana had mentioned that the public unveiling of the artificial sun experiment was scheduled to take place in half a month. Could SHIELD have gotten wind of this already? Or was their real focus not the artificial sun itself but Obadiah Stana, the man banking on the experiment's success? After pondering for a moment, Anton glanced at Coulson, sensing that there was more to his words than met the eye. After a brief and simple exchange, Coulson left, satisfied that his message would reach Batman. Shortly afterward, Natasha entered the office. "Boss, Cyborg is doing exceptionally well at the box office. The global earnings have already surpassed $300 million, she reported, her tone bright. Anton glanced at the fan metrics for Cyborg. The number had reached 12.62 million. With less than 8 million fans to go, Cyborg's debut as a full-fledged hero was just around the corner. "How has the promotional campaign been doing lately?" Anton asked casually. Natasha responded promptly. "Cyborg has sparked widespread enthusiasm, especially among the Black community. Many people have been leaving comments online, demanding that Black actors take center stage in superhero movies as a form of respect for the entire race. Public opinion is overwhelmingly optimistic about the film's performance." She paused briefly before adding, "Several box office trackers have raised their projections. They now estimate the domestic total to reach $700 million and the global gross to exceed $1 billion. "Not bad," Anton remarked, his tone calm. Then, he asked, "How's Arrow doing?" "Thanks to intensive promotions, Arrow has seen a significant boost in performance. The revenue over the past few days is nearly equal to the total of the previous month," Natasha replied. Though DC was still a fledgling company, its existing works held tremendous potential. Under the shadow of Batman's immense popularity, even related properties like Arrow were benefiting immensely. With its partial overlap in themes and tone with Batman, Arrow had begun to thrive, riding the wave of Batman's success. It was a classic case of a rising tide lifts all boats. The Cyborg movie also hinted at even greater things to come. The Easter egg at the end of the film teased the formation of the Justice League, exciting fans who had been following DC's cinematic universe. The intent was clear: DC planned to link its projects into a shared universe of superheroes. And the Justice League, its name boldly revealed in the Easter egg, was the cornerstone of this vision. Speculation was rampant. What kind of sparks would fly when Batman and Cyborg crossed paths? And what about the looming alien invasion hinted at in the same teaser? Darkseid. Who was he? What kind of villain could command such attention? The anticipation was palpable. Fans were buzzing with excitement, eager to see what DC would deliver next. Well, I get it, Anton said, waving a hand. You can go now. Let me have some peace and quiet. Natasha nodded and left the room. Once alone, Anton leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples as though weary, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. When Natasha was gone, he returned to his usual composure, his eyes focused on the system panel in front of him. The numbers confirmed what he already knew. No one could sense the feedback as quickly as he could. Arrow's fan count had surged to 10.23 million. This could only mean one thing. His next identity was ready to debut. As Anton confirmed the exchange, a flood of information poured into his mind. Oliver Queen was born into the Queen family, the wealthiest family in Star City, with a fortune valued in the tens of billions, tied to Queen Industries. Initially a spoiled and carefree billionaire, his life took a drastic turn when he was shipwrecked and stranded on a deserted island. To survive, he honed his skills in archery and combat. Later, he managed to overpower a group of pirates who had landed on the island, using their ship to return to the United States. Upon his return to Star City, Oliver became the vigilante known as Green Arrow and eventually joined the Justice League. The island where he was trapped was called Lienu, or Purgatory. However, Oliver's story was far from a simple tale of survival. His time on the island was marked by countless challenges and twists. Now, Anton possessed the ability to take on the identity of Green Arrow. Since this marked his acquisition of a second hero template, the system rewarded him with a free skill, Doppelganger. This skill allowed Anton to become Green Arrow himself or create his independent Arrow clone. However, the clone's existence came with a cost. Every moment the clone remained active, fan points were consumed. It was essentially an in-app purchase mechanic. Anton wasn't fooled. He understood the system's intentions perfectly. Like any gacha system, it was designed to drain his resources. That said, the cost of maintaining Arrow was relatively reasonable. To keep the Arrow clone active for 1 hour required 100,000 fan points. If the fan balance was depleted, the clone would vanish automatically. However, if Anton transformed into Green Arrow himself instead of creating a clone, no fan points would be consumed. Batman, on the other hand, was far more expensive. Maintaining a Batman clone cost 500,000 fan points per hour, totaling a staggering 12 million fan points per day. This was even more than the fan points Anton had spent to acquire Batman's template in the first place. By comparison, Arrow's cost 100,000 fan points per hour, or 2.4 million per day seemed like a bargain. It was clear that the stronger the hero, the higher the cost of maintaining their clone. Anton couldn't even imagine the fan points required for someone like Superman. Those figures would likely be astronomical. Arrow's fan value balance, 230,000. At the current rate of 100,000 fan points per hour, Anton could maintain the Arrow clone for only 2 hours. The system, of course, billed in full-hour increments, even for fractions of an hour. I wonder how expensive it would be to maintain Cyborg. Anton mused to himself, deep in thought. The Green Arrow template is worth 10 million, and maintaining a clone costs 100,000 fan points per hour. Batman's original price is 50 million, with a clone maintenance cost of 500,000 fan points per hour. By that logic, the Cyborg template, valued at 20 million, should have a clone cost of 200,000 fan points per hour. Not too bad. Thinking about it, when the Justice League is fully established, 3 of its members will technically be himself. In fact, if you go by the original DC Justice League lineup, all 7 founding members could end up being him. If the Justice League adopts a voting system where the minority follows the majority, even if you throw in Spider-Man, Venom, Daredevil, and the 4 Ninja Turtles, the votes would still balance out equally with him controlling half the team. And if Batman, of course, persuades Venom to vote his way, the result would be 8-7. Who has the final say in the Justice League? I do, Anton thought smugly. When he snapped back to reality, he noticed the workday had come to an end. The warm evening light streamed into the office, casting a peaceful glow. He opened the office door and saw that only a handful of employees were still working overtime outside, likely wrapping up tasks before heading home. Anton, see you tomorrow. Natasha called out as she noticed him step out, giving a quick wave before strutting out of the building. Watching her leave, Anton narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back to Carlson's earlier visit. He didn't want to get too entangled with S.H.I.E.L.D. There was always trouble when dealing with them. Nick Fury was surrounded by Hydra without even realizing it. Looking at the entire SHIELD organization, Anton could only count a handful of trustworthy individuals: Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, Maria Hill, Hawkeye, and Black Widow. Beyond those 5, Anton doubted there were any others. In his eyes, everyone else in SHIELD might as well be part of Hydra. Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD was almost laughable, like a gang of undercover cops infiltrating a criminal organization until, eventually, the whole gang, except for the boss, turned out to be cops. What's the point of playing hide and seek with you? Anton thought to himself. Until Hydra was fully exposed and SHIELD cleaned house, Anton had no plans to deepen his relationship with the organization. Better to let the river water and well water stay out of each other's way. If necessary, he'd maintain a superficial relationship with SHIELD. That was fine by him. The previous Kingpin incident was a unique case. SHIELD only got involved because Kingpin had too much influence in New York's political and criminal spheres. If Wilson Fisk were sent to an ordinary prison, it wouldn't have been called imprisonment, it would have been a vacation. SHIELD stepped in to avoid retribution from Kingpin or backlash from New York politicians who were on his payroll. At the time, their investigation into Obadiah Stana provided a convenient excuse to target Kingpin as well. But now, with the emergence of the Lizard and the Green Goblin, Anton had his own plans. He suspected that S.H.I.E.L.D's interest wasn't limited to these two villains. They likely wanted to deepen their ties with Batman. Anton smirked. Nick Fury is probably trying to recruit Batman for his Avengers initiative. But this vision clashed completely with Anton's plans. It's time to have a proper talk with S.H.I.E.L.D, he muttered. Anton returned to his office and glanced out the window toward the street. Natasha was walking out of the company building just as a taxi pulled up. Watching her leave, Anton couldn't help but suspect that the taxi was arranged by SHIELD. He figured Natasha would likely report back to Carlson about her undercover activities over the past few days. Deciding to follow her, Anton quickly went downstairs. Thanks to Bruce Wayne's inherited skills and resources, tracking Natasha's taxi was easy. Even though both Natasha and Hawkeye had top-notch anti-surveillance training, Anton had the advantage. After following her for a while, Anton pulled over to the side of the road. Spotting another taxi, he approached the driver and handed him a wad of cash. Take my car home. I'll use your taxi. The money's all yours. Tomorrow, figure out how to find your car on your own. Sound good? The driver, a middle-aged white man, grinned at the sight of the cash. No problem at all. Not troubled one bit. With the swap complete, Anton resumed tracking Natasha in the taxi. Eventually, they arrived in a Brooklyn neighborhood. Anton watched as Natasha exited the taxi and entered a house. Her cab, as expected, parked nearby. Moments later, a familiar figure stepped out of the cab. The man casually scanned his surroundings before following Natasha into the house. Clint Barton, commonly known as Hawkeye.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.